Chapter 1442 set out again. Near the main gate of Aridity City, Gucci saw several special fear bats. These fear bats were all relatively large, with a wingspan of more than 20 meters. When they flew, they moved very fast, and from time to time, they could make a whoosh and break the sound barrier. But when Gucci called these fear bats down, he shook his head in disappointment. These fear bats were not, as Gucci thought, directly at the level of leader and hero, not to mention directly at the level of epic. The few fear bats in front of him were just the combination of the warrior and the leader. It was obvious that when they died in battle, the most critical thing for upgrading to the epic level was taken back by IKA. However, there was a little good news. Gucci killed 3 of them, and knocked down the 4 that were towed by the wyvern. All of them completed the double death transformation. These 7 were all the combination of the warrior and the leader. This also made Gucci understand that in Ika's eyes, the most critical thing for the epic level was the soul. The body and the like are just carriers. Prepare battle flags for them, and let them each take charge of 1,000 terror bats. After checking for a long time, he confirmed that these 7 were just like that. They might be promoted to heroes after a few more battles, but it would be difficult to become a hero and a leader, not to mention merging them and finally becoming epic. With this discovery, Gucci no longer had any interest in them. He just let these 7 take charge of some of the terror bat troops. Gucci didn't plan to take care of the rest. The wyverns I killed before must have turned into fear bats again. Now the number of fear bats has reached nearly 1 million. I don't have many leaders, so it doesn't matter if they are missing. There is no need to take everything to heart. Gucci saved the battle scene he saw from the Holy Land of Elu. He will ask Princess Anna to help deal with it, in order to enhance the combat effectiveness of Gucci's flying troops. After arranging everything, Gucci left the city of Aridov. At this time, Gucci's troops had cleaned up the battlefield and packed up all the corpses on the battlefield and sent them away. However, at Gucci's request, Gucci's men did not do things like digging 3 feet deep in the ground. Even if Gucci did not come back for a while, they only went to the nearby area to collect some herbs or mines, and did not transport the mud back to Aridov City as before. For this reason, when Gucci came back, he found that the situation nearby was still good. A large number of undead were going back and forth in the rainforest. A small number of them were transporting supplies, but most of them were patrolling and exploring. After seeing Gucci appear, they immediately put down their work, organized themselves quickly, and waited for Gucci's order. Gucci glanced at the undead and found that after several battles, the undead in front of him had been upgraded, and a small number of undead soldiers had passed level 7. Level 7 soldiers will return to Yaladovi for reorganization, and replace them with new undead troops. Hurry up. I will give you 1 hour to prepare, and we will set off in 1 hour. The gargoyles will attack first, exploring the way ahead, and find out which direction the flying dragon that escaped before flew to, and check if there is an ambush nearby. Under Gucci's command, the undead quickly moved and quickly prepared for battle again. At this time, Gucci also touched his stomach, jumped back on the holy silver evil coffin, sat on the throne, and gently closed his eyes. Gucci just closed his eyes, and saw Lynxie appear in front of him. In Lynx's hand, there was a bowl of soup. My lord, are you hungry? The soup is just ready, and the other food is not ready yet. How about I give it to you next time? Don't worry, I still have an hour to rest. Other food is fine. By the way, I came to you this time to ask you to go find Eve. Let her see if she can buy the architectural design of the Altar of Life. This thing is very important. It is not convenient for me to contact her directly now. You go there. Altar of Life? Don't worry, sir. I will go there in person. When Lynxie heard that there was an important arrangement, she immediately agreed. After Lynxie agreed, Gucci asked again, by the way, what is the situation in Een City now? It has been several days since he left Een City. Now Gucci is somewhat concerned about the situation in Een City. After all, Een City is the best place for undead players to learn in the real world. Before considering joining other forces, Gucci still wants to live in a place like Een City. If he can't go back to Een City, it will be a big loss. There are all kinds of rumors in Een City now. I heard that some people have fought for the Dragon Horn in the Dragon Tomb Ascension Road. But I observed it, and found that there were not many people who really took action. It is very likely a post-game. Lynxie quickly explained to Gucci what happened in Een City during this period. Because of her good relationship with the ant downstairs, Lingxi's ability to get information is not inferior to Shay at all. Then is there any way to confirm which red suit has completed charging? I don't know about this. The only thing that can be confirmed is that 3 places in the 10 scenes are confirmed to have quasi-red suits that are being charged or nurtured. There are also rumors that quasi-red suits have appeared at 2 popular check-in spots. However, no one has confirmed whether it is true or not. In addition, the national newspaper has not updated the new red suit list, which shows that this red suit has not been obtained by anyone yet. Even if it is obtained by someone, it will take a certain amount of time to bind the red suit, Gushi muttered. At this time, Lingxi seemed to be thinking of something. She said to Gushi, "By the way, there is the latest news in the national newspaper, saying that the king of the Nida people and the demon sword disappeared at the same time. It is not certain whether the king took the demon sword to bind it, or the king with the demon sword was killed. Many forces have set their sights on the Nida people, wanting to snatch their other red-dressed balance of luck. For this matter, the Nida people have begun to shrink their forces and call back civilians who are studying abroad and working in various star regions. Looks like a war is coming. It's okay, this matter has nothing to do with us." Hearing the fate of the Nida people, Gushi felt secretly happy. At this time, Lingxi said again, "Yes, the Nida people have offended many people. I heard that when they came out from the depths of the game, they robbed the luck of many races. There are even several races who have become players, but because of the Nida people, were beaten back into the game. This time, the Nida people lost a red dress, which is the beginning of their destruction." Chapter 1443 Temporary Mission, Reverse Life Pillar. Talking with Lingxi about the in-city, time passed by in 2s and 3s. At this time, Gushi also knew the situation of in-city. There is no news about the completed red suit. It seems that before Gonglingyu completes the binding of the evil sword, they can't go back. Forget it, don't care too much about the situation of in-city, and focus on dealing with the things in front of you. After completing the task in Omadikaya Rainforest, find a flight point and go to the Dragon Kingdom to take a look. He didn't want to stay in this broken rainforest for a day. Look at the food that was just delivered. The barbecue was obviously cooked to the perfect temperature. It was just left outside for a while, and it almost turned into broth. If he stayed in this environment any longer, Gushi would have mushrooms growing on his body. Fortunately, Gushi's men were not slow at all. When Gushi finished eating what was not sure whether it was breakfast or lunch, his undead men had already made all the preparations. Gushi took a look at the map and set off again with his men. This time, Gushi's target was the Holy Land of Ika, and 2 seals that had not been broken. As for the epic wyvern, Gushi did not take it seriously. After getting back on the road, the Omadikaya rainforest seemed to be dead, and there were no large-scale beast attacks. Sometimes when Gushi saw small beasts on the roadside, he would think whether they were sent by Ika. After walking in the rainforest for about a day and a half, Gushi's team stopped again. This time they have arrived at the second sealed location, the reverse stone pillar. When seeing the reverse stone pillar, Gushi's eyes widened. This is not a stone pillar. If you say it is a stone mountain, people will believe it. The stone pillar in front of them is nearly 300 meters high. The peak is almost straight up and down. The base of the mountain is about 300 meters high. If it is not made of stone, from a distance, Gushi will feel that it is like the stump of a giant tree that has been cut down. He looked down at the map, and then looked up at the task panel. Gushi flew up immediately. When Gushi flew up, a large number of fear bats and ghosts flew up with him, protecting Gushi as he headed towards the reverse stone pillar. Gushi flew slowly, not because he could not control his flying skills, but because when Gushi flew up, he was still observing the reverse stone pillar in front of him. It took Gushi a while to break the seal of the longevity fruit tree. The situation of the reverse stone pillar in front of him must be similar to that of the longevity fruit tree. Gushi needs to find a suitable way to break the seal, and this method is most likely on the reverse stone pillar. As long as the situation of the reverse stone pillar is determined, it will be quite easy to find a way to break the seal. It is precisely because of this that Gushi has been paying attention to some situations on the reverse stone pillar when flying upwards. The more so, the more Gushi feels something is wrong. If it were not for the restriction on the map that this is the location of the reverse stone pillar, Gushi would have thought that this is the Holy Land of Ika. After all, Ilu had said that the Holy Land of Ika was originally a giant tree that was taller than all the trees in the rainforest. Because of the anti-gravity stone, the tree kept growing upwards until it almost reached the sky. The reverse-growing stone pillar in front of him looked like a giant tree that had been cut down, and the remaining tree pillar was petrified. It was no wonder that Gushi thought so, because the reverse-growing stone pillar was too similar to what Elu said. If this was a real tree stump, the tree that grew out of it would probably be more than 5,000 meters tall. If this situation is called a holy place, no one would object. When Gushi landed on the top of the reverse-growing stone pillar, this feeling became even stronger. Gushi noticed that at the top of the reverse-growing stone pillar, the ground was as smooth as if it had been cut by a knife, and Gushi could also see the annual rings on the ground one after another. When he saw this, Gushi couldn't help but touch the ground. This is really stone. When Gushi was studying the reverse-growing stone pillar, all the fear bats in the sky fell down. They landed on the edge of the reverse stone pillar, protecting Gushi's safety. Gushi ignored their situation. He thought seriously, flew up again, and headed for the center of the reverse stone pillar. In the center of the top of the reverse stone pillar, Gushi finally found what he was looking for. It was a magic pattern in the center of the reverse stone pillar. This magic pattern was located in the annual ring of the reverse stone pillar. If you don't pay special attention, it's not easy for ordinary people to find it. Moreover, the beasts that appeared in this world, they didn't have any written language, and everything was transmitted by the mind. Even if normal people found it, they couldn't understand it. Only an outsider like Gushi would notice that something was wrong with the tree rings in front of him. After discovering the problem with the reverse stone pillar, Gushi immediately considered how to deal with it. According to Gushi's original judgment, the reverse stone pillar was a wooden cone located in the heart of the Omaticea rainforest. If you want to break the seal, you must pull up the stone pillar. However, Gushi did not expect that the reverse stone pillar would be so big, and it was all made of rock. Even if Gushi now sends all his men to the reverse-growing stone pillar, it will take a certain amount of time to dig this place out. So digging is definitely not allowed. He must find a way to blow up the reverse-growing stone pillar in front of him. Gushi guessed that the real effect of suppressing the seal is the shape of the stone pillar similar to a wooden cone, not the position suppressed by the reverse-growing stone pillar. As long as the reverse-growing stone pillar is destroyed, the seal can be lifted. So whether Gushi pulls it out directly, or blows up this reverse-growing stone pillar directly, it is all Gushi's own business. No matter what Gushi thinks, as long as he can do this, it will be fine. He stretched out his hand and pressed hard on the floor again. Gushi estimated the hardness of the stone in front of him, and an idea came to his mind. To deal with the stone, right? Other potions can be used. Stones are much easier to deal with than snakes. Gushi can find a lot of realgar, so he can naturally find potions that can be used to deal with stones. Gushi, who understood this, immediately released the steel gate. With the appearance of the steel gate, a group of zombies were driven out of the steel gate. They held tools such as pickaxes in their hands and started digging on the top of the reverse stone pillar. However, although they were powerful, their digging progress was still too slow. After digging for half a day, they finally pried a few stones off the stone pillar. Fortunately, Gushi didn't care about these. He took the stones and went back to Aladovi City to find Catherine. The plot of this film is purely fictional. Don't take it seriously. Please do not imitate. Any similarities are purely coincidental. Thanks for your support. Your likes and subscriptions are my motivation to update. Chapter 1444. Change the way of thinking. After a period of hard work, Catherine has successfully proved her ability in business. After knowing Gushi's request, she immediately took the sample provided by Gushi and went down to find the product. At this time, Gushi was not idle either, although he planned to use magic potions to deal with the reverse stone pillar in front of him. But it doesn't mean that Gushi only has this method. After asking Catherine to find the potion, Gushi let the fear bats fly again, and let them send sonic attacks to the reverse stone pillar. Gushi really wanted to see if this stone pillar could be broken by sonic attacks. When the fear bats attacked, Gushi himself was not idle either, and used the means of fire and ice on the stone pillar on the spot. Gushi knew very well how the ancients opened mountains and broke stones. That was to use the method of thermal expansion and contraction to make the stone split automatically. I don't know what the stone pillar in front of me is made of, but this method of breaking rock should be useful. So Gushi quickly dealt with the stone pillar. Various methods were brought out for experimentation. I hope it can have a certain impact on the stone pillar. Under Gushi's treatment, some cracks gradually appeared on the stone pillar. However, compared with such a large stone pillar, it is still not enough. It's not that Gushi's method can't destroy the stone pillar, but it's because the stone pillar is too big. No matter how much damage Gushi did, it was only a minor one. Gushi used up all his magic power, and he only pried off more than 30 tons of stone from the stone pillar. But the problem is, these more than 30 tons of stone are just equivalent to a normal person cutting a fingernail. It has no effect on the stone pillar at all. As for the undead under his command, it is even more so. This made Gushi understand that it was not the right choice to rely on brute force to destroy the stone pillar of reverse life. At least even if Gushi worked so hard here, he might not be able to damage the foundation of the stone pillar. All Gushi could do was to dig when he was free, and wait for Catherine's response. Fortunately, Catherine knew that Gushi was waiting for her. For this matter, she quickly contacted the market area and looked for ways to deal with this kind of stone. And this kind of stone in front of him was soon recognized by someone in the market area. In the eyes of those merchants, the stone Catherine brought was considered a good thing. According to the judgment of these merchants, the hardness of this stone is 3 to 5 times that of normal stone, which means that if you want to dig this stone, you need better tools and more manpower. In the eyes of these merchants, this is a long-term business that Catherine has brought out. This stone is the best material for building city walls, so they all want to get a share of it. However, when they heard Catherine's request, all the merchants were speechless. Catherine, are you crazy? You want to melt such a good stone? Isn't it a waste? That's right. If you don't want it, tell us the location of the stone mine, and we will go there to mine it. Yes, that's right. You are wasting it. But Catherine ignored these words. She had only one request, to solve the stone problem, and to solve it in a short time. Seeing Catherine like this, the merchants had no choice but to report the situation back. Let Catherine wait. But waiting is many things just disappear. Finally, only a businessman secretly found Catherine. Catherine, can I ask you a question? Why do you want to destroy these stones? Are these stones blocking your way? My master is really blocked by these stones. Catherine certainly couldn't say that this was a temporary task that Gushi encountered, but she still talked about how big this stone would be. It's only 300 meters high on the ground, and about 300 meters in diameter. Don't you consider how deep it is underground? This is a big deal. The businessman who came to find Catherine's eyes lit up. I have a way to deal with this stone, but I will definitely not do anything that has no benefit. If you can give me 1/3, no, half of the stone, I will help you. Catherine is a business person. Her existence is to fight for various benefits for Gushi. At first, she just wanted to buy the method to break these stones. But now, after hearing this, Catherine knew there was a chance. She understood that she could not agree to everything immediately, because if she agreed, it would make people see that she was not confident enough. So Catherine bargained with the merchant in front of her. Finally, they agreed that if the merchant could really help Gu, she'd break such a big stone. Then, the merchant could directly transport 2/5 of the stone ore. At the same time, there was another requirement. That is, the merchant could only provide the method, and he could not follow. For this request, the merchant agreed. After all, his method is quite simple. Although he cannot go to the site directly, he cannot grasp the number of stones. But he is not without a way to judge how many stones have been mined. With this method, he can mine a certain amount of stones after using it several times. As long as the things are returned, he will know the quantity at a glance. So he is not afraid that Catherine will conceal the data. However, Catherine did not know that the businessman would think of her like this. After she signed the contract, the businessman took out 2 things. As soon as Catherine saw the 2 items, she immediately understood what the merchant meant. At the same time, she also realized that she was really careless. It was such a simple thing, but it was so complicated. It turned out that the 2 items the merchant took out were treasures used by logistics heroes. One was like a small cart, and it was piled with stones. The other was like a long whip, and there was a trace of dirt on the whip, or cart. Blue treasure, a vehicle used to store ore, which can automatically transport 10,000 tons of stone. If it is placed next to you, it can automatically produce 1 unit of stone every day. Mountain breaking whip. Blue gem, a treasure used to break mountains and stones. After swinging it at a designated location, it can break the stone mountain, causing the mountain to collapse and turn into standard units of gravel. Looking at the properties of these 2 items, Catherine understood that Gushi's task could be solved. With these two things, no matter how high the mountain is, it will be useless. Just whip it down, and you can make it whatever you want. Chapter 1445 Obtaining the Mother Ore. Before the reverse stone pillar, Gushi was still there studying various ways to crack the reverse stone pillar, and an owl fell into his hands. After taking the message from the owl, Gushi immediately opened a city gate. This is the city gate leading to the commercial district. As a contracted undead under Gushi, Catherine appeared on the battlefield for the first time. My lord, have you brought the things? I have brought them. We can start at any time, Catherine said seriously. Gushi nodded, and evacuated all the undead troops that were still on the top of the mountain or near the reverse stone pillar. After doing all this, Gushi said to Catherine, "You can start." Catherine nodded, picked up the mountain-splitting whip, and hit the reverse stone pillar. With this blow, a shocking scene happened. Gushi had thought of many ways, but he could only pry off a little stone. But the reverse stone pillar collapsed on the spot. The huge stone pillar was directly broken into 1 meter square stones. When a large number of stones collapsed, they almost flattened the nearby woods. If Gushi had not withdrawn his undead troops long ago, his undead troops might have suffered a lot of losses this time. After the stone pillar fell, Catherine was not idle. She took out the ore cart and rushed towards the stones. This ore cart is quite powerful. It can carry at least 20,000 stones at a time. After Catherine loaded the stones, she transported them back to the commercial district of Aridity City in person. After several rounds of this, all the stones on the ground were transported back. Gushi was now standing at the location where the reverse stone pillar had grown. Like the stone pillar on the ground, the stone pillar underground was also broken. They were also square, 1 meter square stones, but these stones were neatly stacked underground. If you were not standing by and watching, you would not have noticed that the underground of the stone pillar had been broken into what you see now. After transporting the stones back several times, Catherine also came to the original location of the stone pillar. She took a look at the situation underground. My lord, I'll take care of this. Gushi nodded and stepped aside again. Catherine also brought some undead to help with the transportation. This time, Catherine's transportation was obviously faster. But even so, Catherine's transportation took nearly 5 hours to complete. The reason why it took so much time was not because there were more things to move, but because there were too many stones underground. At first, Catherine only traveled between the stones and the commercial area. Later, she had to go deep underground to carry away the stones. And this deep underground, it was more than 2,000 meters. In the process of going up and down, a lot of time was consumed. If it weren't for the fact that the ore truck didn't take much time to transport the stones, I'm afraid it would take even longer. Finally, when the last stone was transported away, Gushi heard a ding in his ear. All the stones were transported away, the underground seal was lifted, temporary mission. The reverse life pillar was completed. The reverse life pillar mission was finally completed. This thought flashed through Gushi's mind, and then a stone actually flew up on its own, and fell in front of Gushi with a little golden light. Looking at the stone in front of him, Gushi understood that this was the reward for completing this temporary mission. He stretched his hand forward, and the 1 meter square stone fell into Gushi's hand. Then Gushi was surprised. He didn't expect that he could get such a big surprise this time. Stone steel mother or purple, a kind of mother, or called stone steel Oregon. As long as it is buried underground, it can form a stone steel mine. This stone steel mine can produce 1 unit of stone steel every day. Stone steel, blue, a stone or with a texture like steel. It belongs to the stone ore category and can be used for city construction, building reinforcement, building upgrade, etc. Although no new stone steel has been produced yet, Gushi only looked at the quality and knew that the stone steel in front of him was of the same quality as the dragon blood crystal and dragon steel that Gushi had obtained before. Gushi knew very well what role dragon blood crystal and dragon steel played among the undead. In this way, a mother stone steel ore that could be mined every day would be very useful to Gushi. It can be said that this thing is no worse than the longevity fruit on that tree. After putting away the mother stone steel ore, Gushi suddenly raised his head. Catherine, does the stone that just collapsed from the reverse stone pillar have a name? Catherine, who was about to leave, was stunned for a moment. Although she was somewhat confused, she did not hesitate and responded decisively. No name. Just ordinary stones. But each stone can be counted as a unit of stone. The most important thing is that the quality of these stones is 3 to 5 times higher than that of normal stones. except for the stones promised to others before. The remaining stones should not be traded, and all the others should be kept. Gushi thought for a while, and then gave Catherine an order. Catherine thought for a while. Although she didn't know why Gushi did this, she still agreed. At this time, Gushi handed the mother ore of stone steel to Catherine. When she received the mother ore of stone steel, Catherine's eyes widened. Now she finally understood why Gushi would ask about the matter of the stone of the reverse stone pillar. It turned out that there would be such a thing in the end. Then, were the stones that were broken before really ordinary green quality stones? If not, then she sold 40% of the stones directly, which was really a big loss. Seeing that Catherine's situation was not right, Gushi stepped forward and gently patted Catherine's shoulder. Okay. It's okay. I accept your deal. If it weren't for your deal this time, we wouldn't have been able to destroy the stone pillar so quickly. So you did a good job this time. Hearing this, Catherine finally smiled. But they still got a big advantage. We can't just let it go this time. I will make up for the loss this time from other places. Okay. We actually made a profit this time. Go back and check those stones. If there are no problems, they can all be used to build city walls and gates. Okay, please rest assured, I will discuss this with Luna. But before that, I will definitely find out what other functions these stones have besides being 3 to 5 times harder than normal stones. Chapter 1446 15 Days in the Rainforest. Catherine left quickly. Before leaving, Gushi also specifically told Catherine to pay more attention to the treasure market. This time, Gushi also discovered the role of treasures. Even if he himself does not use them, but the heroes and leaders under his command can use treasures. Gushi did not think much about it before, because he did not pay much attention to the benefits of treasures. It is different now. Just 2 treasures solved such a big problem for Gushi. How could Gushi not see it? Catherine received the order, and would pay attention to the treasure market after returning. No matter what was available, she would buy whatever she could. Even if Gushi couldn't use it, she could share it with others. This ensured that the treasures would not be wasted. When these treasures were needed, Gushi could use them immediately. He didn't have to work hard to find a solution like he did this time. As Catherine left, Gushi was on the road again. In the next 14 days, Gushi was always on the road, completing temporary tasks. Gushi also went to the Holy Land belonging to Ika. And unlike what he guessed, there was nothing left except a tree stump. In addition to the tree stump, there was also a huge tree trunk about 1,500 meters long lying on the ground in Ika's Holy Land. The trunk was 300 meters thick in diameter. And some beasts directly used the space in the trunk as their nest and lived here. In order to clear the Holy Land in front of him, Gushi spent half a day to conquer it, but spent a day to find a way to drag the huge tree trunk over 1,000 meters long back to the city of Aridov. Now this huge tree trunk is still outside the city of Aridavi. Luna and the others are studying how to transport this tree trunk to the magic planting area. When the tree trunk was transported to the Mirror Underground Palace, the elves who had been living in the Lettuce Principality in the magic planting area flew out immediately. They all thought that the tree trunk in front of them was too big. So big that it could affect the layout of the entire magic planting area. So they wanted to take advantage of it and get a share of it. And they also made a request that when the tree trunk was transported in, they needed to specify the location and method of placement. Regarding this, Luna is now talking to them. After all, the elves are still quite useful to the city of Aridov. Their existence ensures the normal operation of all the fields in the magic planting area. Otherwise, it would depend on the undead under Gushi. Even if they like farming in their bones, it is impossible for them to manage the magic planting area to the current state. Regarding this situation, Gushi did not care at all. After destroying Ika's Holy Land, he also received a purple quality reward. This reward is a huge leaf that can roll up by itself. The leaf is emerald green and is an inlay. When not in use, it can be reduced to the size of a palm. But when it is enlarged, it can directly wrap the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. This leaf was finally used to strengthen the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. As this leaf was used in the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, there was an extra layer of emerald green leaf defense outside the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, which can enhance the defense of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. Apart from other things, it can at least block 2 magic attacks from strong people above level 15. Of course, for Gushi, defense is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that this leaf can slowly nourish the Holy Silver Evil Coffin itself. After the leaf was embedded, A progress bar appeared on the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. As long as the progress bar is completed, the Holy Silver Evil Coffin will reach the level of purple +3. The highest orange quality is only one step away. This is also a very important step for Gushi. So even if this leaf looks fancy, Gushi still embedded it directly. Unlike the Holy Land of Ika, Gushi found the third seal location very smoothly. Maybe it was because the first two seals had been unlocked. Or maybe it was because the deep pond here was relatively simple. When Gushi arrived at the third seal location, he only took a look and confirmed one thing. That is, the water in the deep pond was a targeted seal. As long as there was water in the deep pond, the seal would not be unlocked. If it was normal, Gushi would definitely ask his undead to come and deal with it. But after the first two sealed areas, Gushi's thinking has changed a lot. So he simply put the waterway fence into the deep pond, and then guided the water flow through the mermaid to lead all the water into the Himo River. Once the water in the deep pond was let in, it caused changes in the Himo River. The original Himo River had become full of vitality, and full of strong vitality. Now that the water is introduced, the strong vitality is like being sealed in the river. On the surface, there is no sign of life in the water. Only after entering the water will you find that the life in the water is ridiculously strong. Although this did not bring any major changes to the Himo River, at least no one can see the abnormality of the Himo River now. After draining the water from the deep pond, Gushi also got the reward for this mission under the deep pond. It was a crystal with a sealing effect. The crystal was not very big, but it was a purple quality. Most importantly, this crystal was one of the necessary materials for making the magic wand head. In other words, in this mission, Gushi's gains were no less than those in the previous two sealing missions. After removing the 3 seals, Gushi could clearly feel that there was chaos inside the Omatikea rainforest. This was very obvious. First, the beasts stopped attacking Gushi. Sometimes, Gushi could clearly see the beast troops appear, but they turned around and left. Also, the trees began to lead the way, which was something Gushi had never encountered since entering the Omatikea rainforest. This kind of guidance is not just talk. These trees can really glow, bloom and bear fruit, and use this to guide Gushi. Even if the road is not easy to walk on, the trees will open the way for Gushi. Sometimes a 2-legged dragon will appear in the sky, and it is these trees that will take the initiative to remind Gushi. From the situation of this battle, it can be seen that Ika and Ilu have been fighting each other. After all, Ilu has been released from the seal, and the relationship between him and Ika is not a friendly relationship. They are definitely in a situation of life and death. Under such guidance, Gushi's last few days were smooth sailing, especially after discovering that Gushi had been collecting various seasonings. Many of them were delivered to Gushi, making every meal fresh and interesting. Under such circumstances, Gushi finally came to Ika's current hiding place. Chapter 1447, The Last Battle. Finally, we're here. In this rainforest, I'm going to have mushrooms growing on my body. Gushi lowered his head and smelled the smell on his body. At this moment, he smelled like clothes that were half-dried in the shade. This made Gushi very uncomfortable, but he had no choice. This place was very humid, and he couldn't find a place to take a shower. When he could dry out for a while every day, it was time to go back to Aridity City to relax. Now he finally came to Ika. As long as he sealed Ika, he could leave the novice village of Omatikea rainforest. As for killing Ika, Gushi had thought about it. But since the seals in 3 places were lifted, he knew how strong Eva's vitality was. It would be difficult to kill her. It was very likely that if he was killed here, she would be resurrected there. Gushi didn't count on this now. His goal was to seal Ika and complete the mission this time. After taking down the target, Gushi could get a light crystal mine. This was what Gushi wanted. Before the light crystal mine was obtained, Gushi was considering building a new city area for Aridavita City, which would be located in the air near Aridavita Tower. Then move all the flying troops there. Then Gushi can take the opportunity to form a flying corps. In this way, he doesn't have to worry about the shortage of his flying troops. For his subsequent plans, Gushi has made all the preparations this time. After completing other temporary tasks and rushing to this last position, Gushi's reading and learning time has been reduced. From time to time, he also communicates with Princess Anna, thinking about how to seal Ika. When he came here, Gushi already had a preliminary plan. However, judging from the current situation, he and Ika might have another battle. After all, IKA had been shrinking his troops along the way, especially after discovering that Ilu was released and the beasts were somewhat out of control. IKA concentrated all his main forces around him and prepared for the final battle. Gushi did not find Ika's most proud epic wyvern and the mysterious Eye of Death troops along the way. But now, according to the news from the gargoyles, they have gathered nearby. There are about 2 million wyverns, a team of 600 death eyes, and about 3 million beasts of all kinds. It seems that IKA has really taken out all the troops he can. Looking at the information in front of him, Gushi's eyes flashed with a smile. This is a fight to the death. If I don't show some skills, it would be a shame for such a big scene. When Gushi talked about the big scene, there was no panic in his eyes. Gushi is now a man of the moment. 3 to 5 million enemies, for Gushi, are already numbers. Not to mention the wyverns and beasts in front of him, whose levels are actually between level 5 and 7. Such enemies in the city of Aridov are mostly soldiers, who can't even be regular troops. No matter how many such enemies come, for Gushi, it's nothing. It's just that Gushi is a little unhappy with the other party's attitude. In front of a necromancer, Ika's behavior seems like a provocation. After determining the number of enemies, Gushi also planned to be a scene man and make this operation glorious. Let the Evis in the Omaticea rainforest remember Gushi's strength. While joking, Gushi quickly released the garrison gate and the steel gate behind him. The walls between the two gates were all erected. The situation of the wall that appeared this time was obviously different from the previous wall. When it was released, Gushi was stunned for a moment. And then he found that some wood mined from the Omaticea rainforest was added to the wall near the garrison gate. And the steel gate was quite straightforward to add the stones of the reverse stone pillar and a part of the stone steel. Now the defense of the city gates and walls has been significantly improved. Most importantly, the arrow towers and moats on the city walls have also been affected. Once released, they spread directly to both sides, forming a very thick defense line. Gushi's troops also began to move outward. The first to come out were naturally the Fear Bat troops with a number of nearly 1 million. Although the Fear Bats have various problems, they are now the largest number of flying troops in Gushi's hands. If a real fight breaks out, they will naturally become the main force in the air battle. However, behind the Fear Bats, more has also flown out with the undead dragon army. They are here to hold the fort. If everything goes well in the air battle, they will not take action. But if there are some problems, the undead dragon army will take over the battle here as soon as possible. A little further behind the undead dragon army, there are a large number of harpies, lions, scorpions, and dragons. These are the flying troops temporarily transferred from the Labyrinth Demon City. They came to participate in this air battle. After all, only by participating in the battle can these troops have the opportunity to grow. However, no one noticed that among these flying troops, there were more than 60 skeleton warriors riding on blood-colored two-legged dragons. They held spears in their hands, bows and arrows on their backs, short knives on their waists, and special bandages between their hands and feet. It was obvious that these were the flying cavalry troops who had just accepted the inheritance of the Ilu clan and were in training. In this battle, Gushi will test their combat capabilities. At least Gushi needs to know whether this kind of flying cavalry is useful in air combat, so that Gushi can consider whether to increase the training of the flying cavalry. After the flying cavalry came out of the city of Aridov, Mor immediately led all his undead dragons to retreat to the sky behind Gushi. Their goal is very clear: to come and support. Just to tell the enemy, we have such a troop. If you don't have any skills, then find a tree and hit yourself to death. The other flying troops were not like this. They quickly divided into many thousand-man teams and dispersed in batches. Each thousand-man team was not too far away from each other, and they coordinated their own forward speeds and surrounded IKA from the sky. When the flying troops took off, Gushi's other undead troops also walked out of the two city gates. This time, in addition to the regular undead troops, Gushi also released all the undead transformed from the beasts that died in the Omaticea rainforest. There were also 2 heroes who were arranged by Gushi to work outside the city. At present, they are the only ones who can command more than 50,000 beast undead troops. Chapter 1448 Gushi's Combat Command Talent. Beast-like undead troops. This is the same as the Fear Bats, which are not under Gushi's control. After all, it is a double death, and being able to transform is already a prophet who would want to pick a bicycle. However, Gushi has seen a lot and has some experience, and knows which type of undead comes from which type of troops. For example, The existence in front of him, which is similar to the bone armor centipede, is transformed from the seven-flower snake, and they also have a strong spitting ability, and the movement speed is quite high. Then, there are the rotten skin wolves, which are obviously transformed from the bone-splitting wolves. They are not big, but there are quite a lot of them. Then, there are the peacock deer, which have all been transformed into a kind of horse covered with bones. Although they are still mixed in with the wild beasts now. No one knows whether they will become the mounts of some generation of death knights in a while. In addition, there are also ebony spiders, ghost face spiders, demon bone spiders, and other undead spiders. There are also corpse poison flies, soul butterflies, ghost face locusts, blood mosquitoes, and other insect swarms. If there were no rivers here, Gushi would definitely release underwater troops such as piranhas and giant bone fish to fight. It can be said that there are all kinds of troops in the beast undead troops this time. After releasing these undead troops, Gushi mixed the beast undead troops with the formal undead troops. They were sent out in a square formation of 1,000 people, and 5 to 6 square formations controlled an area. This time, the troops must be centered on the position where Gushi stood, and spread outward. Gushi's plan was simple. The front was mainly defensive, mainly to attract the enemy's attention. Then he sent his undead to both sides. There was only one goal, to surround Ika's territory in front of him. There was no need to worry about Gushi's insufficient number of troops. As long as a battle occurred, Gushi could continuously replenish troops. As Gushi encroached on Ika's territory, Gushi could use Illa's power to seal Ika. Let's not worry about how to seal Ika for now. What we need to do now is to destroy all the troops under Ika first. After arranging the troops, Gushi was not so serious. He sat on the gate tower of the city gate and calmly watched the situation outside. As the undead troops entered the rainforest, they were like water drops merging into the sea, and their shadows could not be found directly. Gushi could only know where they were, but the specific situation, Gushi was not so clear. At this time, Ika, who had been shrinking in the back to heal his wounds, also moved. The first to attack were the wyverns in the sky. Batch after batch of wyverns rose from the woods and fought with Gushi's air force. The screams of wyverns could be heard from time to time in the sky, and sometimes the screams of fear bats could be heard. About every 20 minutes, the gargoyles would bring back the latest news to Gushi. Let Gushi know the situation on the battlefield, so that he would not be out of the battle. Gushi had learned this way of fighting once, when he played in the minigame world before. However, the troops under Gushi's control at that time were not as many as now, and their levels were not so low. At the same time, he also released all the heroes and leaders, and the coordination was quite good. But this time was really different. Gushi was just herding sheep in a sheepfold. After releasing a large number of troops, Gushi didn't know where they went, and could only use gargoyles and other means to record the process of his battle this time. And the records were not detailed combat information. Gushi could only record whether the defense line at his position was breached, and whether the troops advanced. As for how many people died, and how the battle went, Gushi had no time to see. Compared with Gushi, Ika was much stronger. As far as the current range was concerned, that was nothing. When Ika was at his strongest, he could control the entire Omatica rainforest. What was the difference between this distance, and what was happening under his eyes? And Ika is also used to personally operating and commanding the troops to fight. In Ika's view, the battle has already come in front of him. If he doesn't control the details, is it still a battle? In fact, this is where Ika's real problem lies. He is using the overall perspective to operate a small-scale battle, even operating a one-on-one battle there. Regardless of whether he has the ability to operate in this way, this idea is wrong. Like Gushi, it is reasonable to grasp the overall situation and let his subordinates operate in a small area. If we continue to fight like Ika, we will only produce a useless hero like before, who can lead more than 50,000 people, but has no talent for command. As the battle between the two sides began, Gushi found that his command of the battle had really entered another realm. At this time, Gushi already had a complete battlefield in his mind. It's not that Gushi can see everything on the battlefield, but Gushi can control the situation on the battlefield from a global perspective. Just like playing chess, he could make a rough judgment in his mind and determine the trend of the battle. The most important thing is, as Gushi's troops began to squeeze towards Ika, Gushi deployed more and more city gates and city walls. These city gates and city walls were not like those in the small game world, which were all rushed out temporarily. The current city gates and city walls all play the role of guarding the main urban areas of Yaladovi city. Although each city gate has different functions, the biggest role is to deploy troops and cut off the battlefield, which is absolutely competent. After these gates were put down, Gushi's undead troops also began to attack and replenish troops through these gates. In this way, the territory occupied by Gushi became their territory. Even if Ika's men were more capable, they could not break through the lines of defense formed by the gates. On the contrary, because of the siege, the Eye of Death was trapped a lot. After each battle, Gushi fought more and more steadily. Ika's side became more and more frustrated. But Ika is also capable. He will hide here to recover his strength. In addition to the strong vitality he had hidden here before, he also hid enough sleeping beasts here. This is his guarantee of safety. As his territory was cut step by step, Ika had to use these hidden beasts. At this time, Gushi also felt the pressure from Ika for the first time. He looked up and found that the sky had begun to hear the sound of whooshing. Gushi couldn't help laughing at this time. Their core troops attacked. Then Gushi's regular army would also be dispatched. Chapter 1449 Regular Troops Attack. The Undead Dragon Troops Take Off. Mobilize the Undead Conversion Combat Team to enter the battlefield. The Black Gun Battalion, the Bone Cutting Battalion and other main forces enter the battlefield. Under Gushi's orders, his regular troops quickly entered the battlefield. Gushi's timing was just right this time, just when Ika took out his last trump card. At the beginning, Ika did observe the existence of the undead dragon troops. At the same time, he also knew that Gushi had a group of Death Titan troops. So when Gushi was on his way, he did not waste his troops to stop him. His plan was to put the core troops in his homeland and use a large force to destroy Gushi in one fell swoop. After these battles, Ika also saw it. In the entire battlefield, only Gushi was the most critical position. As long as Gushi was killed, all the undead would be no problem. At first, Ika thought, well, when he arrived here, he would release his army and lead away Gushi's main force first. Then the wyvern attracted the flying troops away. When Gushi was outnumbered, his men could drop from the sky and kill Gushi to solve the problem. Ika had calculated all the troops that Gushi could use. In Ika's mind, he might not be able to defeat Gushi's men, but he could definitely hold them back. But Ika never thought that Gushi had such a troop. No, this could no longer be considered a troop. When Gushi's troops came out, Ika saw at first glance that these troops were much stronger than his own. If they had to compete, the troops Ika brought out were at most at the level of unorganized regular troops. And they were not even as good as the Black Spear Battalion. As these troops were released, the heroes under Gushi quickly took action. The undead of the Bone Chopping Battalion rushed directly into the woods, and the skeleton archer troops of the Black Dragon Battalion followed them. The Black Spear Battalion stayed where they were, and the troops of the Demon Sacrifice Battalion stayed with them. At the same time, other heroes also rushed into the woods or stayed at various city walls according to their own situations. Unlike the miscellaneous soldiers who fought before, the regular troops under Gushi fought one mission at a time and one battle at a time. They all had high combat experience and knew what they should do at certain times. As soon as they appeared on the battlefield, they took the initiative on the battlefield. Even Ika's attention was attracted by them, and he didn't realize that Gushi's Undead Transformation Combat Team had already mixed into the rainforest. Gushi's Undead Transformation Combat Team has been further improved at this time. After all, the Undead Transformation Combat Team almost all participated in the clearing work outside the city of Aridov. In battle after battle, the cooperation of the Undead Transformation Combat Team has become more and more tacit. The most important thing is, as high-level undead, they are always considered first in the costume change and other strengthening activities in the city of Aridov. So their level and combat effectiveness in this way have grown rapidly. Among these Undead Transformation Combat Teams, there are also some undead that surprise Gushi. Among them, there is a level 20 zombie that Gushi is particularly familiar with. Later, Gushi thought about it seriously, and found that this is the zombie transformed by the double death of Yusha King after his death in battle. If it weren't for the corpse mother following him, Gushi would not have remembered his existence. This person had reached level 19 when he first came to Gushi's hands. At that time, he was the strongest person in Gushi's hands. Later, because Gushi gradually had other masters, his position became more and more marginalized. Unexpectedly, he could fight for a new path. Now he has not only reached level 20, but also the corpse mother, who followed him, is almost level 20. This also made Gushi look at him with a higher opinion. When there is a chance in the future, Gushi will definitely find a way to push him up a step. Now Gushi just glanced at him, and didn't care about his mixing in the undead transformation combat team, and let him act freely. This zombie has made a great contribution to the undead transformation combat team. His cooperation with the corpse mother can be said to be seamless. Apart from other things, just him and the corpse mother can replace a team of others. Most importantly, he is not the kind of person who works alone. He is willing to cooperate with other undead troops. His fighting style and the corpse mother's situation are also more suitable for fighting together. So for a period of time, a small group with zombies as the core was formed, and they are now heading deep into the woods. Although they didn't know why they were going there, the zombie and the corpse mother had a feeling that if they went there, something good would happen. So they went in that direction. And when they went there, they were discovered by other undead transformation combat teams. So the news spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. By the time the zombie realized what was happening, the number of undead that had followed him had reached more than 200. Although they didn't form a team of 1,000 people, all of these undead were transformed undead. Gushi only transformed corpses above level 15. Most of them were close to level 19. Their team of 3 or 5 people was invincible in the battlefield in front of them. More than 200 people could not even protect themselves, and even a sweep would be no problem. The zombies who discovered this situation became even more excited, and they rushed into the depths of the woods in one breath. Gushi didn't know this. From where he was at the moment, there was no way for him to see the situation over there. The gargoyles in the sky who were monitoring all this, they never cared about the battle situation of troops with less than 1,000 people. There were only more than 200 people in front of them. They just took a look, and would not observe too much. So Gushi's attention quickly shifted to other places. At this time, the situation changed again. The Beast troops under IKA had the first wave of conflict with Gushi's regular troops. At this time, Gushi's regular troops played at their normal level. They easily killed the beasts under IKA and killed into Ika's territory. Although those beasts were of a higher level, they were strong enough to fight in the rainforest, and they didn't care about life and death, but they had no way to fight against the systematic undead. Under wave after wave of impact, these beasts died faster and faster. Chapter 1450 Preparing to Seal. Swoosh. A sonic boom suddenly sounded in the sky. However, the sonic boom did not travel far, as if it suddenly stopped. Gushi looked up and found that there was no unusual movement nearby, so he ignored it. He actually didn't know that the epic wyvern under IKA was planning to launch a sneak attack in his direction. As a result, the wyvern was killed by Moore as soon as it flew into the sky. Moore did it himself. After completing the kill, Moore returned to the team of the undead dragons, took out the dragon blood bottle, and muttered something there. Among so many wyverns, only this one looked a bit like a giant dragon, which counted as a kill. That's right, if this wyvern hadn't looked a bit like a giant dragon, Moore actually didn't plan to take action. As for the other wyverns, their levels were not high, their sizes were not very good, and they didn't look like dragons at all, and they couldn't even be transformed into undead dragons after death. What kind of dragons were they? Not really. Although Moore didn't take the wyvern seriously, she didn't stop her undead dragons from attacking the wyvern. Instead, she was there carefully reminding some of the undead dragons' attack methods. Whether it was the undead dragons that had already belonged to her, or the undead dragons that she had picked out, as long as she saw something wrong, she would immediately remind them, so that the undead dragons could show their might in the battle. Of course, for Moore, she just didn't want the undead dragons to be too embarrassed in the battle. Even though he was at such a high level, he still couldn't beat a group of weak flying dragons. With the undead dragons joining the battle, there was actually nothing to consider about the battle situation. Gushi's control area was getting larger and larger, and Ika's control area was getting smaller and smaller. Although he was sending troops faster and faster, it was useless. The number of undead troops under Gushi was increasing. Later, no matter how many enemies Gushi killed in battle, they rushed out of the city gate. There was no need for Luna to select them, and Princess Anna to form the troops. All the new undead were released like sheep, and were allowed to rush into the rainforest to fight. In this situation, even if IKA had great ability, he could not stop the undead from killing him step by step. It's almost done. The battle lasted until the afternoon of the second day. When Gushi was eating the lunch that had just been delivered, his eyes suddenly lit up. A man wearing a Huangquan dragon robe suddenly appeared in front of Gushi. Gushi put down the bowl in his hand immediately, and switched his sight to the position of Ika in Huangquan dragon robe. At this moment, in Gushi's eyes, the vitality in the sky was constantly pouring towards a certain position. It was obvious that Ika was extracting the vitality in the Omaticea rainforest, and wanted to make a last-ditch effort. The time has come. Everyone get ready, and the incarnation of death will attack. Under Gushi's command, the incarnation of death appeared again. This time, the incarnation of death bone dragon, and the incarnation of death the god of death appeared again. The incarnation of death the god of death stood on the incarnation of death bone dragon, and flew towards the place where the vitality was most concentrated. If Gushi hadn't given the order, some people might have thought that the two of them were planning to use the extreme death spirit move. But that's not the case. The combination of death incarnation moves is not just one move. The bone dragon type and the death god type are the two most common forms of death incarnation. The next is the spider queen type of death incarnation. Therefore, the number of coordinated moves between the bone dragon and the death god will be relatively more. In addition to the extreme death, there are at least more than 10 types of cooperation between the bone dragon and the death god. There are some problems with Gushi's death incarnation bone dragon route. More than half of it cannot be used. But even so, Gushi has learned 4 different moves here. Now the cooperation between the death incarnation bone dragon and the death incarnation death god is another move. Death. That's right. This move is called death. Of course, some people call it contaminated death. It is mainly about 2 or more death incarnations taking action, using the power of death to infect other life forces, and a large area nearby is all contaminated with the breath of death. This method is not as strong as the previous extreme death. After all, the explosive power and lethality of extreme death are not that great. But this move does not live up to the name of death at all. The stronger the vitality, the larger the scope of death. When the death incarnation bone dragon and the death incarnation death rushed to the place where the vitality was concentrated in the sky, Ika also noticed the situation here. Last time, Ika was seriously injured by the combination of the death incarnation bone dragon and the death incarnation death. This time, Ika must not repeat the same mistake here. So when the death incarnation bone dragon and death incarnation death god took off, he immediately gathered his vitality together. In Ika's mind, as long as his vitality was strong enough, he could resist the ultimate death attack. But Ika never expected that. Although the same death incarnation bone dragon and death incarnation death god took off, the results were different. The death incarnation bone dragon and death incarnation death god did not accelerate their bodies, like the ultimate death, but turned into the original power of death, and rushed directly to the place where the vitality was concentrated. At the same time, Gushi also jumped onto the holy silver evil coffin, and rushed towards the location of the vitality without looking back. Behind Gushi, the bearer of the white bone obelisk appeared at the first time. He grabbed various skeleton soldiers from the roadside and began to sacrifice the white bone obelisk, preparing for the final suppression. This is the sealing method that Gushi considered. Ika must mobilize the vitality in the Omaticea rainforest. As long as he mobilizes this part of the vitality, Gushi will let the death incarnation bone dragon and the death incarnation death god transform it into the breath of death, then use the bone obelisk to attack. Isn't Ika's vitality strong enough? Isn't he immortal? Isn't he reincarnated on the surface? Then just soak him in the breath of death and suppress him underground. As long as this step is achieved, there will be nothing for Gushi to do next. The journey of more than 10 days has made Gushi understand that Ilu has begun to control the Omaticea rainforest. As long as Ika is suppressed, if Yimi dares not to come out, Ilu can naturally control everything in the Omaticea rainforest. At that time, the task of setting up the seal can be left to Ilu. What Gushi has to do is to prevent Ika from running away before the seal is completed. Now is the best time to take action. Ika has been fooled by Gushi. He thought Gushi was going to use extreme death again, and was concentrating his vitality to resist this attack. At this time, as long as death touches vitality, everything will be a foregone conclusion. Gushi needs to rush to Ika's position in the shortest time, and give him the last blow. Now it depends on whether the newly strengthened Holy Silver Evil Coffin is effective. Chapter 1451 Suppression and Seal. After the leaf was embedded, the appearance of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin did not change much. but the attributes were automatically increased, and the movement speed was significantly improved. The most important thing is that, when in the woods, the Holy Silver Evil Coffin can get a certain blessing. Not only the movement speed is faster, but also the invisibility, vitality enhancement, and other functions. So when Gushi attacked, Ika's men did not notice Gushi's actions at all. When they found that something was wrong, Gushi had already rushed to a place about 60 kilometers away from the place where the vitality was most concentrated. This distance is definitely far in the eyes of ordinary people. At the current speed of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, it would take about 20 minutes. But time waits for no one. Now the Death Incarnation, the Bone Dragon, and the Death Incarnation, the God of Death, have come into contact with Ika's life force. When they came into contact with the life force, they both melted at the same time, turned into countless star-like things, and merged into the life force. This integration happened in an instant. It doesn't take too long to transform the vitality into the power of death. Gushi turned his head, and said to the person holding the white bone obelisk behind him, "I can only take you here." The person holding the white bone obelisk didn't say anything. He just took a step forward holding the white bone obelisk. Then the person holding the white bone obelisk disappeared behind Gushi. Gushi knew at this time that he had to buy time now. So Gushi pointed in the direction of Ika. Fire field. Serial corpse explosion. While casting spells, Gushi explained to Ika that he had appeared in his territory. At this time, the zombies and the corpse mother, who had sneaked into the woods at the beginning, and their group of more than 60 people, had also arrived at Ika's hiding place. Although the zombies didn't know what to do at this time, their instinct made them keep moving towards here. Now that they had reached here, he didn't know what to do. He looked up and looked around. In fact, this place is no different from other places in the rainforest. The most is that the trees here are obviously greener, as if they have just been washed by rain, and look more fresh. Anyway, we are here. So the zombies, the corpse mother, and the transformed undead who followed them, they all looked around together, wanting to see if there was anything they could destroy. Because the zombies moved a little slowly, they stayed beside the corpse mother. The corpse mother activated her own characteristics, adding effects to other companions. At this moment, the zombie suddenly discovered something. He looked at a stone on the ground and always felt that it was not very pleasing to the eye. How to describe this stone? It was like a large blob of ink accidentally stained on a painting. The zombie felt very unhappy, and since he was free now, he stepped forward and kicked. Unexpectedly, this kick produced something different. Under the stone was actually a downward passage. The zombie and the corpse mother looked here for a while, then looked at each other. Then he called other comrades, and looked around the passage in front of them. The passage in front of them was obviously dug less than a month ago, and underneath was a life force so thick that it was almost dripping with water. This is the location. The zombie looked at the corpse mother. "I plan to go down and take a look. No matter what, we found this place, and we can't let our discovery go in vain." The corpse mother thought about it, and also said that she would go down with them. As for the transformed undead that came with the zombies, some were willing to follow, while others were reluctant. Regardless of whether they were willing to follow, the zombies had no objection. They had fought their way here, and now that they were here, they had their own ideas. So this makeshift team disbanded, and the zombies, along with the corpse mother and more than a dozen transformed undead, followed the passage into the underground. The rest were looking for targets nearby. When they entered the underground passage, the ultimate moves of the Death Incarnation in the sky, the Bone Dragon, and the Death Incarnation, the Death God, finally came into contact with the gathered vitality and exerted their full effect. The next moment, the vitality in the sky all turned into the breath of death. At the same time, the power of death quickly spread to the nearby woods. The woods that originally looked full of emerald green and looked like they had just been washed by water quickly turned into black and purple, looking like they had been dead for many years. The transformed undead still on the ground felt something was wrong immediately. This death aura seemed to have exceeded the normal level. They couldn't stay here any longer. So these transformed undead retreated immediately. Of course, they didn't forget to inform the zombies and corpse mothers who had entered the underground passage. It was just a pity that their notification was passed down. Before the zombies and corpse mothers responded, the bone obelisk suddenly appeared, dropped from the sky and suppressed here. The place where the bone obelisk fell was exactly the location of the underground passage. After it fell, it blocked the underground passage in front of it. In fact, this is a very normal thing. The underground passage discovered by the zombies is the passage leading to Ika's hiding place. The purpose of the bone obelisk coming here this time is to introduce all the breath of death to Ika and suppress Ika. The place where he fell is naturally where Ika is. The bone obelisk would not be wrong about this. In this way, the underground passage leading to Ika was naturally blocked by the bone obelisk. Even if the zombies received the message now, they would not be able to get out. The transformed undead still on the ground retreated quickly when they saw this situation. Unlike ordinary soldiers, the transformed undead have some privileges. If they die in battle, the Eternal Slavery Altar will give priority to resurrecting the transformed undead. So the zombies went down. Even if they died, they would have a chance to be resurrected, so there was no need to worry about them. When the transformed undead retreated, the bone obelisk also grew rapidly, slowly becoming a bone obelisk over 60 meters high. Afterwards, the death breath that had been completed in the sky was also injected into the earth under the guidance of the bone obelisk. As the Eva of the rainforest, Ika was the one who was most directly affected by the death breath at this time. Most importantly, he was absorbing vitality just now, trying to block the joint attack of the death incarnation the bone dragon and the death incarnation the god of death. Such forced absorption was equivalent to opening a hole, and now the power of death poured in directly. He couldn't stop it even if he wanted to, so how could he care about other things? Just like that, Ika laid down directly. At this time, Ilu also began his own actions. Chapter 1442. Want to escape? You can't escape. In the river of the Omaticea rainforest, Ilu, who was sealed under the water, finally stretched out his tentacles. After being underwater for so many years, Ilu is quite familiar with the situation of the river in the Omaticea rainforest. At this time, he has gained control of the Omaticea rainforest, and is now using means to arrange the seal belonging to Ilu. Unlike the previous immortal fruit tree, the reverse stone pillar, and the deep pond, Ilu's means are all in the water. He did not set only 3 seals like Ika did when he sealed himself. He planned to pass through the river, and set up 999 seal nodes in the Omaticea rainforest. These seal nodes usually look inconspicuous, and sometimes it doesn't matter if 1 or 2 are destroyed. As long as the total number of seal nodes is more than 333, the seal will remain intact in the end. This is also a reminder to Ilu from Gu Shi's breaking the seal. Ilu is also afraid that there will be another player like Gu Shi, who easily solved all the seals along the way. That's why Ilu wanted to set up this group of 999 seals. Once the seals are set up, even if there are more players coming, it will take a long time for them to break the seals. Most importantly, after communicating with Gu Shi, Ilu knew that players are greedy. To unlock a seal, you need to give a benefit. Yika doesn't have so many resources. Players will only break 1 or 2 seals at most and leave directly, and will never complete a seal that requires searching and unlocking 999 times. This solved the problem of Ika escaping. Having been sealed by Ika for so many years, Ilu was full of resentment, and he wanted to make Ika suffer the pain of being sealed. Ilu chose the sealing location and sealing method randomly. It was mainly to nail a stone in a certain place, or to plant a seed in the water somewhere. The means were different, but there was only one purpose: to use the power of the Omaticea rainforest to seal Ika. When Ika was suppressed by the bone obelisk, he knew something was wrong. At that time, Ika wanted to resist, but he had no way to resist. All the vitality he absorbed, as well as all the vitality in his body, turned into death characteristics. If it weren't for the fact that he belonged to Eva, his soul was not bound to his body. With such a strong breath of death, he might have died. Even in the current situation, Ika's body has been affected, and the place where he was stationed turned into a ghost land is proof of this. At this time, Ika understood that it was only a matter of time before he was sealed. Now he must make a final counterattack before being sealed. He can't be sealed like this. He has to find a way to save himself. Even if he can't save himself, he has to find a way to send some of his family out, so that he will have a chance to remove the seal and come back in the future. While Ika was thinking of a way, the zombies and corpse mothers who entered the underground passage became Ika's target. After all, who made the current zombies and corpse mothers, and those transformed undead become the closest existence to Ika. Ika's idea was to split some fragments of his soul, and inject them into the bodies of the zombies and the corpse mother. As long as one piece could escape, he would have a chance to break free from the shackles of the seal. Then he could control this body, escape to a safe place, and slowly dissolve the seal in front of him. In fact, Ika's idea was good. The only bad thing was that Ika chose the wrong target. If it was just an ordinary undead, Ika's soul fragments might have been separated. Why couldn't he do anything else? He had to pick a zombie. This zombie was no ordinary zombie. When he first saw the attributes of this zombie, Gushi had to admit that this attribute was clearly the standard thinking of a strong person who had come out of the bottom. The zombie in front of him had gone through a lot of battles to break through level 20. His will was like steel. When Ika separated a fragment of his soul and entered his body, he immediately discovered Ika's existence. But the zombie did not make a sound. The zombies now understood that this was an opportunity. Although Ika's level was not high, his status was high. He had occupied such a large area of the Omaticea rainforest for so many years. And he must know a lot of things. Although Ika's level was estimated to be around level 15 in the past, he was the one who had the final say in the nearby area. So there must be some good things in his memory. These are what the zombies want. You have to know that zombies are different from other undead. He has not yet changed his job. He is not a plague zombie, or an upgraded soldier like a special zombie. After reaching level 20, Zombie realized that he had to take up the post. He was able to break through level 20 because he had died twice at level 19. As long as he broke through, he could take the step. But there was no way after level 25, so he had to make a choice. Of course, if Zombie didn't want to make a choice, then he would be stuck at level 24. If this had happened before, Zombie's status under Gushi would not have been affected. But it's not possible now. Now the highest strength of Gushi's subordinates has reached level 44. Even a person like Liu Fang may be forgotten by Gushi, not to mention the zombies with no potential. So the zombie needs to find a better route. He doesn't want to slowly become a miscellaneous soldier when Gushi's level is increased. For this reason, when he found that a trace of soul fragments entered his body, the zombie decisively said to the corpse mother and the transformed undead around him, "Someone injected the soul into it through the mind. I want these souls." Hearing the zombie's words, the corpse mother immediately stretched her head towards the zombie. It was obvious that she was telling the zombie, "You handle it yourself." The zombie grinned and stretched out his hand to press the corpse mother's head. At this time, Illusil also began. Even if Ika found that something was wrong, he had to entangle all his memories with that trace of soul and inject it into the zombie's body. Hope that the plan will succeed. Hope. You won't succeed. The zombie had already checked several other transformed undead at this time. After that, the zombie closed his eyes and said to the trace of soul deep in his heart, "You picked the wrong target. We are undead and are not controlled by the mind. By the way, there is another question I need to ask you. I know you have the habit of hiding corpses. I want to know where you hide your best work." Chapter 1453 Epic Killing. For the first time, Ika felt that he was despised. No matter what, he was still the powerful Eva. In his words, "I am so high in status, why do you look down on me?" But the zombies really didn't take Eva seriously. In the eyes of the zombies, Eva was just an intelligence collector. As long as Eva was willing to tell him where his most valuable things were hidden, it would be fine. As for whether Eva was dead or alive, and what her mentality would be, he didn't care at all. After all, who cares about the idea of a treasure map? So the zombie didn't think much about it. When Ika didn't answer, the zombie simply broke the soul sent by Ika. At this time, Ika suddenly moved. "You are courting death." Ika dared to send the soul over, and he was confident. The main reason for this is that Eva can control souls in this world. The souls of this world are all in a network of the mind. Eva can manipulate the soul to take over the body. Ika didn't know how many times he had performed such actions. In the battle with Gushi, he had already seen that the souls of the undead under Gushi were not in his hands. But for Ika, it didn't matter. He just had to clean up the souls of the zombies, and inject his own soul into them, and complete the work of taking over the body. With this body, he could escape quickly. At that time, whether he broke the seal, released himself again, or went to other areas to act as a wandering Ina, he could survive easily. Ika's counterattack also stunned the zombie for a moment. He immediately understood what Ika was doing. The zombie grinned at this time. "You think too much about wanting to take over someone else's body. Do you know what zombies represent? This body has an owner. And do you know what the battle aura I opened when I reached level 20 is? The aura of Steel Will. It is used to strengthen the zombie's offensive and defensive capabilities. Even if the head is chopped off, The zombie will not die and can fight for a while. This means that the zombie has reached a very high level of control over his body. If you want to possess a zombie, you are sorry, unless your level is higher than that of the zombie. Ik is not at that level. He was able to control the soul to possess a body before, because he had the authority. Now he is nothing, just a few soul fragments. What can he use to possess a body? Just his bragging ability. The zombie laughed, and stretched out his hand to pull his head off his neck. Then the corpse mother understood the thoughts of the zombies for the first time. When zombies pulled down the head, it guided the nearby death to inject it into the zombie. As zombies do this, a lot of death was injected into the head of the zombie. These deaths locked the soul tightly, then the headless zombie hugged this person's head. Just catch the information in the soul. Don't you want to take the house? You take it. I have given you all the people, you take it. While checking the information inside, the zombie was constantly stimulating Ika's soul, because of the strong enough death aura. Even if the zombie lost its head, it would not die for a while. At this time, Ika's body was also contaminated by countless death auras, and the power of the bone obelisk was suppressed. All this cut off Ika's external contact, and he had no idea what was happening outside. At this time, Gushi also felt the change in the situation. In the woods, the beast began to run aimlessly. This was a sign that the beast had not received any orders and did not know what to do. At the same time, the epic wyvern in the sky. This time Gushi finally had a chance to really catch it, without IKA taking away the soul from behind and resurrecting it. This wyvern could not be killed like before. It only had one chance to die. The wyvern also understood its situation. After circling in the sky for half a circle, it actually rushed towards Gushi. It seems that it wants to fight with Gushi, but Gushi has no intention of fighting with it. When he saw the wyvern flying towards him, Gushi immediately released the Death Incarnation. This time, all the Death Incarnations released were Death Incarnations Bone Dragons. 2 Death Incarnations Bone Dragons flew up at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, rushing towards the wyvern. Seeing the Death Incarnation Bone Dragon rushing towards him, the wyvern did not show any fear. Instead, it seemed to be crazy, and crashed into one of the Death Incarnation's Bone Dragons with a whoosh. When he rushed forward, the Death Incarnation Bone Dragon immediately spurted out the breath of death. Under a green light, the color of the wyvern turned green immediately. Then Gushi decisively stretched out his hand in the direction of the wyvern. A ball of bright yellow soul was caught in Gushi's hand. This ball of soul is the key to the epic wyvern. If it dies, there will be no epic undead in the city of Aridov. And this ball of soul will be Gushi's last chance to study the epic. Gushi didn't want to miss such an opportunity because of a momentary carelessness. After grabbing the soul of the wyvern in her hand, more also appeared in the sky. She glanced at the wyvern's body that fell to the ground and raised her finger. This counts as 1. How many of these things have you killed? 2. And it didn't seem to show up again. I thought it had no suitable body at first, but I didn't expect that even after I found many spare bodies, this guy just wouldn't get up to fight. Moore said directly while standing in the sky. Gushi certainly understood why the epic wyvern didn't bother Moore. As for the undead dragons behind Moore, as soon as the epic wyvern appeared, they would be killed instantly. It would take time for it to take over the body. It would be painful for it to die. If it could die so easily, why would it go to die? Wouldn't it be better to keep such an opportunity and do something meaningful? For example, kill Gushi, the target locked by IKA. So although Moore found more wyvern bodies, he didn't have much record. Instead, Gushi completed the killing of the epic wyvern and obtained the wyvern's soul. He looked up at Moore. The seal of the outside world should begin. Now is the last moment. This battle has dragged on for a long time. Let the undead dragon join the battle. The sooner the battle ends, the sooner we can leave here. Chapter 1454 Finishing Work. With Moore and the undead dragon joining the battle has come to an end. The undead under Gushi have been scattered to every corner of the forest. Now their mission is no longer to kill those beasts. Now they have only one mission, that is to clean up the battlefield. This is Ika's resurrection point, and unlike Ika's previous location, which was directly flattened by the extreme death, there must be some good things stored here. Gushi was generous. No matter how many good things his men found, he would take at most 70%. Most of the time, they would share half of the things, and would not take all of them. Therefore, the undead under Gushi were happy to clean up the battlefield. Not to mention that there were obviously many good things in the forest in front of them. For the undead, If they robbed something, they would have at least 1 or 2 years of growth. So under Gushi's order, these undead showed their abilities, and began to spontaneously look for things they could take away. Gushi had also come to the vicinity of the bone obelisk. The bearer of the bone obelisk was sitting under it. The nearby death aura was being led into the ground along the bone obelisk. Gushi switched to the side of the Huanquan dragon robe, and saw the situation clearly. The vitality in the Omaticea rainforest was still coming here continuously. However, once these vitality arrived nearby, they would turn into giant nets, covering the forest layer by layer. Every time a giant net falls, it means that the seal on IK has deepened. At the same time, the vitality that was transformed into death energy has now changed back again. It is obvious that the effect of the previous death attack has begun to diminish. What's the situation? Gushi glanced at the bone obelisk. As soon as he finished speaking, a picture appeared in front of the bone obelisk. This picture is exactly the situation inside the entire Omaticea rainforest. However, Gushi didn't quite understand why some corners of the picture appeared. He didn't know what was in those pictures. The pictures just flashed in front of Gushi. After about 7 or 8 minutes, the pictures disappeared. At this time, Gushi could see the situation clearly. The seal was still going on. The previous pictures should be the seal location of the Omaticea rainforest. However, Gushi was not sure how long the seal would take. It seemed that before the seal was completed, the bone obelisk would not be able to leave. Thinking of this, Gushi also lost interest a bit. Fortunately, Gushi is the kind of person who can find things to do when he has nothing to do. Now the seal has not been completed, and the mission has not been completed. So Gushi will deal with what he can handle first. Although the mission is completed at present, Gushi still has many things to deal with. The most important one is the mining of light crystal ore. After Gushi sealed IKA, the light crystal ore did not appear in front of Gushi directly. Gushi needs to leave workers behind. And if possible, it is best to leave the city gate to dig by himself. If we leave some people behind, we need to command them. Gushi also needs to consider whether he needs to arrange a camp or something. These are all things. After killing the epic wyvern, Gushi also needs to see if the epic level can be achieved. After all, we now have the soul of the wyvern. And the body. If the body is not enough, there is also a spare body. Gushi has a lot of options. Finally, there is one more thing, which is the flight point near the Omaticea rainforest. This is the key to Gushi's next step. If Gushi wants to leave the novice village, he must find a flight point. Now there is enough time, so Gushi can start looking for a flight point in advance. Each of these things takes time, and Gushi doesn't want to wait for IKA to complete the seal before dealing with him. Now that the sealing mission is still in progress, Gushi can arrange these things. Under Gushi's order, Catherine came out of Aridov City as soon as possible. As a commercial contracted undead under Gushi, Catherine, in addition to making money, has also begun to learn how to mine. After all, various ores are important resources for the construction of the city of Aridov. They are an indispensable part. As soon as Catherine came over, she asked, "Sir, do you have a detailed map of the Omaticea rainforest?" "Yes. I actually went to many places this time, and I must have a map." "What's wrong?" "Sir, according to what you said, there are quite a lot of light crystal mines in the Omaticea rainforest. I estimate that in the past, it would take at least half a year to mine them all. For such a long time, we need to build a semi-fixed camp. But this will increase the investment. I just came here to take a look and found that the ecological environment in the Omaticea rainforest is still good. And the resources produced here are also quite good. With this year, we can definitely mine more resources here." Gushi heard it, and thought that it was true. Moreover, Gushi still wanted to stay in this game for at least half a year. Building a semi-fixed temporary camp is also very necessary for Gushi. As long as it is built, Gushi will have a base in this game world. Even if something goes wrong outside, Gushi can come back. So when he heard Catherine's question, Gushi said decisively, "Okay, I will discuss this matter with Eva in the Omaticea rainforest. I think it should not be a problem for us to occupy a small area to build a semi-temporary camp. Also, we can also ask for more minerals here. I noticed that in this rainforest, most people are staring at wood and animal skins, and don't care much about minerals. But there are really good mines here. Sir, look at the light crystal ore, and the stone steel we got before. They are all ores of relatively good quality. If we can find something else in this rainforest, It will be a good thing for the city of Aridov. Gushi nodded seriously at Catherine's proposal. That's a situation. In this way, the new Eva in the rainforest intends to establish its own civilization. As long as it is a civilization, it needs communication. I will leave it here as a channel for communication with the civilization under Ilu. You find a way to communicate with them. And let them mind your. Gushi quickly asked someone to call over the blue-green velociraptor from last time. The little velociraptor already had a gleam of wisdom in its eyes. When it saw Gushi, it called out to him a few times. That's him. You'll handle this matter as well. Chapter 1455, Final Settlement. After deciding on the general direction, Gushi had more and more things to do. While waiting for the seal to be completed, Gushi had almost no time to study, and he was busy dealing with the final finishing work. This busyness lasted for 5 days. During these 5 days, Gushi was running back and forth between the Omatikaya rainforest and the city of Eridovii, communicating various things. Many things can be decided by Gushi, but now the city of Eridovii is already a big family. When Gushi deals with some things, he must consider the follow-up issues. You can't just do whatever you want. Although Gushi didn't personally participate in the relocation of Aridov City, he knew how much effort and time Luna spent on this relocation. In addition to the reason of taking over more Aridov City, there was also the reason that Gushi didn't think too much about the layout at the beginning, and just built the buildings directly. Although Aridov City is still adjusting, many high-level buildings have been fixed. There are many things to consider when arranging many things. Are some buildings suitable for certain places? Will some buildings conflict with other buildings? There are also the attribute blessings brought by the buildings. Where to put some special items? Will it have any impact on the follow-up? All of these need to be considered. No wonder there are senior brothers from the reading club. There are some things that really can't be done without reading. While dealing with the things at hand, Gushi muttered. At this time, Gushi has discovered that many of the problems he is facing now have really been recorded as various reports or analyses and placed in the library of Hades University. In the past few days, he had been looking for similar professional books, magazines, and academic reports in the Hades University library according to Gushi's request. As a result, he had no time to read. It must be said that this was a joke. Fortunately, such a busy day only lasted for 5 days. On the 5th day after the seal began, Ilu finally completed the seal on Ika. At the same time, the harvest of the last battle had also been reported to Gushi. In the last battle, the battle between Gushi and Ika lasted for 1 day and 2 nights. In this battle, Gushi successively deployed nearly 2 million troops. 1/5 of them were Gushi's regular troops, and the rest were mostly the miscellaneous soldiers obtained in the Omatikaya rainforest. The nearly 2 million troops also suffered a lot of casualties in this battle, especially the undead beasts that had just been transformed through double death. They were not of high level, and there was no unified command. The most important thing was that they were all in the state of beasts and had no suitable weapons and equipment. After transforming into undead, Gushi threw them directly onto the battlefield. This put these undead beasts directly into the most dangerous area. They fought in the woods based on their instincts. If Gushi's regular troops had not followed behind, and if Gushi had not continuously released various gates and walls, the loss of these undead beasts might have been even greater. According to the intelligence in Gushi's hands, in this battle, the biggest loss for Gushi was the fear bats. The fear bats, which accounted for half of the total force, lost at least 60% of their forces in this 1 day and 2 night battle. That is to say, nearly 600,000 fear bats died in the battle with the wyverns. Of course, their results were quite good. In this battle, Ika released all the wyverns. The number of wyverns whose bodies could be found alone reached 3 million. This does not include the wyverns that could not be found or whose bodies were not completely assembled for various reasons. Among these millions of wyverns, the fear bats killed at least 1.5 million. In other words, the dread bats achieved a 2-for-3 record in the air battle. This has reached Gushi's minimum standard for the dread bats. It can be said that the result of this battle has made Gushi slowly recognize the status of the dread bats in the Air Force. At least their large-scale air combat units are still very powerful. At the same time, Gushi has arranged the destination for the new dread bats that have been transformed into the city of Aridov. The patrols in the sky outside the city of Aridov, the guarding of the flight routes, these things that require a lot of manpower, can all be handed over to them. I didn't dare to make such a decision before, because Gushi couldn't see the fighting power of the fear bats. Now that they have achieved such a record, Gushi will naturally not stop them from making progress. In the battle on the ground, Gushi also invested almost 1 million troops. However, because there were heroes and leaders commanding on the ground, and the city gates were quickly replenished, the losses on Gushi's side were much better than those in the air. In the ground forces, Gushi only lost more than 300,000 to nearly 400,000 troops. And the main losses were the undead beasts that had just been transformed. Their record was obviously stronger. They killed at least 5 million beasts of all kinds. Among these beasts, there were Ika's main force and the Eye of Death. They also cooperated when attacking and were commanded by heroes. Even if they died in battle, they could immediately rejoin the battle by replacing their bodies. But in the end, because Ika was sealed and lost the last command, none of them survived. Even in these 5 days, Gushi and his men found a total of 6 million sleeping beasts and wyverns in the woods. It can be said that if Ika had not been sealed, if Gushi had not directly dispatched his regular troops, and even released the undead dragon, as long as this battle lasted a little longer, the battle here would have changed from a 1 million level battle to a 10 million level battle. Gushi's losses would have been quite large. But now all these things belong to Gushi. Gushi sent all the corpses back to the corpse breeding ground, and let the undead in the corpse breeding ground deal with them. As for those soulless bodies that were still sleeping, Gushi asked Catherine to send them to the trading market for sale. I heard that this kind of soulless body is considered a top quality product by some senior brothers. Even if these beasts and flying dragons are not of high level, they can be sold for a good price. And Catherine also took the opportunity to do a big business and made a lot of money. To be honest, don't say that Gushi suffered a loss in this regard this time. 6 million sleeping bodies were sold at will. Anyone who knows what Gushi got in exchange will think that he made a lot of money this time. Gushi got half a city from his senior brother this time. Chapter 1456, half a city. That's right. In order to get Catherine to sell these 6 million beasts and the bodies of the wyverns in a package, his senior brother directly offered the price of half a city. This half city is of course not the death city of this senior brother. It is the city he found during a game, and finally captured by him. The reason why there is only half a city is that the war was too fierce at that time. Most of the things in the city were destroyed. Only a messy city and some ruins were left. When they conquered this city, Gushi's senior brother had no intention of developing this city. After all, they were all old players, and they had too many cities. The city in front of them was somewhat useless. It would be a pity to give it up. But if they put energy into developing it, they would have to invest resources, and they might not get anything good in the end. So he simply left it there, and did not develop it. This time, he even directly took it out to exchange for 6 million bodies from Gushi. As for this half of the city, Catherine specifically informed Gushi, and discussed with Luna and Princess Anna to take it down. Regarding the city, Luna and Princess Anna both gave their assessments. In Luna's words, after the city was taken, it was only treated initially, the bodies in the city were cleared away, but the remaining things were not transported away. It can be seen that the players who took the city did not attach much importance to the city in front of them. Because it has not been taken care of for too long, the death aura in the city is quite strong, and the city itself is a city of the undead. After it was taken, as long as it was treated and repaired, it could be used as a satellite city. After walking around the city, Princess Anna said one thing directly. When the city was taken, at least some troops were stationed there. So the city defense system was still intact. The most important point is that there are many garrisons in the city that have not been demolished. This is very important for Gushi. Gushi now has a large number of troops under his command. The leaders also began to have corresponding battle flags. However, the heroes have never been organized. The lack here is not about the battle flags, but the garrisons. Without a base, no matter how capable a hero is, it is useless. Half of the city in front of us has bases. Even if the number is not too large, it is enough to meet Gushi's current needs. Not to mention, in order to get Catherine to agree to pack up, the merchants on Gushi's side sent 2 million human corpses into the city. These corpses can only be regarded as ordinary corpses. But in the eyes of the necromancer, they are all treasures. Whether it is used for corpse explosion, or for summoning souls, it is not a problem. Of course, this is not equal to the 6 million beasts and wyverns, and it can only be regarded as making up for the difference of half a city. The last news Gushi received was that this transaction would not be a loss. And if he thought about it, He would make a big profit. After confirming the transaction, the rest of the matter was left to Catherine to discuss. There are still many things to deal with next. For example, the problem of moving the city. For such a large city, it is definitely not like the previous urban area, where you can just take the deed and pack it up. Catherine needs to communicate with the other party, how to send the city to the Mirror Underground Palace. In addition, how to build the city in the future, where to put the city, all these need to be considered clearly. Gushi wants to see this half of the city. I am afraid he will have to wait until 20 days later. In addition, during these 5 days, Gushi's undead also found a lot of resources nearby. Various ores, high-quality wood, and crystals that condense vitality, etc. The weight of these resources is about 12 million tons. Most of the quality is between green and blue, and occasionally there are some purple quality. Now the undead under Catherine are carefully recording and counting there, and no general price has been given yet. But according to Catherine's daily reports, the value of the resources that have been counted is not less than the 6 million beasts and wyverns. Not to mention that there are many things that have not been counted. It can be said that in this battle, Arida's city will usher in another leap forward. Of course, in addition to the intelligence gained from the battlefield, other intelligence was also sent one by one. During these 5 days, the undead under Gushi also did a lot of things in the Omaticea rainforest. The vampire troops led by Leon did not leave quickly because the battle was over. Instead, they received Gushi's mission and led the troops out of the Omaticea rainforest to find the flight point according to the map. Although Gushi had already drawn the map of the flight point, those who understand it will understand that there is almost no difference between drawing and not drawing the map in the rainforest. So Gushi had to send someone to find the flight point. According to the intelligence sent back by Leon every day, the flight point has not been found yet. As for the location of the light crystal or in the Omaticea rainforest, and the location of the semi-temporary camp, Gushi did not forget this matter. After the battle, Gushi called Jamie out and asked him to find a suitable location. As the fastest moving leader under Gushi, Jamie is worthy of Gushi's trust. After receiving Gushi's order, Jamie immediately set out with his men. Some of Catherine's undead, with exploration capabilities, also set out together. They are responsible for checking the location of the light crystal ore, determining the output of the light crystal ore, and looking for other resources nearby. These are all treasure-level undead. In addition to ensuring the speed of this trip, Jamie also has to ensure their safety. It is precisely because of this reason, coupled with the fact that the Omaticea rainforest is relatively large, that Jamie and his men have not yet found a suitable location. Some minerals that Gushi had never expected were revealed in front of him. To be honest, Gushi had never thought that there would be a large amount of dragon blood crystal in the Omaticea rainforest. You should know that dragon blood crystal is a necessary material for making and strengthening undead dragons. It is also a necessity for some high-level soldiers. Most of the undead dragons under Gushi were transformed from double death. Dragon blood crystal was not used during the production. But when his undead dragons reached a certain level and wanted to reach a higher level, dragon blood crystal had to be added. Gushi still has to import dragon blood crystal from his senior brother. He never thought that in the Omaticea rainforest, there are several dragon blood crystals that may not be mined out even if they are mined for 100 years. Not to mention that there are other resources in the Omaticea rainforest. This changed Gushi's thoughts. Chapter 1457, The Last Affairs. 5 days later, the Omaticea rainforest has returned to its former tranquility. But in Gushi's eyes, the Omaticea rainforest has undergone some changes. The blue-skinned lizardmen who were buried in the water with Elu before, the velociraptors, have returned to the Omaticea rainforest. Although their number is small, they are quite familiar with the Omaticea rainforest, and quickly occupy key positions in the Omaticea rainforest, and established villages. At the same time, they also captured wyverns and peacock deer as mounts, used trees in the rainforest as weapons, and even learned how to make metal weapons. Gushi also reached a certain agreement with these raptors through the little raptors. Gushi will build a temporary camp near the original Holy Land of Ik, mainly responsible for mining light crystal ore. Gushi's men will stay here for a year. During this year, the raptors can come to Gushi's camp to learn some knowledge. 1 year later, when Gushi leaves, this camp will become a trading place between the velociraptors and Gushi. Gushi will use various materials to trade with the velociraptors for various minerals in the Omaticea rainforest, especially things like dragon blood crystal. This kind of or can be mined for more than 100 years. Gushi will definitely not give up. But he can't put his energy here. After all, the Omatakea rainforest is just a novice village. Only this plan is reasonable for Gushi. Gushi only needs to have someone teach the velociraptors how to mine. And then he can trade with them. At that time, Gushi only needs to hand over this temporary camp to the velociraptors. And leave a market and a post carriage here. In this way, Gushi only invested a little more than a year, but got more than 100 years of harvest. This is a profit in any way. As for Gushi's actions, Ilu, who reoccupied the Omatakea rainforest, did not say much. He did not even give the velociraptors new tips. As if he had tacitly approved of Gushi's behavior. Gushi understood that this was because Ilu valued different things from him. And he had just released Ilu, and had just helped Ilu seal Ika, so their relationship was better now. Most importantly, Gushi had already made up his mind to leave the Omatakea rainforest, and had no intention of staying here for a long time. That was why Ilu let Gushi move freely, and took whatever he wanted. If another player came here to mine, let's see how Ilu would react. Even if there is no frontal attack, it is still possible to stab someone in the back. And if Eva like Ilu really wants to stab someone, there are endless ways to do it. And no one will find out. After all, they can communicate through the mind. Even if you know someone is plotting against you, you can't find any clues. Gushi also knows this. So he has been making the final preparations before leaving. It's just that some things have been delayed, and they are only now completed. This matter is actually related to the white bone obelisk. 5 days ago, after Ilu completed the seal on Ika, Gushi could actually put away the bone obelisk. But when he put away the bone obelisk, he noticed that in the underground where Ika was sealed, zombies, corpse mothers, and some transformed undead were holding a human head and injecting death energy into it. Seeing Gushi's arrival, the corpse mother quickly explained the situation here to Gushi. Hearing that Ika had the idea of escaping in the end, Gushi was also quite speechless. Running away is reasonable. But how could he think of using this method to escape? Running to a zombie to possess it. Is there anything wrong with his brain? In fact, Gushi didn't know. It's not that Ika has a problem with his brain, but that they really don't know about the undead. In this game world, no matter it is a beast or Ika, their souls are taken back after death, and they immediately enter reincarnation. In other words, there will be no undead in this game world. This game does not have undead spirits. They know they will not know the situation of undead spirits. It is just like when Gushi just came to this game world, he could not even summon the spirits. Now Ika's consciousness is locked in the zombie's head, and is nurtured with the breath of death. This gave Gushi an idea. So he used the bone obelisk to suppress the zombie's head for another 5 days. This bit of soul was completely locked in the zombie's head. During these 5 days, the bone obelisk has been polishing the mark in Ika's soul. Gushi had heard from Ilu before that Eva in this world relied on the mark on her soul to retrieve and release her soul. Although Ilu did not tell him about Eva, Gushi believed that Eva's soul actually had a mark. That's why Gushi gave the order to polish off Ika's soul mark. Under this order, the bone obelisk stood in place for another 5 days. During these 5 days, the person holding the bone obelisk really devoted all his efforts to dealing with the mark in Ika's soul. Now the situation has been dealt with. It's just that it's been 10 days since the head was chopped off. No matter how strong the zombie's life is, no matter how much death power is replenished, it won't work. At this time, the zombie is obviously about to collapse. If it weren't for the support of the white bone obelisk, the zombie might have died at this time. Gushi stepped forward and took a look at the head in the zombie's hand, and said to the corpse mother, "Send him to the city of Aridov, and I will revive him first." The corpse mother quickly raised the headless zombie, and the head held in the zombie's arms together with other transformed undead. Gushi immediately opened the gate to the magic planting area, and asked them to send the people to the magic planting area first, and then transfer to the Holy Land through the magic planting area. Now the location where Gushi carried out the transformation of the undead has changed, and now it is all in the Holy Land. The situation of the zombies in front of him obviously also needs to be dealt with in the Holy Land. It would be more direct to go through the magic planting area. As the gate opened, several transformed undead rushed in together. When they carried the corpses of the zombies into the city of Aridov, the zombies that lost the support of the breath of death finally came to the end of their lives. As the zombie died, the head held in the zombie's arm suddenly opened its eyes. At this time, Ika's soul finally occupied the head, which was considered a success. However, Gushi also walked in. He raised the secret sword staff and stabbed it, piercing the head. At the same time, a ding sound came from Gushi's ears. You killed the alien body, Eva's soul fragment, at level 14. And you got 331 experience points. Chapter 1458, Transformation of the Undead. Leave the head behind, and you can retreat. After hearing the sound of the killing, Gushi turned around and looked at the corpse mother and the others. At this time, the corpse mother did not intend to retreat. Gushi understood what they wanted to do, so Gushi took out a note. Take this to the Eternal Slavery Altar. They will deal with the zombies first. Also take this headless corpse over. The zombies will know how to deal with it. This time he made a profit. After this resurrection, his potential may be further improved. You should train him well, and don't waste this opportunity. Hearing Gushi's words, the corpse mother and others lifted the headless corpse of the zombie and went out. Only Gushi grabbed the head with one hand, jumped onto the holy silver evil coffin, and headed for the Holy Land outside the city. At this time in the Holy Land, a large number of corpse wizards and necromancers were setting up the undead transformation array. Beside the undead transformation array, there were more than a dozen living or dead two-legged flying dragon bodies piled up. All of these wyverns were the kind of epic wyverns with bright yellow and orange colors. The last time Gushi killed an epic wyvern, didn't he get its soul? This time, Gushi wanted to see if a complete soul, plus a suitable body, could transform into an epic undead. As for the double death, the situation was not too good. Gushi's men had killed it several times before, and all they got were fear bats at the level of leaders and warriors. Without exception, as for the time when Gushi personally killed the dragon when he got the soul, he had already completed the transformation of double death. His situation was only a little better, that is, the level of hero plus elite. It did not reach the epic level. This forced Gushi to turn his attention to the corpses of these wyverns. According to Gushi's research, if the soul is used plus the original corpse, Gushi will have a 50% chance of transforming an epic existence. In order to increase the success rate of transformation, Gushi's men have been constantly strengthening the undead transformation array these days. Now when Gushi came over, these corpse wizards and necromancers were still making the final adjustments. As for the bodies of the wyverns, they were placed aside and tested before use. After all, there were so many wyvern bodies here, but there was only one soul. If he failed, there would be no chance, so Gushi had to choose the most suitable one. After carrying the head over, Gushi took a look at the undead transformation array and asked directly, "How is the arrangement going?" The final fine-tuning is being carried out, and the materials need to be replaced again. Gushi's men quickly talked about the situation in front of them, but without Eve, the progress of these magic undead research would be slower. Let's experiment with this first. Gushi placed the human head in the undead transformation array. Ika's soul fragments were still sealed in the human head, and were taken to the Mirror Underground Palace separately. In addition to the previous sealing and polishing, Ika's soul fragments were all concentrated in the human head. Gushi did not even extract the soul, and directly brought the human head to prepare for the undead transformation. It happened that the undead transformation array had been set up. Gushi put the human head in it, and then thought seriously. To transform this undead, Gushi now has two ideas. One is to strengthen the head and use everything on it. The other is to add a body to the head, so that it can become a complete undead. Gushi thought about it seriously, and finally decided to strengthen only the head, because Gushi had seen 3 Evas, but found that he didn't know what Eva looked like. This situation was quite strange. They always made sounds through various combinations to communicate with Gushi. As for their appearance, Gushi only saw the various light and shadow effects that kept glowing, and nothing else. Anyway, Gushi didn't see what body they used. Preparing a body for Ika's soul now would be a bit superfluous. With that time and energy, Gushi might as well strengthen the human head directly. So Gushi just thought about it, and began to issue orders, and had people deliver various materials. After that, Gushi personally took action to process the eyes, skin, hair, and other parts of the human head, in order to ensure that the success rate of the transformation of the undead can be improved. Gushi processed it according to Eva's preferences, whether this head is useful or not. It looks absolutely gorgeous, and the light and shadow effects are quite good. Other things aside, there are 2 eyes. One emits red light, and the other emits blue light. When both eyes are opened at the same time, The two colors of light mix together. And it is directly black. Yes, that colorful black. And the hair of this head is almost like non-mainstream hair. In addition, the face was painted with different colors. And even various nails and diamonds were added for decoration. If this kind of head was taken out, it would make people laugh to death. But Gushi had no such concerns. When he installed various materials before, it was for practical effects. After installing everything, Gushi sent the head to the undead transformation array. He held the secret sword stick outside and chanted a spell. As the spell was finished, a large amount of death power was injected into the undead transformation array. Then a large number of spells quickly fell into the human head. And then the thing that Gushi installed on the human head lit up immediately. Then the human head flew up by itself, like a large glowing light bulb, and flew in the air. Seeing this, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this transformation is quite smooth. After the transformation is completed, Gushi can transform into a two-legged dragon. But Gushi never expected that the human head in front of him became brighter and brighter like a light bulb, and finally suddenly exploded with a snap. Blood and brains immediately sprayed all over Gushi's face. The situation in front of him made Gushi speechless. What was going on? Did the transformation fail? At this moment, Gushi suddenly found that as the head exploded, the light like a light bulb did not disappear. In the light, there was something like a jellyfish, which was undulating with the wind. At the same time, Gushi noticed that the body of this jellyfish seemed to be big or small. When it was small, it was only the size of a human head, but when it was enlarged, it was like the shade of a giant tree, directly covering half of the sky. At this time, a ding sound came from Gushi's ears. Ding, you successfully transformed the floating spirit, aka, the experience of the undead transformation technique increased by 1 point. Chapter 1459 Floating Spirit aka Floating Spirit, Level 14, Summon Creature Experience, 0/15,000, Attack 22, Defense 11, Life 120, Skills, Mind Aura, can affect the minds of all creatures within a diameter of 60 kilometers, can be used as a battlefield observer and communicator, Soul Operation. Improves the effect of summoning within a diameter of 60 kilometers, Mind Tentacles, Strange Enlargement. Looking at the attributes of the floating spirit named IK in front of him, Gushi knew what this thing was used for. This is clearly a large-scale mind signal amplifier. A mobile summoning tower. Although this thing cannot directly cover and control an area as large as the Omaticea rainforest, a diameter of 60 kilometers is actually very large. This is at least the control range of a large urban agglomeration. If a battle really occurs, a battle of several million people will be enough to unfold. In other words, by carrying this little thing with him, the battlefield that Gushi can control can be directly expanded from tens of thousands of people to tens of millions of people. That's enough, Gushi said to himself. Then he wiped the blood off his face, waved to the floating spirit, and asked him to retreat to his side. Sure enough, as soon as the floating spirit stood beside Gushi, Gushi found that he could see quite a lot of things through the floating spirit's vision. It felt like Gushi was standing in the sky, operating the battlefield like a chessboard. This feeling was quite comfortable. If Gushi himself was not immune to the influence of mental power on him, he would even be floating, thinking that he was really omnipotent. This is not a good thing for Gushi. Gushi has not actually reached that level yet. Being too arrogant is often a dead end. After confirming the ability of the floating spirit, Gushi said to the floating spirit that had shrunk to the size of a human head, IK. Right? You will stay with me from now on. The floating spirit immediately sent out a mental signal. However, Gushi did not intend to receive it directly. Instead, he took off his mind's eye and threw it into the hands of the floating spirit. The floating spirit immediately extended its tentacles to take over the eye of the heart, and then understood the use of the eye of the heart. So the floating spirit injected the power of the heart into the eye of the heart, and communicated with Gushi through it. My lord, can you hear me? Yes, I can finally talk to you. IK. When we go out, can you understand the communication with Eva and the beasts in the outside world? Of course. I can handle it. And pass it to your heart through the eye of the heart. That's good. The previous battle took so long because of poor communication. If we can communicate, it will be much more convenient. Gushi couldn't help but mutter. To be honest, what Gushi said was true. If he had not been unable to communicate with Eva of the Omaticea rainforest at the beginning, he should have communicated with Ika, the lord of the rainforest at that time, and completed some of Ika's tasks. and finally been led to the flight point, and left the novice village on the mount at the flight point. If everything went well, it would only take 3 to 5 days to complete everything. Adding the time for traveling, it might be about 10 days. There is no need to make such a big deal like what is happening now. Not only did it take so long, but the Omaticaya rainforest was also attacked. And the Omaticaya rainforest was almost overturned. This was originally a war that didn't need to be fought. Gushi muttered in his heart. Of course, after the battle, Gushi didn't regret it, although it took so long. Gushi also gained a lot, not to mention the various resources. Just the extra troops under his command were enough to make Gushi happy. He muttered in his heart, just wanting to remind himself of the lesson in front of him. To communicate more when there is something, and not to just fight and kill casually. Through the eye of the mind, Ike also knew what Gushi was thinking. At this moment, Ike put himself in the position of the person in the Omaticaya rainforest, and he couldn't help but sigh. What a thing. Maybe if Ike really knew about this, he would regret it. It was something that had nothing to do with him directly, but because of poor communication, it caused such a big trouble. At this time, Gushi just muttered a sentence and said to Ike, "Okay, you don't have to stay there either, come and help." After sighing, Gushi didn't have the energy to think about it anymore. He waved to Ike and asked him to come over to help, and to deal with the undead transformation array that had been used once. The previous explosion caused some minor problems in the undead transformation array, and now Gushi needed to readjust them. The floating spirit Ike knew Gushi's plan at the first time. He didn't know much about the undead transformation array, but through the power of the mind, he knew very well what Gushi needed. So when Gushi was adjusting the undead transformation array, he could always help Gushi in the shortest possible time. At the same time, the floating spirit Ike also had the memory and knowledge of Eva of the Omaticaya rainforest, which were all injected with spiritual power. As long as you remember it, you will never forget it. So the floating spirit Ike knew very well what an epic level wyvern needed. When he knew that Gushi wanted to reproduce an epic level one, he also put forward his own opinions. For example, how to choose a wyvern body, how to strengthen it, and how to deal with the soul. Finally, he brought a new message to Gushi. That is, to the flight point outside the Omaticaya rainforest, Gushi must take a complete wyvern body. The flight point there provides flight positioning, but does not provide a flying mount. If Gushi does not fight with Ike, he will have to complete the various tasks given by Ike, and finally get a wyvern body, which can be used as a mount for the flight point. But now it is different. Gushi now has several living spare bodies in his hands. These are exactly what the flight point needs. The floating spirit Ike was reminding Gushi not to use up all the bodies of the wyverns here just to recreate an epic wyvern. Hearing this, Gushi was also shocked. He quickly had someone drag one of the bodies of a large-looking but average-quality flying dragon to the side. And according to what the floating spirit Ike said, he picked out the best body and rearranged it. Chapter 1460 Epic of the Undead. With the addition of the floating spirit Ike, Gushi's handling of the wyvern, and the matter of the epic level, has a further understanding. When Gushi readjusted the undead transformation array, his estimate in his mind had improved. Completing this undead transformation, that is not a problem. And the possibility of achieving the epic level is still only half the possibility. The most important reason here is that Gushi learned some things about the epic level from the floating spirit Ike. Epic level is not a difficult thing in their game world. The main core point is the soul. Now Gushi has obtained the corresponding soul. As long as the body is shared, the transformation of the undead will be successful. With the guarantee of the floating spirit Ike, Gushi put the process wyvern in. Gushi had a lot of materials in his hands. The floating spirit Ike also borrowed Gushi's materials and methods to add some things that he wanted to adjust but couldn't adjust to the wyvern. Afterwards, the floating spirit Ikekin adjusted the last details of the wyvern, while Gushi chanted the spell on the side. As the spell began, Gushi relaxed. Anyway, he had done everything he could. No matter what he did, it would not change the final success rate. Now Gushi only hoped that his spell would not go wrong at this time, and that the transformation of the undead would fail. Everything else would be left to fate. At this moment, a large amount of death breath and vitality were mobilized, and the skin color of the wyvern placed in the undead transformation array began to change. At this time, the skin color of the wyvern was no longer the bright yellow and orange-red color before, nor was it the blue and green color of a normal wyvern. The skin color of the wyvern in front of him turned into a dark purple and silver-gray color, and the patterns on his body became more diverse. Then the wyvern raised its head and looked out. A unique aura appeared on the wyvern. "It's done," the floating spirit IKA said. "What did you say?" Gushi looked up at the floating spirit IKA. "I said it's done. We're lucky. We can win with a 50% chance of success." Gushi finally understood what the floating spirit IKA meant. He looked up at the wyvern, and a message popped up in front of him. Shadow Ghost, Level 11, Summon Creature, Epic Undead Experience, 0/110000, Attack 11, Defense 6, Life 325, Mana 220, Talent, Air Overlord. The movement speed of all flying troops under his command is increased by 200%. Skills: Pathfinding Level 3, Logistics Level 3, Wind Magic Level 3, Epic Leader. Can command 8,500 soldiers plus 6 heroes plus 21 leaders troops at the same time. Note: Epic Undead, at the same time. Possesses the power of the Undead Leader and the Undead Warrior, and breaks through the boundary between the two sides. In terms of combat power and command ability, they are beyond the normal level. It really worked. Seeing the attributes of the bright-eyed Shadow Ghost, Gushi's eyes lit up. At the same time, Gushi also understood that this Shadow Ghost was the commander of the flying unit. No matter how strong he was, he could not interfere with the undead dragon. Very good. Stay and study it first. And study the difference between the epic level and the ordinary level. By the way, you will be in charge of the Fear Bats and other flying units in the future. The Shadow Ghost nodded quickly after hearing it. Although it will take some time to study, it is not a problem for the Shadow Ghost. After all, he also needs to recruit soldiers in Aridity City and prepare troops. The most important thing is that the troops led by Ingue are different from normal troops. Gushi does not have many training camps for flying troops now. And some flying troops still have owners. Ingue must go to Aridity City to sort out the flying troops. At least Ingue needs to ensure that he has enough troops under his command. And at the same time, he needs to ensure that the flying troops have the possibility of sustainable development in the future. This shows that Shadow Gui's brain is at the leader level. Compared with Shadow Poison under Gushi, Shadow Gui's epic status is well deserved. After receiving Gushi's order, Shadow Gui flew up immediately. At this time, Gushi turned his head and looked at the floating spirit IKA. By the way, how much do you know about IKA? What do you want to know about? Sir? Light crystal ore. Yes. Regarding things like light crystal ore, the floating spirit IKA still has information. At the same time, he also asked Gushi how he planned to deal with it. When he knew that Gushi planned to build an aerial city, floating spirit IKA also put forward many suggestions. For example, how to build this aerial main city area, how to select the flying troops. In the intelligence packed by floating spirit IKA, Gushi also saw many situations. For example, what were the 5 different types of wyverns in IKA at the beginning, and the training methods of wyverns, etc. At this time, Gushi understood that when the big tree in the IKA Holy Land was still there were actually 2 types of wyverns used to deal with high-altitude battles. Later, the tree fell, and the 2 types of wyverns could no longer fly so high in the sky, and finally disappeared in the rainforest. If Gushi wanted to build the main city area in the sky at an altitude of more than 2,000 meters, he could replicate the 2 types of wyvern troops. Gushi would talk about the problems of his flying troops at this time. As for flying troops, the floating spirit IKA still has a lot of experience. Listening to these questions, he immediately pointed out the biggest weakness of Gushi's current flying troops. The attack is weak. The fear bats that Gushi transformed from the wyverns, to put it nicely, have good combat power, but to put it bluntly, they have no potential. The most important thing is that Gushi now has only 1 flying unit, the fear bats, which is very fatal. You have to know that when IKA was at his strongest, he had 5 different wyverns, which could be used to deal with many different situations. Gushi only has 1 flying unit, the fear bats, so the future air battles will become a battle of quantity. If you can win, you can fight with the lives of the fear bats. If you can't win, you can use the undead dragon troops. In this way, Gushi will never have the opportunity to build an air force. So when Gushi asked, the floating spirit IKA explained the situation and arrangement of the air force to Gushi. Gushi also wrote it down one by one, and at the same time thought about how he could give more flying arms and flying troops. Chapter 1461 Leaving the Rainforest. After obtaining the floating spirit Ika and the two-legged flying dragon Shadow Gushi did not stay in Yaladovi for long. After handling some things, Gushi left Yaladovi city. At this time, the temporary camp had been set up. Gushi left a leader who was transformed from an undead beast that he had just killed not long ago to manage it. This leader's talent and strength are relatively average, and he is considered the worst leader under Gushi. With his level, any stronger hero under Gushi could easily defeat him. It was obvious at first glance that he was the kind of leader who could lead a lot of troops. His strength was not very good, but Gushi was impressed by his ability to lead many people, so he kept him. At the same time, there were also 200,000 undead troops left. Among them, there were 50,000 regular undead troops, who were responsible for protecting the temporary camp and nearby mines. 50,000 newly refreshed undead beasts, who were responsible for patrolling the rainforest. With their presence, the leader named Tieli will not become blind or deaf. At least, he can know some things happening nearby. The last 100,000 people are prepared to be placed in various miners, and the undead responsible for transportation. This number was calculated by Catherine. It is guaranteed that within 1 year, the light crystal ore can be mined. As for other ores, they will be mined as much as possible, mainly to lay a good foundation for the subsequent mining, so that the velociraptors behind can learn how to mine. Gushi still attaches great importance to this temporary camp. The 50,000 regular undead army is arranged according to the organization of the orthodox undead: skeleton soldiers, zombies, ghosts, vampires, and corpse wizards. Except for the generation of death knights and undead dragons, everything else is available, especially among the skeleton soldiers. All kinds of soldiers are complete. It ensures that this undead army can easily deal with various problems. Gushi walked around the temporary camp and confirmed that the market and the post carriages had been built and the trade route was open. And then he prepared to leave. At this time, with the help of the floating spirit Ika, Gushi could communicate directly with Ilu through the trees and beasts in the rainforest. After making sure that nothing was missed, Gushi said hello to Ilu and led the troops out of the rainforest. When Gushi set out, he noticed that in the woods, there were already some blue-skinned velociraptors looking out. It was obvious that the civilization belonging to Ilu had begun to rebuild. At least the bows and arrows in their hands were no longer the wooden bows and arrows that Gushi saw underwater, but bone composite bows in the style of the city of Aridov. This was the tacit understanding between Gushi and Ilu. The rest of the journey was quite smooth for Gushi. Now the Omadikea rainforest was Ilu's world. Gushi didn't need to have troops around him, and could just drive the holy silver evil coffin out. In addition, with Ilu leading the way, sometimes he could even take the waterway. So it took less than 2 days for Gushi to be escorted out of the forest. After leaving the Omadikea rainforest area, Gushi saw the sea. It turned out that the Omadikea rainforest was really located by the sea. The river that flowed out from the Omadikea rainforest and rushed downstream was actually the estuary. Because the water output was relatively large, even about 40 to 50 kilometers away from the sea, there were freshwater areas. And the flight point that Gushi wanted to find was to go back and forth along the coastline, and it would take about another 200 kilometers. In fact, it was also possible not to go along the coastline. But in that case, the road will be relatively difficult to walk. In addition to the rainforest, there are also abysses and mountains. If it is a flying dragon, it is not a big deal. But the Holy Silver Evil Coffin has no flying ability. And if it takes that road, a small area will cut into the territory of the nearby mountain Eva. Although Gushi has a good relationship with Ilu, he doesn't know the nearby mountain Eva at all. Then he might as well take a safer route. First go to the beach, and then go up along the coastline. This is not only fast, but also has no risk of encountering enemies. Just like now. After leaving the Omadikea rainforest, Gushi released the water dragon beast, and after determining the direction, he headed towards the location of the flight point. As for the sea water, Ilu has already made it clear to Gushi, telling him not to worry. Eva, the ocean system, is not strong enough to control the sea area. There are so many islands and bays in the nearby sea area, and there is only one Eva in charge. She has no time to care about things that suddenly appear on the sea. The reason for this is that the ocean is too big, and the number of Eva in the ocean is notoriously small, and they are also notoriously rich. They don't need to do anything to get a lot of resources. Just like a rich man, like the world's richest man, he would consider what kind of customers came to a store under his family today. So Gushi doesn't need to worry about his own safety at all. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, he can go to the flight point peacefully. When leaving the Omatakea rainforest, Gushi was a little speechless about the comment that as long as he didn't cause trouble. How could he cause trouble? It was obviously someone else who caused him trouble. Besides, it was obviously Ilu who took advantage this time. He still wanted to say that. The next time something like this happens, I must not help someone like Ilu. Muttering in his heart, Gushi looked at the situation in the sea underwater. Ilu didn't lie to Gushi in this regard. When Gushi entered the sea, he was not targeted by anyone. And even the passing fish had no intention of attacking Gushi. Gushi noticed that there were a lot of human-like skeletons and corpses in the water grass. Their clothes had rotted away, and there were traces of stone binding on their legs. From the condition of these corpses, it can be seen that Eva in the sea should have taken a civilized route. These corpses thrown into the water were probably thrown off the boat. However, these were not Eva's followers. After being thrown into the water, they were directly drowned. After so many years, Gushi could no longer tell what species these human-like corpses were originally. The only thing that can be confirmed is that they are not real humans. It seems that the water behind the ocean-type Eva is also very deep. Gushi muttered in his heart, and did not look over there again. After moving forward for a distance, after Gushi passed a huge golden whale, he finally heard a whoosh from the sea. The flight point has arrived. Chapter 1462, Flight Points on the Sea. After poking his head out from underwater, Gushi saw the flight point on the edge of the sea rock at a glance. At this moment, Gushi finally understood why the game world is so big, but there are only 5 flight points in the entire game world. The flight point in front of him is clearly a cliff on the seaside, and the cliff in front of him is clearly a super dam on the sea. After poking his head out from underwater, Gushi saw a huge cliff that was 300 meters above the sea level and at least 500 miles wide. From Gushi's current perspective, he actually felt like a city wall was pressing down on him. Fortunately, the flight point in front of him did not prevent anyone from approaching. After Gushi advanced more than 100 kilometers along the cliff, he found a waterway that went upstream. The seawater went upstream along this waterway, rising 300 meters, and then sprayed out from the nearby pipes, forming a large waterfall with a drop of about 300 meters. Gushi was also surprised by this situation. He turned his head and glanced at the floating spirit Ike, who had been following behind him. Is there any way to communicate? Gushi didn't want any problems to happen at this time. Regarding Gushi's needs, the floating spirit Ike didn't say much. He immediately contacted quickly. About 3 minutes later, the floating spirit Ike said to Gushi, "Sir, there is no Eva at the flight point, and no life. Everything needs to be handled according to the rules. We need to do it ourselves." "What are the rules?" Gushi asked curiously. Originally, Gushi thought he would get an answer from the floating spirit Ike, but he never expected that the floating spirit Ike would directly pack a lot of knowledge. After a dizzy spell, Gushi also understood how to use the flight points. He looked at the floating spirit Ike in silence. "Can you please not just stuff things over here next time? What annoys me most is the ability of the mind." After saying that, Gushi drove the water dragon beast up the river upstream. Although Gushi did not speak, the floating spirit Ike knew what Gushi was thinking. He moved his tentacles, shrunk himself to the size of a human head, and followed Gushi upward. When they reached the upstream waterway, the water dragon beast struggled immediately. As an underwater mount, the water dragon beast hated this kind of operation out of the water. Although the upstream waterway lifted the water upward, it felt like the front route of a roller coaster to the water dragon beast, which made people extremely uncomfortable. But Gushi didn't indulge the water dragon beast. He reached out and pressed the water dragon beast's head. Helplessly, the water dragon beast could only enter the water range of the upstream waterway. Once it entered this range, the water dragon beast felt that its whole body strength seemed to be imprisoned. No matter how it wanted to twist, it couldn't leave the range of the water flow. Gushi, who was sitting on the back of the water dragon beast, also discovered this. At this time, he turned his head and looked behind him. Before Gushi could see the situation behind him clearly, he felt a strong push from behind, and the water flowed upstream, pushing Gushi to the top of the cliff. The speed of the water flow pushing upwards was not very fast. It took 3 minutes to travel a distance of 300 meters. However, Gushi suppressed the uncomfortable feeling and sat on the water dragon beast without moving. He did not activate his flying ability to fly directly upwards, but accepted the push of the countercurrent waterway. In fact, this was a situation that Gushi knew from the knowledge he had just obtained. Only by entering the top of the flight point through the countercurrent waterway can the flight point be activated. He flew up by himself. He could not see anything at the top of the cliff. He could only see the road out of the cliff and into other areas. The information did not explain what was going on. The only thing we know is that it was the same for everyone who came here. Even the flying dragons in the sky, if they came here, had to walk through the water to use the flight point. It was for this reason that Gushi ignored the slow movement, stayed on the back of the water dragon beast, and went up along the upstream waterway. But to be honest, it was really uncomfortable to go upstream like this. Gushi now felt like he was about to fall into the waterway. If he hadn't held on tightly to the carapace of the water dragon beast, he might have started to slide down. Fortunately, Gushi's current level was acceptable, and 3 minutes was not difficult to endure. When the upstream waterway rushed to the top of the cliff, the water dragon beast turned over immediately and threw Gushi down. As the water dragon beast shrank its body, Gushi landed easily. At this time, Gushi also saw the situation on the top of the cliff. Here was a huge platform, which was 100 meters wide. As for the length, anyway, from where Gushi stood, looking at both ends, he could not see the end at all. Gushi walked quickly to the other side of the platform and looked down. Behind the platform was a highland close to the Omaticea rainforest. Unlike the rainforest in the Omaticea rainforest, there were not many trees on this highland. From a distance, it was a lush grassland. Something like white clouds was running on the grassland. Gushi guessed that it should be someone's sheep. Maybe the Evo on this plateau took the civilized route. Such a thought flashed through Gushi's mind, and he did not jump off the platform, but searched around the platform. The floating spirit Ika has been following behind Gushi. No matter what Gushi does, he has no reaction. After Gushi walked around here, he finally found the flight point start position mentioned in the resource. After pushing away a smooth stone, Gushi saw something similar to an operating platform. Gushi pulled out a stone awl from the operating platform, according to the method described in the information. At this moment, the garrison gate automatically appeared behind Gushi, and a group of undead were delivering the body of a two-legged flying dragon to Gushi. This wyvern's body is used as a backup for the epic wyvern. Not only is the body strong, it is also full of vitality, but it has no soul. But for Gushi, this does not mean anything. He walked to the front of the wyvern and stabbed the stone all into the center of its eyebrows. The next moment, the wyvern stood up quickly from the ground, as if it had been injected with a soul. Then a ray of red light flashed in his eyes. Gushi also saw a red light coming from a distance, and fell on the stone all at the center of the wyvern's eyebrows. In this light, Gushi saw a map. That was the map recorded on the blood demon skin that Gushi had obtained before. There was no need to explain how to use it this time. Gushi turned over and jumped onto the wyvern, and raised his hand to point to one of the flight points. Chapter 1463 Departure. Holy Land Dragon Country. When Gushi pointed his finger at the location on the map, the corresponding information popped up in his eyes immediately. The flight time is 3 days and 17 hours. No stops in the middle. Gushi's eyes widened at the information in front of him. It's not that there is anything wrong with the 3-day flight time. Gushi had experienced a few days of travel before. But when to start and when to stop during the journey, that was all controlled by Gushi. How could it be like the hint given in front of me, more than 3 days without stopping? If you don't stop, give me a house or something, at least you can sleep, you can hibernate, you can go to the bathroom. But on the back of the wyvern, all you can do is sit. You can't do anything else. Even if you are sleepy, you can only lie on the back of the wyvern and take a nap. This made Gushi think about how he would survive these 3 days. How about adding a small house on the back of the wyvern? Gushi shook his head. This is impossible. The flight point requires pure biological materials, and cannot be replaced by dead objects or artificial materials. In other words, it is okay to add a saddle on the back of a wyvern. But if you want to add a house, then it is a bit unreasonable. So Gushi could only think of a way by himself. At this time, the wyvern was still obedient. If Gushi didn't come up, he would just lie there. No matter how Gushi studied it, he would not move at all. With such an experimental subject, Gushi was much more convenient. After a while, Gushi installed a small table made of bones on the back of the wyvern, and also made a chair with a backrest. This was the limit of what Gushi could install on the wyvern. The small table could be put down, so that Gushi could have a meal, or put a few books on it for reading and studying. The chair with a backrest could be laid flat, so that Gushi could lie on the back of the wyvern and take a nap. Apart from that, there was no other way to add anything else. Oh, it's not that you can't add it, but you can't add it on the back of the wyvern. You can add some pockets on its chest, but those pockets can only be used to store various items, and people can't live or rest. This is meaningless to Gushi. Gushi can get all the necessary items through the special mirror in his hand, or Linksey's dream. There is no need to store things on the wyvern in advance. So Gushi made these arrangements and sat on the wyvern. After Gushi rode on the wyvern stood up on its own, waiting for Gushi's order. Gushi was not in a hurry to take off. He looked around to make sure his safety belt, clothes, and quilt were intact, and then patted the wyvern. The next moment, the wyvern took off and jumped off the cliff. The speed of the wyvern's descent brought a strong wind, blowing on Gushi's face. Feeling the wind's speed, Gushi muttered in his heart. As expected, when the flying dragon was flying, it didn't consider the passengers on its back at all. The strong wind made it impossible for normal people to open their eyes. But Gushi had ridden in an evil coffin without any additional equipment before, and had been blown by cold wind for a long time at a very high speed. He still remembered the situation when he rode in the evil coffin. So before setting off, he prepared everything. When he felt the wind blowing on his face, Gushi put on windproof glasses directly. After that, he tightened his seatbelt, leaned back, and took out a book and started flipping through it. In the strong wind, the pages of the book were blown rustling. But Gushi was well prepared. Everything in his hands was tied up with thin ropes. No matter how strong the wind blew, the book would not be blown away. As long as the book was still there, Gushi would be fine. Gushi took a look at the situation nearby and found that the two-legged dragon was already flying close to the horizontal plane, and was slowly increasing its altitude and speed. Gushi nodded with satisfaction after such a discovery. Then he held the book in his hands and began to read and study seriously. After flying for about 10 minutes at sea level, the speed of the wyvern had begun to approach the speed of sound. Gushi also felt something was wrong at this time. The body of the wyvern was vibrating slightly. Gushi looked up and suddenly found that something like a smoke ring seemed to appear in front of the wyvern. He didn't quite understand what was going on. Suddenly, the body of the flying dragon shook. Then the strong wind seemed to disappear, and the sound in Gushi's ears also quieted down. It was quiet all around, and Gushi could even hear the sound of his own heartbeat. What the hell is this? Gushi was stunned by the scene in front of him. He even put down the book in his hand and pulled open his windproof glasses. After sitting up and blinking, Gushi found that the wind really disappeared. This situation surprised Gushi. At this time, he more or less understood what the smoke ring he had just seen was. That should be the performance after breaking the sound barrier. There was silence all around, because the sound could no longer catch up with the speed of the wyvern. But what about the oncoming wind? Why is there no wind? Normally, the oncoming wind is just the resistance brought by the wyvern when it moves forward. In fact, Gushi sometimes thinks too much. The flight point will arrange people to board, and will give the flight time, so some basic things will naturally be taken into consideration. The wind pressure during normal flight is already so strong, if it really reaches supersonic speed, but does not deal with the wind pressure, it will really tear the person on the flying mount into pieces. Therefore, inside the stone cone that pierced the top of the wyvern, there was a means to deal with the wind pressure. At the beginning, the speed was not fast, so there was no need to deal with it. Now that it has broken the speed of sound, the wyvern has of course dealt with it. And with this treatment, there is no wind pressure, and there is no sound. The only thing that can be guaranteed is that there will still be air here for Gushi, and Gushi will not become a mummy in the sky. Otherwise, Gushi would really have to give up this flight and jump off the back of the wyvern. After finding out that this situation would not have any impact on him, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He also had the energy to look around. After all, he had never seen the scene of flying at supersonic speed. Now it was a rare opportunity. So Gushi poked his head out and looked down. As Gushi poked his head out, he found that the two-legged flying dragon had flown to an altitude of more than 8,000 meters. Looking down from this position, the sea surface turned into a huge blue gem. Blue, transparent, and flashing with reflected sunlight. Chapter 1464 Pegasus Cavalry blocking the road. Sea, ice field, snow mountain, highland, grassland, desert. In 3 days, many different landforms flashed before Gushi's eyes. Until now, Gushi had not calculated how far he had traveled on the back of the flying dragon. But as time went by, Gushi became more and more tired on the back of the flying dragon. If he had not prepared in advance, considered the long journey, and took out various books and materials for study, Gushi would have gone crazy. However, with only half a day left in the journey, Gushi encountered a big problem. It seemed that the flying dragon was being targeted. Gushi noticed that some special flying creatures appeared in the sky. Pegasus. Gushi had only heard of this flying creature, but had never encountered one. These Pegasus spread their wings longer than the horse's body and ran in the sky. If you pay a little attention, you will find that there are some humanoid creatures riding on the back of the Pegasus. Is this a new civilization? Gushi had this thought in his mind. Then Gushi discovered that these Pegasus cavalrymen had already set their sights on Gushi's wyvern. After seeing the wyvern in the sky, they surrounded Gushi from all directions. Gushi was startled at this moment, stretched out his left hand, and showed the special mirror. Then he reached inside and grabbed the floating spirit IK out. See if I can communicate with them. The floating spirit IKA took a look at the situation nearby, and then he was also puzzled. Sir, what happened? I don't know. I just came out of the desert area, and it seems that someone has been watching me. Gushi didn't know what was going on, and he didn't know why someone would be watching him on this flight route. While talking to the floating spirit IKA, these Pegasus cavalrymen were getting closer and closer. Gushi had already seen their appearance clearly. The cavalrymen on the backs of these Pegasus were not as elegant as Gushi had imagined. They have blue-gray skin, overbite chins, sharp fangs growing out of their lower lips, covered in colorful animal skins, and holding bone spears and stone battle axes in their hands. It is obvious that their civilization is not very developed. In the hands of the leading cavalry, there is a blue bronze sword. Based on Gushi's understanding of bronze, this thing should have been stored for a long time and has become rusty. It is unknown where this cavalryman picked up this bronze sword. But this situation shows one thing: after them, there should be other more developed civilized countries. Sir, there is no way to communicate. When Gushi was observing these Pegasus cavalry, the floating spirit IKA gave feedback immediately. It's like they have water in their brains. All of them have been brainwashed. There is no way to communicate with them at all. Their brains are harder to contact than those of wild beasts. Brainwashed? Gushi was obviously stunned. He didn't expect these seemingly normal cavalrymen to be like this. Yes, only those evil Evis would do this. Normal Evis would only use psychic abilities to communicate and exchange. Very few Evis would brainwash directly. Floating Spirit IKA quickly explained to Gushi. This time, Floating Spirit IKA didn't dare to directly instill a lot of knowledge into Gushi. Last time he did this, Gushi almost killed Floating Spirit IKA. While Gushi was talking, the Pegasus cavalry moved closer. At this time, Gushi could see that the movement speed of these Pegasus would be slower than that of normal two-legged dragons. The wyvern that Gushi rode was specially used as a backup body for Shadow Gui. The speed of sound was just the basic. Now it was on the route of the flight point. Because of the flight point, the movement speed was improved to a certain extent. Normally, Pegasus cavalry could not catch up with the wyvern. But the problem now was that these Pegasus cavalry were not only chasing behind, they were also blocking in front. Judging from their appearance, they should have blocked a lot of flying mounts. And now they have formed a routine. At this moment, a thought flashed through Gushi's mind. What would happen if he hit the opponent now? Would the flying dragon stop moving? If it stopped, would there be a chance to get back on the road? This was the key point. You should know that Gushi still had to fly for half a day. According to the flying speed of the flying dragon, a flight of more than 10 hours, the distance was about the distance from the South Pole to the North Pole. Gushi didn't plan to stop now. If he hit the opponent now, he would feel good for a while, but if he couldn't get back on the flying road later, he would have to travel for several months. Fly higher, find a way to rush over. Gushi patted the neck of the wyvern. Hearing Gushi's order, the wyvern trembled, raised its head, and flew up a little more. As the flying height of the wyvern increased, the Pegasus cavalry were also confused. On this road, they blocked a lot of people passing by. They encountered many situations, but they had never seen such a situation before. The passengers they met before, either they were forced to fight with them, and finally the flying mount was knocked off, and the passengers fell to the grassland below, And finally they were besieged and killed by their tribesmen. Or they turned around and tried to bypass it, but were surrounded by Pegasus cavalry from all sides. Their movement speed decreased, and they were finally killed in the sky. Some people just didn't care, but they also had ways to deal with it. Even Gushi did this, and he didn't encounter any of them who flew higher. This really stumped these Pegasus cavalry. You know, the slow speed of Pegasus can be solved, but the inability to fly high is a problem. Let's not talk about other things. Just the current height. It took Pegasus half a day to run up bit by bit. Now the Wyvern wants to fly higher, but the Pegasus can't catch up. Seeing that the Pegasus below can't catch up with him, Gushi also smiled, and he proudly gestured to the Pegasus cavalry below. Come up and hit me if you have the guts. However, the Wyvern is now flying at the speed of sound, and after Gushi finished speaking, he didn't know where he was going. The Pegasus cavalry chasing him only heard 1 or 2 words. This made them even more angry. Just when the flying height of the Wyvern was about to reach 12,000 meters, a muffled thunder sounded in the sky. Then the floating spirit Ika quickly told Gushi a bad meaning. He was targeted by Eva in this place. Eva demanded that Gushi must be kept. Chapter 1465 Speed Up and Speed Up. Sure enough, being rude offends people. Gushi knew what was going on when he heard the news from the floating spirit Ika. The Pegasus cavalry below were just brainwashed, they were not brainless. What they heard and saw would be directly reported to their superior Eva. Eva knew Gushi's attitude at the first time. Originally, he might just want to stop Gushi and take advantage of him. It was different now. If I didn't hit Gushi, I would be sorry for his mouth. So when the Wyvern flew to an altitude of 12,000 meters, Gushi found a group of swifts flying from the front of the Wyvern. These swifts were not big, but there were a lot of them, and they flew very fast. Although they did not reach the speed of sound, they were almost the same. The most important thing was that swifts flew at a high altitude. Gushi had just stabilized his flight at an altitude of 12,000 meters when these swifts came up. Although Gushi saw that these swifts had no fighting power, they were definitely not here to feed the Wyverns. Gushi was not taking it lightly at all. Ika, drive them away. In Gushi's mind, wouldn't Eva here brainwash her humanoids? He couldn't brainwash all the beasts. As long as they could communicate, these swifts could be dealt with. Upon hearing this, the floating spirit Ika quickly communicated with these swifts. I have to admit that these swifts still have some brains at this time. They heard Gushi's order, and although they did not completely disperse, they still made way for Gushi. When flying past the swifts, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. When they flew a little further away, Gushi looked back. At this time, he finally understood what these swifts came for. It turned out that the Pegasus were stepping on the backs of the swifts, running upward step by step, and flew to a height that the Pegasus could not reach. Watching the Pegasus stepping on Yuchan's back, Gushi felt a twitch in his heart for some reason. He always felt that something was wrong. He always felt like he was being watched. Damn it. Why did you block the flight route? With such a short flight route, what did you get? Gushi kept cursing in his heart. In fact, Gushi didn't know that he was not the only one who felt this way. Anyone who set foot on this flight route would enjoy such treatment. The reason is quite simple. On the one hand, most of those who can take the flight point are rich bigwigs. Eva here wants to grab some good things. After all, it is difficult to find the flight point, and you also need to provide a suitable flying mount. Don't look at the fact that Gushi is using a wyvern now, but that is a spare body for the epic wyvern. From here, you can understand the weight of this spare body. Those who can get this kind of flying mount must have a good status. On the other hand, this Eva is going to seal the route to the Dragon Kingdom. Whether it is from the sky or from the ground, as long as it is a route to the Dragon Kingdom, he plans to seal it all. For this matter, this Eva has been preparing for a long time, and has persisted for a long time. No matter who comes, it is the same. Anyway, you will never have the possibility of getting close to the Dragon Kingdom. Forget about Gushi cursing there. Even if he points at Eva's face and curses, Eva will not have any possibility of retreating. Gushi, who didn't know all this, looked at the situation behind him, and asked the wyvern to speed up again. There were still more than 10 hours left. Gushi didn't intend to have any problems here. The wyvern also understood Gushi's thoughts, so it increased its speed again, as if it had taken medicine. Although it was clearly in the sound barrier, Gushi felt the obvious wind pressure again. It was obvious that the wyvern put all its attention on increasing its speed, and it was no longer able to deal with the wind pressure so well. Fortunately, it was just not handled properly. Not that it was not handled at all. If nothing was done, Gushi would have been crushed by the wind pressure. In this way, Gushi's movement speed increased again. There are not many things that can catch up with the wyvern now. At least among Gushi's dragons. There are not many that can reach such a speed. According to Gushi's guess, the only flying creatures that can catch up with the speed of the wyvern now are probably the phoenix, the Pegasus following behind him. I'm afraid they don't have such a level. At this time, Gushi put on his windproof glasses, put away the small table, laid down the backrest, and let himself lie on the neck of the two-legged dragon. Gushi used his own means to reduce the wind resistance of the two-legged dragon, and through his own efforts, he made the speed of the two-legged dragon increase a little more. Although Gushi couldn't really increase the speed of movement by doing this. For Gushi, this was actually enough. The wyvern clearly felt Gushi's efforts, and its flying speed was obviously much faster. During this flight, Gushi did not forget to observe the surroundings. For example, the Pegasus and swifts behind him, and the situation on the ground, etc. All of these were within Gushi's observation range. Gushi understood the loss this time, and he must get it back. If he didn't give that Eva a big nose, it would be a shame for Gushi to come to this game world. So Gushi didn't think about studying and reading at this time. He lay on the back of the wyvern, staring at the situation below, recording the map below. This is the advantage of flying in the sky. Looking down from high in the sky, the whole world is like a map. Gushi now uses his ability of pathfinding to remember everything on the map. Normally, as long as the map is seen by the pathfinding technique, it can be remembered. However, the grassland below does not have any direct and clear landmarks. That's why Gushi needed to memorize it carefully. As the wyvern flew faster and faster, the Pegasus behind could no longer keep up with the speed of the wyvern. However, Eva here was not willing to let Gushi run away. He began to arrange a position a little ahead, preparing to intercept Gushi. So when Gushi flew out for about half an hour, he suddenly found some Pegasus in the sky ahead. That was the area where Eva mobilized Pegasus cavalry, letting them rush into the sky on the swifts. These Pegasus cavalry held something like a lasso or a fishing net in their hands. It was obvious that they had only one idea, to hold back the wyvern. As long as the speed of the wyvern slowed down, he couldn't escape. Chapter 1466, this is the time to use orange equipment. Get out of my way. Gushi put his hand on his right hand, activating the mind-killing effect of the fox eye ring. Because in the real world, most high-level players have orange equipment, and the players have done in-depth research on orange equipment. Gushi also slowly learned some new ways of operation. For tricks like mind-killing, although there is no way to increase the damage value, Gushi can use some means to make the enemy commit suicide. For example, Gushi can let the enemy find a place to drown. He can also let them bury themselves in the ground. Gushi is now naturally using the mind kill to influence these Pegasus cavalry. When he shouted this sentence, Gushi's mind kill has been launched. Gushi's request is very simple: deliberately hit the ground, and lose 10 points of life if injured. If these Pegasus cavalry were on the ground at this time, this problem would at most break the Pegasus legs or something. But now they are at an altitude of 12,000 meters. The Pegasus was immediately affected by this force, and it plunged heavily. The cavalrymen on the Pegasus were thrown out directly, and fell heavily from a height of more than 10,000 meters. If they fell to the ground, they would definitely lose 10 points of life first, and then their bodies would be smashed into pulp. As for the Pegasus, it is hard to say. Maybe they can control their falling speed, let themselves really fall, and lose 10 points of life. But how many Pegasus can do this, in fact? No one knows. Gushi ignored these. At this time, the road ahead was cleared, and the two-legged dragon did not even look at this side, and rushed forward directly. So Gushi had no idea how many Pegasus cavalrymen fell down, and how many Pegasus cavalrymen fell to death on the spot. Gushi wanted to say more, but found that there was no place to complain. He just raised his head, and the place where those Pegasus cavalrymen fell was far behind him. Even if Gushi wanted to know the situation, he had no way to know it. He could only contact Luna and ask her to check if there were any new flying cavalry undead in the city of Aridov. If there were, he would ask Luna to notify him. After a few words, the wyvern had already flown several thousand meters away. Because of Gushi's previous mental killing, the road ahead was empty. But Gushi understood that Eva on the opposite side had been slapped in the face, and he would definitely not let him go. However, before he can solve his own mind-killing trick, He will not send Pegasus cavalry out to die. Although Pegasus cavalry can stop the wyvern now. As long as Gushi's mind killing is there, Pegasus cavalry will die. Although Eva can directly control his subordinates. No matter how good his subordinates are, they have to be raised from childhood. Eva can't send all Pegasus cavalry. Now Eva is looking for a being that can deal with the mind-killing trick. Speaking of which, if you want to deal with the mind-killing trick, there is really a creature that can do it. Phoenix. Phoenix is immune to psychic spells. Even though Psychic Kill is a rule spell for orange equipment. But Phoenix can be resurrected after death. And Phoenix moves fast. It's a pity that Eva in front of him doesn't have a Phoenix. Although his men are riding Pegasus, their soldiers all look like orcs. In this case, Eva can only find another way to stop Gushi. When Psychic Kill was used just now, Eva already knew the range of influence of Psychic Kill. After replacing the bodies of the group of Pegasus cavalrymen, who had just fallen to death, Eva began to calculate the flight route of the wyvern again. Because the wyvern is now flying at full speed, plus Gushi's cooperation. From the current position of the wyvern, it will take less than 11 hours to fly to the flight point. This obviously shortens the time by several hours. But now it is the limit of the wyvern. Unless there is any new situation, the wyvern can't go any faster. But Eva only had about 7.5 hours left. Because if it went any further, it would be beyond the territory controlled by Eva. So he had to keep Gushi here in these 7.5 hours. After thinking seriously, Eva began to call for help. This time, Eva released a white giant eagle that was about the same size as a normal wyvern. These giant eagles were variants of golden eagles. Like the golden eagles that controlled lightning, these giant eagles also had corresponding elemental abilities. Control the wind and snow. These giant eagles cannot be ridden. After they gather together in the sky, they gather the cold air, and flap their wings vigorously, turning the cold air into ice and snow and blowing it towards the path of the wyvern. Although the level of the giant eagles is not high, the average level is about level 7. But there are many of them. In order to make Gushi stop, Eva directly mobilized 100,000 of these white giant eagles, and set off a white disaster that shook the world. Behind these 100,000 white giant eagles, is another flying unit riding flying creatures. The things that this flying unit rode on, some of them looked like two-legged dragons, but their skin was black, their heads looked like sandworms that had come out of the ground, without eyes, and their bodies were covered with fine hair and scales, and they also had long and thin necks like snakes. When flying in the sky, they would occasionally make a strange whistling sound. And the cavalrymen on their backs mostly held weapons such as spears and long swords. At the same time, they were also wearing armor made of bones. If the Pegasus cavalry before was a lightly armed flying unit, then the two-legged dragon cavalry in front of them was a heavily armed flying unit. They were now waiting behind the giant eagle, waiting for the white disaster that the giant eagle raised to trap Gushi. At this time, Gushi didn't know what was waiting for him in front. He just felt too calm, and he was somewhat uneasy in his heart. So Gushi quickly raised his left hand and contacted the six-path flame lamp. As Gushi switched to the side of Huangquan Dragon Robe. Although he couldn't go down now, it didn't mean that Gushi couldn't do anything. After entering this line of sight, Gushi immediately looked at the direction of the ground vein below. At this time, Gushi noticed that there were actually ground veins in the grassland. But they all gathered on the other side of a mountain. There seemed to be many things buried in that ground vein. However, Gushi was far away from that direction now. And Gushi couldn't leave the flight route. So he couldn't go there now. So after just noting the situation in that direction, Gushi focused his attention on the small ground vein on the grassland. Huangquan Dragon Robe. Buried Dragon Vein. Chapter 1467 Dragon City and the Three Disasters. Gushi was somewhat uncertain whether the Yellow Spring Dragon Robe could successfully bury the Dragon Vein this time. After all, they were now at an altitude of more than 10,000 meters, and the flying dragon was flying so fast, Gushi suspected that the Yellow Spring Dragon Robe might have locked the Earth Vein, and they had already flown a long distance. So Gushi was not sure whether it would work. What he wanted now was how many undead dragons would appear, and what Gushi wanted was to cause some trouble for Eva here. So regardless of whether it works or not, Gushi intends to try it all. Huangquan Dragon Robe also knows what Gushi means. Looking at the ground vein below, Huangquan Dragon Robe immediately pressed down. Burial. Dragon. Vein. Just as Gushi thought. Because the flying dragon was flying too fast. The burial dragon vein had no way to land on the designated ground vein. But one thing that Gushi didn't expect was that the burial dragon vein was actually successful. Wonkwon Dragon Robe successfully activated the Burial Dragon Vein, and the Soul Lost Ground Vein was affected and turned towards the Ghost Dragon. Some of the effects of the Soul Lost Ground Vein are added to you. You get Will Crushing, magic effect through the connection of the mind. Use mental power to impact the enemy's mind, which can directly erase all the enemy's will and make the enemy lose wisdom. Affected by the effect of the Lord of Death. You get the recognition of the Hard Nightmare Ghost Dragon. The Hard Nightmare Ghost Dragon joins your team. Hard Nightmare Ghost Dragon, level 13, summon creature experience, 0/7500, attack 21, defense 20, life 150, skills, undead creature, flying creature, mind curse, aging curse, virtual flight. Soul Lost Earth Vein? Hard Nightmare Ghost Dragon. Looking at the pop-up information, Gushi was also stunned. What is going on? Just then, another new information popped up. You get the recognition of the Hard Nightmare Ghost Dragon. The Hard Nightmare Ghost Dragon transmits some knowledge to you. Please ask if you accept it. Accept. Accept successfully. You get the map of the mysterious Dragon City. You get the training map of the 3 beasts of natural disaster. You get Mysterious Dragon City? The 3 beasts of natural disaster? Quickly flipping through the information sent by the Hard Nightmare Ghost Dragon, Gushi learned some useless little knowledge. It turns out that the concentrated location of the earth veins that Gushi saw in the sky just now is the mysterious Dragon City. That is where all the Evis in this area came from, and where all the Evis will end up. Evis were born here, and finally died here. Wait, Evis will die? Gushi felt like he had entered a fake game world. It was clearly agreed before that Evis would not die, but could only be sealed. How could Evis be killed after only 3 days of flying out? Gushi checked again, and found that this place was really interesting. It turned out that Evis in this area could really die, but they could only die in Dragon City. Every year they have an Eva gathering in Dragon City. Those who want to become Eva can enter Dragon City at this time and challenge Eva. As long as they can defeat Eva, the old Eva will die and be buried in Dragon City. The challenger will become the new Eva and control this vast area. The price is that when others challenge him, he has to refuse. He will be buried in Dragon City after death. This is why Eva in this area will die. After understanding this, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the author was not making a fuss about the book, so it was fine. Instead, Gushi was more concerned about the 3 beasts of natural disasters mentioned by the Hard Nightmare Ghost Dragon. There are 3 disasters in this area: White Disaster, Black Disaster, and War Disaster. White Disaster refers to blizzards. Black Disaster refers to plague. And War Disaster refers to war. The 3 beasts of natural disasters refer to the beasts that can control these 3 natural disasters. For example, the white giant eagles on the White Disaster side. When they gather together, they can directly stir up a blizzard. The Black Disaster is a giant snake. This snake can devour corpses and spit them out over a range of about 3 miles. Most importantly, the corpses are all plagued, and if they come into contact with them, there will be problems. The Military Disaster is a large group of wild wolves. Their bones and wolf skins can be used to make weapons and armor, but few people will provoke them because in this area, all people who encounter wild wolves will die in their stomachs, and not even a bone will be left. As soon as the situation of the 3 beasts of natural disasters came out, Gushi knew why he was uneasy. No need to ask. The White Disaster giant eagle must be waiting on the flight route ahead. After all, among the 3 beasts of natural disasters, the Black Disaster giant snake can't spit on the wyvern no matter how hard it spits. The soldier wolf can't catch up to the sky no matter how hard it chases. The only thing that can stop Gushi from moving forward is the White Disaster giant eagle. As long as they stir up a blizzard, they can freeze the wyvern. Even if Gushi can bless the wyvern, this wyvern comes from the tropical rainforest after all, and the wind and snow will definitely have an impact on it. If it was just the wyvern that was injured, it would be fine. If the wyvern was frozen and stopped, then the situation would be different. The wyvern that could no longer fly forward would bring Gushi to the same fate as those who were surrounded before. Although Gushi was not afraid of Eva in this area, he did not want to waste time here at all. His destination was not here. The Holy Land Dragon Country in the distance was where Gushi was going. When he understood what he was going to encounter, Gushi quickly looked for a way to deal with the White Disaster Eagle. Killing with the mind will definitely not work. Let alone the fact that the White Disaster Eagle can release a blizzard in advance. Even if Gushi knocks the White Disaster Eagle down, once the blizzard is formed, it cannot be stopped or destroyed. At this time, Gushi was thinking in his mind whether he should let the wyvern fly a little higher to see if it can avoid the blizzard at a higher altitude. But this is obviously impossible. 12,000 meters is already a relatively high altitude that the wyvern can fly, and if it flies any higher, it will touch the ceiling. No. If it flies any higher, it will be blown away. Gushi couldn't force the wyvern to fly higher, and it couldn't fly down either. The nature of the blizzard was like this, unless it flew over the blizzard. But Gushi believed that Eva must have considered this, so this was unlikely. Then Gushi would need to find another way to deal with the blizzard. Thinking of this, Gushi's eyes lit up. He drew out the Secret Realm sword stick and pointed in the direction ahead. I actually wanted to ask this a long time ago. If you release the Death Incarnation at supersonic speed, will the speed of the Death Incarnation also be a clue? Come out. Death Incarnation. Death Tornado. Chapter 1468 Tornado that breaks through the blizzard. Death Tornado. This is also a combination skill of the Death Incarnation. However, it can only be used with 2 to 5 Bone Dragon or Ghost Dragon type Death Incarnations. The Bone Dragon type Death Incarnations will fly around each other, forming a tornado that can tear through everything, breaking the defense line or defense shield in front of you. Of course, if it is an enemy with a body like a hill, it can also be killed directly with one blow. Gushi released 2 Death Incarnations Bone Dragons at this time. In addition to the required Death Dragon Breath, these 2 Death Incarnations Bone Dragons were equipped with 2 completely different sets of Spark Nightmare and Extreme Snow Layer. The Spark Nightmare was slightly forward, and the Extreme Snow Layer was slightly backward. As soon as they appeared, they kept spinning in front of Gushi, and finally spun faster and faster, and finally turned into a spiral shape composed of a dark red and a bright blue light. The speed of this spiral shape is quite fast. It did not break the speed of sound at the beginning, but as the Death Tornado was launched, the speed was getting faster and faster. In just a blink of an eye, the speed of this tornado has reached the speed of sound. At the same time, because the 2 Death Incarnations in this move are both in the form of undead dragons, the attack range is quite far. As long as Gushi is always behind the 2 Death Incarnations, let the 2-legged dragon fly at a steady speed. As the Death Incarnations flew faster and faster, Gushi noticed a situation. Those are the 2 incarnations of death that made up the Death Tornado, and they were absorbing the energy that was scattered between heaven and earth nearby. That is to say, if they continue to fly like this, the power of the Death Tornado would exceed Gushi's imagination. This discovery made Gushi stunned for a moment. Then he found that this situation was beneficial to him, so he stopped caring about it. Then such a situation appeared in the sky. A dark red and bright blue spiral was leading the way in front, and Gushi's 2-legged flying dragon was chasing behind. The spiral flew faster and faster, and finally it looked like a huge meteor streaking across the sky. Eva from the local area naturally saw this situation. However, he was not sure what this meteor-like thing was. Eva could only look for the corresponding information from his memory. However, after searching for a long time, he only found one sentence. A long rainbow pierces the sun, and a great disaster falls from the sky. Apart from this, he did not find anything similar. So Eva thought, where would this great disaster come from? He didn't notice at all that Gushi was approaching the blizzard area he had set up. About 20 minutes ahead of Gushi's flying dragon, 100,000 white disaster giant eagles had gathered enough cold air. These white disaster giant eagles were actually quite speechless. They had encountered various orders before, but most of them were to form a blizzard and attack a certain area with wind and snow. It had never happened before that they gathered together like this, gathered cold air, and waited for orders to release a blizzard. But this matter was given by Eva. They just need to listen. It's not a big deal. They just need to release a blizzard at a certain location. At this time, all the white plague eagles received a message. People are coming, prepare for a blizzard. So the white plague eagles flapped their wings at the same time, blowing out the cold air gathered in front of them. Under this strong wind, the cold air quickly turned into ice crystals, and finally formed ice mist and snow particles. When the 2-legged flying dragon came over with Gushi, a large amount of blizzard had already appeared in the sky. Gushi saw all this from afar, and was speechless. He thought Eva would use a blizzard to deal with him, but he never thought that the other party would play such a big game. What was in front of him was not a blizzard at all. It was a wall of ice, and snow built to prevent him from going too smoothly. In front of Gushi, a 1,000-meter high ice storm area appeared directly. It felt like countless ice was pressing directly towards him. If you really want to compare it, just imagine a car being chased by a sandstorm. It's just that Gucci is just like a car at this moment. This storm zone is at least 30,000 meters long. No matter which direction Gucci flies from, there is no way to get around the blizzard in front of him. Gucci believes that as long as he rushes in, the blizzard will definitely squeeze him from all directions. He may not be hurt much at that time, but his wyvern may not be able to withstand such an attack. Facing the situation in front of him, Gucci gritted his teeth, prepared for the wyvern to fall. And he was ready to fight here. At this moment, the death tornado that rushed out earlier had already collided with the blizzard that had formed. Then Gucci heard a bang. The two death incarnations that formed the death tornado, the bone dragons, each carried a different set of equipment. The Starfire Nightmare could ignite everything nearby, while the extremely cold snow layer could absorb the nearby cold air. The two different forces just collided with the blizzard. And the force that had originally become somewhat stable due to the death tornado was now completely forcibly merged together, because of two completely different forces, plus various energies. Finally, such a big explosion was caused. Under the explosion, the death tornado released by Gucci naturally disappeared. But the explosion blasted a passage for Gucci. The original ice storm area was blasted into a huge passage with a diameter of more than 300 meters. This passage is like the trajectory of a bullet. The wound at the entrance is still smaller, and the diameter of the passage becomes larger as you go further back. What made Gucci speechless was that the extremely cold snow layer finally reinforced the passage for Gucci, turning the cold air that could have formed a blizzard into ice crystals. Although it only took a moment, it was enough for Gucci. As long as he rushed through this ice storm area, it would be fine. Even if there were more enemies outside, they could not stop Gucci's wyvern. Right. Gucci drank a mouthful of magic potion while releasing two death incarnations again. This time, the death incarnations were still two bone dragons. The same configuration as before, and a death tornado was formed in front of Gucci. It was obvious that Gucci had always had the right idea. A technique is not afraid of being old, as long as it is used in conjunction. As long as the death tornado can break the blizzard, and can keep the speed of the wyvern from being affected, it is a good technique. If Gucci could only release two death incarnations now, he would have planned to release a few more death tornadoes like this, to clear the way for himself. After releasing the death tornado, Gucci patted the wyvern's neck. Get out. Chapter 1469 Road opened. Following Gucci's order, the wyverns did not even need to shout, and they sped up directly, because the passage created by the previous explosion was straight. The wyverns did not need to adjust, nor did they need to change their route, and they just flew forward directly. But in this way, the white disaster giant eagles behind them were directly stunned by the explosion. They did not expect that, after gathering together and exerting so much effort, the result would be like this. These white disaster giant eagles were still thinking about trying again, but Gucci's death tornado rushed out like this, and crashed into the white disaster giant eagles. In the new round of explosions, the white plague eagle and the strange air cavalry prepared behind were blown away by the explosion. When they gathered again, the wyvern had already flown past them. The flying speed of the white plague eagle was not as fast as that of the Pegasus, and the cavalry behind was heavy cavalry, which could fly but not far. So when they found the wyvern flying past them, they did not even plan to chase it. They just watched Gucci leave like that. Eva wanted someone to chase it, but when he saw Gucci release the death tornado again, he knew that it would be impossible to stop him with the blizzard again. As for other methods, I'm afraid they won't work. It's not that he doesn't have other ways to hold back the wyvern. It's just that they all take time. Not only does it take time to mobilize these things, but it also takes time to arrange them. Judging from the speed of the wyvern, it will take about 5 or 6 hours for it to fly out of his territory. It's too late to mobilize it at this time, although he is the omnipotent Eva in his own area. But when he arrives in other people's areas, his words are not so effective. What made Eva feel the most headache was not this, but Eva clearly found that her actions had attracted the attention of Dragon City. That is to say, in this year's Dragon City conference, he would definitely be challenged. It might be better to try his best to take down Gucci now. But if he tried his best and still couldn't take down Gucci, then the situation would be different. At the Dragon City conference, they said that it was a chance for other Evas to come forward, but what was going on, would those Evas not understand? It was all manipulated by someone behind the scenes. If he loses face, Eva won't be able to stay in his position for long. When watching the flying dragon go away, Eva finally dispersed the troops that were about to gather. He lost this time. he still wants to go back and think about how to make up for it. After all, they have blocked this flight route for many years. Now that the route is opened, their plan will have a flaw. Now he should go back and find the other Evas to make this matter clear. Otherwise, he would be blamed for the incident, which would be troublesome. Gushi obviously sensed the moment Eva gave up. After all, along the way, Gushi switched between the Yellow Springs dragon robe and the Soul Dark lamp to see if anyone was watching him, and the changes in the mountains and rivers below. On the one hand, he wanted to see if anyone was still watching him, and on the other hand, Gushi had to fight back. After all, he was hit on the head, and if he didn't fight back, Gushi would lose face. When the wyvern was flying, Gushi noticed one thing. The hard nightmare ghost dragon that Gushi had transformed using the nearby earth veins did not catch up. Gushi had no way to deal with this. The hard nightmare ghost dragon was really slow. The wyvern had already flown far away, and the hard nightmare ghost dragon had no idea where it had been thrown to. Fortunately, Gushi had the soul nether lamp and the floating spirit aka. When the hard nightmare ghost dragon was about to disappear from Gushi's sight, that guy sent him a command. Let him lurk nearby and wait for Gushi to come back. Floating spirit aka knows Gushi's personality quite well. After all, he only sent out some wyverns at the beginning, and he hadn't decided whether to fight Gushi. As a result, his lair was overturned by Gushi. Now these Evas are coming directly, and judging from Gushi's appearance, he will definitely take action. He is keeping a backup now, and when Gushi comes to kill him, he will definitely use it. Floating spirit aka thought proudly. Gushi didn't pay much attention to it. At this moment, his attention was all on the routes on the ground veins and lakes. A new map appeared in Gushi's mind. After flying for more than 5 hours, Gushi's eyes suddenly lit up when he switched to the Huangquan dragon robe. Then he immediately switched to other states, because in front of him at this moment, there was all dazzling golden light. A black dragon was rising and falling in the golden light. This black dragon was not the giant dragon used by Gushi, but an oriental dragon species, and it was a complete black dragon that had obviously developed completely. Although he didn't know why the black dragon was emitting golden light, Gushi immediately understood that the black dragon was Eva in the area ahead. No wonder it's called the Dragon Kingdom, Gushi muttered. At this time, he already understood why the map said that the Dragon Kingdom here was not the Dragon Kingdom that Gushi wanted to find. A real Dragon Kingdom would not be so big. In Gushi's mind, the Dragon Kingdom was just a castle. But the Dragon Kingdom in front of him was different. Gushi could see that the entire country in front of him was part of the Dragon Kingdom. This made Gushi somewhat speechless. But he immediately became excited. This was good. Only a Dragon Kingdom like this would be worth his time flying from a place like the Omatakea rainforest. However, Gushi was not sure whether the Dragon Kingdom in front of him would be destroyed. If it was not destroyed, then his plan to get a destroyed Dragon Kingdom would be ruined again. Sir, please don't let your imagination run wild. What's wrong? Gushi was puzzled when he heard the voice of the floating spirit aka. Sir, that person is a strong man who is stronger than the normal Eva. Although I don't know why his reputation has not spread. His ability is above Eva. He can decide Eva's life or death with a single word. At the same time, his mental ability is also very strong. Sir, the effect of mental immunity is very strong. But I always feel unsafe. The floating spirit Ika's words of unsafety made Gushi's heart move. He suddenly said, Can I ask you, what do you mean by saying that his reputation has not spread? Ah? The floating spirit aka did not expect that Gushi's focus would be on this, so he quickly explained, I have communicated with other Evas before, and I always thought that the one above Eva was the 3 ancestors of Eva. Now it seems that this is not the case, but I really don't know, such a powerful existence. Why did it spread any news, you know? The message should be transmitted by the mind at the fastest speed. Chapter 1470 Dragon Country. After understanding the concerns of the floating spirit aka, Gushi stopped thinking about it immediately. At the same time, he controlled the 6 flame lights, the soul lamp, and the floating spirit ika to strengthen his immunity to the power of the soul. After doing all this, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Gushi noticed that traces of civilization had appeared on the land below. One huge city after another, and farmland near the city. Agricultural civilization? Gushi's heart moved, as if he thought of something. So Gushi sat up straight, and tried to look out. At this time, Gushi found that There was a huge city wall in the mountains. This city wall was more than 300 meters high, and it was unknown how many kilometers long it was. Anyway, from what Gushi saw now, there was no end on both sides. The most important thing was that at this huge city wall, about every 5,000 meters, there would be a beacon tower, and behind the city wall was a regular barracks, and the soldiers in the barracks, warehouses, stables, wells, food and other buildings are all available. It is obvious that this huge city wall is a defensive building and the starting point of foreign wars. However, Gushi noticed that the flying dragon changed direction at this time. It was no longer heading east, but heading slightly south of the east. At the same time, the stone cone at the center of the flying dragon's eyebrows also emitted a red light. It was obvious that this was guiding the direction of the flying dragon. At this time, Gushi finally laughed, and he knew that he was right not to stop in the middle. If he stopped, he would not be able to fly directly to the flight point, even if he had a wyvern that could fly at the speed of sound. Now he had not left the main passage, and nothing had gone wrong, which was a good thing for Gushi. Looking at the light from the stone cone, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He checked the time, opened the small table quite quickly, and took out a pen and paper to draw quickly. Just now, he had been lying on the neck of the wyvern to observe the terrain below, and Gushi had memorized many maps. Now Gushi was afraid of forgetting all this, and was planning to draw it all. At this time, the flying dragon became much more stable, and the wind shield rose again. It blocked the oncoming wind pressure. This created good conditions for Gushi to draw the map. Gushi started to draw from the position where he was blocked. As long as he saw it, everything was drawn, especially the location of Dragon City, and the locations of various rivers and lakes along the way. Gushi drew them all clearly, although he didn't know what this thing was for yet. Gushi had a feeling that he had to finish drawing these maps. When Gushi was drawing the maps, he noticed some curious eyes starting to appear in the sky. Unlike Eva in the previous area, although the eyes here were curious, they had no intention of stopping Gushi. They didn't even send a flying unit to attack Gushi. At most, they just stared at the direction Gushi was heading, wanting to see where Gushi was going. When he finished drawing the maps, Gushi also found that he had actually entered this civilized area. When it was just over the huge city wall, Gushi obviously felt that he seemed to hit things like a defense cover. If it is not for the guidance of a stone cone in both feet, it may be suppressed by people as soon as possible. That's right, Gushi can clearly feel it. There is a breath behind this defense cover that can suppress everything. It feels like the genuine product that encounters the white bones. Even Gusun has a feeling. This kind of suppression of everything is more than one, it's many. As for whether it was 8 or 9, Gushi didn't feel it. But this was exactly what puzzled Gushi, because he had never encountered such a strange feeling. You clearly felt it. It's not like you didn't feel it. So what's the point of hiding the number? Is 8 or 9 the key? Gushi shook his head helplessly. I really don't understand the situation here. After that, Gushi didn't think too much about the matter in front of him, because the scene in front of him made Gushi obviously overwhelmed. After entering this area, the wyvern began to descend in altitude, from about 12,000 meters to more than 3,000 meters. In this way, Gushi naturally saw many different things. At this time, Gushi discovered that there were many different beasts here. Compared with the beasts in the Omatakea rainforest, the beasts in this civilized area were really wild. There were tigers and snakes with 9 heads, or various weird-looking creatures. These beasts, which seemed quite powerful, retreated into the mountains and forests at this time, and did not dare to appear near the city. At most, they would run to the farmland near the city to steal some food when they were hungry. From this, we can see how strong the residents in the city are. When the flying altitude of the two-legged dragon dropped to more than 2,000 meters, Gushi finally saw the humanoids in this area. These humanoids were somewhat similar to Ilu's men. All of them were scale-armored humanoids. However, Ilu's men at that time were velociraptors. At present, all the humanoids in this world are descendants of dragons. Even if more is called out, and the dragon blood bottle is taken out to prove it, these humanoids are all descendants of dragons. They obviously have many differences in appearance. The most powerful ones have completely turned into human form, with only some scales on their bodies, or a pair of dragon horns on their heads. When Gushi passed over several cities in the sky, he noticed that there would be 1 or 2 such beings on the tallest building in each city, watching him passing by. Then there is a kind of existence with a dragon head and a human body. They are the second most powerful. They are the residents of the city lord, and the main fighting force of the residents. The soldiers guarding the outer walls of the area before were mostly such dragon head people. The next is the dragon man with a dragon head, a human upper body, and a dragon lower body. This kind of people belongs to the wild people outside the city, responsible for farming, or doing some hard labor or something. But even such wild people, when facing the wild beasts in the mountains and forests, they have a superior attitude. When the flying dragon dropped to about 1,000 meters, Gushi could clearly see these wild people walking alone in the mountains and forests, easily killing various beasts with swords or bows. These dragon people were only about level 7 in strength, but their combat experience was so rich and natural. It was as if they were born to be a race with abundant martial virtues. Chapter 1471 The Guards of the Flight Point. The flight point is located in this area. It is a cubic platform with a length, width and height of 1 kilometer each. The landing point of the flight point is right above this platform. Under the guidance of the red light, the flying dragon slowed down its speed and finally landed smoothly on the platform. When the flying dragon landed, Gushi was still wondering, why is the flight point here so small? It doesn't look like a domineering flying point at all. But when the flying dragon landed, Gushi knew the reason. He could clearly see that there were obvious signs of fractures around the flight point. In other words, the 1,000 by 1,000 by 1,000 cubic platform in front of him was left behind by someone. Gushi was not sure how big the flight point was originally. Gushi could be sure of one thing: if this was not an important flight point, it might have been dug flat by someone. The reason why Gushi had such a guess was that the moment he touched the ground of the flight point, he heard the voice of the nearby guards. I thought my memory was fake, but I didn't expect this to be a real flight point. Fortunately, the flight point was not completely dismantled when it was dismantled, and some things were left. Otherwise, if such a big dragon fell down, I wouldn't know where to go. Sir, it's not that they don't want to dismantle it, but they can't. Otherwise, do you think no one wants this last core part? Okay, shut up. The people on the dragon's back have come down. Go and ask them how they passed through the slave Eva's territory. As they talked, they quickly surrounded them. Gushi also noticed the dragons who were surrounding him. Although their leather armor was obviously worn out and their weapons were a bit ancient, they were kept very clean. Obviously, even if they were sent here to guard a flight point that would not be used for many years, they did not slack off. Instead, they kept the place very clean. They could also use their own weapons at any time to participate in various battles. Hello, everyone. I am from the flight point in the Omatakea rainforest. It took me about 3 or 4 days to fly here. Is there a dragon kingdom nearby? Hearing Gushi's question, the soldiers guarding the flight point looked at each other. We are called the Dragon Kingdom here. All of us have the blood of dragons. Looking at their proud faces, Gushi was shocked. Dragon blood? Of course, don't look at me like this now. I am the descendant of Rongju, one of the 3 oldest fire dragon saints. See, the red beard is my symbol. And my dragon head, isn't it beautiful? Normal people don't have such inheritance, the leader said to Gushi proudly. Gushi looked up and down. He really wanted to release more, and ask if these dragon people were really giant dragons. At this time, the leader looked Gushi up and down again. You have the defense of the Golden Dragon clan, and the breath of a dead giant dragon. It seems that your identity is not ordinary. Your matter was reported yesterday, but we are just reporting it casually. After all, the flight route outside has been blocked by the slaves for so many years. We have been guarding this flight point for nearly 700 or 800 years. We have received countless reports of visitors coming from the flight point, but no one has ever been able to fly over. You are really the first. 700 or 800 years? How long has this flight point been out of service? Gushi was surprised when he heard it. Who knows? Anyway, it was out of service when I came here. I didn't see anyone flying over before me. I'm not sure about the period before that. I need to look up the history books. I won't say any more. It's a good thing that you came here, but it's also a troublesome thing. I still have to report your situation. By the way, when you came from the Nufang side, did you encounter any different situations? If you know anything, tell me everything. I tell you, in our dragon country, military merit is quite useful. Yes, that group? Nufang. Right. They actually intercepted me halfway. At first, they said Pegasus Cavalry, trying to launch a surprise attack. Later, they sent the White Disaster Giant Eagle, trying to freeze me. I wanted to say, What the hell are you doing? I flew through the sky. Did I provoke you or offend you? So after I was safe, I drew their map. Although it was incomplete, it was definitely the most detailed map along the flight route. When Gushi heard that there was such a good thing as military merit, he quickly told him about what he had encountered along the way. Listening to Gushi's words, the soldiers were fascinated. So there is such a world outside. Yes, such a large land. They don't even use it. What a waste. If our population was not so small, we would all want to go out and conquer. Don't you have an excuse? We are the king of justice, and we need an excuse to send troops. Excuse? Don't we have a ready-made one? As the soldiers talked, their eyes fell on Gushi. Gushi was a little scared by their stares. Everyone, what are you looking at me for? The leading soldier smiled at Gushi and said, I say you. My name is Gushi. You can call me the breath of the dead. Mr. Gu. Right? You come to our dragon country, so you are our guest. Right? Yes. Gushi didn't understand what the soldier meant. If you are a guest, then we have such a good relationship, you can also be considered friends. Right? Yes, we are friends. Gushi continued to follow the soldier's words. Yes, we are very good friends. But my friend came to visit us, and was beaten on the way. Is this something we can tolerate? Looking at the soldiers who were shouting slogans, Gushi also understood their thoughts. He was about to say something when he found that other soldiers also raised their right hands. We can't tolerate it. Of course we can't tolerate it. If we tolerate it, we will have no friends in the future. That's right. We must do something for our friends. Very good. Let's report this now. Mr. Gu, if you believe me, give me the map and I will report it together. We, the Dragon Country, will help you avenge your grudge. Looking at the scene in front of him, Gushi did not understand what was happening. He decisively took out the drawn map, handed it to the soldiers, and said seriously, please take me with you when you go out. I want to fight to Dragon City. Chapter 1472 The village outside the flight point. In fact, Gushi is still very good at judging the situation. When he fell from the sky, Gushi already knew that Dragon Country was not something he could dream of. Even if he had enough troops, it would be useless. So Gushi made up his mind at that time, if Dragon Country wanted to send troops to fight outside, Gushi would definitely participate. After all, Gushi knew very well that the game world was not just about fighting and killing. He also knew better that he had to find a thicker thigh to hug. In this game world, is there a bigger thigh than the Dragon Kingdom? It seems not. Eva in other places either controls wild beasts or elementary civilizations. But the Dragon Kingdom in front of him is different. Gushi guessed that their target was the ancient legend of everyone being like a dragon. If you follow them, you will definitely eat 3 meals a day. After the leading soldier took the map given by Gushi, other soldiers also hurried forward. Some dragged Gushi's flying dragon, and some asked Gushi to go aside. Let's go down first. This is not the place to talk. What if someone else flies over later? Now this flight point has been demolished to this section. Only one flying mount can be parked at a time. If you take the position, others won't be able to get down. These soldiers said it nicely, but Gushi rolled his eyes. They had said before that this flight point has not been used for thousands of years. Now they are afraid that Gushi will take the position. Do you really think that if Gushi can kill his way in, others can also kill his way in along the flight route? But since they said so, Gushi can't say he won't go. So Gushi followed the soldiers down. When leaving, the soldiers also introduced themselves. At the same time, they also explained the situation of the flight point. This flight point was left thousands of years ago. At that time, the flight point was very long. It was 1,000 meters high, and at least more than 300 kilometers long. According to the standard of 1 flying mount per kilometer of the flight point, at least 300 flying mounts can be parked here at the same time. However, as the flight route was blocked, this flight point became increasingly useless. Later, someone took a fancy to the materials of the flight point, dismantled them, and used them to build the outer wall. Day by day, year by year, the flight point finally became what it is now. If the flight point had not been necessary, I am afraid that this last flight point and the guarding troops would not have stayed. After landing at the flight point, Gushi noticed that there was a small village with 5 or 6 wooden houses below the flight point. The layout of the village was that the small houses for living were on the left, and the main office building was backed by the platform of the flight point. On the right is a large martial arts training ground. Outside the village is a large tract of farmland, where some farmers are working. It is obvious that this is a camp that combines farming and warfare. The farmland here is responsible for the supply of the garrison near the flight point. Of course, the so-called garrison here, actually, is a total of 251 people, who usually form a team of 5 and change shifts every 3 hours. They are responsible for keeping an eye on the movements on the flight point. As long as the flight point sends a landing signal, they will copy the signal and send it to their superiors. This is their usual work. As for whether there is a response to the information they copied, and whether there is really someone coming from the flight point, they really don't know. Just like what the leader said before, they have been stationed here for 700 or 800 years. And Gu Shi is the first one to come through the flight point. Now their captain is contacting his superiors there, wanting to ask what to do if they encounter such a thing. After all, no one has come here for so many years, and they are not sure how long it will take to contact someone. After inviting Gu Shi to the village, several soldiers brought water and food to Gu Shi. The water was fine. It was just ordinary well water. But the food surprised Gu Shi. The food the soldiers brought was all fist-sized meatballs. Although these meatballs were not big, they were quite firm. It was obvious from the red meatballs that they were not made of ordinary meat. Gu Shi picked up one at random and bit it hard. The first thing he felt was not whether it tasted good or not, but a special power entering his body. These powers are quite strange. Gu Shi felt them carefully. Some of them can make the body immune to certain negative effects, and some can strengthen certain abilities of the body. These are relatively normal. Some properties are quite abnormal. One property is that after Gu Shi eats it, it will not rain nearby. This situation made Gu Shi speechless. What kind of property is this? Seeing that Gu Shi only took a bite of food and stopped, several soldiers were also a little confused. What's wrong, Mr. Gu? Is it that these foods are not to your taste? No. I just want to know. After eating it, it will not rain nearby. What is the situation? Hey, you ate it? One of the soldiers looked at Gu Shi curiously. This guy introduced himself at the beginning. He was a full-time soldier, and also worked part-time as a cook in the guard unit. It can be said that all the food was prepared by him. When Gu Shi was eating, he was always staring at him. Yes, I tasted it. It tastes good, but it feels a little weird. What is the property of it? Hearing Gu Shi's question, the cook also laughed. The meat you eat comes from a wild beast in the nearby mountains. The beast has a bull's head and a tiger's body. It usually roars. After eating its meat, it won't rain around you for 3 months. Of course, the range will not be too large. The main purpose is to avoid rain. If you want to prevent drought in a large area, you must eat a lot of meat of this beast. We produce this kind of beast here, and there are several people who practice the power of Red Dragon. They like this dry environment, so we have been eating it. If you don't like it, eat less. Eating one will keep you out of the rain for 3 months. No, it's delicious. Gu Shi actually doesn't like rain at all. After staying in the rainforest for a while, Gu Shi is now a little afraid of rain. This ability to prevent rain around him is still very good. At least in the past 3 months, Gu Shi can go out without an umbrella. But what makes Gu Shi more curious is not this. How do you know that this beast has such an effect? The cook was quite proud of Gu Shi's question. You don't know? We have a recipe. Look. It's this. The cook took out a book. Gu Shi took the book and took a look. He found that because the book had been flipped for too long, it actually had no cover. The text on the book was also very simple. It just said how many miles away from Shandong there was a beast, what it looked like, how it called, what it was afraid of, how to deal with it, and what effect it would have after eating it. Chapter 1473 Earthenware? Titan? This is a good book. Where can I buy it? Gu Shi closed the book and returned it. But at this moment, another thought flashed through Gu Shi's mind. Didn't they agree that everything here would rely on mind transmission and memory inheritance? How could there be text and books? In fact, Gu Shi didn't understand the thinking of the people in Dragon Country. In their thinking, memories can be modified, minds can also be fake. Whoever is stronger can modify other people's minds. Only things written down in black and white can be preserved forever. And the more detailed the record, the more complete the preservation. So learning and recording are quite common in Dragon Country. As for why Gu Shi can read these words, Gu Shi himself is not quite sure. Maybe the Dragon Country in front of him has the same origin as Gu Shi. This book can be found in many places. It's just a travel note and a recipe book. At most, It's a little useful when you don't know what to eat in the wild. It's not very practical. The cook looked puzzled, wondering why Gushi bought such a book. In the cook's opinion, this kind of book would be sold in a bookstore without anyone buying it. It would be better to talk about Eva's harem instead of this book. By the way, in the Dragon Kingdom, Eva is not actually called Eva. They are called Dragon Ancestors. Above Dragon Ancestors, there is a legendary zulong. All the people of the Dragon Kingdom recognize this. But no one has ever seen it. The only thing we know is that zulong has a large harem. It is said that a palace was built near a certain mountain. Every day, the water used by the harem to wash their faces will turn into a rouge-stained river, flowing out of the mountain. This made many people at the foot of the mountain use the river water to farm. It is said that the crops grown here have a milky aroma. This was also said by these soldiers. When they were idle here, they could only entertain themselves by guessing the lives of the Dragon Ancestors. And the Dragon Ancestors didn't care about this matter. They could shut up others, but they couldn't stop them from thinking. Right? At this time, the captain here also came back. Captain Wu, how is the situation? Mr. Gu, your matter has been reported. The Dragon Ancestors attach great importance to this matter. They want to check the records left before. People may have to stay here for 3 to 5 days. After that, there should be someone to pick you up. Should? Gushi was speechless. He thought about it and finally asked, "Can I just go there? You don't have a pass, and you don't have a certificate. You are just a stranger who has just entered the Dragon Kingdom. If you run around, you will be treated as a wild animal in the mountains." Captain Wu said helplessly. They couldn't help Gushi with this matter, because that's the rule. In this case, unless Gushi's status in Dragon Country is very high, so high that everyone will think, "Oh, a big boss of the reputation worship level, I recognized you at a glance." Otherwise, if everyone flies directly into Dragon Country like this and runs around, then Dragon Country will be in chaos. So the captain said to let Gushi wait, not for the notice from above, but for the above to give Gushi an identity. Of course, in the captain's mind, Gushi's coming here this time can actually be regarded as a military merit. On the one hand, he gave an excuse for the Dragon Country to send troops. And on the other hand, he brought back a map. Among military merits, being the first to reach the top, breaking the formation, killing the general, and seizing the flag are all exploration. In the Dragon Country, guides are famous for their high military merits. If they can provide a detailed map, they will be granted a title of nobility. So Gushi sent this map up, even if it is incomplete, but it is enough for Gushi to get an identity. Then Gushi can travel freely in the Dragon Country. The price is to wait here for a few days. Do you need to think about this kind of thing? Can't you make a choice directly? So the captain didn't say anything in detail, but just explained the situation to Gushi and asked him to stay here for a few more days. Although Gushi didn't quite understand, it was obvious that he didn't have the identity that Captain Wu said. As long as Gushi didn't want to be an enemy of the Dragon Kingdom, then there was actually no other way to choose. So Gushi nodded. Then I will stay here for a few more days, and I'll trouble you for these few days. By the way, I am a necromancer. If I summon some servants, will there be any impact? Necromancer? What kind of profession is that? Captain Wu and the others thought about it seriously, but they didn't know what Gushi was talking about. Gushi could only explain his situation to them. In fact, what Gushi was most concerned about was the deployment of troops in the heartland of the Dragon Kingdom. After hearing Gushi's explanation, Captain Wu immediately reacted. Are you talking about clay figurines? Are you a figurine maker or a figurine controller? Gushi was a little confused. Earthen figurines? What earthen figurines? Gushi immediately realized that the so-called earthen figurines here might be the undead of the Dragon Kingdom. The difference between the figurine maker and the figurine controller should refer to the difference between making undead and controlling undead. It should be mainly about controlling. I can make them, but I don't know if it is different from what you said. Gushi explained carefully. If you don't know, come and take a look and you will know. Captain Wu waved to Gushi. Gushi was stunned for a moment, and then followed. At this time, Gushi still didn't believe that there would be any decent undead in the Dragon Kingdom. After all, Gushi had already seen the situation in the Dragon Kingdom. Although the gods here are called Dragon Ancestors, they are actually the same as Eva. They have the ability to directly transfer their souls into new bodies. So soldiers who died in battle here, they can immediately change to a new body to fight after death, and there is no need to turn themselves into undead. This is also the basic reason why Gucci is out of tune with others in this game world. So for the clay figurines, Gucci believed that they were some special puppets of the Dragon Kingdom. This would be in line with some of the current ideas. However, Captain Wu soon took Gucci to a place behind the main house of the village. When he arrived here, Gucci's eyes widened. Gucci wanted to ask, "Is my eyes blurry?" It turned out that there was a statue of a person more than 10 meters tall made entirely of clay standing here. This clay obviously only went through a firing process, and was not colored or anything. In the hands of this huge statue, there was no weapon or equipment. Even the eyes and facial features were not painted, but even so, Gucci was still quite familiar with this statue. This is clearly the undead titan. Chapter 1474. I have 20,000 clay figurines like this. Is this the clay figurine you are talking about? Gucci pointed at the huge clay statue in front of him and asked. Captain Wu nodded. What do you think? You didn't expect it, did you? Gucci thought for a while, and finally said. I don't quite understand it. What Gucci said was true. The clay figurine in front of him really looked like an undead titan, but what he couldn't understand was that the Dragon Kingdom in front of him was obviously going for the giant dragon style. How could there be an undead titan? This is unreasonable. Captain Wu didn't know what Gucci was thinking. He even raised his head and looked at Gucci proudly. This thing is better than your clay figurines. Better. Gucci didn't want to argue with Captain Wu here, and said it quite straightforwardly. Really? Let us take a look at your clay figurines. Captain Wu was a little bit persistent. Gucci actually wanted to find out about this world. No. He wanted to find out about the attitude of the Dragon Kingdom towards the undead titan. So Gucci immediately opened the city gate. Seeing a city gate behind Gucci, Captain Wu was also startled. Wait. Before Captain Wu finished speaking, a death titan came out from behind the city gate. Seeing the size and appearance of the death titan, Captain Wu also breathed a sigh of relief. I said, you are putting a clay figurine. Do you need such a big door? You are not so scary. If someone notices you, you will lose your identity. But the quality of your clay figurines seems to be very high. They don't look like ordinary clay figurines, nor do they look like higher level stone figurines, but should be of a higher level. How many types of clay figurines are there? How did you build such clay figurines? Gucci quickly asked the question he wanted to ask. How many types of clay figurines are there? I'm not sure about this, but the clay figurines that fell into the hands of a team like ours are just this type of clay figurines, and I've seen higher level stone figurines. I heard that there are 12 golden men in the Zulong area. I don't know about the others. But this kind of earthenware is a kind of supplement to our combat power. When we rest, the earthenware can also patrol here to prevent wild animals from entering the farmland. Well, this thing is the work of a scarecrow. By the way, your earthenware looks very powerful. It is equipped with weapons and lightning. You really have ideas. Hey, you also added evil spirits. It's really amazing. It's hard to make such a thing. If you can come up with 3 earthenware figurines like this, then I recommend you to work as a figurine maker in the Northern Legion. That is the most likely troop to go into battle. The figurine maker belongs to the logistics, and half of the enemies killed by the figurines will be counted as the figurine maker, so the military merit will not be small. What if I have 20,000 such figurines? Gucci said half-jokingly. Hearing this, Captain Wu quickly covered Gucci's mouth. Don't talk nonsense. The mobilization of troops with more than 50 soldiers here all require tiger talismans. Gucci wanted to say, why is it so strict, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. He wanted to say something else. Is it not okay to have his own private soldiers? But after thinking about it, Gucci decided to forget it. It seems that during this period in the Dragon Country, he can't mess around. Gucci also asked about other questions in detail. Especially some places where mistakes are easy to make, Gucci asked clearly. He noticed that the Dragon Country in front of him was very strict about the rules. It's okay for you to jump around within the rules, but as long as you break the rules, that's a dead end. Just like the flight point is a good example. Obviously, the flight point has not been used for thousands of years, but this flight point is set by the rules, so even if no one uses it anymore, the flight point will always be preserved. The guards at the flight point, their daily job is to look after the flight point, usually farm, go hunting in the mountains. If there is no possibility of growth, their life is actually quite comfortable. Another example is the flight point. How big was the flight point originally? Normally, if you damage the flight point a little, you will be besieged. But those who demolish the flight point just seize the current rule. No one has ever come to the flight point, so it's okay to demolish it. In the end, The flight point was left, so it's okay to demolish it. From this, we can see that, as long as the rules are not triggered, there are actually many things that can be done. For example, Gushi wanted to release a large number of troops, but didn't want the people of the dragon country to target him. That's no problem. As long as Gushi can get identities for his men, he can let as many people as he wants out. But the identity of the dragon country is the most difficult thing to get. The verification is to check where you come from and how you get in. Gushi's verification is relatively simple. He came from the flight point, which is within the rules. Didn't you see that the barrier covering the sky let Gushi in? This is reasonable. But Gushi released a large number of undead. He had no way to explain where these people came from. Gushi couldn't say that they were from his own city. That would be hard to explain. So this road was blocked. Gushi asked Captain Wu in detail. As Gushi's qualification certificate had not been approved yet, he could at most add 3 more servants to Gushi. If there were more, there would be no way. Of course, if Gushi didn't care about his men becoming beasts in the nearby mountains and forests, then he would just ignore what he said. But the life of a beast is quite hard. Not only do they not eat well, they don't wear well, and sometimes they are used as food or other materials. Captain Wu was there persuading Gushi, hoping that he would not give up his identity as a dragon country, or at least not become a beast. Gushi thought about it seriously, and finally did as Captain Wu said, and applied for 3 more servants qualification. These 3 servants were considered to have come with Gushi from the flight point on flying mounts. Gushi's plan was to give these 3 quotas to Shea, Moore and Catherine. Gushi had considered the arrangement of the quota from the beginning. Giving Shea 1 was so that she could help gather intelligence. Moore got 1 because of her identity as the Dragon Princess. Gushi needed to let her come out to confirm whether the dragons here had any effect on the dragon blood bottle. As for Catherine, it was easier to understand. When it came to doing business, all of Gushi's men combined were no match for Catherine. Just like the recipe before. In Gushi's hands, it might be a travelogue. In the eyes of the cook, it might be a recipe. But in Catherine's eyes, it was a shopping list. The beasts and creatures full of personality on it would only become 1 word in the end. Bye. Chapter 1475 Zulong wants to see him. Captain Wu did not say anything about Gushi's request. He directly helped Gushi to apply for the 3 places. After finishing this task, Captain Wu said to Gushi, "Okay, I have arranged everything. After the reply from above, you have to arrange for the people to come out. When you let the people out, you must not open such a big door again. Open it a little smaller, wait for the person who is qualified to check it to come, and it will be fine after he has seen it. Okay, by the way, I have nothing to do these days. Can I take a look at these earthen figurines?" Gushi pointed to the earthen figurines in front of him and asked, "This is really not possible. We don't have control over the clay figurines. Let's do this. I'll let Xiaolu take you to the mountains to hunt these days. We don't have many other things here, but there are many wild animals. There is a kind of wild animal in particular. It is usually half human and half wolf, but it will turn into a giant wolf when the moon is full. There are many of them, and their strength is not bad. The most important thing is that their fur can be sold in the nearby market, and the price is not low. By the way, I'll tell you secretly, the giant wolf that turns into a wolf when the moon is full, the root can strengthen your virility if you eat it, and whoever uses it will say it's good. We have lived well here these years, and the replacement of weapons and equipment has not been forgotten. All thanks to these giant wolves. Well, this has become an industrial chain. It seems that each place has its own characteristics. Without any means, they can't survive here." After releasing Shea and the others, Gushi did not open the gate of Aridavi City again. He just contacted Aridavi City through other means. At the same time, Shea, Moore and Catherine also went to find out the news in their own way. Of course, they couldn't leave too far, and could only move freely within 50 kilometers of the flight point. If they went beyond this range, they would be targeted. The 3 without the pass and verification would most likely be arrested. If they were just arrested, it might be better. At least they could be rescued. If they were killed as wild animals, it would be embarrassing. So before getting the identity, Gushi and his group could only move within 50 kilometers of the flight point. Gushi didn't have too many thoughts about this. What he wanted to do most now was to find a place to have a good sleep. After all, he had been flying in the sky for more than 3 days. Although Gushi could sleep on his stomach or on a reclining chair, he couldn't sleep well. In addition, he worked hard all the way, so Gushi's spirit was somewhat affected. Now Gushi was trying to be alert and observe everything around him. Before, Gushi was still worried about something. Now that things were free, Gushi naturally had to find a place to sleep. While Gushi was sleeping, the high-ranking officials of Dragon Country were also in a state of chaos because of Gushi's arrival. In Dragon Country, there is a total of 1 zulong, 6 dragon ancestors, and 18 dragon heads of the next level. However, the real power is in the hands of Zulong. Although the dragon ancestor is at the level of Eva, his authority is lower than that of Zulong, and he may be revoked of his power by Zulong at any time. The dragon head is a subordinate of the dragon ancestor, similar to a sub-god. Each dragon ancestor has 3 dragon heads under him. This time, the dragon head in charge of external affairs received a message from below that the flight point inside the dragon country was activated again. When the message was first sent up, the dragon head just glanced at it and put it aside. When he took the position of dragon head, he had already known about the flight point from the previous dragon head. This happened 3 to 5 times a week. But for more than 1,000 years, no one had ever been able to fly to the flight point. The reason for this, as the head of the dragon facing the outside world, he knows it clearly. The slaves outside the Dragon Kingdom have been plotting against the Dragon Kingdom, and the Dragon Kingdom has been preparing to attack the outside world. They have not taken action, not because the Dragon Kingdom cannot beat the slaves, but because there are some things on the Zulong. After all, every Eva has her own territory. All this was decided when they became Eva. Only the Dragon Kingdom is not like this. The Dragon Kingdom has been expanding continuously. It was the Dragon ancestors, generation after generation, that made the territory so large. Now the Dragon Nation has reached its limit of expansion, and the 9 cauldrons that suppressed the Dragon Nation's luck accidentally lost one. The ancestral dragon is trying to find a way to make up for this thing. So there has been no further expansion in the past 1,000 years. But the ancestral dragon's ambitions for the outside world have never stopped. The dragon head knows very well that as long as the thing in the ancestral dragon's hand is repaired and replaced with the missing 9 cauldrons, they can expand outward again. At that time, the accounts with the Newfong will be recalculated one by one. Now this matter can only be recorded for the Newfong. After reading it, the dragon head put it aside. After he dealt with other things, his hands paused. He seemed to have discovered something. After that, he flipped forward the information he had sent before. After seeing the information reported by Captain Wu, the dragon head couldn't help laughing. Someone broke through the Newfong's defense line and flew in. He also drew a map, wanting to go out and fight the Newfong. Ha ha ha, this is really good news. Record the merit. This military merit must be recorded. As the dragon chief said, he rolled up the information and quickly contacted his superior dragon ancestor. After that, the 6 dragon ancestors and other dragon chiefs received the news. Although they were in different positions, they gathered their spirits together and began to discuss this matter. This matter seems to be just a small matter of an outsider coming to the Dragon Kingdom, but for us, it is a big deal. He was able to come in, which means that there is a flaw in the defense line of the slave side. We have a chance. That's right. But what should we do now? Keep him here? Or send him directly to the Northern Army? If we really want to send troops, we must mobilize the troops of the Northern Army first. What's the point of sending him there? Just record his military merits. What role can such a person play on the battlefield? That's not the case. He was able to break through the defense line of the slave side, which shows that he has ability. Such a person is also a variable on the battlefield. He may be the missing troop one day. Besides, the military merit he gets for delivering the map is quite high. If he wants to go to the battlefield, it will be difficult for us to stop him. So we should think about it in advance and arrange it for him. Why not give him some tasks first and arrange him to the south? It's all military merit anyway. If he completes the tasks, he will get military merit. He won't lose out. Ladies and gentlemen, let's not talk about this for now. It doesn't count if we discuss it. Zulong wants to see him. Chapter 1476, The Ninth Imperial Guard. 3 days later, near the Flight Point village, Gushi was leading Captain Wu and his men on a hunting trip. Gushi's 3 subordinates all had their own things to do and returned to the city of Aridov. After all, there were quite a lot of things going on in the city of Aridov, especially with Catherine. The half of the city that Gushi had bought before was still being handed over, and Catherine couldn't wait here forever. So they just came out to find a position, and then left directly. Only Gushi After waking up, followed Captain Wu and his men, sometimes went hunting with them in the mountains, and sometimes studied the laws and rules of the Dragon Kingdom with them. Gushi found that, inside the Dragon Country, many things are strictly controlled. At the same time, no matter how good the rules are, there are loopholes to exploit. Even people like Captain Wu have exploited many loopholes, and got a lot of benefits. How do you think Captain Wu directly approved 3 servants for Gushi? This is exploiting loopholes. He just got stuck at the key point. Gushi is now a newcomer. He is studying how to get more military merits, and what military merits can be exchanged for. This is the case with today's hunting trip. Among the targets they are going to hunt, there are several kinds of wild animals that count as military merits. However, those are old rules that Captain Wu found out. Now these kinds of wild animals are almost becoming protected animals. If it weren't for someone taking advantage of the loophole and suppressing some news, these rules might have to be changed. Now Gushi is also taking advantage of this loophole. Although he doesn't have an identity yet, the military merits he gets from hunting can still be counted. As long as he gets the identity, he can add it to Gushi's account immediately. Although the amount of military merit is not much. For Gushi, the more military merit, the better. So Gushi was quite happy to follow the hunting during this period. He even put on his jungle shooter skin. From a distance, he looked like an elf walking in the woods. In the sky, the 2-legged dragon that brought Gushi here was still circling. This was also the reason why Captain Wu asked Gushi to stay. Gushi needed to prove that he really rode a flying mount and flew into the kingdom of dragons from the flight point. This is the most crucial proof. As long as this is done, the rest will not be a problem. If someone wants to use something to block Gushi, this is also the most likely place for problems. Captain Wu has been taking advantage of loopholes for so many years, and he will definitely not make a mistake here. Gushi has just arrived here and is ignorant of the rules, so he naturally won't say much. So the 2-legged flying dragon was left behind and was not sent back to Les City. Captain, someone is here. Just as Gushi killed a beast and checked where to eat the beast according to the recipe, and what effect it would have after eating it, a voice came from a distance. Gushi turned around and saw that the person rushing over was a soldier who was in charge of guarding the flight point today. At this time, he was riding a creature similar to a wild boar, and was constantly rushing towards the hunting location of Gushi and his team. What are you shouting about? Someone is coming. Captain Wu was a little unhappy. Just now, he was bragging to Gushi about how stable his men were, how calm they were, and how they could calmly deal with various problems. Wasn't this a slap in his face? Captain Wu glared at the soldier with some displeasure. But the soldier didn't notice Captain Wu's expression at all, and rushed to Captain Wu on his wild boar. Captain, go and have a look. The Imperial Guards are coming. Hearing this, Captain Wu was shocked. What did you say? Imperial Guards. A group of Imperial Guards are coming. The soldier couldn't explain it clearly, so he simply used the power of his mind to transmit the picture he saw. Seeing this situation, Captain Wu's face changed, and he turned around and said to Gushi, Mr. Gu, let's go back quickly. This time, something really bad has happened. Gushi always uses the mental immunity effect unless he encounters other special events. Unless Gushi connects with other people's minds through the mind's eye and the floating spiritual IKA. But that requires 2 transfers. Gushi usually doesn't use it that way. Facing the reaction of Captain Wu and others, Gushi just stood aside and watched. Captain Wu soon reacted and turned to Gushi and said, Hurry, your pass and joint certificate have been delivered, and Zulong wants to see you. When he heard that the pass and joint certificate were delivered, Gushi immediately opened a small door, and asked Xiaoya and the other 3 to come out quickly. If they missed this opportunity, Gushi would not be able to get a new identity for them. Seeing Gushi's actions, Captain Wu was also shocked. Mr. Gu, are you not nervous? Gushi blinked. What is there to be nervous about? In the real world, I am sworn brothers with the level 60 bosses. How high can the upper limit be in this game world? What is there for him to be nervous about? Zulong has several divisions. So Gushi still followed his own steps and released Shea, Catherine and more. After doing all this, Gushi walked to Captain Wu. Captain Wu couldn't wait any longer at this time. He dragged Gushi and said, Let's go, don't let you wait too long. Gushi was dragged by Captain Wu to the direction of the flight point. They just came out of the mountain and saw the situation at the flight point. At this time, at the flight point, a battle flag was raised. On the battle flag was a black dragon that had just flown out of the mountains. Gushi noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with the mountains below the black dragon. There were 9 mountains in total, 3 of which were pointed, and the remaining 6 were all flat. Gushi was still thinking, what do these 9 peaks represent? Captain Wu said excitedly. This is the Imperial Guard Lishan Guard. It seems that Zulong really wants to see you. Lishan Guard? Hearing Gushi's question, Captain Wu remembered that Gushi did not understand the military system of the Dragon Kingdom. So he quickly explained, oh, that's right. The Imperial Guards are divided into 9 units, and they share the same dragon flag with Zulong. Zulong's dragon flag is a black dragon flying from the mountains. The 9 peaks are all flat, and on the top of the mountain is a top that suppresses everything. Then the 9 units are ranked according to the number of peaks. For example, the one with only 1 peak is the first-ranked Northern Army, which is mainly responsible for guarding the palace. The second-ranked Southern Army is the second-ranked Southern Army, which is mainly responsible for guarding the capital. The one coming over now is the third-ranked Lishan Guard, which is mainly responsible for protecting Zulong's travel, and also has the task of guarding Zulong's mausoleum. Next is the Yulin Guard, the military's own soldiers. The Shueshu Guard, the guards responsible for protecting history books and libraries. The Bianwei, the place where border army officers learn to kill. The Heibingwei, the troops responsible for gathering intelligence. The Xiaofu Army, responsible for protecting the Xiaofu caravan and industry, the main force for collecting fees and taxes. Finally, there is a prisoner army. The unit is usually an engineering and punishment unit, and in wartime, they are the most fierce death squad. Chapter 1477 Lishan Guards Pick Up People. When Captain Wu explained the situation of the Imperial Guards to Gushi, the people of Lishan Guards also walked towards Gushi. They definitely did not attack with their entire army this time, but only came with more than 100 people, and brought a carriage pulled by 4 dragons. Most of the soldiers were surrounding the carriage, and the weapons and equipment in their hands were obviously mainly for defense. After all, as the tomb keepers of Zulong, the only thing that could make them mobilize their entire army was such a major event as Zulong's travel. Coming to pick up Gushi, it was just that Zulong wanted to see Gushi, and they came to check on Gushi's situation and did it on the way. If Gushi showed any different reaction, then they could kill Gushi. Luckily, Gushi was quite honest. After coming with his men, he just glanced at the people of Lishan Guard and said nothing more. You are Gushi, right? Come with me. His Majesty Zulong wants to see you. These servants of yours, let them take the identity card, and go wherever they should go. Seeing Gushi stop, the leading captain said directly to Gushi. He could tell at a glance what was going on with the 3 women behind Gushi. But this matter was not his business, and there was no need for him to meddle in it. When he saw this dragon captain, Gushi raised his eyes and muttered to himself. What a waste. Just by meeting him, Gushi had already seen that. The dragon captain in front of him was a leader, and his level was about 15. If he was under Gushi's command, he could basically take care of himself. But here, he was just a captain of 100 men. I don't know how many volumes Zulong will have. Okay. Shea, you go to Captain Wu to get the certificate and the pass, and do whatever you want. I will call you back when I need you. Gushi agreed immediately, then he tidied his clothes, and went towards the carriage. At this moment, the dragon captain took out something like a mirror, and gestured up and down in front of Gushi. How are you? If the dragon captain had used other means, Gushi might not have seen the contents of the mirror in his hand. But the dragon captain was holding a mirror, so that was embarrassing. Gushi had borrowed all kinds of strange abilities to the mirror from Luna. Gushi wanted to take a look at the mirror in the dragon captain's hand, which was quite simple. He just glanced at the dragon captain, and said to him, You are using the mirror wrong. What? The dragon captain looked up at Gushi. I said you are using the mirror wrong. You want to use the mirror to reflect people's souls. Right? But the mirror you are holding is obviously wrong. The compass guidance is not enough. If you want to explore other people's thoughts, you should use Jade. But don't you all know how to communicate with each other? Why do you use this method? Listening to Gushi's words, the dragon captain also knew that he had met a master. He said lightly, If everyone can communicate with each other, it means that no one can communicate with each other. Hearing this, Gushi also nodded. He also understood the situation here. It seems that the people of the Dragon Kingdom have the ability to prevent others from controlling their minds. As expected, there are always higher mountains. The dragon captain also said something to Gushi at this time. Please don't be offended by that. This is what we must do. All those who want to see His Majesty Zulong must be subject to such inspection. So please remove your mental shielding. Don't worry, we won't see too much. Gushi was a little speechless. This really can't be solved. This ability is not added by me. I am naturally immune to the influence of all mental power. So I have no way to communicate with people mentally. I can only talk. When the dragon captain heard this, he looked Gushi up and down again. In the end, he didn't say whether he believed it or not, but just let Gushi get on the carriage. After entering the carriage, Gushi found a female dragon sitting in the carriage. This dragon was considered a high-level being, except for a dragon head that was not in Gushi's aesthetic range. Her figure was pretty good. When Gushi came in, she just looked up at Gushi. Take off your clothes. Ah. What? Gushi was speechless. Is this the treatment for following Zulong? I told you to take it off. What are you saying? The female dragon looked dissatisfied and took off Gushi's clothes herself. Then she took out a piece of black silk, gestured around Gushi twice, and began to sew clothes for Gushi. At this time, Gushi finally saw what it meant to be tailor-made. This was not tailoring at all, but putting the cloth directly on Gushi. After that, by adjusting the cloth on Gushi, she made new clothes for Gushi. At this time, Gushi finally understood what this female dragon wanted to do, but he was still a little reluctant. After all, if you want me to change clothes, just say it directly, there is no need to make it like this. But the female dragon did not give Gushi any chance to communicate. After making the clothes, she quickly took the opportunity to embroider on Gushi's clothes. As for Gushi's original clothes, they had been put aside. Gushi realized it at this time. When he met Zulong, he could not bring anything except his body. He could not even decide his dress. Everything had to be done according to the female dragon's way. And the way the female dragon handled it was most likely Zulong's hobby. This made Gushi somewhat unhappy. So Gushi's face obviously darkened. At this time, the female dragon seemed to have sensed something. She looked up at Gushi. Your clothes will take a while, and then I will take care of your hair and skin. How long have you not washed your hair? You need to wash it at least 3 times. Your skin color is not good enough. You need to paint it jade-colored. All these will take time. If you are hungry, there is something to eat first. After you finish your hair, it is best not to eat. Gushi was speechless. He did not come here to eat. But he still asked, can I not dress up in a weird way? I can accept washing my hair, but applying things on my body, I really can't accept it. Jade skin cream. 3 hours after application, the skin will turn white jade color. 3 hours later, physique +1. A bottle of jade skin cream costs at least 300 gold. According to your size, you need at least 3 bottles to cover your body. Apply it now. I have always wanted to learn makeup, but I have never found the opportunity. This is a good opportunity for me to learn makeup and skin care. Apply it. Chapter 1478 Meeting Zulong. Gushi was in the carriage, and he was not sure how fast the carriage was going. Anyway, after Gushi changed his clothes and put on makeup, the carriage stopped. Gushi had changed his appearance at this time. He was now wearing a black robe with red patterns, and his skin was shining like white jade. Something was dripped into his eyes, and now they were flashing a bright red light. This also made Gushi see everything in red. But it was also because of this reason that Gushi seemed to have switched his sights, and could clearly see something different. It was like the light that was constantly flashing on the wall, and the tiny eyes on the door. It was as if someone wanted Gushi to see everything on purpose. After following the people of Lishan Guard into a palace, Gushi was thrown down. Gushi looked around and found that this was obviously a side hall. It was about 300 square meters in size. The surroundings were empty. Not even a table or chair was set up. There were more than a dozen female dragons standing outside the palace. For some reason, Gushi had a feeling that he could use these female dragons at any time. But Gushi had no interest in them. If the female dragons had human faces, Gushi might have tried it. But the female dragons in front of him all had dragon heads, which Gushi really couldn't eat. So he simply sat in the middle of the palace, and waited there seriously. About 10 minutes later, all the silk threads on the palace walls lit up. The different colors made the originally dark palace colorful. Under the effect of the red eye drops, the light actually formed a face. This face was a normal human face, with a pair of dragon horns on the head. He looked Gushi up and down, and then made a strange sound. You are Gushi, right? You came from the outside world through the flight point? Yes. Gushi was quite honest at this time. However, He had already judged the strength level of Zulong in his mind. Above level 20, but he was not sure how much higher. After Gushi responded, the two of them stared at each other again, not knowing what to say. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Zulong seemed to have done something. He sighed deeply, and seemed to turn his head. Have you seen Dragon City? Here it comes. Gushi's heart moved, and he decisively responded. I have seen it. I also know the situation of Eva over there. I must avenge the vengeance of blocking the road. Hearing this, Zulong nodded with satisfaction. Okay. I like you like this. But let me make it clear to you. We are not afraid of war. But after the war begins, we will not stop. We will not retreat until we reach Dragon City. You must consider carefully now whether you are willing to follow us. If you are willing, you will die in the next battle. And you will not retreat even if you die in the battle. At this point, Zulong paused. Of course, I will not let you do it in vain. As long as you take Dragon City and complete the heavenly sacrifice, I will naturally give you benefits. When facing Zulong, Gushi wanted to speak up. Just like when he faced the Sealdilu, to discuss a few more temporary tasks. But when he looked up at Zulong, he immediately felt a sense of pressure. Gushi had a feeling that Zulong was not an easy person to talk to. If he bargained with him at this time, Gushi would definitely not die. But he would definitely fight with the people of Dragon Country. Gushi had already set his sights on Dragon City, and no longer had his sights on Dragon Country. At this time, Gushi did not want to clash with Dragon Country. Even if Gushi believed that he could beat Dragon Country, he always felt that the benefits of taking Dragon Country were not as great as taking Dragon City. Just when Gushi was about to agree, Zulong said something else. Hey, are you confident that you can take me down? Gushi was stunned. What was going on? How did Zulong know what I was thinking? Am I not immune to all mental effects? You are immune to all mental effects by the rings on your hands and the lantern in your left hand. No wonder they said you were immune to mental power when they came back. Even the mind-viewing mirror could not see your thoughts. Not a bad ability. But you are immune to the effects of mental power on the one hand. And you want to use mental power on the other hand. This will have some flaws. I happen to have something that can restrain you, although it is not much, but I can still read your mind. Gushi now didn't know what to do. At this time, an idea flashed through Gushi's mind. He raised his head in disbelief. Red dress? Red dress? It's an interesting idea. At this time, Zulong said again, this is really possible. I originally thought that, after taking Dragon City and performing the heavenly sacrifice, the last tripod that was lost could be replaced. Reappear the idea of Ding Ding Jojo. Now you mention red equipment. I feel this is feasible. Gushi was shocked after hearing this. No way. They won't change their minds at the last minute. We need to calculate this matter. Maybe it is really possible. You are very interesting. Originally I just wanted to make up for the 9 cauldrons. With the power of the 9 cauldrons, I can take another step forward. At that time, I can kill other ghosts and gods, and unify the whole world. But the method you are talking about now, gives me another hope. I need to modify my plan. You should leave first. Someone will look for you in 3 days. If it is feasible, you will be sent to the Northland Legion and attack with the Northland Legion. After saying this, Zulong's face was about to change back to lines, and disappear in the palace. At this time, Gushi couldn't help but ask, why the Northland Legion? If we want to fight, shouldn't we fight all the way west? I have 2 legions. One is the Northland Legion, and the other is the South Sea Legion. Which one do you want to join? Zulong rolled his eyes at Gushi. Zulong didn't have time to care about Gushi at this time. After being awakened by Gushi, Zulong now had many ideas in his mind. He wanted to call all the dragon ancestors under his command to see if his plan was feasible. Originally, Zulong's idea was to take advantage of the opportunity to capture Dragon City to complete the lost 9 cauldrons. But now the idea is different. The first one of the 9 cauldrons is at the orange level, and it has been suppressing the Dragon Kingdom for many years, and a lot of energy has been accumulated here. If he could take advantage of the opportunity of taking Dragon City and performing the heavenly sacrifice to extract all the energy in the 9 cauldrons and gather them together, he would have a chance to get a red equipment. Zulong didn't need to consider whether it was worthwhile to exchange 9 orange equipment for 1 red equipment. What he had to consider was how high the possibility of the red equipment being formed directly was. Chapter 1479 Entering the City. After leaving the palace, Gushi was led out of the Lishan Palace by several female dragons. From here, go down the mountain and follow the main road to enter the city. The female dragons who set Gu Shi out kindly explained the route to Gu Shi, and told Gu Shi that, as long as he was not in the city, Gu Shi could ride any mount, or fly by himself. No one cared about this matter. After hearing this, Gu Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he had to walk all the way there. Now this sentence is enough. Gu Shi raised his hand, and released the holy silver evil coffin, and he jumped on it. In the past few days, Gu Shi learned a lot about the Dragon Kingdom from Captain Wu. But most of these things were heard by Gu Shi, and many things he had never seen. In Gu Shi's mind, seeing is believing, hearing is false. He also wanted to see the situation in the Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, Gu Shi had another question to deal with. That is, the location of the flight point is clearly somewhere outside the Dragon Country. But when flying over, the flight point is located in the Dragon Country. Whether there is any problem here, Gu Shi has no idea, but it is certain that the map Gu Shi got was many years ago. Gu Shi really wants to know, when the Dragon Country has not expanded so much, what the flight point is like. And Gu Shi also heard from Captain Wu that in the capital of the Dragon Country, there is a special library. Some of the books there can be borrowed. If Gu Shi wants to check some information, it is definitely right to go here. At the same time, the customs and habits of the Dragon Kingdom can be fully enjoyed in the capital. In addition, there are many things for sale here. If you insist, Gu Shi can play in this capital for 10 days or 8 days, and every day is different. Now Zulong asked Gu Shi to wait here for 3 days, so he naturally had to go to the capital to take a look. Gu Shi did not notice that. When he left the Lishan Palace, several fairly powerful auras also entered the palace. And then all the gates in the palace were closed. The entire palace entered a state of martial law. It can be seen that Zulong also knew how important the next thing to do was. And there could not be any mistakes no matter where. Gu Shi was very happy now. Because with the guidance of the road, the Holy Silver Evil Coffin moved forward very quickly. Gu Shi did not let the Holy Silver Evil Coffin enter the shadow and perform shadow jumps. He held the book like this, reading while observing the surroundings. This was also a habit that Gu Shi developed after entering this game world. He was quite curious about the various creatures in this world. After all, the biological system in this world is too rich. Not to mention the situation in the rainforest. The interior of the Dragon Kingdom in front of him was also full of different creatures. There were even more species of creatures here than in the rainforest. Gu Shi looked up from time to time and could see something different. It was a pity that Gu Shi did not bring the cookbook with him. And the cookbook was not a complete version. It only recorded some beasts near the flight point. The cookbooks for places farther away were not recorded. Gu Shi planned to buy a complete set of recipes after entering the city this time, whether there were any or not. This way, if he encountered similar beasts in other worlds in the future, Gu Shi would know how to deal with them. Stop. Stop for a moment. When Gu Shi was thinking about what to do after entering the city, he suddenly heard a voice from a distance. The voice sounded quite young. Gu Shi looked up in the direction of the voice, and found a wild dragon man running towards him. This wild dragon man had a dragon head, a human upper body, and a dragon lower body. When he ran, the scales on his body would flash like sapphires. When Gu Shi stopped the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, the wild dragon man ran in front of Gu Shi. Gu Shi noticed that the wild dragon man had a spear, a long sword, and a set of bows and arrows hanging on his lower body. And he was also carrying some bags and a few wild beasts like rabbits. It was obvious that these little rabbits had just been killed. And there was still a trace of heat on the blood. Who are you? This is my identity card. I came from the nearby Weijia village. My name is Wei Hu. I want to borrow your car to go into the city. Don't worry. I will definitely pay you. Wei Hu said to Gu Shi seriously. Borrow my car to go into the city? Gu Shi looked down at the Holy Silver Evil Coffin and understood what Wei Hu meant. But he didn't understand Wei Hu's behavior. Why is that? We are wild dragons. We cannot enter the capital unless we are led by someone. Big brother, help me, Wei Hu said, while cupping his hands to Gu Shi. Gu Shi could tell from his actions that Wei Hu's strength was quite good, probably at level 8, which was considered above average in the Dragon Country. But why did he follow Gu Shi into the city? I don't quite understand. Can you explain it to me? Ah, it's like this. I heard that the Northern Army is expanding its army recently, and is going to fight outside the Great Wall. This is a good opportunity to gain military merit. I want to sign up for the Northern Army. As long as I gain military merit, I can exchange for evolution water, and evolve from a wild dragon man to a dragon man. Then I can live in a big house, and become your majesty's personal guard. The Northern Army is going to expand? Who told you that? Gushi asked curiously. Could it be that the news spread so quickly? Is there any need to hear about this? Anyone with eyes can see it at a glance. Let alone other things. The number of long-tailed green-winged birds flying over Waijia village has increased in the past few days. This clearly means that there will be a big move soon. However, some people didn't pay much attention to it. It's not difficult to sign up for the Northern Army now. Anyone can go and sign up. Once the news spreads, it will be difficult to sign up. This is the first war of expansion of the Dragon Kingdom in more than 1,000 years. Everyone is eyeing this military achievement. Brother, you just helped me. Gushi glanced at Wei Hu again, and then pointed at Wei Hu. Come up, you have your own pass and certificate, you can be my servant on the road, and we'll talk about everything after we enter the city. By the way, what can you do? Tell me, so that I can answer when someone asks me later. I have been raising horses with my uncle since I was a child. The quality of the horses I raise is quite good, and can be compared with the Pegasus outside. Pegasus? Gushi thought of the Pegasus cavalry he had seen before, so he asked, have you ever raised a Pegasus? Is it easy to raise a Pegasus? Chapter 1480 Yongdu City. Yongdu City is also the current capital of Dragon Country. When approaching Yongdu City, the number of pedestrians on the road gradually increased. Gushi noticed that Wei Hu was not the only smart person. Many wild dragons with similar situations to Wei Hu were mixed in a team of ordinary dragons, and were heading towards Yongdu City together. From their unfamiliar cooperation, it can be seen that they were in the same situation as Gushi, and they were all temporary partners met on the road. But Gushi's luck was pretty good. Although Wei Hu looked young, he was clean. Moreover, Wei Hu's strength was pretty good. He was also very measured in what he said and did. It was obvious that he was well educated by his family. The others looked like a group of wild dragons. Not only were their scales dull in color, but some of them didn't even have complete weapons and equipment. You should know that along the way. Gushi had already asked Wei Hu about it. If you want to join the Northland Legion as an ordinary soldier, you need a spear, a long sword, and a set of bows and arrows. If there is no complete set of equipment, no matter how good the body is or how high the level is, it will not work. Those wild dragon people who do not have complete weapons and equipment do not know why they came here. While Gushi was observing the situation in front of him, Wei Hu also followed the holy silver evil coffin, observing the situation of the wild dragon people, explaining to Gushi the wild dragon people he found. The wild dragon people that Wei Hu liked were all of equal strength to Wei Hu, and were regarded as competitors by Wei Hu. However, Gushi also noticed that Wei Hu did not think highly of himself. His judgments on the wild dragons were quite fair, and he was a good kid who knew when to advance and when to retreat. Soon, Gushi and his companions arrived at the gate of Yongdu City. When approaching the gate, Gushi wanted to jump off the holy horn evil coffin and go in. When Wei Hu saw Gushi's action, he quickly persuaded him, brother, don't mess around. You are pregnant now. Just sit on the mount, so that they won't make things too difficult for you. Gushi couldn't help but look at Wei Hu when he heard it. How do you know? Originally, there was a man in our village who rode a wild boar back and forth every day. Everyone was quite polite to him. One day, he came back on foot. After that, everyone's attitude towards him was no longer as good as before. They just treated him as an ordinary person. Even if he rode a wild boar again, everyone's attitude towards him did not change again. When Wei Hu said this, Gushi actually smiled. That's because the person you are talking about has no status to pretend. Some people don't need to pretend at all. As Gushi spoke, he jumped off the holy silver evil coffin and took out his own pass and certificate. The pass in Dragon Country is no different from the ordinary pass. It is a piece of paper similar to a form, which tells who the pass belongs to and what area the pass can enter. The pass is special. It is the size of a thumb and is similar to a pearl. It is full of mind fluctuations. As long as you have the ability to read minds, you can see the information recorded in it. This information includes Gushi's appearance, identity, status, where he came from, military merits, etc. It can be said that as long as this is revealed, everyone will know who Gushi is. This time is the same. After jumping off the holy silver evil coffin, Gushi immediately took out the combined certificate. The soldiers guarding the gate only took a glance and compared the combined certificate with Gushi. Seeing Gushi's military merit in the combined certificate, the soldiers guarding the gate were also shocked. Gu Shi's current military merit is not low. Among the 20 levels of military merit in the Dragon Kingdom, Gu Shi's military merit directly reached the 10th level. That is to say, if Gu Shi joins any legion now, he will start as the commander of a team of 50 people. When Gu Shi got this certificate, he didn't care too much, because in Gu Shi's view, 50 people or something, he would not be willing to bring such a small force when he was level 2. However, the Dragon Kingdom also has its own problems. That is, there are too many dragon people here, and they are too stubborn. They are not easy to die. They want to do something bad, but they are suppressed by the ancestor dragon and the rules. For example, in Zulong's guards, the leader can only lead a team of 100 people. From this point, it can be seen that Gu Shi's 10th level military merit is really nothing. It is said that he can become the commander of a team of 50 people. But whether he can lead so many soldiers is not certain. Especially in Yongdu City, the gatekeepers of any gate may have a military merit level of more than 10. So these soldiers just looked at Gu Shi, check Wei Hu's identity card, and let them in. They didn't look down on Gu Shi because he got off the holy silver evil coffin, as Wei Hu thought. Nor did they look up to him because of his actions. They just waved their hands and ignored Gu Shi, but looked at the team entering the city behind Gu Shi. After entering Yongdu City, Wei Hu was somewhat puzzled. Brother, why are they doing this? Gu Shi understood the reason behind this. They have seen a lot. Maybe in your opinion, some things are unattainable. But in their view, it was just something they were used to. Gu Shi said calmly. At this time, Gu Shi's thoughts had drifted far away. What he said was actually his own perception. You should know that in Balian City, if a necromancer wants to reach level 10, he must have a bone dragon of his own. Even a patchwork bone dragon made of bones will do. But with such a simple condition, many necromancers cannot achieve it, and finally get stuck at level 9 for a long time. But for Gu Shi, this is not a big deal. Moore is still being picky about the bone dragons. If they have no potential, she will not accept them. The gate guards in front of him are in the same situation. In Wei Hu's eyes, they may be very powerful figures. But in the eyes of these gate guards, they may be ordinary people they see every day. So there is really no need to interpret some things too much. Because there is really no need. Okay, you have entered the city. Next, do you plan to follow me? Or do you plan to sign up for the army yourself? I will sign up by myself. Big brother, thank you very much. This little beast is my thank you gift. Please accept it. Wei Hu took out a little beast similar to a rabbit from his back and handed it to Gu Shi. Gu Shi was not polite about this. He stretched out his hand and weighed the little beast in his hand twice. What kind of beast is this? Is there a recipe? Chapter 1481 Library. Gu Shi smiled and thanked Wei Hu, and stretched out his hand, and the little rabbit-like animal quickly disappeared in Gu Shi's hand. Wei Hu looked at the situation in front of him, and almost thought that he was dazzled. Gu Shi, on the other hand, was quite natural. This was the last time when Gu Shi killed the alien body, Eva's soul fragment, and obtained a spirit through double death, the flying head in the dream. Unlike the floating spirit aka, this spirit did not have any spiritual power. This thing is a human head floating in the air. No matter where it is placed, it doesn't look like a powerful undead. But this human head-shaped undead has brought Gu Shi unimaginable benefits. After all, the source of this dream flying head is extraordinary. Dream flying heads are very similar to floating spirits. Both have the characteristics of expanding the range effect. It's just that floating spirits target spiritual abilities, and dream flying heads can target dreams. So when he knew about the existence of the dream flying head, Gu Shi immediately assigned it to Lingxi. After all, dreams were something that only Lingxi could play with, and Lingxi did not disappoint Gu Shi with the dream flying head as a transfer. Lingxi's ability to transfer items through dreams became stronger and stronger. Before, Gu Shi would have an obvious sleeping gesture, but now he doesn't even have this gesture. Things disappear directly in front of Gu Shi, and even Gu Shi himself doesn't know whether he is dreaming or not. The most important thing is that Lingxi can see Gu Shi's needs at any time in Yin City. Without Gu Shi's orders, Lingxi can directly deliver what Gu Shi wants to Gu Shi. The current situation is the tacit cooperation between Gu Shi and his contracted undead. As an outsider like Wei Hu, he naturally can't see the tricks here. In Wei Hu's eyes, Gu Shi is a big shot with a portable space. However, Wei Hu is also a dragon man with personality and ambition. Even though he discovered Gu Shi's extraordinariness, Wei Hu had no intention of clinging to someone else. In Wei Hu's eyes, he would be able to grow into a big shot in the future. And there was no need to rely on anyone at this time. After taking a closer look at Gu Shi, Wei Hu thanked Gu Shi again and left quickly. After Wei Hu left, Gu Shi turned around to look at the situation in Yongdu City. He asked someone about it and went directly to his goal this time. According to the information Gu Shi had found out, there were many places selling books in Yongdu City. The most important thing here is of course the library. It is the official book selling point of the entire Dragon Country, and the books here are the most complete. But there is also a problem here, that is, you need to check the certificate when buying books. Some books are not open to people with low military merit. Not to mention selling, even taking a look at the library is not allowed. In addition, in the southeast of Yongdu City, there is another book market. The books there are not so comprehensive, but buying books here, you don't need to check the certificate. As long as you have money, you can buy all the books in this book market. However, most of the books in this book market are novels. Some core books, such as military books and skill books, are not available here. Fortunately, the recipe book that Gu Shi wanted was not a difficult book to get. It could be found in the library or the book market. Finally, the omniscient passerby secretly told Gu Shi a piece of news. That is, there is a small black market behind the book market. As long as you have money, you can get any book there. I heard that once the design drawings of Zulong's palace in Mount Li were sold in the black market. This thing was originally a top secret existence, and it was impossible to sell it to the public. From this, we can see how powerful the black market behind the book market is. Of course, if you want to buy the good things you want in the black market behind the book market, you have to have money on the one hand, and you have to be fearless on the other hand. In other words, if you encounter such a thing, you only need money. Pay for the goods. No one knows where the goods come from, nor where they will eventually spread to. But it doesn't work in this world. The spiritual power in this world is extremely strong. Who knows if someone has a wrong mind, the news will spread. Otherwise, how can a passerby know so many details? So if you want to buy some black goods, you must not be afraid of death. As for what is in the black goods, the omniscient passerby also gave Gu Shi an answer. In these black goods, I heard that there are various ancient books that were burned by Zulong long ago. It is rumored that the reason why Zulong was able to break through the restrictions of the dragon ancestor and take such a step was because he found some information in the ancient books. In order to prevent others from finding some information from them, Zulong burned most of the books and only left some books that he thought were not problematic. However, some things cannot be solved by burning them. The power of telepathy in this game is quite strong. Many people who existed in the same period as Zulong are still alive. They remember the contents of these books. As long as they don't die and their souls don't return to the dragon ancestor, they don't have to erase their memories. As long as these memories exist, these books can't resist. As for the books that Zulong burned, they just happened to define a range for them. If there were no books burned by Zulong, they wouldn't know which books Zulong had the opportunity to grow up in. So there has been a constant flow of black goods in the black market over the years, and they are actually behind it. Gu Shi didn't want to get involved in the matter between Zulong and these people. The book he wanted should not be considered contraband, so Gu Shi didn't go to the book market first, but went to the library. This library is located in the east of Yongdu City, and is a mirror image of the armory in the west. From this point, it can be seen that Zulong attaches great importance to the library. When Gu Shi came to the library, the first thing that flashed in his eyes was an expression of disbelief. It was not because the library in front of him was too big or too small. Gu Shi also has his own library, perhaps a guild, school, and libraries in other cities. He knows very well that the size of a library is not important, but what books are stored in it, and how the library manages these books. The library in front of him is not like this. As soon as he entered the library, Gu Shi saw a group of dragon people sitting in front of the library door waiting. Say they are waiting for the library to open, but it is obviously not the case. These dragon people almost wrote on their faces, "They are the orthodox storage room history of the library. You can ask me now." Chapter 1482 Good luck when buying books. Hello, I am the censurer of the library. You can ask me anything. Don't pay attention to him. Come and ask me. I know everything. Ask me. I charge a low fee. Are you shameless? You dare to lower the price randomly. Do you still want to stay here? Brothers, beat me up. Looking at the chaotic censurer, Gu Shi shrugged, turned his head, and went to the inside of the library, and the Sanshur who were fighting wanted to stop him, but no one could stop Gu Shi. After entering the library, Gu Shi saw a bronze statue at first sight. Only then did he understand why the library historians outside were so excited. It turned out that before Zulong, the library historian was the real boss, and his existence laid a solid foundation for the development of the Dragon Kingdom. It can be said that the influence of this library historian on the Dragon Kingdom is no weaker than that of Zulong. Until now, Zulong dared not look for the boss who had left, for fear that he would invite him back accidentally. The library historians outside are all mediocre people who want to follow this path again. They obviously have no strength, and just want to put their hopes on a vague and illusory route. I don't know what they have read in this library for so many years. Didn't they say that everything is in the books? Gu Shi shook his head, walked around the bronze statue, and walked to a nearby guide platform. This is my test. This is the book I want. Please help me see how many copies can be bought here. During the 3 days of rest at the flight point, Gu Shi also discussed some of the things he needed with the city of Aridov. He even contacted Eve, who was copying books in Hades University. After everyone's consultation, Gu Shi came up with a list of must-buy books. Like Lynx's recipes, Luna needed some architectural design drawings and architectural development drawings. Princess Anna needed some military books. Eve heard about earthenware figurines, and wanted some books about making earthenware figurines. And Gu Shi wanted some books on history, geography, fairy tales and miscellaneous books. As for Catherine and Shea, they didn't have any requirements, because they were in this game world, and they could find what they wanted. Because Gu Shi didn't know the titles of these books, he just knew the direction of the books he wanted. Whether there were any, what books they were, whether they could be bought, it all depended on the guide desk here. Seeing Gu Shi take out a stack of papers and put them in front of him, Zhang Shishir, who was sitting at the guide desk, was a little speechless. Are you here to buy goods? If I wanted to buy goods, I wouldn't come here. Gu Shi rolled his eyes. He was telling the truth. If you want to wholesale books, you still have to go to the book market. Fortunately, the library historians here are all people who do things. As for Gu Shi's situation, he just complained about it. After that, he picked up the list of books that Gu Shi wanted and quickly drew on it. For clay figurines, I recommend Mud Under the Luoyang Shovel. Mud and Fire. The Spirit of Earthen Figurines. Self-made earthen figurines. Earthen figurines are not as good as gold and silver mountains. Looking at the books written by this library historian, Gu Shi's eyes widened. He was not surprised that this person still remembered the books in the library clearly. Instead, he was thinking about one thing. This bookseller probably gets a share of the sales. If not, why would he recommend books so hard? But just looking at the titles, Gu Shi felt that the bookseller's recommendations were good. At least when Gu Shi picked books himself, he would not take many books just by looking at the titles. It seems that professional matters should be left to professionals. When Gu Shi was sighing at the professionalism of the bookseller raised his head. I'm sorry, sir. You can only buy these books. You may not be able to buy the rest of the books with your current military merits. Gu Shi took the book list written by the bookseller and found that Eve and Lynxie wanted a lot of books, each with more than 300 books. Judging from the title, the entire system is directly moved here. Luna's books are relatively few, only about 100 books, and the books are interrupted when it comes to high-level buildings. As for the number of books that Princess Anna wants, it is even fewer, only more than 10 books, which are obviously about the command of battle formations of 50 to 100 people. There are no more advanced books. At the same time, the history, geography and other books that Gu Shi wants are available, and the number is not small. But Gu Shi always felt that there was something missing. But Gu Shi didn't know what it was. Seeing Gu Shi's embarrassment, Zhang Shishir just smiled and said nothing. He was waiting for Gu Shi to ask. If all the books were really written in one go, then how could they do business? Business is about give and take, so they can add a price. If Catherine was here, she would definitely be able to hear something, and even bargain a little more. But now Gu Shi is here. With Gu Shi's EQ, he would never understand what the Zhang Shishir said. In Gu Shi's mind, everyone is like a dead person, and speaks directly. Just say what you have. If it's not here, then it really is not here. If not, then Gu Shi can go to the book market to supplement it later. So at this time, Gu Shi nodded and put away the book list. Sure, just help me get these books first. Zhang Shishir heard. What's going on? Why don't you ask more questions? At this time, Gu Shi said to the collection room historian, Can I take a look around this library? Are there any signs for the books that can be sold here? How can I know if some books are for me to buy? Hearing Guxi's question, the collection room historian also laughed in his heart. In his opinion, Guxi was planning to find books by himself. But so what? He didn't think about how many books there were in the library. For some books, you only look at the title, and you don't know what is written in it. If you want to find what you want in a sea of books, you are dreaming. After you suffer a loss, you will know to come back to our Zhangshishi. Of course you can read it at will. You can take your certificate and go up. As long as the library can be opened with the certificate, the books in it can be sold to you. However, there are too many books in some places, and they are not sorted out. It may be difficult to find the books you want. When Zhangshishi spoke, he emphasized the arrangement and difficulty. But Guxi ignored him and thanked him seriously. Thank you. I can see that you are a good person. You are much better than the Zhangshishi outside. Chapter 1483 Orange Books. With the certificate in hand, Guxi entered the library. Of course, before entering, some of the books that Guxi needed had already been delivered to him. The main goal of the library was to be quick. As long as Guxi paid the money, everything could be done in the shortest time. Facing hundreds of books like a small mountain, Guxi just waved his hand, and all the books disappeared. It must be admitted that the combination of Lingxi and Mengjing Feisho was no worse than Guxi's by Wuchang team in terms of the speed of moving things. The speed of the transportation was so fast that the storage room managers couldn't see clearly. They just blinked, and the mountain of books disappeared. After putting away his wallet, Guxi went to the library. At this time, several storage room managers quickly followed, and one of them even pushed a cart for transporting books behind Guxi. Guest, what book do you want? Just tell me, and I will help you get it. Don't do it yourself. Hearing this, Guxi knew that these storage room managers were scared after seeing Guxi's methods. They were all worried that if Guxi took a few books directly, or Guxi took a few pages from the book directly, they might not notice. Seeing this, Guxi could only nod. After that, Guxi went through the library one by one. When buying books before, Guxi already knew the prices of the books here. In the Dragon Kingdom, everyone is like a dragon. For this reason, they set the price of knowledge very low. Although the purchase rights of books were restricted in terms of military merit, they could buy as much as they wanted within their own authority. Guxi's military merit level was not low. 10 levels of military merit could buy a lot of things. Guxi pushed open the door of a library and took a look at the spine of the book. The history of the Dragon Kingdom's war? Is it true? There is such a book. I want a set. The Legend of the 12 Golden Men? What are the 12 Golden Men? I want a set. The title of this book is Provocation of the Ally Kingdom? It's a geography book. No need. Hey, I want this one too. Guxi pointed at the books he saw, and asked people to take them down as long as he was interested. Of course, if he is not interested. But if Guxi sees any books flashing blue or above, he will have them taken down. In Guxi's opinion, if he does not read these books himself, he can also put them in the library of the magic area, where someone will naturally organize them. When he comes back, she will host various experiments, and then these books will be useful. Besides, even if they are never used. So what? Guxi has the money, and the books here are so cheap. Guxi was now in a shopping mode. He would buy whatever he liked. After walking in the library for about half an hour, Guxi finally stopped. He looked back at the library historians pushing carts behind him, and said a little embarrassedly, "Thank you very much, I want all these books. Now please help me sort them out, at least help me classify them, and count what books are here." The library historians did not refuse Guxi's request. This is their job. And Guxi bought so many books this time, so many that the storeroom secretaries were stunned. They also needed to count how many books there were, and then they would have to restock. At this time, a storeroom secretary walked up to Guxi. "Guest, can we chat here?" Guxi thought about it and followed him. When they reached a nearby corner, the storeroom secretary stared at Guxi and asked, "Are you going to read all these books yourself?" "Not necessarily, I have my own library, and some of the books I bought are for collection." Guxi didn't understand what the storeroom secretary was going to say, so he could only explain it this way. The storage manager said carefully, "It's a good thing to have your own library. I have a few books here. I want to save a place for you to collect them. I don't ask for anything else. But I just hope that these books can be passed on and seen by more people." Hearing this, Guxi was obviously stunned. "What's the situation?" Because I bought a lot of books. I just gave you banned books? Please rest assured. These are not the banned books that are burned. At most, these books are not suitable for circulation outside. But they need more people to see them. Seeing that Gushi did not answer, the storage manager became a little anxious. And he hurriedly explained to Gushi. Seeing his look, Gushi thought of the Book of Titans in his hand. This book of spiritualism also needs more people to read and learn, so that it can continue to grow. Maybe the forbidden book in the hands of the Tibetan historian is like this. Take out the book for me to see. Thinking that the Tibetan historian has the same situation as himself, he would naturally be willing to lend a hand. After all, just reading this book can help a person and gain a skill at the same time. What can't be done? As for whether this book is a banned book, Gushi would care about this. Hearing what Gushi said, Zhang Shishir also laughed. Thank you, sir. This is the book. Zhang Shishir took out a manuscript without a cover and handed it to Gushi. This manuscript was obviously copied on ordinary white paper. Gushi saw something written on the manuscript at first glance. The results are not ideal. This made Gushi a little confused. So he took the book. Before Gushi could see the contents of the book clearly, he found that the words on the book kept changing. Finally, these words were combined into a book title. 300 Children's Songs. Gushi was obviously stunned by the title. Then, there was a ding sound in his ear. You get the Orange Quality Special Book 300 Children's Songs. 300 Children's Songs. Orange. Book records a rather confusing copy of children's songs. Everyone who gets this book can get a book volume, orange, but this book cannot be read. Every reading will cause alienation of the reader. What is this situation? An unreadable orange book? Gushi looked puzzled. What does he want this book for? Guessed, this book can be placed in the library as a collection. Some libraries need orange quality books to upgrade. And please spread it out. For every person who gets this 300 children's songs, the content inside will change. As long as enough people get this book, the content inside will become a real orange book, and it will no longer be something that cannot be read. Chapter 1484 Forced to Level 12. After hearing what Zhang Shishir said, Gushi looked down at the book in his hand again. He found that the 300 children's songs in front of him had changed again, and the text inside had become something different. In short, no matter what the change was, it had nothing to do with the children's songs. Zhang Shishir looked at Gushi timidly. He was a little worried that he would not be able to sell this book. After all, he had found many people to sell this book, but every time he came back empty-handed. Unexpectedly, Gushi asked at this time, "How can your book be considered to have been taken by someone? I think now that I have it in my hands, so the book is mine or yours. Do I need to copy it myself, or can I get the book just by reading it once?" Gushi's question made Zhang Shishir stunned. He thought that the order was not going to be successful before, and did not elaborate. Now it seems that Gushi wants this 300 children's songs. Ah, customer, as long as you want it, you can take it. If someone wants it in the future, you can also ask him to take this 300 children's songs directly. Take it directly? Why do I feel like you are sending away the plague god? Gushi said, as he put away 300 children's songs. When he put away the 300 children's songs, he was still staring at Zhang Shishir in front of him, wanting to see how he would react. Unexpectedly, just as Gushi put the book away, Zhang Shishir had another identical book in his hand. Gushi was stunned for a moment, and immediately took out the 300 children's songs he had just put away. After comparing the two, Gushi realized that this 300 children's songs was much better than his Titan's book. He had to copy the Titan's book himself, but he could just take the 300 children's songs away. Such a book is best not to be sent to the real world. Instead, it should be placed in Gushi's mysterious academy, where many students join and leave every day. Most importantly, all the students there are players below level 15. For them, having a purple item is already a great thing. If they knew, as long as they wanted, they could take away an orange item. Even if this orange item didn't have any good properties, even if this orange item had some problems, they would be willing to take it. You know, orange is something that can be used as a family heirloom for low-level players. On the contrary, in the real world, orange items are not as attractive as imagined. After all, in the real world, as long as ordinary players pass level 30, they will have the opportunity to get orange equipment. Orange items are not very attractive to them. Looking at the 300 children's songs in his hand, an idea flashed through Gushi's mind. Could it be that before the end of Genesis, he had to go back to the depths of the game again? Do you really want to go back? The troubles over there are not over yet. Gushi didn't want to go back a little. But if he missed such a good opportunity to expand the spread of 300 children's songs, it would not be good news for Gushi. The reason why Gushi attached so much importance to this book was actually because he had a feeling. This 300 children's songs is not simple. Don't look at this book as it is still an orange quality book. But as more and more people get this 300 children's songs, I believe the final quality of this book will be further improved. Gushi is not sure how much this will be. Maybe it can be upgraded to orange +5. Or it may be directly red. Maybe this book can affect other people. Maybe. Gushi was still thinking about this when he suddenly felt something was wrong. A strong suction came from 300 children's songs, absorbing Gushi's magic power. This suction is quite strong, and it seems to want to absorb Gushi completely. Recognize the master. How is this possible? What did you promise him? Why did he suddenly let the book in your hand be the main body? When the storage room historian saw this situation, he couldn't help but shout. Gushi didn't know what was going on at this time. He just felt that his mana and vitality had been almost drained. If it weren't for the fox eye ring that gave Gushi a virtual life and virtual mana, Gushi might have been drained to death now. But even so, Gushi found that it still didn't work. Although he saved his life with the help of the fox eye ring, the mana and vitality data that were drained were not enough. If he didn't find a way quickly, and the opportunity for 300 children's songs to recognize the master was missed, his vitality and mana would have been drained in vain. Thinking of this, Gushi immediately took out the blood bottle and magic potion. But Gushi never expected that, just after he drank the blood bottle and magic potion, when his vitality and mana were replenished, his body softened. This was because the vitality and mana just replenished were insufficient, and the book had begun to extract Gushi's essence. If he didn't think of a solution at this time, something big would happen. So Gushi decisively said, upgrade. In fact, after killing from the depths of the game to the real world, Gushi experienced too many battles along the way. Even if the enemies killed by his men can only bring him 1 experience point each, those experience points are enough for Gushi to reach level 15. Gushi has been suppressing his level, and not upgrading because his foundation has not been laid. And his passive skills and skills are still unstable. Upgrading in advance will only accumulate more and more problems. So Gushi has actually been supplementing his foundation during this period. Gushi's original plan was to upgrade all his current skills after reaching the level of about level 20. This way, there will be more choices for new skills. But Gushi never thought that he would encounter such a situation today. If he doesn't upgrade now, he will just wait to die. The speed at which the 300 children's songs in front of him extracts vitality and mana is no worse than that of the red-clad fragments. It is even more ferocious here. As Gushi said this, a ding sound came to his ears. Level upgrade successful. Your level is upgraded to level 12, which will replenish life and mana, remove all unfavorable conditions, Constitution +1, and choose 2 of the following 5 skills as rewards. But at this time, Gushi had no time to care about the choice of skills. At this moment, he turned his hand, taking advantage of the opportunity of replenishing his vitality and mana, pressed 300 children's songs on the ground, and grabbed the bone-breaking obelisk with his left hand, and was about to pierce 300 children's songs. If you want to recognize your master, don't do those things. Wouldn't it be better to just submit honestly? Try to hit me again, and see if I have the ability to suppress you. Chapter 1485. The Orange Book recognizes the master. After being yelled at by Gushi, 300 children's songs also shook slightly, but finally calmed down. Although it was still extracting Gushi's vitality and mana, it was not as desperate as before. The current extraction of vitality and mana was not a big deal for Gushi. He took out the blood bottle and magic potion, and replenished them while extracting. In this way, finally, the previous attempt to drain Gushi's essence did not happen again. About half an hour later, Gushi calculated that he had replenished 7 times his total vitality and mana. And the book 300 children's songs finally stabilized. At the same time, Gushi heard a ding again. You get 300 children's songs, orange book, and recognize the owner. Now you are the 9th generation owner of this book. You will get 87.15% control of the original copy of this book. If the book is successfully promoted, you have a 55.1% chance of getting the book in the first place. Looking at the pop-up message, Gushi loosened his hand, and 300 children's songs disappeared in front of Gushi. But Gushi could feel that, as long as he wanted, he could always take a piece of paper to represent the book. and make 300 children's songs reappear in front of him. At the same time, the functions of 300 children's songs had also appeared in Gu Shi's mind. Compared with Zhang, who spared no effort to promote the book as soon as he got a copy, Gu Shi had a more thorough understanding of this 300 children's songs. The previous explanation was that 300 children's songs was just an orange book, and there was no detailed explanation of the functions inside. But in Gu Shi's eyes, the situation is different. For Gu Shi, the properties of this thing have changed. This is no longer an ordinary prop, but has its own properties. 300 children's songs, orange, books, props, Gu Shi. Special 1, book overlap. You can overlap 300 children's songs on a book, including but not limited to cultivation methods, research materials, design drawings, etc., and upgrade the quality of this book to orange quality. Only one book can be upgraded. Special 2, treasure of the town hall. You can put 300 children's songs in the library, and it can become the treasure of the town hall, thereby improving the quality of the library and upgrading the library as a whole to an orange quality holy object. Special 3, reading diffusion. Promote 300 children's songs to the outside world. Every additional person who owns 300 children's songs can improve the attribute of 300 children's songs by 1 point. When the number of possessions reaches 10, 000, 100, 000, 1 million, the corresponding attribute will be fed back to the holder according to the comparison. Special 4, core book. When the number of people who own 300 children's songs reaches 10 million, 300 children's songs will have a chance to become a formal orange equipment. Explanation: the greatest effect of 300 children's songs is not in its efficacy, but after spreading. As the holder of this book, your authority is only below that of the author. Secretly accelerating, stealing before others react is your best choice. The 4 special attributes in front of Gu Shi flashed in front of him. He knew the current situation of 300 children's songs at the first time. Now no matter who wrote it or not, and no matter how many generations of owners it had before, now this 300 children's songs is under the control of Gu Shi. Before someone offers more benefits than Gu Shi, no one can take away the control of 300 children's songs from Gu Shi. Of course, Gu Shi's dream is more than that. What he wants to do is to make 300 children's songs spread to tens of millions in his hands, so that the core book can be truly implemented and become a real orange suit in his hands. Although Gu Shi has no shortage of orange equipment now, who would complain that they don't have enough orange equipment? Moreover, if the book, 300 children's songs, becomes orange equipment, its attributes will definitely not be bad. You can understand how great the potential of 300 children's songs is by looking at its current characteristics. Book overlap. This is easy to explain. Now Gu Shi will find a copy of Basic Training Manual for Necromancers and put it together with 300 children's songs to activate the book overlap effect. This basic training manual for necromancers will immediately become a secret book like Secret Records of the Lord of Mount Tai. Although there is only one copy, Gu Shi knows how much help Secret Records of the Lord of Mount Tai can bring to him. If he gets another necromancer training manual of the same level, it will be very beneficial to his growth. Gu Shi also knows how much it will benefit him. So this alone is enough for Gu Shi. Not to mention the characteristic of being the treasure of the town. Others may not know what a holy object is, but Gu Shi is different. There are 2 holy objects in the city of Aridov. Although they are both blue in quality, and their levels are not too high, they are of great significance to the development of the city of Aridov. The blue quality alone has such a great benefit. If Gu Shi turns a library into an orange holy object, the scope of influence will be larger, and the effect will be stronger. This is a good thing for the city of Aridov. After all, Gu Shi is now constantly trying to find ways to upgrade the level of Aladovi city. For Gu Shi, that is a profit. Finally, reading the diffusion effect, Gu Shi only took a glance, and knew that the benefits of spreading the 1st, the 10th, and the 100th book had been taken away. Next is the reward for spreading 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times, and 1,000,000 times. Although I don't know what these rewards will be, but Gu Shi can see that the rewards given by the orange props are generally not too bad. According to Gu Shi's judgment, the reward this time might be to improve Gu Shi's own attributes, or to strengthen Gu Shi's combat attributes. At that time, for Gu Shi, it will definitely be an all-round improvement. As for the final core book, that is, the spread of tens of millions of times, Gu Shi has a feeling the core book may not be the key. Maybe after reaching the spread of tens of millions of times, there will be something more unexpected waiting for Gushi. But at that time, for the control of 300 children's songs, there will be a hard fight. Thinking of this, Gushi couldn't help but look up at the history of the storage room in front of him. He wanted to ask this person, where did he get this 300 children's songs from? If possible, Gushi wanted to go back along this line and see if he could kill the 8 previous owners of 300 children's songs. Only in this way, when the last 1000 core book effects are activated, no one will compete with Gushi for the ownership of 300 children's songs. Chapter 1486 Selecting Skills. After taking control of 300 children's songs, Gushi was not in a hurry to activate all the functions of 300 children's songs. Now is not the time to think about these things. Now for Gushi, the most important thing is that he needs to see if he has any new skills after reaching level 12. Before, all his attention was on saving his life. He had no energy to deal with this matter. Now that Gushi has sorted out the things in his hands, he can finally look back and see what skills he can choose this time. 3 Lifestone Mirror, Huangquan Lord's exclusive skill. Can be upgraded. Consumes 30 mana points. And is used on an undead or dead person to forcefully read all the other party's memories. The effect can be mutually enhanced with the Death Lord skills. Bone Dragon Enhancement, Dead Witch Lord's exclusive skill. Can be upgraded. Consumes 100 mana points to enhance 20 Bone Dragons, and upgrades them to Ghost Dragons or other high-level undead dragons. The level of the undead dragon is temporarily increased by 2 levels. Death Cloak, Dead Witch Lord's exclusive skill. Can be upgraded. Consumes 300 mana points, and is used on cavalry troops to let cavalry troops wear cloaks composed of death power, allowing them to temporarily master the ability of Death Knights, if the cavalry troops used are substitute Death Knight troops. The characteristics of this unit will be strengthened. Sea of Fire, Combination Skill, upgradable, 1 Fire skill above level 5, 1 Wind skill above level 5 can be learned. Consume 100 mana points. Create a large sea of fire at a designated location, and can move the sea of fire with strong wind. Corpse Preservation, Professional skill, upgradable, consume 1 mana point, use on corpses, can restore corpses to their pre-living state. Looking at the several skills in front of him, Gushi couldn't help but relax. Apart from the 3 Lifestone Mirror, the rest did not exceed Gushi's imagination. That's right. The difference between being taught and not being taught is so huge. When Gushi was studying at Hades University, he already knew the effects uses, and even alternatives of the basic skills that could be learned. Just like the corpse preservation technique, if Gushi missed it, he could definitely learn similar abilities at Hades University, such as corpse restoration technique, corpse repair technique, etc. This is not a difficult task. There are enough books at Hades University. You can learn whatever you want to learn. Gushi's senior brothers said this directly when they were communicating with Gushi. When leveling up, you should focus more on the exclusive skills. It's not a pity to give up professional skills. If that doesn't work, choose the combination skills. But normally, you can learn the combination skills by yourself. When choosing skills, it's better to focus on the exclusive skills. As for the functions and choices of the exclusive skills of the Dead Witch Lord, there are more in the Hades University. Those are the experiences that the seniors have fought for with their own lives. Which skills are useful, and which skills are not useful, you can find out everything by checking the strategy. There are 2 exclusive skills of the Dead Witch Lord in front of him. Gushi is destined to choose only one of them. After all, there is a 3 Lifestone Mirror waiting there. Gushi's first choice is definitely the 3 Lifestone Mirror. Even if the 3 Lifestone Mirror can't see any effect now, Gushi will make a choice. After all, this is related to the Lord of Huangquan. Gushi dare not mess around. If he really misses it, then he doesn't know where to make up for it. So among the 2 exclusive skills of the Dead Witch Lord, Gushi must make a decision of one of the 2. For a normal Dead Witch Lord, the Bone Dragon must be strengthened first. For a Necromancer, strengthening the Bone Dragon is an instinctive thing. But Gushi did not do so, because he had a Moor in his hand, and a Dragon Blood Bottle. The direction of strengthening his undead dragon did not require his blessing at all. The most important thing is that Gushi noticed that the mana consumed by these 2 skills was obviously different. At the same time, the skill of strengthening the Bone Dragon also stated that only 20 Bone Dragons can be strengthened. With this number, how many times does Gushi have to drain his mana before he can strengthen the undead dragon in his hand in battle? That's more than 100,000 Bone Dragons. Even if the skill level is upgraded, can the enhanced Bone Dragon be stronger than the one following more? So when faced with the skill of Enhanced Bone Dragon, Gushi hesitated. The skill of Death Cloak is aimed at Death Knights, because necromancers cannot recruit Death Knights. Therefore, necromancers have been studying ways to replace Death Knights. Gushi himself has 4 kinds of regular knights, and more than 3 kinds of secondary knights. It can be said that Gushi has gone a long way on this road. Although he does not have more than 10 kinds of soldiers to replace Death Knights like Gonglingyu. In the eyes of ordinary necromancers, he has done quite well. Now, for Gushi, the Death Cloak is equivalent to strengthening and affirming the 4 knight units that officially replace the Death Knight. At the same time, Gushi also felt that the Death Cloak might be an opportunity for the 4 knights. Blood Red, Dark Blue, Pale White and Evil Blue. They can see the opportunity to advance in their own direction. You know, the Death Knight is just the starting point. Next, they can advance to the Dread Knight, Terror Knight, and other higher-level troops. But Gushi's substitute Death Knights did not have this opportunity. They have never found a suitable direction for advancement. The situation is different now. With the Death Cloak, they may be able to understand the thinking of the Fear Knight in advance, and find a way to upgrade. At the same time, the Death Cloak can also be used by the White Robe Iron Cavalry, the Bone Light Cavalry, and even the Seahorse Cavalry, and the Air Cavalry that Gushi is forming. This is a good opportunity, whether it is used in battle, or to improve the combat effectiveness of these cavalry in spare time. It can be used. In this way, Gushi will have plenty of opportunities to practice the Death Cloak. At least it will be stronger than the Bone Dragon enhancement, which may not have many opportunities to practice. Looking at the skills in front of him, Gushi quickly thought of several things. Choose the 3 Life Stone Mirror and the Death Cloak. As soon as Gushi said this, a lot of knowledge was injected into Gushi's mind. Gushi stretched out his hand, and a stone mirror appeared in Gushi's hand. This stone mirror was directly made of stone, with only a mirror surface, and it was impossible to see what was inside. At this time, the storage room historian who had been paying attention to Gushi's situation noticed the stone mirror in Gushi's hand, and he blinked and asked, "Guest, I have a book for making jade mirrors. I wonder if you are interested." Chapter 1487 The Dead Spirit in the Book. Gushi wanted to refuse the promotion of the Tibetan historian at first, but he thought the Tibetan historian gave him a chance anyway. Let alone other things, the feelings of the book 300 Children's Songs. Gushi had to accept it. So even if the Tibetan historian recommended a bad book to Gushi, Gushi would take care of it and buy it to give the Tibetan historian face. After all, in Gushi's eyes, the Tibetan historian should not have any other better banned books. As for ordinary books, Gushi has already bought quite a few. Now there are no ordinary books in the library that Gushi likes. Gushi believes that the library manager will not take an ordinary book to deceive Gushi in this regard. In the end, what he takes out will definitely be of high quality. Gushi will get good things and repay the favor. This is really a win-win situation. Seeing that Gushi agreed, the library manager immediately went to the library behind. There are some books that he cannot bring with him. Gushi wanted to follow, but was stopped by other storage room historians, because the library behind was a high-level library, and it was impossible for Gushi to buy books with his current military merit level. No matter how big the conflicts between the storage room historians were, they could not ignore this part of the rules. Gushi immediately understood the situation, so he waited outside. Soon, the storage room historian came out with a large stack of books. Those books were obviously a set, but for some reason, Gushi always had a feeling that these books seemed to be dead. What are these books? Why do they feel like they are dead? Gushi asked without understanding. In Gushi's mind, these books might carry the breath of the dead. But there is something wrong here. Didn't the storage room historian say that he would prepare a book on making jade mirrors for Gushi? This is obviously not right. Guest, this book is called Bright Jade Mirror. Records of Moonlight and Ice. It is a method of making mirrors under moonlight, using ice as a grinding stone and ancient jade as the body. The stone mirror in the guest's hand can be strengthened in this way, Zong Shirshir said, while looking at the stone mirror in Gushi's hand. Unexpectedly, the Sansheng stone mirror in Gushi's hand disappeared at this time. This is the time for the use of the Sansheng stone mirror. The stone mirror will naturally disappear. Zong Shirshir looked at Gushi's empty hands, somewhat embarrassed, and didn't know what to say. Fortunately, Gushi also understood Zong Shirshir's idea. He summoned another Sansheng stone mirror immediately. Seeing Gushi like this, Zong Shirshir finally breathed a sigh of relief. At first, He thought that the stone mirror in Gushi's hand was a temporary one, and it would be difficult to sell his book. Unexpectedly, Gushi's stone mirror swiped across the book Mingyu Jing, Records of Moonlight and Ice, and a line of words appeared on the Sansheng stone mirror. Gushi just glanced at it, and was stunned. "Put the book down, I'll take this book too," Gushi said calmly to Zhang Shishir. The library historian was quite happy. He sold some of the books in stock. And Gushi was also quite happy. Just now, Gushi already understood what the death energy on this book was. This book had originally given birth to a spirit, similar to a book spirit or a book fairy, but she died. After death, her soul was still sealed in the book, and was not cleared out by the library historian, but was hidden. And for some unknown reason, this person actually became the focus of the yin energy of the dead books in the library. The spirituality and yin energy of the book immortal who died in the library were all injected into this book. Gushi couldn't tell where this person got the ability to escape from the control of Zulong and reincarnate. Anyway, the spirituality in this book has become an alternative in the library. Few people are willing to touch it, let alone sell it. Now the library historian noticed the stone mirror in Gushi's hand, and took out the book. This is an interesting situation. An idea flashed through Gushi's mind. When Eve was not around, he could transform the jade mirror, Records of Moonlight and Ice in front of him into a spirit. Let this spirit help manage the library and the laboratory in the magic area. But in this way, Gushi could not transform it into an ordinary spirit. Such an important position should be placed with a contracted spirit. Gushi still had many contract scrolls in his hand. The last time he bought contract scrolls, Gushi bought 20 at once. As for the positions of contracted undead, Gushi also has them. Starting from level 1, the necromancer can get a contracted undead position every 2 levels. At level 12, there are 6 positions in total, plus the contracted undead position added by the undead contract skill, which makes a total of 7 positions. Gushi has a total of 6 contracted undead, and now there is 1 position available. So when he looked at this book, Gushi was moved. Zhang Shishir didn't know what Gushi was thinking, nor did he know what he had sold. He was still smiling and thanking Gushi for this powerful purchase. At this time, Gushi made a request. "Excuse me, is there a quiet room in this library? I need to sort out the books in my hand. Is an empty room okay?" The library historians asked quickly. The library historians all understood Gushi's ability. They dared not open the room with books to Gushi. What if Gushi took some of the books away directly? The emptier the better. I have some things to deal with. As for the matter of the contracted undead, Gushi still planned to go to the city of Aridov to deal with it. But he also understood that, now that he was in the Dragon Country, he couldn't just open the door randomly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked the storage room historians for an empty room. The storage room historians didn't know Gushi's idea, but they still found a room for Gushi. When Gushi entered the room, he found that there was a clear boundary on the floor of the room. It was obvious that this was a dormitory before. But when Gushi came here, everything here had been taken away. Don't mention the bed or anything, except for some garbage, there was nothing left. It seems that the method that Gushi used to let Lingxi move the books before still frightened these storage room historians. They were afraid that Gushi would secretly move their things away. So they simply cleaned out such a room for Gushi to use. Gushi had no way to say anything to them, so he could only look around and check the situation in the room in front of him. Gushi walked around here and found that there was no monitoring method. Then Gushi opened a small door. After pushing the small door open, Gushi returned to the city of Aridov. Chapter 1488. It's such a pity this time. After returning to Aridavi city, Gushi saw a head-like thing opening and closing its eyes. This was the dream flying head, which was left in Aridavi city as a transit station. Usually, he could directly contact Lingxi, enhance Lingxi's dream ability, and also facilitate Lingxi to use the dream ability to send some things from Yin City. After all, the amount that can be transported by owl delivery is too small. On the contrary, Lingxi's dream transport ability can not only deliver a large amount of goods at a time, but also at a fast speed. However, Lingxi could only enter the dream to look at Shi before. Now with the dream flying head acting as a transfer station, the situation has become better, and Lingxi's influence has become much larger. Now the dream flying head is constantly delivering the books just transported to Aladovi city. Gushi noticed that on the book sent by the dream flying head, there were some sticky notes. There were Eve's handwriting on them. Gushi thought for a moment, and did not rush to transform the contracted undead. Instead, he walked to the dream flying head and reached out to hold down the head floating in the air. Contact Lingxi and ask her if Eve is with her. I want to talk to Eve directly. The dream flying head blinked and immediately contacted Lingxi. Then Guxi's eyes blurred, and he was dragged to another space. There, Lingxi and Eve were already waiting for Guxi. My lord. When they saw Guxi, Lingxi and Eve quickly came to greet him. You did a good job in the real world. Lingxi, can we use the Hearthstone in the apartment building now? Not yet. It is affected by a special force, and it cannot be opened now, Lingxi said directly after hearing it. Guxi also understood that it was a trick of several senior brothers. They were trying to prevent someone from secretly returning to the real world. Now it seems that this trick is not something he can crack. That's a bit embarrassing. I just have something to tell you. Guxi quickly explained to Lingxi and Eve what he encountered in the library, especially the matter of 300 children's songs and Mingyu Jing. Record of Moonlight and Ice. 300 children's songs is better, no matter how powerful it is. It is just an orange prop now. Guxi can put it wherever he wants. At most, Eve needs to give some advice to see which route to choose when the books overlap. But the situation of Mingyu Jing, Record of Moonlight and Ice is different. Eve knew what Guxi meant when she heard what Guxi said. She muttered, "It's a pity. If I were in Aladovi City, he would be in Hades University." Guxi nodded to Eve's words. Eve is actually a scientific researcher under Guxi, researching various technologies and magic. Guxi arranged her in the magic area because of her ability. Now she is left in the real-world Hades University to copy books because Guxi has no one to trust. In fact, Eve has always wanted to return to Aladovi City to study technology and magic. The situation of Bright Jade Mirror, Records of Moonlight and Ice is already quite clear. No matter what the contracted undead is, it will be a good hand at organizing the library. Copying and organizing books is definitely his best ability. This is why Guxi asked Lingxi about the Fireside Stone as soon as possible. If the Fireside Stone is available, Guxi plans to use the apartment Fireside Stone to exchange Eve back. Send the new contracted undead to the Hades University, and let him copy books there. But the situation is a bit awkward now. Eve wants to come back but can't, and the new contracted undead can't be sent out even after they are made. That's the only way to do it for now. When the new contracted undead comes, I'll let him handle the library affairs first, and when there's a chance, I'll change you back and let him copy books at the Hades University. Guxi knew that there was no chance now, and he could only make the most helpless choice. Eve and the others also understood Guxi's choice at this time, and they didn't say anything. Even Eve didn't stop Guxi's behavior. On the contrary, in Eve's eyes, Guxi's doing this was a big help to her. In the future, her work focus will not be on organizing the library, but on various research. For a researcher, time and money are always insufficient. If someone can help her share some of the tasks, it will definitely be a good thing. Guxi glanced at Eve and finally sighed. That's the only way. I'll take care of this matter. Eve, you still have to deal with the books at Hades University during this period. Please rest assured. Sir. Eve quickly adjusted her mood and regained her spirits. After all, this matter had nothing to do with Guxi, and Guxi had no way to exchange her back to the city of Aridov. Now he could only hope that the new contracted undead could bring him some help. After looking at Lingxi took the initiative to cut off this dream meeting. Then Guxi turned around and looked at a pile of Mingyu Jing, Records of Moonlight and Ice, and gave an order directly. Go to the magic area, and also let the people from the Holy Land come back. I need to prepare the undead transformation array. Guxi gave the order quickly. Guxi wanted to place the transformation of the contracted undead in the Holy Land outside the city at first. But he changed his mind and finally gave up the idea. It was not that the arrangement at the Holy Land was not good, but Guxi's goal this time was quite clear. The contracted undead were used to manage the library. Placing the transformation in the Magic District Library would obviously be better for the contracted undead. As for the matter of the undead transformation array, it was not a big deal for Guxi. At most, he could just let the undead carry more. In Guxi's eyes, he didn't have to worry about the problem of labor shortage. After the order was issued, Guxi did not go to the magic area immediately, but went to the library in the main city. Although most of the libraries were moved to the magic area, there was still a library in the main city for Guxi to use temporarily. In this way, when Guxi needed it, he didn't have to rush to the magic area. The architectural design used by the library was naturally the original basic library design. It is the one that Gushi got after completing the task. If you put more than 10 books of the same kind in it, then a mutated library building design will appear. The fairy tale library, magazine library, study material library, etc., which had already mutated, have all been moved away. The library here now has a new attribute. The history book library. Chapter 1489, Selecting Materials. Yes, all the books in the library of the main city are history books. There are history books collected by Gushi, and some documents and records of the construction of Yaladui City. This is actually more in line with the situation in the main city. After all, history is the most real, and it cannot be changed. Putting history books here in the main city is good for the main city. Just like now, the main city of Yaladui City has been stained with something called historical heritage. Although the historical background of this place is quite light, Gushi can clearly feel it. Pushing open the door of the library, Gushi saw the librarian in front of him. Compared with the fairy tale and magazine librarians before, the one in front of him looked older. Sir. Old Carl. Is there anything new in the library recently? Like the fairy tale and magazine libraries, the historical library stores more than a certain number of books, and naturally produces some special items every week. However, compared with the fairy tale library, which produces 3 Ps of different qualities every week and fairy tale characters that appear once a month, the things produced in the historical library are too complicated. People without certain historical knowledge, even if they get these things and see the properties of these items, don't know what they are used for. It's like a tile that appeared in the library once. When Gushi got this thing, he really didn't know what it was used for. In fact, this is quite reasonable. After all, before Gushi started the game, he had never seen tiles. Therefore, even if Gushi came here to find some suitable materials for transforming the undead, he would ask in detail. Yes, these 3 items have been refreshed this week. I will take them out now. The old undead quickly entered the library and took out 3 wooden boxes. These wooden boxes are about the same size, which is considered a relatively uniform box. In each box, only 1 item is placed. If Gushi didn't come today, the things in this box would be recorded in 2 days and sent to the warehouse in the main city. Gushi opened the box, took a look inside, and was immediately attracted by one of the things. It was a totem pole made of wood. From the patina on the totem pole, it can be seen that this thing has been passed down for a long time and can be regarded as an antique. There are also some scratches on the totem pole. For some reason, Gushi always has a feeling that these scratches are not accidental, but someone did it on purpose. After picking up the vine pole from the box, the corresponding information popped up in Gushi's eyes. Memory Totem 3, blue, one of the memory totems, used to record some historical information. Each scratch on it is a historical event. If you have some special means, you can read some real historical events from the totem. Note, every recorded historical event affects the direction of the long river of time. Looking at the totem pole in his hand, Gushi nodded. As expected, the items produced by the historical library are all of this type. Most of the items record some historical stories or historical atmosphere. Normally, white quality props record 1 historical story or a historical atmosphere. Green quality props record 3 to 5 historical stories. Blue quality props can record more than 10 and less than 20 historical stories. As for the importance of these historical stories or historical atmospheres, it is not so easy to judge. There are 18 scratches on the memory totem in front of him, which means there are 18 historical stories or historical events recorded here. As for whether these stories have any effect, it depends on the situation. Gushi doesn't care what the memory totem records. He comes here to find props, and wants to choose a weapon or equipment for the new contracted undead, or to provide a chance for the new contracted undead to strengthen. The memory totem in front of him is quite good, and the most important thing is that the length and hardness are also quite good. This memory totem is about the same length as the civilization staff in Gushi's hand. Based on its hardness, it is quite good for hitting people. Gushi took another look at the other 2 items. Luckily, both of them are historical props of green quality, both of which record some historical information. It's just that it's a little different from what Gushi imagined. Gushi was still hoping to find some famous clothes or thrones from history here. Now it seems that Gushi is afraid that he can't find more suitable things. Finally, Gushi could only take the memory totem and head towards the magic area first. In the magic area, the complete set of bright jade mirror, records of moonlight, and ice that Gushi had obtained before had been sent there. The skeleton wizards and corpse wizards, who were originally assigned to work in the Holy Land, had also rushed back. Before Gushi gave the order, they had not yet arranged the undead transformation array. However, at this time, they had already chosen the location for the undead transformation array. That was the wisdom partition in the magic area. All libraries are arranged in this wisdom zone. And there is also a wisdom wall. The establishment of a large number of libraries has produced a special linkage effect here, which has improved the quality of special items produced by the libraries built here. At the same time, a large number of libraries have been built here, which has also produced a strong bookish atmosphere. The corpses that were previously arranged to work here will also be affected by this bookish atmosphere, and will slowly increase their wisdom. It can be said that this wisdom zone is one of the 3 core areas of the magic zone. The remaining 2 areas are the academy area and the magic tower area. These 2 areas have nothing to do with Gushi for now. At this time, all the skeleton mages and corpse witches are holding the materials for the undead transformation array, staying in front of the wisdom wall in the wisdom area. There is a not so big square here. At first, you plan to name it the wisdom square, after all. The wisdom wall is built nearby. But Gushi proposed a different opinion. It's the wisdom area again, it's the wisdom wall again, and now there's a wisdom square again. I'm afraid he forgot what this area was originally used for. So this place was finally named Book Square, which is a model of compromise for the name. When Gushi arrived here with the materials, he took a look around. Book Square is a large square. Entering the Book Square, you can see a not too high wall, which is covered with large and small pieces of paper. Around the wall, there are roads leading to various libraries. Standing here, you will feel like you are standing in the center of a lake. The path is like a river, carrying knowledge and wisdom from all directions, and concentrating in the center of the square. Chapter 1490 Contracted Undead Yenryu. Located in the center of the library square, Gushi, who had arranged the undead transformation array, put the books and some other miscellaneous things into the undead transformation array. In addition to the memory totem, Gushi also called out several props from the warehouse. For example, there was one item from the fairy tale library, which was a blue-quality pea seed. After planting, it could grow many pea leaves that were very suitable for copying. The most important thing was that, as long as this kind of pea leaf was planted, it would always be there. Then, there are the things from magazines and libraries. And, anyway, as long as Gushi feels that they can be used, he will take them all out. After all, more than 80% of the contracted undead this time are ghosts, without any body, and as long as they are related to books, Gushi will arrange them. Now Gushi simply put these things on the pile of books. After checking that there is no problem with the undead transformation array, Gushi stood outside the array and chanted a spell. Under Gushi's spell, this large stack of bright jade mirror, records of moonlight, and ice burned by itself. In the flames, Gushi suddenly felt a burst of cold air coming towards him. This situation made Gushi speechless. Such a big fire. It's not hot, but you're cold. How much do you look down on this fire? But the next moment, Gushi's eyes became solemn, because Gushi noticed that in this cold air, there was a lot of resentment. This resentment appeared suddenly. Gushi himself didn't know what was going on. He turned his hand, and the Sansheng stone mirror was immediately turned out, and he shone it at the fire in front of him. Under this light, some words appeared on the Sansheng stone mirror. Gushi now understood why the fire suddenly rose, and why the resentment suddenly arose. It turned out that this book contained not only the spirits of the books that died in the library, but also the spirits of the books that were burned by Zulong. That was the main source of resentment. Gushi even suspected that the fire on the books was caused by these guys. Otherwise, Gushi didn't light the fire. How could this stack of books be burned? However, Gushi needed to deal with it again. Gushi took a step forward and was about to put out the fire, when an arm stretched out from the flames. Then a glowing human body crawled out of the flames. So fast? Gushi immediately understood what was going on. At this time, the undead had been let out. Gushi did not stop his steps at this time, and stared at the human body. With just this one glance, the figure in front of him had been fixed. Her situation was like a human body carved out of ice. A light like moonlight spread from her body from the inside out. This made the human body, which was supposed to be transparent, become colored. Seeing that the human body was about to walk out of the flames, Gushi did not care about anything else. He directly tore open the contract scroll, and stretched out his hand, and said something to the human body. "My name is Gushi. I hope to sign a contract with you, and use your strength to fight for me." When Gushi stretched out his hand, the human body did not respond. This was the first time Gushi encountered this situation, and he was a little puzzled whether something went wrong. But he still repeated it. "My name is Gushi, and I hope to sign a contract with you, and use your strength to fight for me." After saying this, the human body raised its head, and looked Gushi up and down, seemingly thinking about something. At this time, Gushi noticed that the power of the contract scroll had begun to slowly dissipate. Gushi was considering whether to tear open another contract scroll. But at this time, the human body reached out to Gushi. "I, Yenryu, am willing to fight for you." The human body slowly spoke. Ding! The contract with the undead was successful. And Yenryu, the contracted undead, joined the player. Finally, the contract was made. Hearing this ding, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought something was wrong. As Gushi and Yenryu signed the contract, Yenryu's body began to change. Although she still looked like ice crystal, she didn't feel wet like ice, nor did she feel cold, but gave people a hard feeling. If Gushi hadn't seen Yenryu's cold body before, if he looked at her now, he would have thought Yenryu was a diamond man. Because of the transparent body and the moonlight inside, Gushi couldn't see Yenryu's face clearly. I only noticed that she had no hair like Eve. She was bald. It seems that there is no hair care formula in the library. Gushi complained in his heart. At this time, Yenryu was already wearing a linen coat, with a straw rope tied around her waist, and a cane made from a totem pole tied around her waist. Given the feeling of cleanliness, refreshing, but her face could not be seen clearly. It was as if she was the kind of person who was independent of the world and lived only for books. Name, Yenryu, contracted undead, race, ghost. Level 7, 0/15,000, talent, academic, can learn skills from others, status, life, 300/300, magic, 1200/1200, attributes, strength 3.6, agility 4.7, constitution 3, intelligence 12, perception 9.7, charm 6.6 skills, academic level 6, wisdom level 6, water magic level 5, fire magic level 4. After taking a look at Yenryu's occupation and level, Gushi said to her, "You will take care of the library. You can handle all kinds of books in the future. By the way, contact Linksy." Gushi reached out and grabbed the Dream Flying head and asked for another dream meeting. Dream Flying Chief did not expect that Gushi would make such a request at this time. But he could not object, because he was just a tool for positioning in Arida's city. So Dream Flying Chief contacted Linksy as soon as possible. About 3 minutes later, Gushi entered the dream again. But this time, all the people who appeared in the dream were quite complete, except for Shea and Catherine, who were still in the Dragon Kingdom. Gushi and all the contracted undead under Gushi appeared here. This also includes Yenryu, who was just accepted by Gushi. This is Yenryu. She will be responsible for the book management of the library in the future. Gushi introduced Yenryu's situation, but he did not say that Gushi originally planned to send Yenryu to the Hades University to help him copy books. At this time, Gushi quickly talked about a problem. 300 Children's Songs has an opportunity to upgrade the book to orange quality. Should Gushi use it in advance? If he wants to use it, which book should he use it on? Chapter 1491, which orange book to choose? Gushi thought about the orange route for a long time. After all, Gushi has a copy of Secret Records of the Lord of Mount Tai in his hand, although it is only half a volume, which only records up to level 45. But it contains the route of cultivation and the necessary equipment production. It can be said that Secret Records of the Lord of Mount Tai is a secret book that teaches Gushi to grow step by step. Following Secret Records of the Lord of Mount Tai, level 45 is a sure thing. But now Gushi's goal is no longer to live forever at level 45. After seeing the power of the level 60 boss, especially after communicating with Liu Yuanhua, Gushi understands that level 60 is just the beginning. The Secret Records of Taishan Mansion Lord, which can only allow Gushi to steadily reach level 45, is somewhat dwarfed at this time. Now that there is such an opportunity as 300 Children's Songs, Gushi will naturally find a way to get an upgrade book from level 45 to level 60. Find a way for himself in the future. After Gushi expressed this idea, all the contracted undead, including the newly joined Yenryu, shook their heads. Eve even said directly, "My lord, you are wasting. Don't you think about how many levels you are now? When you reach level 45, isn't it too early?" Eve is right. "My lord, your thinking is actually wrong. You are only level 12 now. And you already have a book like 300 children's songs. Then when you reach level 45, will there be other different promotion books?" Luna also spoke at this time. "Even if we have to prepare in advance, we can prepare between level 30 and level 40. This way, we have enough time to find a suitable route." Luna's words also attracted the nods of several others. Even Linksy, who had nothing to do with this matter, nodded there. It was obvious that she also agreed with Luna's idea. "What do you think?" Gushi couldn't help but ask at this time. "Production manual? Find a production manual for necromancers. And after upgrading to orange quality, you can independently produce orange equipment." Princess Anna immediately mentioned it. "Forget it. Even if we have a production manual, we don't have a blacksmith who can make orange equipment." Eve immediately raised objections. Hearing Eve's words, Princess Anna was also angry. She yelled directly, "We don't have a blacksmith. So we don't need to make a manual? If we don't start training the blacksmith now, will we have enough time to train him after we have the blueprint? No. We have to do it step by step. We have to wait until the blacksmith is familiar with making purple equipment before we consider orange equipment. There is not even a blacksmith now, and we directly use the orange production manual. Isn't that a waste? I think we should focus on transforming things that can be used immediately. Now we can use the orange books. What if we grow up in the future and we can't use them? How can we not use them? Okay. Gushi interrupted the quarrel directly. "Eve, you read the most books. Tell me, what is the most suitable thing for us to transform now?" Eve, who was named by Gushi, was not afraid of the stage. She directly expressed her thoughts. "I remember I copied a book called The Core of Undead Energy. It talks about the origin of the undead. It contains architectural designs, the upgrade and evolution routes of undead soldiers, various spells needed by the undead, and even ideas about the City of Death, the Lord of Death, and the Incarnation of Death. It can be said to be all-encompassing. But the quality of this book is not very strong and many of them are just conjectures. If I didn't think some of the things in it made sense, I would not have copied it at all. Originally, I wanted to use this book, The Core of Undead Energy, as a research idea. Now that you asked me, I would definitely recommend you to strengthen this book. Because this book is really too comprehensive. As long as it is strengthened, whether it is you, or me, or Luna, Princess Anna, or even other contracted undead, they can all get corresponding benefits. The most important thing is, in this book, there are really some architectural design drawings, weapons, and equipment design drawings." After Eve said this, Gushi also nodded. What Eve said is really an idea. If it is feasible, it will really be a good thing for Gushi. Linksy raised her hand unexpectedly at this time. "I want to say something. I heard from the ant downstairs that there is a set of Encyclopedia of the Dead in Yunzadu, which everyone can buy, but ordinary players can only buy the green quality Encyclopedia of the Dead. That should be the abridged version. Above level 40, those with status and position can buy the blue quality Encyclopedia of the Dead. More advanced ones can buy the purple quality ones. I heard that there are only 3 sets of orange quality Encyclopedia of the Dead in the world, which are placed in Een City, and the other 2 holy places of the dead. I think, no matter what is recorded in this Encyclopedia of the Dead. But there are orange quality books in the Encyclopedia of the Dead, which is enough for us to take action. After all, the Core of the Dead Energy is just a copied book, and we haven't received any news yet. If there is really an orange quality one, it's fine, but what if there is not?" Linksy spoke more and more naturally. It even attracted the attention of Luna and the others. Finally, Gushi glanced at Luna and Princess Anna, and found that they were also hesitating. So Gushi pointed at Yenryu and said, "Ryu, what do you think?" "Me?" Yenryu didn't expect that this matter would have anything to do with her. She came here to be introduced, and then listened to how Gushi held the meeting, so why would this matter fall on her head? Of course, it's not who you are. You will be in charge of the library in the future, and the copying of books, so this matter must be asked to you. Gushi rolled his eyes. The contracted undead under his command are really more powerful than each other. I understand. Actually, the adults have already chosen between the 2 books. Encyclopedia of the Dead and Core of the Dead Energy. Can I take a look at these 2 books? Don't worry. I have my own reading method, and I can read very quickly. Of course. Lingxi. You handle it. Lingxi took Eve away as soon as she heard it. After all, Eve also had to deliver the copied book Core of the Dead Energy. Lingxi also had to buy Encyclopedia of the Dead. These were not available in the city of Aridavi, and had to be bought in the city of Een. Fortunately, Lingxi and her friends were quick to act. After about 15 minutes, they returned here with a pile of books. When the books were put down, Yin Ryu quickly stepped forward and started to communicate with them. That's right. Yin Ryu was communicating with the books. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Yin Ryu decisively said, "Choose Origin of the Undead, which is also Core of the Undead Energy." Chapter 1492 Origin of the Undead. Origin of the Undead? Isn't it the Core of the Undead Energy? What's going on? Gushi asked in confusion. Sir, I just asked. Core of the Undead Energy was originally a fragment of Origin of the Undead. Origin of the Undead is the first textbook for the Undead Mage. Because it has taught too many Undead Mage, it holds the hopes of many Undead Mage, and has the opportunity to impact the red quality. As a result, it was destroyed during the impact, and nothing was left. Even the details were erased from the world. Only the book itself remembered itself. However, according to the Undead Energy Core, if you want to restore the orange quality, you must collect a total of 21 books including Undead Natural Disaster Solution, the Underworld and the Underworld, and reassemble them to have a chance to do it. If we use the skill of 300 children's songs now, it is equivalent to skipping this step. Get the legendary Origin of the Dead directly. Wait, isn't this book copied by Eve? This book can be found in the library. It shouldn't be difficult to collect 21 books. Gushi interrupted Yin Ryu. It's difficult, because no one knows the book Origin of the Dead, let alone the combination formula. And some of the books used for combination have been iterated for many years, and the titles have been changed. Without enough luck, you can't find all these books at all. Yin Ryu explained to Gushi again. Gushi finally understood the truth behind this. And he asked again, which is better? Origin of the Undead or Encyclopedia of the Undead? Let me put it this way. Encyclopedia of the Undead is developed and expanded from City of the Undead and Necromancer, Undead and Dead Spirits, Toxic Undead and other books. Gushi didn't need to ask any more questions at this time. Encyclopedia of the Undead is a compilation of 11 different books on the Undead. Among these 11 books, 6 are from the books needed for Origin of the Undead. In other words, the essence of Origin of the Undead will be higher than that of Encyclopedia of the Undead. Not to mention that Yin Ryu also asked clearly that the book Origin of the Undead was about to become red quality, and was robbed and broken. Gushi now reproduces the book Origin of the Undead, which means he has taken a big step ahead of others. Some of the accumulation of Origin of the Undead before will fall on his Origin of the Undead. At this time, Gushi has gained a lot. Even if there is no chance to impact the red quality, it is not much different. And Yin Ryu has said that Origin of the Undead is the first textbook for necromancers. This means that the things recorded in it should be comprehensive, easy to understand, and even have many lost things. This is exactly what Gushi wants. He hesitated because of the Encyclopedia of the Undead before. Isn't it because the Encyclopedia of the Undead is more comprehensive? Now there is a better choice. How could Gushi miss it? I understand. Leave the Encyclopedia of the Dead, and we will strengthen the Origin of the Dead. Lingxi, you send the books to the book square. Luna, dispatch the construction team, build another library in the book square, name it the Origin Library, to be used to collect the Origin of the Dead and other branch books. In addition, the 300 children's songs are also suppressed here. I will give you 1 day for this matter. I will reproduce the Origin of the Dead at this time tomorrow. Gushi did not hesitate at all, and arranged the task with just 1 sentence. After saying that, Gushi took the initiative to exit the dream space in front of him, leaving only Luna and the others there to discuss how to deal with what Gushi was going to do. The most important thing is that Luna and Princess Anna both feel that the model of the Dream Parliament in front of them is quite good. They are now considering whether to let Lingxi set up a Dream Parliament point, so that if there is anything in the future, they can just drag people into the dream and explain the matter. Gushi did not think about the reaction of his subordinates. At this time, Gushi returned to the Dragon Kingdom Library. He opened the door of the small room and found that many library historians were gathered outside the door. Although they were working there on the surface, in fact, all their attention was on the door of this room. When Gushi came out, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was obvious that they had been paying attention to the situation here before, fearing that Gushi would sneak out and steal books secretly by some means. Now that Gushi came out, the library historians all had the same reaction, that is, they hoped that Gushi would leave quickly. If this continues, their nerves will not be able to bear it. They don't want to play with this guy anymore. Now these storage room historians have the same mind. They can't let Gushi stay here any longer. They can't afford to play. Looking at the expressions of the storage room historians, Gushi also blinked. What's going on? They all stared at him, as if they had received some orders at once. But fortunately, Gushi had already bought what he wanted, and now the attitudes of these storage room historians, Gushi really didn't need to consider. After he took a look at the library historian, he put his hands behind his back and walked out of the library carrying his things. Seeing Gushi walking out, the library historians all breathed a sigh of relief. Finally he was gone. No longer worried about that guy eyeing the books in the library that were not allowed to be circulated. They actually didn't know that the reason why Gushi left so quickly was because all the things in the library that were worth showing off had been taken by Gushi. It's not like Gushi couldn't buy the remaining books. There was no need for him to be watched here. After leaving the library, Gushi hesitated in front of the library gate. He had planned to spend 5 or 6 hours picking and buying books in the library, and it would be nightfall when he came out. Gushi could find a good inn and stay overnight and take a rest first and talk about other things tomorrow. As a result, when he went out, he looked up and found that it was still early, and it was the time when the sun was the strongest in the afternoon. Gushi didn't care about the temperature. But the problem was that Gushi wasn't stupid. When he had to go to work, he had to go in the wind and rain. When he wasn't in a hurry, Gushi was different. It would be better to kill him if he was asked to go out in such a hot day. But when he looked back, Gushi found that even the library manager, who was trying to stop people from going out, had already run away. This situation made Gushi somewhat speechless. Forget it. Let's go somewhere. I heard that there are many things in Yongdu City that Gushi has never seen. Why not take this opportunity to go shopping? Sir, you just came out of the library. Don't you have anywhere to go? I'll introduce you to a fun place. Chapter 1493, incorporated into the Northern Army. Time is really not worth wasting. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Gushi originally planned to use these 3 days to wander around Yongdu City. At least he had to go around Yongdu City once. As a result, in these 3 days, Gushi returned to Yaladowai City to activate the effect of 300 children's songs and upgraded the undead energy core to the orange quality undead origin. He never left this street again. Of course, a gentleman like Gushi would not do anything wrong. The reason why he stayed here was because the largest recruiting point of the Northern Army was nearby. Every day, he was on the highest building on this street, watching the recruiting competition below. Yes, he watched the Northern Army recruiting soldiers every day, and did nothing else. Absolutely nothing else. This morning was the same. Gushi, who had just woken up, also carried a pot of wine and staggered to the roof. There is a large platform on the top floor. 4 or 5 tables on the side are filled with high-level dragon people, both men and women. Some of them are wearing scholar robes, some are wearing military uniforms. Although there are other people around them, they are always staring at the training ground not far away. It is obvious that they are the children of the noble families in Yongdu City. This time, they are here to see the Northland Legion recruiting soldiers. After all, the news that Zulong is going to send troops to Nufang has been spread 3 days ago. If these noble children want to live a good life in the future, they all have to participate in this expedition. At that time, they will command a force of 50 to 800 people to participate in the war. Because the number of people is relatively small, and when the war really starts, those people on the slave side will not care about your status in their eyes. All those who move are enemies. So these noble children are planning to select some good seedlings. At least some dragon people, or wild dragon people, with direct combat power should be selected. This way, they can ensure that they can go out with such a small force, and come back safely, and even grab military merits. Gushi walked to the top floor, and looked around. He found that the seat he had been sitting in for the past few days was not occupied by anyone. Gushi nodded with satisfaction. It seems that this place is really a place where you pay the money, and you are the boss. Facing the pressure from this group of noble children, he still kept the seat for himself. So Gushi put the pot of wine in his hand on the table, moved the chair, and sat down facing the location of the Northern Army recruitment office not far away. Then Gushi poured the wine into his mouth, took a sip, and took out a book and started flipping through it. This book is different from the books in Dragon Country. It looks like a book made of skin. On the cover of the book, there are fangs and bone fragments as decoration. This is the origin of the undead that Gushi just got. Just like the previous communication between Yin Ryu and the core of the undead energy. This origin of the undead can really be regarded as a textbook for necromancers. It really records a lot of basics and ideas about the advancement of necromancers. When Gushi first got this book, he paid enough attention to it. But as he read it in depth, Gushi found that he didn't pay enough attention to it. You can't imagine what is recorded in the origin of the undead. Everything in the encyclopedia of the undead is here. The skills required by the necromancers of different routes are all recorded here. In addition, there are also design drawings of various undead buildings, growth roadmaps of undead soldiers, weapon design drawings of how to make weapons with undead materials, etc. It can be said that, as long as there is this book Origin of the Undead, and Gushi finds a few teachers, he can build a school for necromancers in Een City. If it is just that, it will be fine. What really surprised Gushi is that, in this Origin of the Undead, there are records of the properties and production methods of 2 red clothes. Number 77, The Way of the Earth, and number 609, The Throne of the Dead. This is something Gushi had never thought of before. Judging from the records in the book Origin of the Undead, The Way of Earth and The Throne of the Dead all achieved the level of red equipment through some theories in Origin of the Dead, plus some luck. It can be said that Origin of the Dead is the starting point of these 2 red equipment. It's just short of saying it directly. If you have the ability, you can also imitate the ideas of these 2 red equipment and create another red equipment along the way of these 2 red equipment. As long as you have the ability, have time, and enough luck, you won't be discovered. In the end, you can also get a similar red equipment. Gushi had no idea about the 2 red clothes for the time being. But through this incident, Gushi also understood the status of the book Origin of the Undead. During these 3 days, even if Gushi had a good time, whenever he came down from school, he would take Origin of the Undead and read it. Starting from the thinking of the first level necromancer, he recalibrated his own route. As for the contracted undead under Gushi, this Origin of the Undead is also useful to them. This book directly pointed out the way forward for Luna, Princess Anna, and others. Even Eve and Lingxi occupy great sheep in this regard. It can be said that a set of books has benefited Gushi's full. It's rare in the morning to take care of the spirit. He naturally needs to learn first. I don't want to take care of it before sitting down. A high-level dragon man appeared beside Gushi. Gushi raised his head. These things have happened often these days. After all, Gushi wrapped this table for a few days. Every day, there are high-level dragons come over, ask Gushi to give up this table. But Gusun's attitude is quite tough. No matter who come here, the attitude is the same. At first, these high-level dragons were still shouting. But gradually they suffered at the hands of Gushi. And they stopped coming. At most, they just came to ask if they could borrow tables and chairs when Gushi was not around. Gushi knew how these guys would react. Once the tables and chairs were borrowed, it would be difficult to get them back. It was impossible for Gushi to come and ask them to pack up and leave when they were having a good time eating and drinking. So no matter what these high-level dragons said, Gushi's attitude was the same. I said, I have already reserved the tables and chairs. As long as I am here, these things will not be lent out. Captain Gu, I am not here to take up this position. I brought Zulong's order. You are assigned as the captain of the 6th Battalion of the 13th Regiment of the Northern Army. You can form a force of no more than 800 people to report to the Northern Army and accept the dispatch of the Northern Army. 800 people? Gushi was stunned for a moment. What can this be used for? Yes, 800 people. But after you go out, no one will care about you no matter what means you use. Chapter 1494 Legion Flag. Hearing the words of this high-ranking dragon man, all the dragon men nearby turned their heads and looked at Gushi. The news that the Northern Army was going to go on an expedition had been spreading since 3 days ago. However, the Northern Army had been recruiting soldiers, and had not made any clear statement on the expansion. The nobles' children had submitted their petitions for war, but there had not been a single approval. Even the dragon ancestor in charge of military affairs had not decided on the generals who would go out to fight. No matter how anxious they were, they could only wait here and watch the soldiers they had recruited during this period. They never expected that Zulong's first order was not given to the general, but to Gushi. For a moment, most of the nobles' eyes turned to Gushi. They wanted to see who Gushi was, and why he would receive such an order. Gushi was not nervous at all. When he met Zulong, Gushi was not nervous at all. He would never care about such a small matter. Putting away the origin of the undead in his hand, Gushi stood up. How and where should I report? The barracks of the Northern Army. You can report within 5 days, and the army will set out in 5 days. Before that, you must prepare 800 soldiers. At this point, the high-level dragon man glanced at Gushi. You need dragon soldiers. Don't use some clay figurines to make up the numbers. Gushi knew that the other party was warning him not to take out the undead troops within the scope of the Dragon Kingdom. If Gushi wants to go, he can go to the recruitment point below and recruit 800 dragon people to serve as soldiers. I understand, thank you very much. Sir. You're welcome, by the way, this is for you. The high-level dragon man said, while taking out a piece of black cloth. There are some patterns on the black cloth. The pattern is an iceberg, in which you can see the Great Wall and the stars. If Gushi counts carefully, he will find that there are 13 stars in the sky. Gushi understands that this is the symbol of the battle flag. The 13th Regiment of the Northern Army represents the status in the Northern Army of the Dragon Nation. Under the battle flag, all soldiers have +3 attack power, and +4 attack power against aliens. Can I hold this for a long time? Gushi asked curiously. Of course. You can paint it on your battle flag to prove your identity. Or you can put up a separate battle flag. Anyway, everything depends on your choice. Hearing this, Gushi thought about it, and finally put out his own battle flag. After so many battles, Gushi's battle flag has changed a lot. However, the foundation is still the foundation of the chief battle flag. Looking at the messy battle flag, Gushi thought for a while and asked, Sir, is there a place in the city that makes battle flags? I want to redesign a battle flag. Of course there is. The high-level dragon man actually wanted to get closer to Gushi, so he introduced Gushi. At this time, Gushi looked up at the recruiting ground below, poured all the wine in the wine pot into his mouth, and then said to the noble children, I've been idle for a few days. Now it's time to do some serious work. I'll leave this place to you. After saying that, Gushi flipped over and fell from the roof, floating on the street not far away. After that, the Holy Silver Evil Coffin was released immediately, and Gushi drove the Holy Silver Evil Coffin to the location mentioned by the high-level dragon man. It was a street behind the market, not far from where Gushi lived. After about 3 or 5 streets, Gushi found the small shop mentioned by the high-level dragon man. This small shop was built by the logistics department of the Northern Army Corps in order to buy Northern Army weapons and equipment for the dragons who joined the Northern Army Corps. As soon as Gushi pushed the door in, he saw a large number of armors unique to the Northern Army Corps, from high-level dragons, to ordinary dragons, to wild dragons. As long as a dragon from the Northern Army Corps comes, he can buy a set of suitable equipment. But there are no weapons here. This situation also surprised Gushi, but he reacted immediately. Ordinary dragons can have weapons, but armor is a controlled item in the Dragon Kingdom. Without a certain status, you definitely cannot buy armor. After entering the shop, a wild dragon came up to greet him. What do you want? Sir? Gushi took out his ID card. I am the captain of the 13th Regiment of the Northern Army. I want to find someone to design my battle flag. Please call out the master from your side. Hearing this, the 2 wild dragons immediately went to the back and invited the dragon master inside. He was an old dragon man with a dragon head and a human body. His green hair was almost bald. When he saw Gushi, he first took a look at the certificate in Gushi's hand, then asked, Have you got the emblem of the 13th Regiment of the Northern Army? I have already got it. Gushi took it out. What about your battle flag? Gushi put out his own battle flag when he heard it. After taking a look at Gushi's battle flag, the old dragon man was speechless. Rubbish attributes, rubbish design. Gushi couldn't say anything after hearing it. After all, Gushi prepared it just for the sake of having a battle flag. He really added whatever he could find. The main body is the bone dragon, and in addition, he also added the chief symbol, the undead natural disaster ritual badge, the star of the title, and other miscellaneous things. The bone dragon originally looked quite domineering. As a result, when Gushi added random things, the battle flag suddenly became chaotic. It's no wonder that the old dragon man felt that Gushi's design was rubbish at first glance. What is this big bone frame with wings? Bone dragon. Gushi said indifferently. Dragon? How can this thing look like a dragon? The old dragon rolled his eyes. Is it the fat body? From the direction of the bone frame, you can tell that this bone dragon has a short and thick body and a long neck, but it is obviously useless. This thing is also called a dragon? The old dragon wanted to tear up Gushi's battle flag. I said I will help you draw a new battle flag. As for the bone dragon, you should not use it anymore. It is so ugly. Listening to the old dragon's words, Gushi asked directly, what kind of battle flag can you draw? I will help you design it. You don't want a bone dragon. And this is the city gate, right? I will help you draw it. As the old dragon said, he took out a black battle flag cloth and placed it directly on the table. Black? Why? Don't you like it? Don't worry. You don't know my ability. This black base suits you best. As the old dragon said this, he stretched out his hand and drew a line on the battle flag. Chapter 1495 Main Skills of the Main Battle Flag. Look! It's done! Without waiting for Gushi to take a closer look, the old dragon pushed the battle flag in front of Gushi. Gushi was about to say, what is this painting about? But his eyes were attracted by the battle flag in front of him at first sight. The largest subject on the battle flag is a white mountain that divides the black background into two parts. The city gate towers and city walls are circling in the mountain. These city gate towers and city walls together, from a distance, look like a white dragon made up of countless joints. There were 13 stars of different sizes moving in the sky. Gushi could clearly feel that the chief's emblem, the undead natural disaster ritual badge, and the star of the title that he had placed on the battle flag had all turned into stars and merged with the star. Okay, use it first. Fortunately, you used the dragon death. If you used a real dragon, I really couldn't help you draw it. Even Zulong himself didn't use a giant dragon as the symbol of the battle flag. You, an ordinary lieutenant, still want to use a giant dragon as the symbol of the battle flag. You really think too much. Okay, this battle flag will do. If you are dissatisfied, you can come to me again, but I may not make another one for you. Don't think that anyone can draw a better battle flag. My craftsmanship is the best in the Northern Army. Looking at the old dragon man's look, Gushi was speechless. He stepped forward and said something. I said. Before Gushi finished speaking, the old dragon man pointed to the head of the white bone dragon formed by the city gate and the city wall on the battle flag. A dragon made of white bones rushed out from the battle flag. Its momentum was no less than that of a normal undead dragon. Gushi could even feel that. This white bone dragon had a hint of the breath of death incarnate. Old man, you draw really well. That's right. If I didn't have the ability to add the finishing touch, I wouldn't be the best painter in the Northland Legion. I can see that. You have the means to control the power of death. The damn bone dragon before was a manifestation of that means. Communicate more with the dragon in the battle flag when you have time. It will be good for you. Gushi took the battle flag and heard a ding sound in his ear. The main battle flag has been upgraded, and the quality has been upgraded to blue +3. Main battle flag, blue +3, a special main battle flag that has been enlightened by special power. In addition to representing the identity of the user, it can also light up 13 bright stars by adding new symbols. At the same time, you can choose a skill to strengthen the main body of the main battle flag. As these information popped up in front of him, Gushi also knew what it meant to choose a skill to strengthen the main body of the main battle flag. This is a method of using skill fusion to strengthen the battle flag. This method is not like what the old dragon said, you must directly release the death incarnation. Instead, Gushi can lock a skill, and every time he uses this skill, the main battle flag will absorb the effect and experience of the skill. Slowly transform the form of the battle flag in front of you. It's like if Gushi is desperate and regards the magic of the flame field as the main skill of the main battle flag. Then every time Gushi uses the flame field, the main battle flag will be strengthened by the flame field. After many times, the picture on the battle flag will change automatically, and the white mountain may become a mountain of fire. It seems that Gushi regards the white bone sky curtain as the main skill. Then, in the process of using magic again and again, a layer of bone powder will be covered on the white mountain, like a mist covering the mountain. Of course, Gushi can also use necromancy as the main skill. This is the most basic magic of the necromancer, which can be learned and mastered at the beginning. Maybe in this way, there will be no changes on the main battle flag. But if you look closely, you will find that the mountain on the main battle flag is composed of countless bones. Gushi, who understood this, naturally would not use the most basic skills for the skills on the main battle flag. Gushi had two ideas. One was to choose one of the 3 death skills that he had started with. No matter which one he chose, the 3 death skills were still skills, and they could still be used now. Moreover, the 3 death skills were often used in daily life. For example, as long as the Death Lord communicated directly with the undead, it would be counted as one used to subdue an undead. Not to mention the Death Incarnation. He could just use up his mana to release one. As for the skill of Death City, as long as Gushi puts the city gate, city wall, and soul summoning tower on the battlefield, all of them can be regarded as using the skill of Death City. So all 3 skills can be selected. In addition, Gushi can also choose the exclusive skills of the Lord of Huangquan. Especially Peach Mountain Ghost Suppression, which is the most suitable skill for the current situation. If possible, Gushi even wants to turn the White Snow Mountain on the battle flag into Peach Mountain. As for the opening of the Ghost Gate, and the newly obtained 3 live stone mirror, they can also be used. At most, one of them turned the city gate on the battle flag into a ghost gate, and the other was to add a round moon made of stone mirrors behind the battle flag. It can be said that Gushi now has too many choices. At this time, Gushi fell silent. Seeing Gushi's expression, the old dragon man was also a little confused. What's wrong with you? Is this battle flag not good? No. I'm thinking, what skill should I use? Hearing Gushi's words, the old dragon man laughed. It seems that you have too many choices. Then ask your heart. What kind of person are you? And ask which skill is your foundation. Then you will know what skills you need to use. Ask my heart? Gushi frowned. He recalled his 6 skills again. This time, he did not compare these skills one by one, but really thought, which skill is the core skill for him? Death Lord? Death Incarnation? As he thought about it, Gushi's eyes finally lit up. He already knew what his core was. I know. Gushi picked up the battle flag, turned it over, the Battle Lord's long picture was facing outward, and he opened his hands outward, and some small changes occurred on the battle flag. At the head of the white bone dragon formed by the city wall and the city gate, there were 2 more red lights. The old dragon man took a closer look and found that they were actually 2 tall towers. However, the style of this tower was a bit strange, which the old dragon man had never seen before. In fact, he didn't know that these 2 towers were actually the most important soul-calling towers for the necromancer. And Gushi's self-examination this time has made him figure out what is the core of everything for him. That is one of the 3 death skills that he started with. Death City. Chapter 1496 Recruiting Soldiers. The old dragon man only took a look at Gushi, and he knew Gushi's choice. He did not ask Gushi why he gave up the other skills. He understood that Gushi took this step, and that was to understand what was the key to his growth. As long as he knew this, the rest had nothing to do with him. An old dragon man. Okay, I have reported your battle flag to the Northland Legion. The Northland Legion will remember your battle flag. You can leave now. The old dragon man drove Gushi out without any courtesy. Gushi, who got the battle flag, had to leave the store. After thinking for a while, he went back the same way. Gushi still remembered the order he had received. He needed to organize 800 dragon soldiers within 5 days. With Gushi's connections in Yongdu City, he might not be able to find some dragons with better strength. All he could do was to go to the recruitment point of the Northland Legion and select the dragons, who signed up to serve as his soldiers. At the same time, Gushi also understood that if he went to select people, he might not be able to find any. It was good enough to gather enough dragons. But Gushi also had his own advantages. He could provide some equipment for these dragons. Anyway, Gushi just had to ensure that he had dragons of the lowest standard. After passing through the customs, and starting to fight with the slaves, the dragons were just a name, and the real main force of the battle was the undead troops in Gushi's hands. In this way, Gushi and the dragons in Gushi's team just played the role of mascots. So whether these dragon people are strong or not, it doesn't really matter to Gushi. Just pick the ones left by the nobles. Anyway, the big boss Gushi will cover everything. After understanding this, Gushi's attitude became much simpler. Anyway, they are all miscellaneous soldiers, so it doesn't matter what kind of soldiers they pick. After arriving at the recruitment office, Gushi directly took out his certificate and the battle flag he had just made. I want to recruit 800 people. See if there are any people who have been organized, and arrange them for me directly. My requirements are not high. Living people just don't know anything. We need a full set of weapons. I will find a way to get the armor. As for food, you tell them not to worry. I will prepare everything. After seeing Gu Shi's test, the dragon man in charge of recruiting soldiers knew what Gu Shi was like. He was the first person to be selected for this expedition. Even if Gu Shi said that he didn't care about the strength of the dragon men. But they certainly couldn't assign some dragon men who couldn't fight, or some troublesome dragon men to Gu Shi's hands. So these dragon people were quickly selected for Gu Shi. Those elites who were taken away by the nobles would naturally not be released, but some weaker dragon people, and those who looked smarter, could be arranged. Gu Shi stood directly in the square, watching the dragon people being called out one by one, and lining up in front of him, and he could not help but nod. These dragon people were obviously not here before. As a result, the dragon people who recruited soldiers did not know what method they used, and directly called people over. Not only was the operation mysterious, but the notification was also quite fast. It seems that the Dragon Kingdom has its own set of methods for military information transmission. Just as Gu Shi was observing these dragon soldiers, he suddenly heard an excited voice. "Brother, why is it you?" Gu Shi turned his head to look in the direction of the voice, and found that Wei Hu, whom he had brought into the city before, was mixed with a group of wild dragons, and was waving at Gu Shi. Gu Shi was familiar with Wei Hu and knew that he had some potential. So he waved to Wei Hu. "Wei Hu, have you signed up?" "Yes. I signed up on the first day I came here. And luckily, there were not many people that day." "Brother, you don't know. Starting today, the Northern Army will not accept wild dragons. I even heard that in order to make room, some of the wild dragons, who were recruited before, will be selected again. Selection first. It sounds good, but it's just a trick for us country folk." Wei Hu had just finished speaking when a wild dragon nearby muttered. Gu Shi took a look at this wild dragon man, and found that he was stronger than the normal wild dragon man. He had pure black scales on his body, but his weapon seemed incomplete. He had a spear and a long sword on his back, but only a bow. No arrows. After a closer look, Gu Shi could understand his situation. His bow was bigger than that of a normal wild dragon man, so it would be difficult to buy matching arrows. Normally, wild dragons should have the skills to make arrows. But this wild dragon man obviously didn't know how to make arrows. His hands were quite rough. Gu Shi felt that he was a melee dragon man. At this time, Gu Shi raised his eyelids and looked at Wei Hu. Wei Hu reacted quickly and immediately introduced him to Gu Shi. "This is my fellow countryman. His name is Gongsun Lu, and his melee level is quite good." As expected, Gu Shi's heart moved. "How many wild dragon countrymen like you have? If there are any, call them all over. I have a total of 800 places here. They are selecting people now. If you want to join, you can do it faster." Wei Hu was very happy when he heard it. "Then I will follow you." "Brother." He wanted to lead the wild dragons to Gu Shi. But at this moment, Gongsun Lu stopped Wei Hu. "Brother Hu, didn't you say you wanted to stand out? You are just a captain of 800. What chance do you have to stand out? We have to find the general's men to join us." "No. Lao Lu. You are stupid. If we keep dragging on like this, we will all be reduced in number. Let's quickly decide our positions." Wei Hu's judgment of the situation is the most accurate. Otherwise, he would not have judged that an expedition was necessary just by seeing a few birds flying by. He could tell at a glance that something was wrong with the current situation. More and more ordinary dragon people are joining. And if they don't settle down, they may be eliminated from the Northern Army directly. If Gu Shi is willing to accept them, that is their chance. No matter what happens later, they have to go to the battlefield first. Only after leaving the Great Wall, they can be considered to have truly entered the battlefield. Otherwise, even if they sign up to join the Northern Army, they will still be eliminated. And Gu Shi in front of him is obviously different from others. He was the first to come and select people. This shows that his position has been determined, and he will definitely go out to fight. If you don't cling to Gu Shi's thigh at this time, when will you wait? So Wei Hu still wants to persuade his friend. But Gongsun Lu looked down on Gu Shi. "Wei Hu, wake up. That guy is a waste." "Gu Shi?" Chapter 1497. I don't believe it. Please issue a military order. I am a waste? Gu Shi was speechless. He wanted to point at Gongsun Lu in front of him and ask, "Can you speak? You were not beaten to death. It is definitely because you stayed in the countryside and did not go out to see people. If you lived in the city, you would have been beaten to death hundreds of years ago with your mouth." Gu Shi ignored Gongsun Lu and looked at Wei Hu. What did you say? Of course, I followed my elder brother. Brothers? Believe me once. My elder brother is very capable. We will not suffer if we follow my elder brother to fight. At this time, Wei Hu's talent was also brought into play. Although there are still a few wild dragons who support Gong Sun Lu, most of them are willing to follow Wei Hu and join Gu Shi's team. Gu Shi also directly explained the treatment on his side. As for weapons, the wild dragons must use their own, but Gu Shi can provide them with a set of armor. Most importantly, Gu Shi can provide them with enough food and other supplies. In other words, they only need to prepare weapons. And Gu Shi's requirement for them is not to be afraid of death in battle, and dare to fight hard, which is enough. Regarding Gu Shi's request, not to mention Wei Hu, even the brothers that Wei Hu brought with him accepted it. They all understood that there will be no immortality in war. The ones who die the fastest are those who are afraid of death. Only by not fearing death and fighting hard can they get what they want. Because Gu Shi's request is simple, another group of wild dragons choose to join Gu Shi's team. The dragons in the recruitment office also discovered this situation. They quickly mobilized the dragons who had signed up, and incorporated all kinds of dragons with good qualities into Gu Shi's team. Soon, the quota of 800 soldiers was filled. Gu Shi took the roster he had just received, took another look at the mess of dragons in front of him, and finally nodded. Because Gu Shi did not negotiate with the dragons at the beginning, there was not a single high-level dragon among the 800 dragons in Gu Shi's list. Ordinary dragons accounted for 70%. About 600 people. The rest were all wild dragons. However, most of these wild dragons followed Wei Hu. And even if they were not, they had all called Wei Hu and mixed with him. It is obvious that they are more likely to stick together than ordinary dragon people. From the current situation, we can see that these wild dragon people have quickly stuck together. Gu Shi just glanced at them, and then said nothing more. He was asking the dragon people at the recruitment office about the time of the Northland Army's departure. For Gu Shi's question, the dragon people at the recruitment office did not hide anything. After all, this matter has been decided. Even if they have connections, they can't change anything in this regard. So it was nothing to tell Gu Shi at this time. Gu Shi asked around, and just as he had heard before, the troops would set out in 5 days. But there was a trick here, that is, if Gu Shi could deliver the troops to the Great Wall within 5 days, then he would definitely be among the first troops to leave the border. Gu Shi turned his head and took a look at the 800 dragons he had just accepted, and then asked, "Does the dragon country have any means of transportation? I want to take them directly to the Great Wall." For Gu Shi's impulsive reaction, the dragons in the recruitment office were speechless. In their eyes, "You haven't equipped the armor yet, the food hasn't been delivered yet, you're taking people to the battlefield directly, is this appropriate?" But for Gu Shi, it's not like that. When these dragon people became his subordinates, he had arranged for the blacksmith shop in the city of Aridov to handle the armor, and so on. When they arrive at the battlefield, they will naturally be given armor to use. What Gu Shi wants to do most now is to take these dragon people to the battlefield. Don't look at when Gu Shi came. After entering the Great Wall, it only took a few hours. But you have to think about it. How fast was Gu Shi at that time? The distance covered in these few hours, for ordinary people, may be more than half a month's walking distance. If Gu Shi took these dragon people from Yongdu City and walked there, when he arrived at the Great Wall, he might not even be able to drink soup, let alone meat. For this reason, in Gu Shi's view, transportation is the most important. I have transportation. How fast do you want it? Take them to the Great Wall within 5 days, or I can only take them away by my own means. Gu Shi still thought everything should be done according to the rules of the Dragon Kingdom. Don't mess around at this time. Don't make trouble. But unexpectedly, the dragon man in the recruitment department shook his head at Gu Shi's request. "I'm afraid there is no such thing. You should use your own method to transport people there." Hearing this, Gu Shi's face became a little ugly. "What kind of thing is this?" "Really?" Gu Shi asked unwillingly. "No. But you can borrow the Qidao. You will move faster from there. But if you want to borrow it, you better do it quickly. Once the appointments are made in the next few days, there will be more people borrowing the Qidao. I'm afraid you won't be able to borrow the Qidao by then." Hearing this, Gu Shi shook his head. Gu Shi knew about the Qidao. This is a bit like a highway, which allows the troops in the Dragon Kingdom to move forward in a certain direction in a short period of time. But the problem is that the speed of the road is not that fast. At most, it is the same speed as the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. Gu Shi's Holy Silver Evil Coffin has one advantage. That is, if Gushi does not stop, he can keep moving forward. But the soldiers on the road can't do this. They need to rest. They need to eat. They can't keep running at the same speed. So it takes at least a week to get from Yeongju City to the Great Wall border. If the road is blocked, this time may be longer. Gushi is in a hurry now. He doesn't want to spend all his time on the road. Thinking of this, Gushi said to the dragons in the recruitment office, "This is what you said. I will use my own method to transport these soldiers away." Of course. In fact, His Majesty Zulong also hopes that each family can use their best ability to transport soldiers. After all, this expedition is a bit too rushed. Now all the transportation capacity is used to transport food and grass. There is no enough transportation capacity for soldiers. If you can transport these soldiers directly, not only will you not blame me, but you will also be awarded some military merits depending on the situation. Gushi glanced at the dragons in the recruitment office. I don't believe it. Please issue a military order. Chapter 1498, Dispatching Troops. All of you follow me out of the city, I'll take you to get the armor. After receiving the military order, Gushi said to the dragon people, who had just been incorporated into his command. Listening to Gushi's words, these dragon people all looked at each other. They didn't know whether to listen to Gushi or not. What are you waiting for? We have a lot to do. In addition to preparing armor for you, we also have to hurry on our way. Listening to Gushi's words, Wei who still stood up and said something. Brother, can you give us half a day to buy some personal belongings? We have been waiting for our assignments in the city these days, and have no time to buy anything. Gushi glanced at Wei who and finally nodded. Okay. I will give you half a day. Wait for me at the east gate at noon. I will only wait for half an hour. When the time comes, I will leave. If you don't catch up, I will just pretend to be missing. Wei who patted his chest and said, Brother, don't worry. I will definitely be there on time. Call me captain or sir in the army. Okay. Those who want to go shopping can go away. Those who don't want to go shopping, come and wait at the east gate with me. Gushi said, as he headed towards the east gate. As he walked out, owls kept appearing in his hands. Gushi was walking while writing letters, asking the owls to bring messages to Shea, Moore and Catherine. The three of them had already obtained their own certificates and passes, and were wandering around in the Dragon Kingdom. They had their own ideas, especially Moore, who was looking for the cemetery in the Dragon Kingdom at this time. Moore had seen that only the blood of high-level dragon people was comparable to that of giant dragons. The rest are all inferior. If you gather 3 or 5 ordinary dragon corpses, you can piece together a bone dragon. But the problem is that Moore does not need such bone dragon subordinates. In Moore's view, even a decent bone dragon may not be in her eyes. So Moore has been looking for the cemetery of the Dragon Kingdom during this period, trying to see if he can find better dragon corpses. If there are any, Moore will find a way to smuggle some to the city of Aridov. As for Shea and Catherine, one is trying to find out the relevant information, and the other is forming a caravan to monopolize such a large market in the Dragon Kingdom. Now they are not with Gushi. Gushi released the owl at this time, to tell them where he was going, and to call back Moore. This time, there can be no Shea, or no Catherine, but Moore must appear. After all, Gushi's goal this time is the same as that of the Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon City of Newfang. It's just that Zulong's goal is to hold a heavenly sacrifice there, and what Gushi wants is to destroy Dragon City. When fighting with the Dragon City, Gushi believes that Moore and the undead dragon army will definitely be used. For this battle, Moore must not be absent. As for Shea and Catherine, Gushi only told them where he was going, and also told them about the dream, so that if they were in a hurry, they could contact him through the dream. Because it was still early, Gushi was not in a hurry when he walked towards the east gate of Yeongju City. Gushi also bought some things along the way. However, since he had origin of the undead, Gushi had been planning to cultivate various craftsmen of his own, so unless he saw particularly good equipment, Gushi's current purchase direction was still the material direction. Just like on this journey, Gushi bought a lot of wild animal meat, and delivered all of it to Lingxi as soon as possible, so that Lingxi could use it to cook. However, Gushi found a problem at this time. No matter how Lingxi cooked, the soup was always clam soup. I don't know if Lingxi likes to cook this, or if she only knows how to cook this. However, other dishes are quite good for Gushi. This made him buy more when he was buying vegetables. Gushi's actions also made the eyes of some dragon soldiers, who followed him, brighten. Gushi took the initiative to buy vegetables, which was clearly to prepare food and grass for them. It seemed that he had met a good lieutenant. Soon Gu Shi and his men arrived outside the east gate of Yongdu City. There was a place for farewell here, which was quite spacious, and could accommodate at least 30,000 people without crowding. At this time, the news of the Dragon Country's expedition had spread along with orders. A large number of wild dragons wanted to squeeze into Yongdu City to see if they could try their luck. But they still reacted too slowly. Wei Hu, who had come 3 days earlier, was almost squeezed out. As for the wild dragons, who just learned the news and wanted to rush over, they didn't even have the chance to be cannon fodder. But they still squeezed into Yongdu City, trying to grab a chance. Looking at these wild dragons, the dragons following Gu Shi immediately felt that they were good enough again. Although Gu Shi was only a captain who controlled 800 soldiers, but Gu Shi's every move now was worthy of their surrender. If they can't hold on to such a big thigh, then they will really regret this opportunity. Gu Shi didn't pay attention to these things at this time. He released the wyvern. The huge wyvern lay on the ground, motionless, looking like a corpse. Gu Shi opened a relatively small city gate around the wyvern. Gu Shi had made up his mind to send all these dragon people to the city of Aryov. Let them change clothes and reorganize in the city of Aridov. Gu Shi rode a wyvern to the Great Wall, because he could fly in the sky. And the wyvern had a high speed. Gu Shi believed that he could reach the Great Wall with these dragon troops in just 5 or 6 hours. As for opening the city of Aridavi to the outside world, Gu Shi had already made preparations. These dragons were definitely not allowed to enter the main city area of Aridavi. The location Gu Shi chose for them was the city gate on the market area. In order to arrange the market area, Gu Shi made some adjustments to the city gate, so as to prevent foreign caravans from raiding Aridavi. This arrangement can also be used by dragon people. It is just right to send dragon people to this area and have people make armor for them. As for the next time, I believe the business atmosphere in the market area will attract these dragon people. They will be very happy to stay in this market area. While Gu Shi was thinking about this, the dragon people who ran out to buy things before also returned in 2s and 3s. When they saw the 2-legged flying dragon lying behind Gu Shi, their eyes widened. At this time, Wei Hu asked Gu Shi, "Brother." "No. Sir. Are you planning to fly from the sky to the Great Wall?" Chapter 1499, Arrangements for the Journey Ahead. "Yes, you should have heard about my deeds. I flew to the Kingdom of Dragons on this 2-legged flying dragon. You need to walk for a week or 2, but this 2-legged flying dragon can fly there in just a few hours. With this, we can reach the vicinity of the Great Wall in a few hours." "Sir, are we also riding this kind of 2-legged flying dragon?" Wei Hu was excited when he heard it. In the Kingdom of Dragons, except for the high-level dragon people who can fly, other dragon people do not have the ability to fly. These wild dragon people have only heard of flying in the sky, but have never encountered one. If they could fly in the sky once, they could brag about it for 3 more years when they return to their hometown. "No. I have arrangements for you. I will deal with it when the servants arrive." Gu Shi shook his head. Gu Shi himself had few of these flying dragons, so how could he let all the dragon people ride on them? Gu Shi made his attitude clear with just this one sentence. Wei Hu and the others had no other words to say. At about this time, Gu Shi's dragon men also rushed back. Gu Shi looked at the time, and counted the number of dragon men, and found that all 800 dragon men were present. Gu Shi nodded with satisfaction. In fact, it is true when you think about it. After all, everything in the dragon country is done according to the rules. After setting the rules and penalties, no dragon men in the dragon country will violate the rules. And they are not stupid. How can they not see that the current situation is an important opportunity for them? If they miss this opportunity, they may not even be able to touch the edge of the Great Wall. They will crawl to Gu Shi before dying. After taking a look at these dragon people, Gu Shi said to them seriously, "You are all on time," which is a good attitude. "I will open a city gate later, and there is a huge market. My blacksmith will prepare armor for you there." "Sir, are you talking about the secret realm?" Wei Hu asked as soon as he heard it. Gu Shi glanced at Wei Hu, and finally said, "It can be considered as such, but it is my exclusive territory. While waiting for the armor, if you have anything you want, you can also buy it in the market." Listening to Gu Shi's words, the dragons all looked at each other. In order to go to the battle, they had already spent all their money on various items. Now when Gu Shi said that there would be a huge market in the place they were going to, this also made them have different ideas in their hearts. "Why didn't you tell us earlier?" If he heard the thoughts of these dragons, Gu Shi would laugh and say back, "Who do you think you are? Why should I tell you my future plans?" Everything is your own choice. Gushi wanted to use this method to define a range for the dragons, and let them know their attitude. As for those dragons who were not smart, Gushi did not want to say anything more. In the end, all those who were not smart on the battlefield would die. After looking at these dragons again, Gushi stretched out his hand, and a relatively large city gate appeared in front of the dragons. Okay, you all go in, there will be someone to guide you inside. After you go in, prepare your armor first, and wait for my order. Hearing this, the dragons rushed into the city gate. Some dragon people watching nearby also noticed the situation here. They all wanted to squeeze forward to see what was going on. But Gushi had already prepared. Only dragon people under his jurisdiction could enter the city of Aridov. Even if the others ran back and forth at the city gate for many times, they could not see any movement in the city of Aridov. After all the dragon people entered the city of Aridov, Gushi immediately closed the city gate, and then he hung his battle flag on the flying dragon, and jumped onto the flying dragon with a flip. At this moment, another huge bone dragon flew in the sky. Gushi looked up in the direction where the bone dragon was flying, and found that Mor was standing on the forehead of the bone dragon. Sir, you came very quickly. Gushi nodded to Mor. You came just in time. Let's go back to the city together. I'm going to set off. Sir, I plan to fly with you. Mor did not return to Aridov city, as Gushi requested, but improved his own ideas. Can your bone dragon keep up with the speed? Gushi looked at Mor after hearing this. Gushi had personally experienced the speed of the wyvern. In his opinion, except for the phoenix, no other flying creature could catch up with the speed of this wyvern. Don't worry, sir. I have killed several wyverns like this in the rainforest before. Although I did not transform the wyvern into a bone dragon, the dragon blood bottle has collected information about the wyvern. I can also use some of the characteristics of the wyvern now. I can still keep up with this speed. After hearing this, Gushi looked at Mor again, which was considered to be tacitly agreeing with Mor's reaction. After hanging the main battle flag on the wyvern again, Gushi flipped over and jumped onto its back. Follow closely behind. If you can't do it, don't force yourself. Follow as far as you can. Anyway, the place we are going to will not change. Also, be careful in the sky. Don't mess around. This place is not very friendly. Mor nodded. She had been traveling around the Dragon Kingdom these days. Mor already had a certain understanding of the situation in the Dragon Kingdom. It can be said that in some aspects, Gushi may not know more than Mor. Mor did not think much of the dragon people living in the Dragon Country. However, Mor was very interested in the underground veins of the Dragon Country. During this period, Mor flew over the Dragon Country and noticed the direction of the dragon veins in the Dragon Country. Those can be directly transformed into powerful undead dragons with a Huangquan dragon robe. Especially one of the veins. Mor himself was quite jealous. According to Mor's judgment, this vein is of extremely high quality. From the mountains in the west to the sea in the east, if Huangquan dragon robe can bury the dragon vein, it may be possible to obtain an undead dragon with extremely high potential. However, Gushi is not very interested in this matter. Now his attention is all on Dragon City. On the contrary, Gushi has no intention of destroying the prosperous Dragon Kingdom in front of him. Mor also saw Gushi's attitude, so she simply did not mention this matter. She just affirmed Gushi's statement, and then controlled the bone dragon under her to follow the direction of Gushi's flying dragon. Chapter 1500 Great Wall Pass. The flying speed of the two-legged flying dragon is quite fast. Although it does not reach the speed of flying point to flying point, it still exceeds the speed of sound. In just 4.5 hours, Gushi has already flown to the place where he entered the Dragon Kingdom. Gushi was not idle during this journey. He was always observing the situation below in the sky. At this time, Gushi found that the expedition of the Dragon Kingdom had already begun. A large number of transport troops can be seen in the sky, which are transporting a large amount of supplies to the edge of the Great Wall. At the same time, the Northern Army had also begun to mobilize, especially in several cities near Yongdu City, where scattered troops had begun to enter the range of the road. It can be seen that some far-sighted noble dragons had begun to mobilize their private soldiers. However, no matter how fast they mobilized, they could not be faster than Gushi. 4.5 hours later, Gushi stopped inside the Great Wall. Gushi was unwilling to fly directly over the Great Wall. He came to be the first hero to set out, not to be a deserter who sneaked out of the Dragon Kingdom. As Gushi fell, there were some movements on the Great Wall. However, they did not pay much attention to Gushi's situation. There were many people like Gu Shi who rushed to the Great Wall as soon as possible on a flying mount in the past few days. And the pass on their side is the most important pass on the Great Wall. Every time the Nufang attacked, their place was the main battlefield. This matter is also quite famous in the Dragon Kingdom. How many dragons aimed to join their pass? After knowing that the Dragon Kingdom was going to go on an expedition, there were quite a few dragons who rushed here as soon as possible. It was not uncommon for Gu Shi to come here directly on a flying mount, as long as they did not attack the pass. The defenders here would not care. However, they soon discovered that Gu Shi's behavior was a bit strange. Gu Shi's flying dragon first circled in the sky, then retreated to about 7 or 8 miles away from the pass before landing. This situation was very rare. You know, the people who came here on flying mounts before all wanted to fly their flying mounts directly to the Great Wall so that everyone could see them. Gu Shi's situation is relatively rare, so some people paid more attention to Gu Shi's situation. When they paid so much attention, they immediately found something wrong. The alarm bells on the pass rang directly. Because they saw Gu Shi put away the two-legged flying dragon, he immediately opened a city gate, and a large number of dragon troops walked out of the city gate. Before in the inland of the Dragon Kingdom, Gu Shi's opening of the city gate was not so attractive. Just pay more attention to it. After all, this method of opening the secret realm is not common. But it is not non-existent. But now it is at the border, where you will encounter some incredible attacks from time to time. The sudden appearance of the city gate behind the pass, and the large army that can be deployed. How can they not be nervous? Even if Gu Shi has no bad intentions, they should not stop reacting. When opening the city gate and letting the dragon army out, Gu Shi also heard the alarm bell from the pass from afar. He immediately ordered, "Enemy attack, be prepared for battle." Although the dragons didn't know where they were now, under Gu Shi's order, they were still ready for battle. The most important thing is that these dragons have put on a full set of armor in the past 4 hours. In addition to the scales on the dragons' bodies, this makes their defense beyond the level of normal soldiers. The dragons had already tried the defense of these armors when they were in the market area, and they knew very well that, with such armor, their survivability on the battlefield would be greatly improved. For such a superior, they must flatter him. So when they heard Gu Shi's order, they all took action immediately, and each stood according to their own skills, and quickly formed small battle formations. Their actions shocked Gu Shi. He never thought that these dragon people would cooperate so well. At first, he thought that he brought these 800 dragon people here just to serve as mascots. Now it seems that this is not the case. In fact, Gu Shi did not expect that the dragon's strength was not limited to this. Although the dragons in the Dragon Kingdom looked inconspicuous, they were all as martial as dragons, and each of them had enough confidence, usually in the mountains. Even when facing beasts higher than their own level, they were never afraid, but rather quite excited. At the same time, they also knew that when individual combat power was insufficient, mutual cooperation would exceed fighting alone. And they all understood where they should stand when cooperating as a team. It can be said that even if they are strangers, when something happens, they can take their positions at the first time and play their most powerful role. This is the case now. Gu Shi just issued an order to prepare for battle, and these 800 people became like a whole. On the contrary, Gu Shi, the commander, was a little out of place outside. Seeing Gu Shi like this, Wei Hu also became anxious. "Sir, enter the mind connection." Gu Shi understood the situation as soon as he heard it. Then he thought for a moment, and said calmly, "No, this is not my limit." As Gu Shi spoke, a garrison gate appeared behind him, and he began to communicate with the troops in the city of Aridov. However, Gu Shi did not release the people directly. The situation was unclear, and Gu Shi did not want to fight a war before leaving the Dragon Kingdom. For now, he just had to ensure that he was safe. If the talks failed, Gu Shi could also release the troops as soon as possible. Hearing Gu Shi's words, Wei Hu was speechless. "What do you mean it's not his limit? Are we talking about the same thing? 800 people. There are not so many people in Wei Hu's village. Just leave them alone without command, and let them fight on their own. Is this reasonable?" Wei Hu thought in his heart. Because when preparing for battle, all dragon people are in a state of spiritual connection, and everyone knows what they are thinking. So at this time, there should be a backbone to control everything. But Gu Shi didn't know this, and the connection between the minds was quite chaotic. Wei Hu thought about it, and the other dragons laughed. At the same time, Their evaluation of Gushi also dropped a lot. At this time, Gushi looked at the more than 1,000 dragon troops who came over, and raised the battle flag in his hand. I am the captain of the 6th Battalion of the 13th Regiment of the Northern Army, and I have been ordered to go to the Newfong. Can I accept the mission and go directly to the battle? Chapter 1501 Expedition Mission. Gushi said it so directly that the dragon troops who came over were stunned. At first, they thought something had happened here, that someone wanted to attack their pass. As a result, before they approached to warn, Gushi brought out his identity to make a fuss. This time, they didn't know what to do. Fortunately, at this time, a high-level dragon man appeared in the sky. This high-level dragon man should be in combat mode at this time. A layer of red airflow appeared on his body, and this red airflow formed a special dragon behind the high-level dragon man. It is obvious that this special dragon is the original power of these high-level dragon people in the Dragon Kingdom. No wonder, Gushi said lightly. At this time, he finally understood why Moore only considered high-level dragon people to be dragons, and the others were not considered. The situation in front of him was no different from that of a giant dragon. Although Gushi's voice was not loud, the high-level dragon man in the sky heard it. No wonder what. Gushi was a little embarrassed. I said to myself, "Do you want to answer so quickly?" "Nothing, I just want to say, no wonder you guys came here so quickly, it turns out you're well trained." "That's right, our Fengxing Pass is the biggest pass on the Great Wall, and we face the threat of the slaves every day. If we don't react quickly, we would have been taken down long ago." When the high-level dragon heard this, he immediately said proudly. After that, he glanced at Gushi, and finally added, "You're not bad either, you're the first Northern Army to arrive at the pass. It seems that you have a good way to travel. Okay, don't stand there, retreat." When the dragon troops that had just arrived heard this order, they also quickly retreated. At this time, Gushi also looked back at the dragons behind him. "It's okay." Hearing this, the dragons behind Gushi put away their weapons in 2s and 3s. Seeing this, the high-level dragon smiled at Gushi. "Your men don't seem to be very obedient." "It's okay, the troops that just got here today haven't adapted yet. After a few battles, they will adapt to the situation." Gushi didn't know the situation inside the dragon troops, and judged based on his own experience. When the high-level dragon heard this, he looked at Gushi again, and understood what was going on. However, he did not ask any more questions. Instead, he said to Gushi, "That's right. Tacit understanding is formed in battle. Otherwise, how could my troops react so quickly? Well, let's not talk about this. You came at the right time. The order from above has just been issued. Various tasks have also been broken down. This is the first troop with all members present, and it is just right for us to take on the tasks and go out." "What tasks are there?" Gushi asked curiously. "Nothing much. There are only 2 major goals. Then, there are the 4 major military merits of climbing first, breaking the formation, killing the general, and seizing the flag. Then, there are military merits such as opening the way, killing, and defending. The last is the military merit of logistics. The goal is very clear. This time the expedition will not fight, but if it fights, it must defeat the enemy. So there are 2 main tasks, and everyone can take them. One is to directly capture Dragon City. No matter who it is, the one who captures Dragon City will get the first merit. This is what Zulong said directly, and no one will dare to take the credit. Then, we need to take over the land of the Newfong. Starting from the Great Wall, every 1,000 miles of land is counted as 1 military merit. As long as we occupy the land, and withstand the attacks of the Newfong, it will count when the immigrants arrive later. At the same time, the family that takes over the land can have the priority to station on this land. Although this main task takes a little longer, it has many benefits. The most important thing is that the land of the Newfong is so large. If you seize the next piece first, when the troops coming later advance, whether they need to rest on your land, this can also earn some income. In addition, the troops behind are advancing forward, and the territory near the Great Wall is safe. So now we should send troops to seize the next piece of land, which is a very profitable thing. No matter what tasks you plan to do, this main task must be taken on. I don't need to say anything about things like breaking the formation first. I will explain here in particular, killing the generals, and capturing the flag. Among the enemies this time, the others are not important. Killing their Chanyu is the most important. When you go out later, remember to get the list of their Chanyu, just in case you meet them on the way," the high-ranking dragon said loudly, not looking down on Gushi for only bringing 800 dragons. Gushi also nodded continuously. However, all his thoughts were focused on Dragon City. This time, Gushi's goal was to go to Dragon City. The rest were trivial matters. Occupying the land here for backup is not very useful for Gushi. Gushi can't build a city here. So what's the point of occupying so much land? Preparing for a conflict with the people of Dragon Country. And finally fighting with Dragon Country? Gushi's brain is not that stupid. The waters of Dragon Country are very deep. Although the upper limit of Dragon Country is not high, even the ancestor dragon is estimated to be in the early 20s. But they have something that others don't know. Not to mention the other things. Just the 9 sets of orange clothes used to suppress the luck of Dragon Country, which makes Gushi very uncomfortable. Not to mention the things in other people's hands. During this period, Gushi has been suppressing his thoughts. Even though Dragon Country is right in front of him, he has set his sights on Dragon City. On the one hand, he wants to seek revenge on Eva on the grassland. Oh, that is. The idea of taking revenge on Shanyu, as the high-level dragon people say. On the other hand, it was because Gushi had a feeling in his heart. As long as he attacked the Dragon Kingdom, he would be trapped here, and it might take a very long time to get out. Gushi had no intention of making trouble. His goal in coming to this game world has always been clear, to bring back a Dragon Kingdom. Dragon City is his goal. When thinking about this, Gushi's mind quickly flashed back to the map he had seen before. He looked up and asked the high-level dragon man, "If I send troops now, when can the troops behind catch up?" "It will take at least 3 days. Your appearance is quite unexpected. We never thought that all the troops would arrive so soon. But there is nothing we can do about it. Just because you are fast, we cannot expect others to be fast too. I estimate that other troops will arrive in 3 days at the earliest. If you want to go out of the border, you have to wait at least 5 days. Listening to this, Gushi was thinking in his heart, with a map and enough troops, where can he go in 5 days? Chapter 1502, If you don't come soon, you will have nothing. Is it possible that I have reached Dragon City, and the army of the Northern Army has not yet left the pass? When he led the 800 dragon troops out of the gate of Fengxin Pass, Gushi muttered to himself. He stayed in Fengxin Pass for a day, and prepared the supplies and food before going out. At the same time, he has been observing the situation in Fengxin Pass. Just as the high-level dragon guarding Fengxin Pass said, the Dragon Kingdom in front of us has just woken up, and it will take time to mobilize troops, food and other resources from all directions. For a whole day, except for some stragglers returning to the team nearby, no one came. Gushi simply did not wait any longer, and left the city with his men early in the morning. As Gushi stepped out of the Great Wall, the feeling of being pressed on him finally disappeared. Gushi looked back at Fengxin Pass behind him, and then said to Wei Hu and the others, "Let me show you what I can do." Gushi had seen some changes in the mentality of these dragon people in the past 2 days. Although he did not know why these dragon people were like this, Gushi understood that it was time to show his true strength. When Gushi finished speaking, the gate of the garrison city appeared behind Gushi, and batches of undead troops came out of the garrison city. These undead started with miscellaneous soldiers, then regular troops, and then Gushi's core legions. All the undead were in small squares of 1,000 people, led by a leader, and came out in batches. When the first team of 1,000 skeleton soldiers came out with cheekbones and armor, the dragons didn't feel anything. But when the 30th team of skeleton soldiers came out, the dragons were numb. They finally understood why Gushi said that 800 people were not his limit. There were already 30,000 people, and the troops marching out of the city gate had not stopped. Gushi stopped the troops from the city gate until 100,000 troops were sent out. He took out a map and drew a straight line on it. "This is where we are going next. I don't plan to fight anymore. My goal is to attack Longcheng directly. We will need to hurry up and may fight all the way. If you can't keep up, then wait by the lake." Gushi clicked on the map. Hearing this, Wei Hu shouted directly, "Sir, who are you looking down on? We have only one goal here, and that is to kill our way to Dragon City." "Yes, who are you looking down on? We are fewer in number, but we are in high spirits, and we are not afraid of death. Can these guys do it?" At this time, other dragon people also shouted in 2s and 3s. Gushi took a look at the emotions of these dragon people, and said directly, "Then let's go together." Hearing this, the dragon people breathed a sigh of relief. And Wei Hu said loudly, "Sir, now the army is moving forward, and we definitely need spies. Let us explore the way." As soon as Wei Hu's voice fell, 10,000 fear bats mixed with 3,000 gargoyles flew out. They didn't even wait for Gushi's order, and flew out directly. After they flew away, Gushi turned around and looked at Wei Hu and the others. Although Gushi didn't say anything, he was asking, "What did you say just now?" Wei Hu was a little embarrassed at this time, but he was a man of strong will. He would not give up his goal because of some trivial things. Wei Hu was more open-minded at this time. Gushi's strength was strong, which was definitely a good thing. He originally thought that he was just here to fight against the enemies of the Nufeng, and he would just be rewarded with a few beheadings. Now it seems that the situation is not like that. With such a big thigh in front of us, how can we not hug it? As long as we can keep up, the wild dragon people, can also follow us to Longcheng. With such a good opportunity, even if Wei Hu dies, he will die in Longcheng. As for Gushi's attack on their morale, that is not the case. This is Gushi showing them the strength of our army. We just follow him. Wei Hu would think so, and those dragon people also think so. They were all very excited. Even if Gushi looked down on them, they accepted it. They followed Gushi's team to the front. Gushi was speechless about this situation. He actually had some non-undead troops under his command. Just like the soldiers in the Maze Magic City, Gushi also called these troops to fight. But every time they fought, there was a clear distinction between these ordinary soldiers and the undead soldiers. But these dragon people in front of him are mixed in the core position of the undead army, and they seem to be unaffected at all. This situation makes Gushi look up to the dragon people. In the end, he tacitly agreed to the idea of moving forward with the dragon people. After determining the target, Gushi's army quickly moved forward. With so many troops, naturally, it also caused different reactions from the slave side and the dragon kingdom. Because Gushi directly released the city gate outside Fengxin Pass, released 100,000 troops, the dragon kingdom reported this news immediately. Think about it again. Gushi handed it a map when he came. This means that Gushi has a map leading to Dragon City. Before, Gushi only brought 800 dragon soldiers, and the dragon country was not in a hurry. Because they all knew that, even if Gushi was a good fighter, he couldn't reach Dragon City. But now Gushi has brought out 100,000 troops. In the eyes of these dragon people in the dragon country, the situation is different. Gushi has the strength to reach Dragon City in one breath. If Gushi really takes Dragon City, these dragon people will not be able to face the face of others. The goal that he had been thinking about for many years was taken down by others. Do they really have the face to take over Dragon City from Gushi for the heavenly sacrifice? Thinking of this, the commander-in-chief of Fengxin Pass did not dare to conceal the news at all, and immediately used his own means to contact Zulong. At the same time, he was still there urging the dragon troops behind. This time, his urging was a little urgent, and even his tone became different. What are you still dragging on? Can't you be faster? If you don't come over, don't even talk about eating meat, and there will be no soup. This is how the commander-in-chief of Fengxin Pass sent the message directly to the outside world. Also sent out was a picture of Gushi releasing the gate of the garrison city, and 100,000 undead army walked out from it. The method used by the commander-in-chief of Fengxin Pass was similar to the beacon fire. It was a method that everyone in the Dragon Kingdom could see. It was usually used to alert the slaves to attack, or to show how hard they worked at Fengxin Pass. Every time it was used, Fengxin Pass would get a lot of attention. But this time, the commander-in-chief of Fengxin Pass was no longer trying to get the attention of the dragons. Instead, he was saying to those slow dragons, "Hurry up. If you don't come, there will be nothing." Chapter 1503 Ares Orcs. Unlike Fengxin City, the orcs on the Nufeng grassland actually reacted faster. In fact, when Gushi left the Great Wall, they noticed Gushi's situation. At first, they were quite disdainful of Gushi's situation. What can a mere 800 people do? Until Gushi opened the gate of the garrison city and released 100,000 troops, they became nervous. They mobilized troops to prepare to encircle and suppress Gushi as soon as possible. Compared to the slow movements of the dragon people, the Nufeng orcs reacted very quickly. When Gushi and his companions had only traveled more than 70 miles, the Nufeng orc army had already arrived. The orcs that appeared this time were not the main force of the Nufeng orcs, nor were they their three disasters, but just ordinary orcs. When these orcs appeared in the distance, Gushi felt as if he saw a white cloud floating on the grassland. This situation made Gushi speechless. When they got closer, Gushi discovered that it turned out to be a group of orcs with sheep heads driving a large group of sheep. These sheep-headed orcs are not short at all. They are about 1.8 to 1.9 meters tall, with sheep heads and human bodies, and they hold long weapons such as spears or sickles in their hands. Because they are mixed in the sheep flock, it is not possible to see what their legs look like for the time being. But according to Gushi's judgment, their legs should be sheep legs. There are about 8,000 or 9,000 sheep-headed orcs, and they manage a sheep flock of about 300,000. Gushi was also a little surprised by the appearance of these sheep-headed orcs. The enemy will find him. Gushi is very sure of this. After all, this area is now the territory of the slaves. When he entered here, he was actually being watched. But what are these sheep-headed orcs planning to do now? Don't they know that they have 100,000 people at hand? Are they planning to rush over to deliver food? Just when Gushi was puzzled, Wei Hu suddenly jumped out. Sir, these are people from the Ares tribe. Oh, do you know their situation? Gushi turned his head and glanced at Wei Hu. I've heard that the Ares tribe is the closest Nufang tribe to the Dragon Kingdom. It is mainly based on sheep. The population of their tribe is not high, but they have an ability. That is, when necessary, they can temporarily transform the sheep they herd into people to participate in the battle. When Wei Hu introduced the situation of the Ares tribe, Gushi's eyes fell on the sheep. 300,000 sheep. Even if they stand there in line to be killed, it will take a long time to kill them. Sir, no. They will really become sheep-headed people to participate in the battle. Seeing that Gushi's focus was different from what he thought, Wei Hu was a little anxious. We only have 100,000 people. We have to deal with the people of the Ares tribe separately. I know, Gushi said calmly. Then he turned his head and pointed at the undead under his command. All troops attack. Under Gushi's command, all the undead began to charge forward. Although the dragons didn't know where Gushi got the confidence to command the battle like this, the undead had already charged. They certainly couldn't be cowardly. One dragon can defeat 10 beasts, kill. Amid a roar, the dragons also began to move forward. At this time, the garrison gate behind Gushi opened again. Along with the garrison gate, there appeared a city wall and a soul-calling tower. After jumping onto the soul-calling tower, Gushi immediately raised his main battle flag. At this time, Wei Hu also understood where Gushi's confidence came from. It seems that 100,000 undead are not Gushi's bottom line, but his beginning. With the city gate that can appear behind Gushi at any time, let alone 300,000. Even if he encounters an army of 3 million, Gushi does not have to worry. But the problem now is not this. Just when Wei Hu and others thought the new undead would rush out of the city gate, the gate of the garrison city gate was opened just like that. But no one appeared inside. Instead, Gushi's undead troops excitedly rushed towards the sheep. What was going on? Did Gushi have no soldiers? In fact, Wei Hu and the others didn't know that Gushi didn't have no troops. It was that he didn't plan to use the regular troops in the city of Aridov. The orcs of the Ares tribe were just cannon fodder among the orcs of the slaves. It would be a big deal to use the regular troops at this time. Gushi released the troops stationed at the city gates and walls, on the one hand, to block the attack of the orcs of the Ares tribe. On the other hand, he planned to release the new undead that had just been transformed through double death after the war. Let the snowball of the sea of undead roll. To release his main core troops at this time. For Gushi, it was a waste. And Gushi did not explain everything to Wei Hu. In Gushi's eyes, he just had to follow his own steps. When Gushi's undead rushed forward, the orcs of the Ares tribe also strode forward and charged. However, Gushi noticed that when they charged, a white mist appeared above the sheep. Under the fog, the sheep that were running forward suddenly became chaotic. The sheep that were running on the ground at the beginning suddenly stood up from the ground and ran in a very strange way. As they moved, the sheep behind that had not stood up bumped into them, causing the whole flock to be in chaos. At this time, the undead in the front also rushed to the sheep. The undead under Gushi didn't care whether you were a goat or an orc. As long as you met an enemy, you would chop it up with your knife. When the undead and the sheep-headed orcs fought, Gushi couldn't help but exclaimed. Then a trace of speechlessness flashed in his eyes. Mad. Orcs are all crazy. It turned out that Gushi, who was standing on the summoning tower, saw when the undead killed the first goat that the souls taken away by Eva of the Newfound grassland floated out of the dead goats. And they were all human-shaped. How could Gushi not understand such a situation? The orcs of the Ares tribe could not turn the sheep into orcs to participate in the battle when charging. It was clear that the orcs of the Ares tribe could release the ban on their sheep when charging, and let the orcs, who turned into sheep, turn back into human form. I don't know if the Evis behind the orcs are crazy. They actually did such a thing. While Gushi was still muttering, there was another change on the battlefield. The flesh and blood of the killed Ares orcs and goats exploded, mixed with sheepskin and stained the undead. These sheepskins kept shrinking, trying to turn Gushi's undead into a new flock of sheep. Facing the situation in front of him, Gushi moved immediately. Death luck. Soul gathering magic. Ghost battlefield. Ghost gate open. Chapter 1504 Weird Sheepskin. As Gushi made his move, the battlefield was filled with cold winds, and various undead rushed out from all directions, and fought with the sheep-headed orcs. At this time, the undead under Gushi quickly gathered together, and some began to deal with the sheepskin on their companions. But this sheepskin was not so easy to deal with. Gushi noticed that, as these sheepskins touched the undead, it was as if they had life, and they kept squeezing the undead's body, and turned the undead into sheep on the spot. Then the sheep-headed orcs of the Ares tribe used their own means to turn the Ares into companions to fight the undead. In such a strange situation, no matter how many Ares or sheep-headed orcs Gushi's undead killed, the number of enemies never decreased, and the number of people was still around 300,000. This made Gushi very confused. Gushi had fought for so many years, and had never encountered such a situation. He thought about it, and decisively let the undead retreat, and mobilized 3 batches of new troops from the garrison gate. The troops mobilized are ranged troops, magic troops and ghost troops. Gushi's idea is very simple. Won't the sheepskin fly to the undead, and turn the undead back into Ares? Isn't there any way to stop this weird thing? Then don't stop it. Just don't let the sheepskin get close. So use ranged attacks and magic attacks together. And don't let the Ares rush over. If they rush over, try the ghosts. See if the sheepskin can stick to the ghosts. Under Gushi's command, the undead such as skeleton soldiers and zombies quickly withdrew, and the ghost troops pushed forward. The skeleton archers who had just come out appeared on the wall of the garrison gate at the first time, and fired at the sheep flock wave after wave. Under the attack of the rain of arrows, many sheep-headed orcs of the Ares tribe died in the battle. At this time, Gushi also proved one thing, that the sheepskin of the Ares tribe is not omnipotent. This kind of sheepskin can fly up and touch other people, but it can't fly far, and it was just the power of a single pounce. If this pounce was dodged, the sheepskin would need some time to accumulate strength to fly again. So the long-range attack had a great impact on the sheepskin of the Ares tribe. The sheep-headed orc of the Ares tribe was killed, and the sheepskin was covered in blood, but could not be stained on other bodies. There was no way to turn the enemy into an Ares, so the Ares tribe's means had problems. Seeing that the number of sheep began to decrease, the sheep-headed orc of the Ares tribe also became anxious. They screamed, and drove the sheep to rush towards the undead under Gushi. In their opinion, as long as they could get the sheepskin on the undead under Gushi, they would have a chance to turn the tables. However, after Gushi found that long-range attacks were useful, he had already begun to mobilize him and his men to retreat. This time, Gushi used the ability of the floating spirit IKA. That was a mental ability that could directly cover the entire battlefield. With the help of the floating spirit IKA, Gushi could easily command a single person. But Gushi did not do so. He only gave orders to the leader level. When watching Yongpi trying to find undead nearby to transform, Gushi decisively gave the order to retreat. At the same time, Gushi turned around and gave new orders to the corpse witches and skeleton mage troops behind the city wall. Control the speed of those guys, attack! Mobilize the sacrifice demon camp. Under Gushi's order, the corpse witches and skeleton mage quickly used their strongest spells. Layer after layer of poisonous clouds, various ice, swamps and other means appeared right in front of the Ares tribe orcs' charge. If they didn't rush in, it would be fine. As long as they rushed in, they would definitely die. But now the Ares tribe obviously didn't care about anything. They just rushed forward madly. At the same time, Gushi noticed that behind their team, the bloody sheepskins were still jumping constantly, and it was obvious that they wanted to catch up with the main force. After all, these sheepskins themselves knew that if they didn't touch other bodies, the effect of these sheepskins would be basically zero. So no matter what, these sheepskins must find a body that fits them. No matter how difficult it is, they must keep up with the charging troops. However, after losing their bodies, the sheepskins' jumping is really intermittent. They are about to be left far behind. Gushi sees the opportunity at the first time. Flame field. Swift wind. After releasing the flame field, the swift wind quickly pushed outward. Gushi's target is not the sheep in front that are charging faster, but the sheepskins that can't keep up. Under the effect of the gust of wind, the flame field quickly turned into a wall of fire, pushing to the back of the sheep. This kind of firewall attack was not a big deal for the sheep, as the sheep moved very fast. And there were sheep-headed orcs. As long as they lowered their heads, they would rush through the sea of fire, not to mention so many sheep and sheep-headed orcs. If they were ruthless, they might be able to trample out the flames directly. But it was different for the sheepskins behind. The sheepskins moved too slowly, and they need to rest for a while after jumping. The most important thing is that the number of sheepskins has begun to increase. Many sheepskins are stacked one on top of another to make the journey faster. In this way, as long as they are touched by flames, the sheepskins will really burn. In addition, Gushi's flame field. Although it is not a method of the undead system, but Gushi has really integrated many things into it. Various flame traps, explosion effects, and arms extending from the flames will have a great impact on the sheepskins. Just like that, the sheep of the Ares tribe were cut in half. The sheep in front of them, numbering about 80,000, were almost rushing to the gate of the city where the troops were stationed. Has the demon sacrifice camp not yet in place? Gushi asked calmly. Sir, they are already in place and setting up the altar. As soon as Gushi finished speaking, he heard the voice of Yongdo. Be prepared to be ruthless, and then you can release them when I say so. Gushi did not even turn his head, and at this moment, he was paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. The ghost troops have already rushed forward. Now Gushi still needs to see if the ghosts can avoid being affected by the sheepskin. But at this moment, the sheep-headed orcs of the Ares tribe, who had already rushed to the gate of the garrison city, acted like crazy, ignoring the ghosts in front of them, and rushed directly to the gate. This situation shocked Gushi. He raised the secret realm sword staff in his hand, and pointed at the position where the sheep-headed orcs rushed. Ice Ripples. Chapter 1505, Discovering the Source of the Strange Beast Transformation Method. Ice Ripple is a variant of Death Ripple, a skill that Gushi obtained when he upgraded. During this period, Gushi has been strengthening these skills, in order to raise the level of these skills he chose. As long as Gushi has time, he will practice spells there, and also study how to improve the power of these spells from various books copied from Hades University. Although Ice Ripple has not reached the standard line of level 20 now, the level has been raised to level 5, and has many different functions. As Gushi pushed his hands outward, the ice wave pushed outward. All non-undead creatures, facing the ice wave, were all hit by the magic effect. Most importantly, in addition to the damage to the undead, the ice wave can also freeze the enemy. This time, Gushi attacked the sheep-headed orcs, who rushed to the bottom of the city wall. Under the ice wave, most of the sheep-headed orcs slowed down. Skeleton archers attack. Under Gushi's command, the skeleton archers standing on the city wall attacked the sheep-headed orcs below. Under their joint attack, at least 6,000 or 7,000 sheep-headed orcs were killed under the city wall. At this time, the sheep-headed orcs seemed to be crazy, and they didn't care about such losses at all. They rushed forward as before. At this time, Gushi noticed a situation. When there was no way to touch the undead, the sheepskins actually wanted to stick to the city wall. Gushi had been guarding against this situation since early in the morning. When he saw the sheepskins trying to stick to him, Gushi immediately gave an order to Yongdo. Yongdo, start! Yongdo immediately released the Heartbreak at the battlefield below. This spell, under the influence of Yongdo ritual magic, expanded the range of influence. After all, the Heartbreak magic is a one-time magic. After being hit, most people will wake up. So the person who casts the Heartbreak does not care about the duration and power range of this magic. Expanding the range of influence is the best way to strengthen the Heartbreak. Under Yongdo's frenzy, Gushi noticed that all the sheepskins flew up and stuck to the sheep-headed orcs, who were still alive nearby. The action was clearly as if they wanted to snatch a body. The sheep-headed orcs were also affected by the frenzy, and they frantically tore the sheepskins that they wanted to stick to. 3 Live Stone Mirror. Gushi immediately released his new skill and swept it around the sheep-headed orcs below. Holding the 3 Live Stone Mirror, Gushi borrowed the strange mirror ability from Luna. So Gushi was quite quick in operating the Sanshing Stone Mirror. After just a glance, he saw what he wanted to see. About 30 kilometers west of the battlefield, a group of priests from the Ares tribe were performing a blood sacrifice. Although the content of their blood sacrifice was unknown, it was clear at a glance that it was related to the strange sheepskin on the battlefield. Gushi had grasped the key point. regardless of whether there was a way to deal with these sheepskins. The priests had to deal with them first. So Gushi's transformed undead combat team quickly appeared. As soon as they came out, Gushi didn't need to tell them what the mission was this time. They quickly disappeared on the battlefield. It was obvious that these guys understood everything. They all knew that in this situation, Gushi would let them out. There must be an important task for them to do. What is there to ask at this time? Just kill them according to the instructions. At this time, the crazy effect also disappeared. Gushi looked at the sheep-headed orcs, who had rushed to the bottom of the city wall, and couldn't help laughing. The sheepskin just now stuck to the sheep-headed orcs. Because of the characteristics of sheepskin, the sheep-headed orcs' bodies were also affected, changing towards the direction of Ares. But the sheep-headed orcs themselves had already turned into sheep, and after this change, they had resistance again. In the process of this, the sheep-headed orc situation became quite strange, and their bodies twisted. At this time, the skeleton archer troops on the city wall, and the corpse wizards and skeleton mage troops behind the city wall were still using spells, attacking the sheep-headed orcs below the city wall. These sheep-headed orcs couldn't even defend themselves. Faced with such an attack, they naturally died again. As the sheep-headed orcs died, the sheepskins on their bodies flew up again. At this time, these sheepskins seemed to be stimulated by something, and no longer had the idea of rushing to the city wall, but quickly stuck to the living sheep-headed orcs nearby. At this time, the sheep-headed orcs that had just been cut by Gushi's flame field rushed over. More than 100,000 white sheep had all become sheep-headed orcs. Some of them didn't even have weapons, and they rushed forward with their heads down. When they rushed over, the sheepskins went crazy. So a lot of sheepskins were directly attached to the sheep-headed orcs. As a result, the sheep-headed orcs who had just rushed here immediately had problems, and their bodies began to twist rapidly. How could Gushi miss such a good opportunity? He asked the skeleton archers and various mages to attack, while mobilizing long-range troops from the city. At the same time, he also used spells to attack the sheep-headed orcs below. There were even ghosts in the sky constantly attacking these sheep-headed orcs. The retreating undead, because of the sheepskin going crazy and not recognizing relatives, had retreated to a position behind the city wall. Without the means of fighting, they could only watch the show on the spot, watching these experiences slip away from their eyes. On the contrary, the dragon people, because they had a spiritual connection with each other, and also knew what kind of character the Ares tribe was, when they encountered things, they were not affected much. Although they retreated under Gushi's order, they could still shoot from a distance with bows and arrows. This was better than Gushi's undead. However, the ghosts, skeleton archers and magic troops that Gushi had just released surprised Weihu and the others. They never thought that after having already sent out more than 100,000 undead, Gushi could send out a large number of undead troops again. If this continued, there would be no meaning for them, the dragon people, to exist. Thinking of this, Weihu and the others all looked serious. They were not here to be mascots. In order to prove his usefulness, Weihu began to contact other dragon people in the mine channel. The beast's skin bleeds, and it will never change. The Ares tribe's beast transformation method needs to be controlled by someone. We can't do much here. Why don't we attack together, and see if we can resolve the Ares tribe's strange beast transformation method? Chapter 1506 Thunder and Fire suppressed the demon. The actions of the dragon man naturally did not escape Gushi's eyes. With the floating IKA, Gushi could always see the situation on the battlefield at the first time. Although the movement of 800 people was not a big deal, Gushi still saw such a transfer. Looking at the direction the dragon man was moving, Gushi roughly understood where the dragon man wanted to go. At first, Gushi wanted to stop the dragon man's actions. But just when he was about to give the order, Gushi still hesitated. These dragons have not been of much use since Gushi went out of the border. If Gushi continues to deprive them of their right to fight freely, these dragons will probably not get much military merit in the end. Thinking about why these dragons came, Gushi still sighed. Forget it. Let them fight on their own. Thinking of this, Gushi took a closer look at the dragon troops, and finally focused his attention on the battlefield in front of him. At this time, the chaos of sheepskin had spread to the entire battlefield. The sheep-headed beastmen of the Ares tribe had suffered the consequences of their own actions. They could not control the sheepskins they released. Before finding a suitable carrier, these sheepskins would only stick to the sheep-headed beastmen. The sheep-headed beastmen already had a layer of sheepskin on their bodies. When new sheepskins were put on, they would only confuse their minds. Then the sheepskins on their bodies would also confuse them. In the end, it would only cause chaos and collapse of the entire flock. At this time, Gushi gave them the last push. Yongdo, use the ice storm and blizzard, kill them for me. Under Gushi's order, Yongdo in the back also released the storm on the battlefield. But for some reason, when Yongdo released the blizzard this time, Gushi always felt that it was not powerful enough. It seemed that this blizzard was always missing something. Gushi thought for a while, maybe it was because he had seen the white disaster giant eagle, and had seen that kind of powerful blizzard attack. The attack method in front of him always felt a little bit off. After all, the spells of the Ice series, compared with the innate ability called natural disaster, are still a little inferior. Gushi couldn't stand it, which was reasonable. However, Gushi couldn't stand it because he had seen better. For Yongdo, he was really awesome this time. The blizzard also chose to expand the attack range, covering the entire grassland in front of him. It can be said that wherever there is a battle, there is a blizzard. The power of this blizzard is not necessarily strong, but it definitely has the effect of freezing. Facing such a blizzard, the sheep-headed orcs of the Ares tribe instinctively gathered in one direction. This is what they usually do when facing a white disaster. However, these sheep-headed orcs never thought that there were still a lot of sheepskins around them. As soon as they gathered together, the sheepskins quickly squeezed together, and a more bizarre situation appeared again on the scene. All the sheepskins slowly merged together and turned into a huge sheepskin. Perhaps because the flesh and blood on the sheepskin were not cleaned up. Or perhaps because the sheepskin was too large. The sheepskin slowly turned black. Seeing this, Gushi instinctively felt something was wrong. He immediately raised the secret sword stick in his hand and pointed it at the front of the garrison gate. Death Incarnation. After Gushi reached level 12, his Death Incarnation appeared on the battlefield for the first time. Because the Death Incarnation was 8 levels higher than Gushi's level, his Death Incarnation reached the critical point of level 20 for the first time. The 2 Death Incarnations released by Gushi this time were all Death Incarnations Titans. As soon as they appeared, a battle aura appeared around each of them. One of them had a unique aura of the Death Incarnation, the Curse aura, because no matter what kind of Death Incarnation it is, the initial skill is Curse. The other one had a Lightning aura, which was transformed by the power mastered by Titan. He mastered the power of lightning. As soon as the 2 Death Incarnations Titans stood out, their auras were directly deployed. The Death Incarnation Titan holding the Thousand Thunder Peach with sword immediately raised the Thousand Thunder Peach with sword in his hand. Under his feet was a lightning-type battle aura. This battle aura could increase the power of his lightning by about 200%. Most importantly, behind him, the Incarnation of Death, the Titan, was coordinating with his movements. And Gushi was not idle now. Because time was urgent, Gushi could not release more than 20,000 undead Titans immediately. Otherwise, he must let the sheep-headed orcs of the Ares tribe know the lightning power he possessed. Now Gushi could only bless these 2 Death Incarnations Titans to the Ghost battlefield, and other different spells, to improve their combat effectiveness. And these 2 Death Incarnations Titans were also qualified. When Gushi blessed them, they were always preparing to attack. Lightning kept gathering in their hands, and soon a huge ball of lightning appeared beside them. Then the 2 Death Incarnations Titans pushed in the direction of the sheepskin at the same time. With just this push, the lightning instantly appeared on the black sheepskin that was almost overwhelming. Thunder and fire are the best means to deal with weirdness. When this wave of lightning fell, it directly broke the sheepskin apart. Then the jumping thunder ball kept rolling back and forth on the grassland, and every sheep-headed beastman of the Ares tribe was hit, and was electrocuted into a charred black in the lightning. This situation surprised Gushi. He looked at the Incarnation of Death, just reached level 20, and the power could be increased to this level? This doesn't look like the power of level 20. In fact, this is not because the 2 Death Incarnations have reached level 20. This is because the sheepskin is too strange. After being hit by lightning, the lightning jumped from one sheepskin to another. Finally, this kind of ultra-large-scale lightning was formed. After the lightning passed, Gushi looked at the charred land in front of him, and was a little speechless. He waved his hand, and ordered his undead, clean up the battlefield. Then Gushi frowned and checked the battle information that just popped up. Gushi noticed that his experience was full at this time. The experience from killing the sheep-headed orc just now had already begun to overflow. This situation made Gushi stunned for a moment. He thought for a long time before reacting. Although he was only level 12 now, his experience for level 15 was full. Before he reached level 15, his experience would overflow like this. It seemed that he needed to master various skills quickly. lest his level could not keep up with the speed of experience. At this time, the first batch of undead who entered the scorched grassland had an accident. Chapter 1507, the power that has not been completely eliminated. All the undead who entered the charred area, their bodies twisted immediately. Because the soldiers sent there were all skeletons, these skeletons actually threw their weapons on the ground. Then, they fell to the ground and turned into a pile of broken bones. If it was before level 12, Gushi might not be sure what was going on. But as Gushi reached level 12, after mastering the 3 live stone mirror, Gushi discovered another use for the 3 live stone mirror. As long as it is the information of the dead, it can be found. Here you can find not only the information of the dead before their death, but also the cause of death, and so on. Gushi used the Sansheng stone mirror to look over there, and he could know what the situation of his skeleton soldiers was. And when he looked at it, he found that his skeleton soldiers were not dead. The reason why they all scattered was completely because Gushi used the cursed lightning to disperse the strange power on the sheepskin. As a result, the power in the sheepskin and the cursed lightning were mixed together. The most important thing here is that the priests of the Ares tribe have not been killed yet. They don't know the situation here yet, and think that the Ares tribe still has the advantage. They are still constantly performing blood sacrifices and injecting mana into a piece of sheepskin in their hands, maintaining the mana consumption of what they call the strange animal creation technique. It can be said that everything on this charred grass is alive and dead. When there is no way to resist the mixed power, whoever steps on this grass will be affected by the power here, and finally lose all power, and cannot move at all. Just like the situation of the skeleton soldiers in front of him. If you want to break the situation, there are only 2 ways. One is to find undead, who are not afraid of this mixed power, and absorb the mixed power here. Another way is to kill the Ares priests, and send the sheepskins in their hands to absorb these mixed forces. The sheepskin in the hands of the Ares priests will change due to the power in front of them, but after absorption, everything on the charred grass will be transformed into strange power, and injected into the sheepskin. There will be nothing left for Gushi to pick up. When he saw these 2 methods, Gushi chose the second method at the first time. He turned his head, and glanced at the floating spirit Ike, who was following him. Notify the undead transformation combat team, and ask them to act faster, huh? As soon as Gushi's order was passed down, he found that the dragons who left a step later actually rushed to the priests of the Ares tribe in advance. Did they fly over? In fact, Gushi really underestimated the situation of the dragons. Although the dragons seem to want to evolve in the direction of humans, their essence is still dragon descendants. They just have impure blood. But in terms of personality and combat power, they are actually okay. It can be said that except for not being able to fly and breathe fire, they are very much like the young dragons that have just been trained in Dragon Cliff. Although they cannot fly, their movement speed is also prepared according to the standard of a real dragon. In addition, they know about the Ares tribe orcs. Although they set out late, they arrived at the location of the Ares tribe orcs 1 step earlier. After arriving here, Weihu looked up and looked around. Then he said to the dragons, "Brothers, do you feel it? I feel it. The dead men under the captain are coming. The Inchi over there is so thick that even a blind person can see it." A dragon pointed to the back. "But the captain is really powerful. There are so many dead men. Do you think he is the legendary Taishan? Are you crazy? You can say this? Aren't you afraid that this matter will be heard by His Majesty Zulong?" When the other dragons heard this, they quickly covered the dragon's mouth. They all knew very well how many gods died in the process of establishing the dragon kingdom. Those who are unknown are fine, but for those who are named, please refer to the 12 golden men in front of the Zulong palace. That was their fate. So many people clearly have memories, but dare not say more. They are actually afraid that one day, if they are not careful, they or the gods they believe in will become earthenwares under Zulong. After being dragged by his companions, the face of this dragon man also became a little ugly. Fortunately, his words were not too extreme, and no one paid much attention to what he said. So after he shut up, the other dragons let him go. Weihu said seriously at this time, "Okay, don't talk about those things. The priests and leaders of the Ares tribe are below, and we have taken advantage of them this time. This is a nest of big fish. Let's discuss and see how to take it down. What is there to discuss? There are only a few orcs below. Just rush down according to the normal arrangement." That's right, what's there to discuss about this? In the eyes of the dragons, the number of enemies in front of them is not large, and they are all weak priest-type scum. What's there to discuss about this matter? Just go out and fight. Hearing this, Wei Hu also slapped his head. Look at me, I was shocked by the arrangement of the captain. I thought we needed micromanagement. What's there to arrange? Just kill directly. After saying this, Wei Hu was the first to rush out. When the remaining dragons saw this, they also raised their weapons and rushed towards the sheep-headed orcs below. When they rushed out, they were quite imposing. There were only 800 people, but they felt like a huge army. The charge was no worse than the sheep-headed orcs and sheep of the Ares tribe rushing forward. After the dragons rushed out, the priests of the Ares tribe finally reacted. At this time, they had already lost their last chance. The priests of the Ares tribe still wanted to resist, but they didn't even have the chance to walk out of the sacrificial magic circle they set up. As the dragons rushed forward, they raised their bows and arrows and shot at the priests of the Ares tribe. Their archery skills were acquired through daily training and hunting in the mountains. As long as they drew their longbows, an Ares goat-headed orc would be shot in the eye or mouth. This was the dragons' fighting style. They only hit the vital parts and killed them with one strike. They were full of confidence in their attacks, and as long as they shot their bows and arrows, they would not believe that they would make mistakes. No matter how the Ares goat-headed orc priests dodged, the dragon's arrows would accurately shoot into their eyes or mouths, piercing into the goat-headed orc's brains, making them lose all their lives. Chapter 1508 Weird Sheepskin. As the dragons rushed into the battlefield, the altar set up by the Ares priests was destroyed on the spot. When the Ares altar was overturned, Wei Hu and his men also snatched the Ares offerings and sacrificial vessels. Wei Hu, come and see how to deal with this. At this moment, a dragon called out to Wei Hu. After a few days of communication and cooperation, the dragons were also impressed by Wei Hu's charm. Even serious dragons would ask Wei Hu's opinion when they had something to do. Hearing the dragon man calling him, Wei Hu also hurried over. Under the leadership of the dragon man, they soon arrived at the center of the altar. There was a sheepskin wrapped around the body. The sheepskin had been peeled off in the middle, revealing the flesh and blood underneath. It was unknown how long the flesh and blood had been wrapped under the sheepskin. The color of the flesh and blood inside had turned dark black. In the flesh and blood, from time to time, some bones that had been crushed into powder could be seen. At this time, Wei Hu and his men were not paying attention to the flesh and blood. They were all looking at the back of the sheepskin. They found that there seemed to be some words written there. It was obvious that this was the method of the Ares tribe, the prototype of the strange animal creation technique. However, these words had been impacted by too much flesh and blood, and now they had mutated beyond recognition. Wei Hu and his men only took a glance at it, and they felt their hearts were impacted. If the dragons' hearts had not been connected during the battle, and they had resisted such an impact together, some of the weaker dragons might have died. Burn it. Bury it. It can't be left here. Wei Hu made the decision immediately. This kind of thing is too dangerous. Wei Hu can't take the sheepskin back. When the dragons heard this, they thought this was the right way to deal with it. So they immediately found some grease and poured it on the sheepskin, set it on fire and started burning it. While they were burning the sheepskin, Gu Shi just knew how to deal with the charred grass. He was just about to ask his undead transformation team to take the sheepskin back. But when he turned around, he saw this situation. This also made Gu Shi quite speechless. He quickly asked the floating spirit IKA to contact Wei Hu and told him not to mess around. This sheepskin is still useful. Don't burn it. I still have a use for it. When Wei Hu heard Gu Shi's telepathic voice, he was obviously stunned for a moment. Then he quickly said, don't burn it yet. Stop it. The captain said this thing is useful. But the fire had already started, and it was not so easy to stop it. Fortunately, the dragon people were not fools. They immediately covered the fire with mud and buried the sheepskin underground. After waiting for about 3 or 4 minutes, after making sure that the flames on the sheepskin had gone out, they went forward to dig up the soil and dug out the sheepskin that had been burnt beyond recognition. I don't know if it was a coincidence. After the fire, the wool on the surface of the sheepskin had all been burned, and the inside of the sheepskin, because of the previous problems with blood, flesh and fat, was even more burnt black. It was not much different from the sheep-headed orc corpses lying on the charred grass. Using a spear to pick up the sheepskin, Wei Hu shook the sheepskin that had not been burned hard, to get rid of the blood and flesh inside, and then he was ready to carry this thing to Gu Shi. Unexpectedly, a whoosh sound was heard in the sky at this time, and the two-legged flying dragon had already flown here. It turned out that Gu Shi was also afraid that Wei Hu and his men would do something weird again. So he simply let the two-legged flying dragon come to transport the sheepskin. After grabbing the spear carrying the sheepskin in Wei Hu's hand, the two-legged flying dragon flew up again. At the same time, Wei Hu and all the dragon people heard Gu Shi's voice. Take the things here and divide them up. Be good next time. I am a generous person. Follow me, and you will get military merits and benefits. Hearing Gu Shi's words, the dragon people were all excited and howling there. What were they willing to do with the enemy? Wasn't it for military merit and spoils of war? Gu Shi's behavior this time directly showed his attitude towards his subordinates. Military merits are not important. In this world, whoever kills someone gets the spoils. There is no way to hide it. But spoils of war are different. The chief officers of each unit can intervene in the distribution of spoils of war. Especially since Gu Shi has now brought out more than 100,000 undead troops, which immediately surpassed the dragon people. If Gu Shi really didn't share the spoils with the dragons wouldn't be able to say anything. Gu Shi's actions now clearly told the dragons that Gu Shi didn't take much spoils, so they could fight without worry. The morale of the dragons was naturally boosted. They wanted to fight again now, to see if they could find the Ares camp and grab a good batch. Gu Shi also saw the high morale of the dragons. However, as a necromancer, Gu Shi was not very sensitive to morale. Regarding the rising morale of the dragons, Gu Shi just took a look and didn't say much. At this time, the flying dragon also brought the sheepskin to Gu Shi. Gu Shi waved to one of his skeleton soldiers and asked the skeleton soldier to hold Wei Hu's spear and carry the sheepskin towards the charred grass. But Gu Shi never expected that the skeleton soldier only took a few steps with the spear, and his body was affected by the sheepskin, and his bones were twisted and scattered all over the ground. Gu Shi tried several times and found that no matter whether it was a skeleton soldier, a zombie, or even a ghost or a vampire, he couldn't take a few steps forward. Gu Shi was speechless at this time. What was going on? The wyverns and dragon men could take it, so why couldn't his undead take it? Was he looking down on his undead? Gu Shi thought while mobilizing new troops from his men. A bone dragon and a death titan. If neither of them could pick up the spear and sheepskin, then Gu Shi would have to let the wyverns take a risk and send the spear and sheepskin into the charred grass. Fortunately, Gu Shi's idea was correct. This sheepskin will affect ordinary undead, but it has little influence on dragons and titans. Whether it is a bone dragon or a death titan, they can easily pick up the spear and carry the sheepskin around. Gu Shi thought about it seriously, and finally decided to let the bone dragon carry the spear into the air, fly to the charred grassland. Wait until it flies to the center, and then throw the spear with the sheepskin from the sky. Borrowing the power from top to bottom, nail the sheepskin to the ground, and let the sheepskin absorb the uncontrolled power in the charred grassland. Chapter 1509 Everything in the Upgrade. Sir, why don't you let me do it? Just when Gu Shi ordered the bone dragon to prepare for action, Mor suddenly appeared behind Gu Shi and said, "Ah?" Gu Shi turned his head and looked at Mor. Since Gu Shi arrived at Fengxin Pass, Mor left Fengxin Pass one step ahead of time, and didn't know where to go to check the situation. Gu Shi only knew that Mor was still alive, but didn't know where she was. Now Mor's sudden return surprised Gu Shi a little. "You come?" "Yes, the spear in the Lord's hand is nothing, but the piece of sheepskin he is holding is very interesting. It originally has the breath of nurturing all things. It can obviously take this road. I don't know what the person who got the sheepskin thought would grind it into something weird. Finally, this sheepskin is used to turn people into sheep. The most speechless thing is that, after they did this, they also successfully engraved the method on the sheepskin, and used it as the source of a large-scale animal-making technique. It took a long time of infiltration and transformation to turn the sheepskin into what it is now. Stimulated by the fire, the power of the sheepskin has spread outward. Unless it is a dragon or a titan with a strong physique, other creatures will be affected by the strange power on the sheepskin as soon as they touch it, and will automatically begin to twist." Mor started talking about the sheepskin in front of Gu Shi. "My lord wants to use this sheepskin to suppress the land that was scorched by lightning just now. This is the best solution. After all, the two have the same origin, but they are different. Finally, the two powers merge together. I really want to see this situation." Gu Shi looked at Mor with some surprise when he heard it. The look in his eyes was full of "how could you know so much?" Mor saw Gu Shi's look and said helplessly, "I don't want to either. But Lil Soul is here too. She is well informed and can tell the difference between things at a glance. Now, as long as I see something related to dragons, I can know the answer immediately." I can't help but look. Listening to Moore's helpless tone, Gushi didn't know what to say. You handle it. Gushi waved his hand. Anyway, the situation has already been like this. It doesn't really matter who throws the spear in the sky. If he wasn't afraid that the Death Titan wouldn't throw it accurately, Gushi could even let the Death Titan throw the spear. Moore didn't care about that. She dodged and appeared in front of the bone dragon. She took the spear and then flew towards the charred grass on the bone dragon that Lil had transformed into. When she flew to the center of the charred grass, Moore shook her hand, and the spear stuck in the ground with the sheepskin. Then Gushi saw a scene that surprised him. Nearly 150,000 charred corpses actually all crawled up from the ground and walked towards the position where the spears were inserted. Each of these charred corpses was staggering. It seemed that they would fall to the ground at any time and turn into a pile of broken bones. But they walked forward tenaciously, as if they didn't care about their bodies. Gushi even noticed that the skeleton soldiers he had just sent in were also affected and moved towards the position where the spears were inserted. At the same time, the originally charred black ground began to twist, and a large amount of soil rolled towards the sheepskin like water. 3 live stone mirror. Gushi immediately took out the 3 live stone mirror, wanting to check what was going on. Moore in the sky also opened his eyes wide, as if paying attention to every move below. As the 3 live stone mirror was released, Gushi immediately felt a flash of orange light. Then the 3 live stone mirror gave a message. Evolving. There was no other information left. Looking at this information, Gushi was speechless. What kind of situation is this? What is evolving? That sheepskin? That spear? Or the land in front of him? While Gushi was wondering, all the charred corpses walked to the side of the spears. They did not hesitate at all, their bodies fell directly to the ground, and were squeezed into the position where the spears were inserted together, with the mud coming from behind. It felt like a huge black hole was opened, and they jumped directly into it. This behavior lasted for nearly 20 minutes, until the dragons and the undead transformation battle team retreated. And the situation was not over yet. As soon as the undead transformation battle team arrived at Gushi's side, they quickly retreated back to the city of Aridov. The dragons watched the changes in front of them. One of the dragons patted Wei Hu on the shoulder and said, "Brother Hu, isn't that your spear? Brother Hu, you are going to get rich. This spear is obviously being upgraded. Brother Hu, don't forget your brothers when you get rich." Listening to the dragon's ridicule, Wei Hu did not laugh. "This spear may not be mine in the end," Gushi said just after Wei Hu finished speaking. "Wei Hu, pull out your spear and take it away." Wei Hu turned his head and looked at Gushi, and found that Gushi had a calm expression on his face. In fact, Gushi was already very happy. No wonder the masters like to eavesdrop from behind, and finally say something at the critical moment. It turns out that it's so cool to pretend like this. Looking at Wei Hu's expression, Gushi asked again, "What? Are you scared?" Hearing Gushi's words, Wei Hu shook his head. When every boy in Dragon Country is born, his father will prepare 3 things for him. A bow, which is used to shoot arrows in all directions on the day of birth, and is also the first bow used by the boy after he grows up. A piece of iron. When the boy grows up, you can use this piece of iron and the child's hair to make a long sword by yourself. Although this long sword will slowly become a dagger or a knife, it will definitely be with the child throughout his life. Finally, there is a sapling. The child will grow up with the sapling, tend to cultivate the tree from a young age, and use the branches to make arrows, and the trunk to make spears when he grows up. It can be said that the spear is a weapon that every dragon person has. My spear has grown up with me. No matter what he becomes, I will not be afraid. After saying that, Wei Hu raised his head and looked at Gushi. There was a look of determination and confidence in his eyes. Gushi glanced at Wei Hu and asked seriously, "Are you willing to be my subordinate? Formal kind?" Wei Hu was stunned by Gushi's question. At this time, Wei Hu had already seen that Gushi was a person of some importance, and his strength even exceeded that of the dragon people in the Dragon Kingdom. Not to mention that Gushi had powerful undead under his command. In fact, when Gushi released so many undead, in the eyes of Wei Hu and others, Gushi was already at the same level as the Lord of Mount Tai. Facing such an invitation, Wei Hu did not hesitate too much. He just raised his head and asked a question. "Can you wait until I become a high-level dragon person and become a marquis before taking me away?" Chapter 1510 High-Level Dragon Man Wei Hu. Hearing Wei Hu's words, Gushi blinked. What kind of question is this? What does he think of himself? Gushi was about to speak, but when he looked up, He saw Wei Hu's determined expression, and he didn't know how to answer. In the end, Gu Shi just waved his hand. According to Gu Shi's thinking, he gave up on subduing Wei Hu. But in Wei Hu's eyes, Gu Shi agreed to his request. So Wei Hu lowered his head and strode into the charred grass area. Because at the beginning, all the charred corpses and mud all flowed towards the direction of the spear at this time. Only some yellow hard mud was left on the grass. When Wei Hu walked up, his movements were obviously not big, but quite heavy, which was obviously inconsistent with his previous personality. Gu Shi noticed that every step of Wei Hu left a deep footprint on the ground. Wei Hu did not walk fast, but he walked quite steadily. No matter how complicated the terrain in front of him was, he walked in a straight line, and his final goal was the location of the spear. When Wei Hu walked in front of the spear, the charred corpses near the spear had all disappeared. A special aura came from the spear, and some people could even see dark red lightning flashing on the spear. Wei Hu didn't care about that. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the spear. Before he could exert force, the lightning on the spear was transmitted to his body. These lightnings kept stimulating Wei Hu's body. After a while, Wei Hu's body turned black. Faced with such a situation, Gu Shi was also shocked. However, Gu Shi also saw that Wei Hu was still alive. He was just seriously injured and his body was being destroyed by lightning. But at the same time, a strange vitality was injected into Wei Hu's body. Maintaining his vitality, Gu Shi understood the situation at a glance. If Wei Hu could withstand this wave of attacks, he would get a huge benefit, because a large part of the vitality of hundreds of thousands of sheep-headed orcs has now been transferred to him. However, such a benefit is extremely painful for the dragon people. Wei Hu held the spear in one hand, gritting his teeth, not letting himself scream. Time passed by minute, and about 4 or 5 minutes later, a purple-red lightning came from the bottom up from where Wei Hu was. Wei Hu's body also disintegrated at this time. Then Wei Hu's laughter came from the lightning. Ha ha ha. I succeeded. Get up. As Wei Hu's voice fell, Wei Hu walked out from the lightning. When he took the first step, his body still looked like a wild dragon man. When he took the second step, the back half of his body disappeared in the thunder and lightning. When he took the third step, his head and face were blown into a bloody mess. But every explosion would bring different changes to Wei Hu. When Wei Hu took 7 steps, he was no longer the wild dragon man. At this time, Wei Hu looked like a strong adult man about 1.9 meters tall. He had a pair of sharp dragon horns on his head, which looked like pheasant feathers on his head. This made Wei Hu grow a lot taller. After walking 7 steps forward, Wei Hu's body was covered with silver scales. When he walked in front of Gu Shi, Wei Hu had turned into a powerful high-level dragon man in silver armor. Sir, I pulled out the spear. Gu Shi glanced at Wei Hu, and finally nodded. Then Gu Shi did not communicate with Wei Hu, and immediately went to the place where the spear was inserted. When Gu Shi left, all the dragon men surrounded him. The goal of the dragons has always been to reach the level of high-level dragons. For the dragons, high-level dragons are their destination. They never thought that right in front of them, a wild dragon, because of Gu Shi's help, directly jumped from a wild dragon to a high-level dragon. This kind of example power is the most useful. Otherwise, there would not be such a thing as buying horse bones with 1,000 gold. Now the morale of the dragons is rising again. If their morale was 10 when Gu Shi said that he would share the spoils with the dragons, now their morale has reached 100. These dragon people surrounded Wei Hu and talked to him there. Gu Shi had also come to the place where the spear had been thrust, the sheepskins that had been snatched back from the Ares tribe, and the 300,000 sheepskins that the Ares tribe had used for themselves. All the strange, special, death and other chaotic forces were all gathered together, forming a balance. Standing in this place, Gu Shi could clearly feel a super strong force gathering like a storm. If a normal person came and wanted to pick up the parchment, he would probably be baptized by lightning again. But for Gu Shi, this was not necessary. Gu Shi understood that the situation before him was just a qualitative change caused by quantitative change, and everything was still under Gu Shi's control. He just stretched out his hand and pressed down, and the bone obelisk was suppressed on the sheepskin. This was the final conclusion of this matter. The sheepskin that was full of evil spirit and strange power before actually shrank back quickly, and finally became an ordinary sheepskin without any breath. The dragons who were just flattering Wei Hu shut up when they saw this. They were all thinking, what's going on with Gu Shi? Why does this move feel the same as the 9 cauldron suppression? Gushi didn't care about that. He pulled the sheepskin up with force, and pulled it up from the ground. Then a ding sound came to Gushi's ears. You get the evil demon sheepskin, Orange. Evil demon sheepskin, Orange. It is made of hundreds of thousands of sheepskins with evil spirits and strange auras. It can be used to make orange quality magic books, or higher quality magic scrolls, or it can be used to strengthen leather armor, cloth and other equipment. Gushi took a look at the evil demon sheepskin and smiled. His left hand flipped again, and the 3-life stone mirror appeared in Gushi's hand, and it shone on the demonic sheep's skin on the spot. With so many airy sheep-headed orcs dead, the overflowing power directly turned the wild dragon man into a high-level dragon man. Even the ordinary spears in the hands of the high-level dragon men turned into purple, or even orange quality weapons, because of the overflowing power. How could this demonic sheepskin have only such a little effect? There is obviously something different here, and Gushi must find out the situation clearly. When the 3-life stone mirror shone down, the corresponding answer quickly appeared in Gushi's eyes. When he saw this answer, a smile flashed across Gushi's face. He said, after spending so much time preparing, how could the reward be pulled so easily? It turns out. Chapter 15:11 Tens of thousands of identical orange suits? The enhancement of the demon sheepskin for leather armor, clothing, and even spellbooks is not like the enhancement items that Gushi had obtained before, which can only be used once or twice. This kind of enhancement can be directly enhanced thousands of times, and can even be enhanced until all the strange energy on the demon sheepskin is consumed. In other words, if Gushi operates properly, he can use this demon sheepskin to make a large number of orange suits. Of course, there are limits to so many orange equipment. It is not that the properties and effects of orange equipment will decrease. Orange equipment is called orange, so its quality will not be lower than that of purple equipment. There is only one limit that Gushi saw from the Sansheng stone mirror, that orange equipment must be a unified mass-produced unit. For example, if Gushi chooses to make orange leather armor, then he can no longer use demon sheepskin to make orange cloth and spell books. And the properties of the leather armor produced by the operation are quite unified. There is even a requirement that the properties of orange equipment will become stronger if they are gathered together in batches. Such an explanation made Gushi think of the blood dragon crown that Dietrich was holding now. The situation of the demon sheepskin in front of him was somewhat similar. In the end, it seemed that there were thousands or even tens of thousands of orange equipment. But in fact, they could be regarded as one. Gushi, who understood all this, had only a thought in his mind, and the space in front of him changed. This was Lingxi, who felt Gushi's request and dragged him to the dream space at the first time. Luna and Princess Anna also appeared here, because Gushi's current location is not as safe as he imagined. Gushi must make his story short. After seeing several contracted undead under his command, Gushi told him about the demon sheepskin he had just obtained. Finally, Gushi said, regarding this demon sheepskin, I have two ideas. You can see which one is more suitable. One is to strengthen the leather armor. Princess Anna will select suitable undead and form an orange-clad army to be used as the champion army. The other is to strengthen the magic book and give all the liches and corpse wizards in the city a chance to strengthen. I personally prefer to strengthen the magic book. Listening to Gushi's words, Luna and Princess Anna shook their heads. Princess Anna said immediately, My lord, our magic troops are mainly skeleton mages, corpse wizards and liches, supplemented by other magic systems. Among these magic troops, liches only occupy a small part, and skeleton mages and corpse wizards, they don't use magic books. The staff is their main weapon. That's right. At this time, Yen Ryu, who had been listening, also spoke up. My lord said before, this piece of demon sheepskin can be used to make parchment, and I have already considered the magic book. In the magic army, only the lich can use magic books. I wonder if you have ever considered building another library to collect some special books that must be copied on orange parchment. If possible, this is the most sheepskin-saving method. Gushi's eyes lit up when he heard it. This is also an idea. The most important thing is, just as Yen Ryu said, this is really the most sheepskin-saving method. Don't look at the current demon sheepskin. There is only one, but at least more than 100,000 sheepskins have been swallowed in it. If we really copy it with parchment as Yen Ryu said, then it would be hundreds of thousands of pages of parchment. If we use it to make magic books, then think about it. The whole library is full of orange quality books, which is definitely a good thing. Gushi's thoughts have changed for a while, but at this moment, Luna also said, "Sir, what were you said just now made me react immediately. It is true that this demon sheepskin can actually be used to strengthen the equipment of ordinary undead troops. But it is a bit wasteful to only strengthen the equipment. My idea is whether it is possible to integrate this demon sheepskin into the training camp and truly transform it into a suitable champion unit." Hearing this, Gu Shi was silent for a while. Champion units are also extremely necessary for Gu Shi. In Gu Shi's hands, there are only two types of champion units: the Wangxiang Militia and the White Robe Iron Cavalry, plus a large champion unit such as the Bone Armor Centipede. The Wangxiang Militia is now the main force and the key to the defense of the Aridov city. The White Robe Iron Cavalry is the vanguard of Gu Shi's knights. From this, we can see the status of the champions under Gu Shi. If we can really build another training camp for the champions, and it is a champion with orange equipment, then Gu Shi will naturally choose the champion. At the same time, Gu Shi also heard a possibility from Luna's words. After this training camp is built, the demon sheepskin will become a part of the training camp. In this way, the limited demon sheepskin will become an unlimited existence. This is naturally better than a library that may be used up at any time. At this time, Gu Shi's thoughts returned. However, at this time, Gu Shi still looked at Princess Anna. The current military situation in the city of Aridov is best known by Princess Anna. Whether there are undead suitable for making a champion team, and whether this training camp will be successful in the end, Princess Anna's judgment will account for more than half. Princess Anna thought about it seriously, and asked about the situation of the demon sheepskin in detail, and finally said very seriously, "There is a way, but I need time and authorization." Gu Shi saw Princess Anna so serious for the first time, and he couldn't help asking, "What do you think?" "Sir, after killing the sheep-headed orcs of the Ares tribe this time, the Double Death transformed into 300,000 skeleton soldiers, with levels between 5 and 7. These skeleton soldiers are just cannon fodder in our place. I plan to use them as model soldiers. Level 5 to 7. Can this still become a champion team?" Hearing this, Gu Shi couldn't help asking, "The converted standard soldiers will not be level 5 to 7. I plan to dismantle these 300,000 skeleton soldiers, reassemble them, readjust and make them. It will take me about a day to complete this adjustment. The number of new skeleton soldiers completed in the end, I am afraid there will not be 300,000, maybe only 3 to 5,000. If you agree, I will go down and deal with it now." Hearing this, Gu Shi's eyelids twitched. "It's a bet, Luna, Princess Anna, I will leave this matter to you to deal with. I just want a result. A champion training camp that can be long-term, stable, and quickly dispatch troops. The most important thing is, don't waste the characteristics of the demon sheepskin. I want all the champion troops to wear orange equipment." Chapter 15:12 Rest for a day, Dragon People send out troops. Stay where you are, rest here for a day today. After exiting the dream space, Gu Shi immediately issued an order. If he only brought the undead troops, Gu Shi really didn't need to rest. He could fight and rest all the way. But with these dragon people, Gu Shi couldn't do anything reckless. The dragon people don't have the ability to run all the time. After the battle, the dragon people need to rest, need to eat, need to polish their weapons and equipment. They had a lot of things to deal with. Gu Shi also needed time to wait for the result of the handling from Princess and Na. If he hurried on his way now, Gu Shi himself would not be in the mood. So Gu Shi simply stopped first, and waited for the reaction from the city of Aridov. The dragons did not know what Gu Shi was thinking. They thought this was Gu Shi's normal speed of advancement. After Gu Shi issued the order to stay in place, the dragons quickly took out their tents and quickly set them up. At this time, Gu Shi just waved his hand, the garrison gate disappeared, replaced by another gate, and at the same time the city wall quickly surrounded the area, forming a relatively safe camp. Inside the city gate, a large number of undead were pushing out some food. Most of this food came from the magic planting area of Aridavi city, and a small part was transported from the labyrinth magic city. After putting down the food, the undead, who were delivering the food, quickly retreated. "These are today's food. You can handle them by yourselves. By the way, a blacksmith will come out later. If you need to repair weapons and equipment, you can ask the blacksmith to handle it yourself. We must pack up the camp early tomorrow morning and set off at this time tomorrow." Gu Shi pointed at the food in front of him and said to the dragons. Hearing Gu Shi's words, the dragons were also excited. They all knew that after going out of the border, water and food were the key to how far they could go. Now Gu Shi had directly solved this problem. This made the dragons understand that Gu Shi's preparations for going out of the border had exceeded the imagination of the Dragon Kingdom. Wei Hu looked at Gu Shi, and a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. Maybe following him is the right choice. What Lord Wei said is right. Following Lord Xiao Wei, we can definitely kill our way to Dragon City. I heard that as long as we reach Dragon City, there will be a chance to become a god. Do you think we have hope? Becoming a god? You think too much. My goal is not that high. I just want to become a high-level dragon man. The dragons talked while eating food. Among these foods, although some were new to the dragons, they relied on their instinct as foodies and immediately thought of ways to deal with them. They added some meat they brought with them and processed them. However, Gu Shi noticed that these dragons seemed to have found some mutton from somewhere. This made Gu Shi speechless. They had a really good attitude. Anyway, Gu Shi didn't want to eat mutton these 2 days. Just when Gu Shi was resting, the gate of Fengxin Pass opened again. The first batch of dragon troops from the Northern Legion, who had come here by force, officially left the border. Unlike Gu Shi, who had everything with him and could send out hundreds of thousands of troops at any time, the number of dragon troops that left the border this time was only over 10,000 people. Even among the more than 10,000 people, more than half were wild dragons responsible for logistics and transportation. After they left the border, they immediately headed in the direction that Gu Shi was heading. After all, Gu Shi had already opened up a path before, and the directions on the map and so on were all pointing in this direction. The dragons didn't want to take another detour. But no one noticed that as these dragons sent out their troops, the black dragon that had been hovering over the Dragon Kingdom also opened its eyes and pushed its claws outward. At the same time, a golden aura spread out from the Dragon Kingdom. It was obvious that the Dragon Kingdom had officially launched an attack on the Newfang grassland. These dragons were just the vanguard troops. They were mainly responsible for exploring and repairing roads. In the next period of time, there will be a steady stream of dragon troops. Just now, in the next day, at least 7 dragon scattered troops left Fengxin Pass. These scattered troops were the noble dragons, who rushed to Fengxin Pass as soon as possible. They brought between 800 and 1,500 dragons, followed the 10,000 vanguard troops that were sent out at the beginning, and prepared to move forward together to see if there was a chance to complete military merit. You know, if you set out now, military merit is quite direct. Not to mention other things. Just guarding the temporary post built by the vanguard dragon troops is a great achievement. There are still relatively few dragons going out of the border now, and even fewer people are trying to gain military merit. These dragons are all going for great military merit, and their speed is not slow at all. At their speed, they are almost catching up with Gu Shi in less than half a day after leaving the border. The next morning, Gu Shi, who was still resting in the holy silver evil coffin, heard the sound of a large number of gargoyles falling on the city wall. Gu Shi knew what was going on, and he quickly got up, put on his clothes, and quickly jumped out of the holy silver evil coffin. When they saw Gu Shi coming out, the dragons in charge of Night Watch all looked in the direction of Gu Shi. Although there were walls and undead on Gu Shi's side, the dragons were still more willing to trust themselves. When they were resting, they also arranged Night Watch and arranged people to keep watch. Even Gu Shi himself didn't know about this situation. It was completely arranged by Wei Hu and a few dragons, who were still somewhat capable. Seeing the dragons on Night Watch greet him, Gu Shi nodded to them. At this time, all the gargoyles flew down and started gesticulating in front of Gu Shi. Looking at the gargoyles, Gu Shi frowned. They came so quickly? Won't they be exhausted to death? It turned out that these gargoyles were sent to explore the nearby area and check for enemies. When they were investigating the situation just now, they found that a group of dragon people had appeared near the camp. These dragon people were obviously soldiers of the Northern Legion, who had just come out of the Dragon Kingdom. This situation surprised Gu Shi. You know, according to the normal speed, Gu Shi will be 2 to 3 days faster than the other dragon troops of the Northern Army. Gu Shi thought that after he went out of the border, he could still get rid of the dragons for another day or 2. He didn't expect that he just stayed here for a while, and these dragons actually caught up. It seems that he really underestimated the speed of these dragons. Okay, since they are here, let them come, Gu Shi muttered, and turned to the place where the dragons rested and shouted loudly. Wei Hu, are you there? The people of the Northern Army are coming soon. Send a few dragons to lead them over here. Chapter 1513, Mass Production of Orange Leather Armor. Someone is coming. So soon? Hearing Gu Shi's order, Wei Hu was also a little surprised. He followed them all the way out of the pass. When they left Fengxin Pass, the other dragon people were still 1 or 2 days away from Fengxin Pass. How come they arrived just like that? Seeing Wei Hu's doubts, Gu Shi also said with a smile. Why, I am allowed to have the means to travel quickly, but others are not allowed to have the means to travel quickly. You can't think like this. You have to think that if others can do it, I can do it too. When Wei Hu heard this, he also reacted and nodded affirmatively. Then an idea came to his mind. In the next few days, he must make the dragons run faster. He must not let the dragons, who come later, take away his military merits. Gu Shi just nodded to Wei Hu and didn't say much. He just found a place and started a new day of practice. After Gu Shi finished his practice, he planned to have a meal and then come back to deal with the dragons. But he never expected that the dragons behind him would come so quickly. As soon as they approached Gu Shi's camp, they were shocked by the situation in front of them. The dragons who came here were noble dragons. When they came here, they were all full of wind. It was obvious that they used some means to increase their speed. The idea of this noble dragon was very simple. He must surpass Gu Shi. However, after they arrived at Gu Shi's camp, their spirit was immediately defeated. Even if they are fast, it is impossible to build such a camp in a short time. Let alone other things. The 10-meter-high city wall in front of them cannot be dealt with in a day or two. Not to mention the undead troops on the city wall. At first, he didn't believe it, but now it seems that the rumors in Fengxin City are true. Gu Shi is really not comparable to him. A great man like Gu Shi is a golden thigh, must be kept. While this noble dragon man was still thinking about this matter, Gu Shi, who was eating breakfast, had been pulled back into the dream space by Lingxi. At this time, in the dream space, there was obviously a new type of skeleton soldier. Sir, the champion soldiers have been dealt with successfully, now we just need the evil demon sheepskin. Gu Shi took a look at the skeleton soldier in front of him, and found that the skeleton soldier in front of him was very different from the skeleton soldier he had imagined. The skeleton soldier in front of him was about 1.9 meters tall, and the bones all over his body were obviously strengthened in various ways, but the thickness was obviously much thicker than normal bones. Moreover, he wore a helmet made of goat skulls on his head, and a complete set of leather armor on his body. Gu Shi noticed that the leather armor was inlaid with bone pieces to enhance defense. In his hands, he held a fine steel sword about 1.2 meters long and a tower shield inlaid with a goat skull. Because the skeleton soldiers were relatively large, these two weapons in his hands looked like normal weapons. At the same time, behind the skeleton soldier, he was wearing a dark cloak. When seeing this cloak, Gu Shi always felt that something was not right. Princess Anna? Is this the new champion army? Why do I feel that something is not right? Some of the equipment on him looks a bit like purple equipment. Is this a bit exaggerated? Gu Shi was speechless. The champion army was equipped with orange equipment because of the characteristics of the demon sheepskin. This thing is suitable for the army to wear uniformly. But if you just change all the equipment into purple equipment, Gu Shi does not have so many resources. Princess Anna shook her head when she heard this. My lord, I didn't choose this for him, but it's the effect of the leather armor on him. Princess Anna said, as she asked the skeleton soldier to take off his leather armor. As the leather armor was taken off, the shawl on the back of the skeleton soldier, the helmet on his head, the long sword and shield in his hand, and the part on his waist that Gu Shi didn't notice, all changed slightly. When Gu Shi looked over, these things no longer had the same momentum as before. As if to prove what Princess Anna said, Princess Anna called over several more skeleton soldiers, and asked them to take off their leather armor. The result was the same. As soon as the leather armor was taken off, the weapons and equipment on these skeleton soldiers would automatically downgrade. Gu Shi, who understood what was going on, immediately touched a piece of leather armor. Evil demon leather armor orange. Chest armor. Number 00019. After equipping, soldier level +1. Soldier attack +10. Equipment requirements. Soldier leather armor profession. Level 13. Special 1. Evil demon armor. Resonates with similar equipment nearby. Improves the combat effectiveness of soldiers. The more soldiers wearing evil demon leather armor nearby, the higher the combat effectiveness of soldiers. Special 2. Evil demon treasure body. Equipped with evil demon leather armor soldiers can temporarily upgrade 5 ordinary equipment on the body to purple quality. The direction and attributes of the enhanced equipment will be unified. Special 3. Demon blood skin. equipped with demon leather armor soldier. After being killed, you can automatically resurrect by occupying someone else's body. If there is no available body nearby, you will not be able to resurrect successfully after resurrection. The level will drop by 1 level. If it drops below level 13, the demon leather armor will automatically fall off. Special 4. Demon Thunderstorm. Equipped with demon leather armor soldier, you can convert all your vitality into lightning power, transform yourself into a lightning humanoid, and attack the enemy. After transforming into lightning form, the combat power increases 10 times, and can last for 10 minutes. After the battle, the user dies in battle. Description 1. This is a replica of the orange equipment strengthened by the demon sheep skin. Although the quality is orange, this thing itself still relies on the stacking of quantity. Moreover, after the first enhanced demon leather armor appeared, many things were fixed, and the others just followed the first demon leather armor. Explanation 2. The source of the power of demon leather armor lies in demon sheepskin. When demon sheepskin can still be used, there will be more and more demon leather armor. Sure enough, after seeing the properties of demon leather armor, Gushi understood the situation of the skeleton soldiers in front of him. He looked up and asked, "How many skeleton soldiers are there?" 3,786 people. Starting level 13. Champion troops. Only less than 10% of the power of the demon sheepskin was consumed. Now the troops have been finalized. With the demon sheepskin, we also have experience in building evil temples or evil schools. We also have experience in building champion level large buildings. We only need to leave 1,000 as seeds. In a week, the champion level large buildings can be built. Then we can mass produce these demon skeleton soldiers. Chapter 1514 Demon Skeleton Soldiers, and 5 pieces of purple equipment. Demon skeleton soldiers? After hearing what Princess Anna said, Gushi turned his attention to the skeleton soldiers in front of him. Demon skeleton soldiers. Level 13, champion troops experience, 0/7500, attack 25, defense 20, life 250, skills, undead creatures, orange armor, comes with orange demon leather armor, fight without retreat, rage slash, group charge. Description: special skeleton soldiers born with orange equipment. They are affected by the orange equipment. When they lose the orange equipment, they are just some ordinary skeleton soldiers. After seeing the information of the demon skeleton soldiers, Gushi's attention was focused on the other equipment of the demon skeleton soldiers. Did you choose these 5 pieces of equipment, or were they their natural choices? I made the final decision based on the opinions of the undead transformed from the goat-headed orcs. Princess Anna stepped forward to explain. Some of the Ares orcs were killed in the goat state, and some were killed in the goat-headed orc state. So the transformed undead were different in their situations. The only similarity was that these undead all had a goat head. For this reason, when Princess Anna was merging, she took the situation into consideration. Why were there only 3,000 evil skeletons among the 300,000 undead? In addition to the evil leather armor, the other undead were transformed into the equipment and experience of the evil skeletons. The 5 pieces of equipment that could be enhanced to purple quality were carefully selected by Princess Anna. The 5 pieces of equipment were a helmet, a shield, a long sword, a cloak, and an alchemical potion bottle. It is mainly made of sheep skulls, undead bones, sheep skin, and undead flesh and blood. The quality at the beginning is also green, mainly because every evil demon skeleton soldier can bring these 5 pieces of equipment after training. After being affected by the evil demon leather armor, it is directly upgraded to purple quality. The most important thing is that because of the influence of orange equipment, the effects of these equipment upgraded to purple quality are consistent, and they simply do not have negative effects. It can be said that these 5 pieces of purple equipment have improved the all-round attributes and combat effectiveness of the evil demon skeleton soldiers. If we really want to compare, the new champion troops, like the demon skeletons, have a higher chance of survival on the battlefield than the Wangxiang militia and the white robe cavalry. Gushi looked through the properties of these 5 pieces of equipment, and finally had to agree that Princess Anna had considered a lot for the demon skeletons. Sheep head, purple. Helmet. Defense, 16. Special 1, sheep horn technique. Immune to stun attacks. Special 2, sheep eye technique. Eye technique. After staring at the opponent, you can control the enemy for 3 to 5 seconds. Special 3, sheep power curse. Can be activated actively. After activation, the movement speed is increased by 25%, and the jumping distance can be increased by 30%. Explanation: what can sheep do on the battlefield? Of course, they lower their heads and charge directly. Just by taking a look, Gushi knew the meaning of Princess Anna's choice of this helmet. It was clearly intended to give the demon skeletons a certain charging ability. Then, there are the shield and longsword sets. Beheading sword, purple longsword. Attack, 19 to 22. Special 1. Beheading. Behead enemies with less than 30% health or less than 20 points, with a 50% chance of directly killing the enemy. Special 2. Sweep. When attacking an enemy, you can also attack 3 enemies around the enemy, and cause 80% to 65% of the attack effect. Special 3. Crazy Slash. When attacking an enemy, you can slash the enemy 7 to 9 times in a short period of time. Each slash brings 95% of the normal attack effect. Description. With this sword in hand, you will be the one who dies on the battlefield. Backlash Shield, purple shield. Defense, 26. Special 1. Magic Rebound. Can rebound 10% of magic damage. Special 2. Attack Rebound. Can rebound 15% of melee damage. Special 3. Shield Bounce. Active skill. Used when the enemy attacks. Effective. There is a chance to bounce all the enemy's attacks back to the enemy. Laser attack rebound effect increased by 100%. Description. See this shield. I block again. Seize the opportunity. Shield counter. Just by looking at the attributes of the sword and shield, Gushi can know what kind of fighting style the evil skeleton soldier in front of him will have in the end. He must have charged in front of the enemy, holding up his shield to deflect the enemy's attack, while swinging his long sword non-stop, holding back more than 10 enemies in one breath. Finally, he killed the enemy directly. From the situation of these two pieces of equipment, it can be seen that the demon skeleton soldier is not weak in single soldier combat. The last two pieces are the cloak and the alchemy potion bottle. Gushi took a look at these two pieces and knew that they were auxiliary equipment. It can be seen that when Princess Anna considered the demon skeleton soldier, she really took everything into consideration. Blood Evil Cloak, purple cloak. Defense, 9. Special 1. Blood Eating Technique. When attacking, whenever the enemy's blood falls on the cloak will convert the blood into vitality and inject it into the user's body. The conversion ratio is 1 to 10%. Special 2. Blood Mist Technique. Releases blood mist with evil spirit, allowing the enemy who enters the blood mist to sense, strength, and physical strength to decrease by 10%. Special 3. Blood Poison Technique. Use the cloak to wipe the weapon. You can randomly apply a certain poison to the weapon, and it lasts for 15 minutes. Description. Blood. The cloak is covered with blood. Blood Alchemy Bottle. Purple item. When killing the enemy, it can absorb part of the enemy's flesh and blood, and convert the enemy's flesh and blood into special magic potions. Description. The converted magic potion is mainly used for throwing. The situation of this cloak and alchemical potion bottle, one can see at a glance that the auxiliary effect is quite powerful. With the blessing of this set of 5 equipment, plus the attributes of the evil skeleton soldiers themselves, it can be imagined that no matter whether it is a single soldier fighting, or a group fighting, the evil skeleton soldiers can quickly adapt. They are very suitable for all battlefields. Princess Anna, send them out. Okay, send them all out? Gushi thought for a while. Leave the troops that can deploy the champion large buildings, and send out the rest. By the way, are there any suitable heroes or leaders among these evil skeleton soldiers? Gushi finally raised such a question. After all, among the sheep-headed orcs of the Ares tribe killed before, there must be heroes and leaders. Although the number is not large, but double death can definitely transform them. Princess Anna heard it, and said decisively, yes, but the situation is a little different. Chapter 1515 set out again. When seeing the evil demon skeleton soldier hero appearing in front of him, Gushi finally understood what Princess Anna said. Why is this evil demon skeleton soldier somewhat different? That's because the evil demon skeleton soldier hero in front of him looks like a patchwork of various things. In fact, this is understandable. To make an evil demon skeleton soldier, at least 100 ordinary undead transformed from sheep-headed orcs are needed. But in the previous battle, the heroes of the Ares tribe, including the priest who was killed by the dragon man, only had 5 heroes in total. At the beginning, Princess Anna wanted to strengthen these heroes and make them into evil skeleton soldiers. After all, the evil skeleton soldiers were champion troops, wearing 1 orange suit and 5 purple suits. If you randomly assign a hero to go, the evil skeleton soldiers would not listen at all. But soon Princess Anna found that this would not work, because heroes are not affected by ordinary undead. In desperation, Princess Anna could only choose a suitable hero as the main body. and used the remaining 4 heroes as materials for fusion. Later, he found that this behavior was feasible. But there was a more serious problem. Once started, there was no way to stop. And 4 heroes were not enough as materials. In desperation, Princess Anna could only use the newly appeared undead leader as material, and finally combine the semi-finished evil skeleton hero in front of him. The reason why he is called a semi-finished product is not because he is a semi-finished evil demon skeleton soldier. He is everything that the evil demon skeleton soldier has. At most, because he is not a standard soldier. The number of the evil demon leather armor on his body is a little behind. But this does not affect his combat effectiveness. Instead, it is the hero's ability that is affected. This guy named Shirley can only be regarded as a quasi-hero. At the same time, he is not a leader. He does not even have a relatively complete hero attribute column. Looking at Shirley's situation in front of him, Gushi felt helpless. When Princess Anna introduced this man, she said, maybe after a few more battles, he would become a hero. But Gushi looked at Shirley, who was no different from an ordinary evil demon skeleton soldier, and was still not sure how many battles he would have to go through. But in the end, Gushi still said to Shirley, okay, the evil demon skeleton soldiers will be temporarily handed over to you for command. If you show your strength, the evil demon skeleton soldiers will be organized into an independent battalion in the future. The evil demon battalion. And you can lead it then. After that, Gushi began to put away the gates and walls on the campsite, and open the garrison gate, releasing more than 2,000 evil demon skeleton soldiers. Shirley also understood his needs. He immediately took over the command of these evil demon skeleton soldiers, and mixed in with them. Standing in front of Gushi, it was as if there was no one in charge of the entire evil demon skeleton army. At this time, Gushi's order to pack up and prepare to set off had been passed down. The undead in his hands were ready to attack. Although the dragons didn't know why Gushi set off early, they were also packing their luggage there. Only Wei who stared at the evil skeleton soldiers who had just stood up, and a trace of doubt flashed through his mind. How did the strength of the troops under the captain become stronger again? If this continues, how will they show themselves? So Wei who turned around and said to the dragons behind him, everyone, get ready quickly. We are here to fight, not to go on a spring outing. We must show ourselves well in this battle. Fight well, and get military merits, so that we can have a chance to stand out. The dragon troops who had just arrived were also stunned when they saw this situation. The leading noble dragon man was thinking, what is going on? Why did you leave just after I came here? Do you want to compete with us in terms of speed? It's not that I look down on you. Do you know what our family's nickname is? Flying General. Thinking of this, the noble dragon man also ordered loudly. Everyone is ready, rest for half an hour, the ones who need to sleep should sleep, the ones who need to replenish supplies, after half an hour, we will set off on our journey, we must surpass those guys. Just as the noble dragon man finished speaking, a middle-aged dragon man stood up and said, Master, we have gone beyond the control of the vanguard troops, and cannot go forward. Why can't we go forward? The noble dragon said loudly. Tell me why we can't go forward. Master, we only have more than 1,000 people around us. We have set up an outpost for the vanguard troops some distance ahead of time. This is our military merit, but it is beyond our ability to go deep into the grassland alone. Master, we only have 1,000 people now, not 10,000. But I am unhappy. He just arrived in Fengxin City more than a day ahead of time, and he dared to look at me like this. I am not convinced. This is a slap in the face of our family. No one can be faster than our family. Uncle Su, listen to me once. As long as I rush to 10 miles ahead of him, I will stop if I am less than 5 miles ahead of him. The noble dragon man also knows the situation in front of him. He is not the kind of person who does not listen to advice. It's just that he doesn't want to lose the face of his family. Listening to the noble dragon man, the middle-aged dragon man was also a little helpless. Okay, Master, it can only be this time. As long as we surpass Captain Gu by 10 miles, we will stop and set up camp in advance. Okay, let them prepare. Take out all the cooked wheat, add eggs, and let them eat more. We have to hurry up later, and we can't do without physical strength. While the noble dragon man was commanding his men to rest, Gushi had already sent out his troops. This time, the army of 100,000 people moved forward together, but the newly acquired evil demon skeleton soldiers had also been mixed into the team. Gushi sat on the holy silver evil coffin, observing the situation of the evil demon skeleton soldiers from all directions. When there was no battle, the evil demon skeleton soldiers looked like ordinary skeleton soldiers, and they would make a clicking sound when walking. The moving speed is not particularly fast. At most it can only be compared with the speed of ghosts. At the same time, when they move, the weapons in their hands are not put down. It is obvious that this allows them to directly deal with sudden situations. In the end, it is just as the information Gushi saw before. When a large number of evil demon leather armors gather together, there will be a breath that can only be seen with a Huangquan dragon robe. These breaths will stimulate the evil demon skeleton soldiers, so as to improve the combat effectiveness of the evil demon skeleton soldiers. And when the number of evil demon leather armors exceeds 10, hundreds, thousands, there is also an obvious qualitative enhancement. It seems that although the individual combat effectiveness of the evil demon skeleton soldiers is also strong, if you want to really use them well, you still have to put them on the battlefield. Chapter 1516. Battle 3,000 miles away. Gushi was still thinking about how to use the evil skeleton soldiers to fight. But he did not notice one thing. That is, he had not encountered any enemy troops for a long time along the way. When Gushi discovered this, he had been walking for nearly 2 days. After letting the troops stop and letting the dragons rest, Gushi called the gargoyles. Go check and see where the nearby orc tribes have gone. It is reasonable that no orcs appeared within 1 day. But it has been 2 days, and no orcs have appeared again, which is unreasonable. After releasing the gargoyles, Gushi took out the map and looked at it on the spot. Gushi was quite confident in his memory, and was sure that there was nothing wrong with the map he had drawn. At this moment, he was heading towards Dragon City, which was correct. Moreover, the orcs also knew that the Dragon Country was going to send troops, and their target was Dragon City. With such a long time, if they wanted to mobilize troops, they would have mobilized millions of troops long ago. How could there be no one along the way? He couldn't have lost his way. Gushi flipped the map back and forth again. At this time, Wei-Hu also leaned over and looked at the map in Gushi's hand. He asked in surprise, "Sir, is this the map leading to Dragon City?" "Yes. This is what I saw along the way when I flew from the sky. And I drew the map at the end," Gushi explained, and then looked back at the map. Because the orcs are nomadic people, they do not stay in a fixed place. Gushi's map does not have the orc cities drawn on it, but focuses on marking rivers and lakes. These places are the best way to identify directions on the grassland. At the same time, no matter how nomadic the orcs are, they all live by the water and grass. Drinking water is necessary. When passing in the sky, Gushi could clearly see that there were more or less orc tribes of different sizes by the river or lake. But now, they are all gone. This is quite unreasonable. Judging from the orcs that Gushi encountered on the way here, they were not the kind of people who would play the method of clearing the countryside. In addition, Gushi had just come out of retreat not long ago, and was targeted by the Ares tribe. This means that the orcs must have had a plan to stop them. In this way, there was no encounter with orcs in 2 days, which was unreasonable in itself. Gushi ignored Wei-Hu at this time. He pointed at the location on the map and thought about where the enemy was. "Sir, are you worried because the enemy is nowhere to be found?" Wei-Hu glanced at the map and asked. "Yes. I haven't encountered the enemy for 2 days, which is quite unreasonable. Sir, this is actually a good thing for us. Without encountering any enemies, we can move forward much faster. This way, we can reach Dragon City 1 step ahead." Gushi was stunned for a moment. He just suspected the whereabouts of the orcs, but he didn't think of this. At this time, Wei-Hu said again, "As for whether there will be any ambushes along the way, with your current strength, do you need to care about these?" Listening to Wei-Hu's words, Gushi was obviously stunned for a moment. But when he thought about it carefully, it was really the truth. His goal this time was Dragon City. The orcs along the way were not actually within Gushi's attack range. The reason why Gushi was willing to fight the orcs was entirely because his men needed to fight. And Gushi himself needed corpses and new undead. No orc attacks. It was not a bad thing for Gushi. "What you said makes sense. You take a rest first. Let your brothers replenish their physical strength. If nothing unexpected happens, then we will speed up in the next period of time. Don't worry, Captain. Although our dragon people are not the fastest, but our endurance is the strongest. Although we can't compare with your earthen figurines, it is not difficult to travel for a day and a night. As long as the captain is willing to lead us forward, we will not fall behind." Wei Hu said this very seriously. When Gushi was about to say something good, a large number of gargoyles fell from the sky. There were also a group of fear bats following these gargoyles. Seeing this, Gushi knew that they were attacked from the air. What happened? Gushi asked immediately. When the gargoyles heard Gushi's question, they kept gesturing. Gushi frowned and looked at it seriously, and finally asked in surprise. What did you say? The orcs went to the southeast to stop the enemy? Where did the enemy come from? Gushi asked, while turning over the map. He first determined his position, then glanced at the southeast. Finally, Gushi's eyes even moved out of the range of the map he drew. How far did you fly? About 3,000 miles? That's about within this range. Gushi pointed at the map, and his finger pointed at a certain location. At this time, Gushi didn't quite understand what would be there that would attract all the troops and orcs of the Dragon Kingdom. At this time, Wei Hu also leaned over and took a look at the map. He looked at the direction pointed by Gushi's finger and asked, Sir, where is this? The orcs went this way, saying they were going to stop the enemy. We don't know where the enemy came from. This is very strange. Didn't they see our 100,000-man army? Gushi knew that Wei Hu couldn't communicate with the gargoyle, so he explained it to Wei Hu. When Wei Hu heard this, a trace of obvious confusion flashed across his face. He is a local native. He believes in the spiritual connection ability of Eva, Dragon Ancestor, and Chanyu, and also believes in their control over their territory. At the same time, the Chanyu on the grassland must also know the goal of the Dragon Kingdom. Unless there is any danger in this place, the orcs will not give up blocking Gushi and go to trouble the other side. Wei Hu glanced at Gushi and finally said, Sir, let's go to Longcheng. It happens that someone here can attract the enemy's troops for us, which saves the trouble of opening the road. After listening to this, Wei Hu also nodded affirmatively. Your Excellency is right. Our goal has been Dragon City since the beginning. As long as we take Dragon City, everything else will be a small matter. But I am a little curious. What is so important there that will attract all the nearby orcs to that place? Hearing this question, Gushi just smiled. He half-jokingly said, Who knows? Maybe someone took the wrong path, causing the troops following behind to get lost as well. Chapter 15:17 No one is blocking the way forward. After confirming that the lack of orcs on the road ahead was not his own problem, Gushi did not care about it. If Gushi missed such a good opportunity, he would be really sorry for his comrades, who helped him attract the orcs. No rest, speed up, Wei Hu. Keep an eye on your brothers. If they can't hold on, come and tell me directly. Gushi said decisively. Then he jumped onto the holy silver evil coffin, opened the map, pointed at the route, and ordered his men to set off. On the holy silver evil coffin, Gushi took out a book and started studying as usual. Since Gushi found that his experience had overflowed, his study progress became tense. After all, this matter can't be delayed any longer. Some basic skills and passive skills need to be improved, and the new skills just learned need to be practiced constantly. Didn't you see that when Gushi was reading, he was holding the 3 live stone mirror in his left hand, and as soon as the time came, he would immediately add new ones? This is called multitasking, and practice and learning do not conflict. He even had the energy to look up from time to time to see what was going on around him, to determine if he had taken the wrong path, or if there were any enemies ambushing nearby. But along the way, Gushi really never encountered any enemies again. He and his troops walked towards Longcheng for another 3 days, and no battles occurred. All the orcs seemed to have disappeared. This made Gushi puzzled, and he even wanted to look back to see what had happened. In fact, this matter has nothing to do with Gushi, it's just that some people are unlucky. The noble dragon who caught up with Gushi before, the Li family has a natural ability to travel fast, and they also have a family heirloom purple suit for traveling fast. However, this purple suit has an effect, which is to make the user lost. Usually, this noble dragon surnamed Li, when using the family heirloom purple suit, will definitely consider the negative effects. When encountering something wrong, he could also put down the purple suit to slow down. But this time, he was not trying to compete with Gushi, he wanted to surpass Gushi once. When he used the purple equipment effect, he was too careless. The negative effect of getting lost came directly to him, and he had already deviated from the direction when he set out. And he didn't know it yet, and thought Gushi ran very fast, and he never caught up with him. So he accelerated all the way, but because he deviated from the beginning, he deviated more and more, and directly deviated from the main line. If he was the only one who deviated and got lost, it would be fine, but this person didn't forget to make a mark when he got lost, leaving a camp or something. This led the dragon troops behind him astray. And among the dragon vanguard, there happened to be a dragon head. This was actually quite normal. The Dragon Country's expedition was such a big event that the ancestor dragon wanted to lead the expedition himself. It was quite normal for there to be a dragon head among the vanguard. As soon as he appeared, he actually attracted the attention of the nearby Chanyu. So the Chanyu wanted to mobilize the troops and leave the dragon head behind first. As for Gu Shi, who had already gone far away, the Chanyu actually didn't take it to heart. In his eyes, with Gu Shi's small force, they would be stopped before they even approached Longsheng. It was reasonable for Chanyu to kill Long Shou first and then attack Gu Shi. However, he never expected that after Long Shou was attacked, he would immediately start to mobilize troops. The dragon troops that had just been dispatched from Fengxing Pass were immediately transferred to Long Shou's side. As a result, the battle at this location became more and more intense, and Shan Yu had to mobilize troops from the rear to support them. It was also for this reason that Gu Shi did not encounter any enemies along the way. Gu Shi couldn't even find a place to inquire about the situation. He could only run on the deserted road. He was about to run out of the Shan Yu's territory. At this moment, Gu Shi suddenly received a message from Luna. "Sir, that half of the city has been dealt with." Gu Shi's heart was moved when he heard it. This progress is quite fast. Didn't it originally say that it would take about 20 days? Now it's only been more than 10 days, and the city has been dealt with and sent over. "I'll come right over," Gu Shi said, while he asked his men to stop. "Stay here today. Wait who? Take those dragon people to have a good rest. Wait for me to come back." Wei Hu was also stunned by Gu Shi's sudden stop to rest. Then Wei Hu seemed to understand something. "Captain, you are really smart." Gu Shi was confused. "How am I smart?" At this time, Wei Hu said again, "Your Excellency's way of thinking is often in situations that others can't think of. I think this is your tactics." Gu Shi didn't say anything after hearing this. He was still a little confused. But now is obviously not the time to talk about this. Gu Shi took the initiative to open a city gate and built a circle of city walls, which provided a relatively safe camp for the dragon people. Then he returned to the city of Aridov. As soon as he entered the city of Aridov, Gu Shi found that some huge crystals appeared above the Aridavada tower. It looked like something was floating in the air. This situation made Gu Shi stunned for a moment. Then he remembered that in addition to the half city he had just obtained, Gu Shi also planned to build an aerial city to store flying troops. A batch of light crystal or used to make the aerial city platform has been transported in. Now is the time to build the foundation of the aerial platform. After understanding what was going on, Gu Shi just took a closer look at that side, and did not think of going to the sky to see the platform over there. After all, this time, Gu Shi came here mainly for that half of the city. The aerial city in the sky was not the purpose of his return this time. Gu Shi looked around, and appeared at the flight point of the main city in a flash. Since the advent of the Wyvern, Gu Shi has arranged more and more flight points in the city. At the same time, the flying mounts at the flight points have changed from only giant bats to giant bats, wyverns, large wyverns, and other mounts. There are even wyvern bodies used for epic level use. These bodies are the same as the wyvern Gu Shi had outside. They are all bright yellow and orange red, and their movement speed can reach supersonic levels. They are super fast mounts specially provided for flight points, in order to ensure that in case of emergencies in the city of Aridov, they can quickly mobilize manpower. Gu Shi, who arrived at the flight point, called out one immediately, jumped on the wyvern, and clamped his feet heavily. Go to the hero area. Chapter 1518, the half city in hand. After the discussion and calculation between Gu Shi, Luna, Princess Anna and the others, the half city obtained in exchange will be placed outside the hero district. After all, this half city is used as a garrison. Being closer to the heroes is also good for each unit. When Gu Shi arrived at the hero district, he found that Princess Anna and Luna were already waiting for him here. But what surprised Gu Shi was that Shea, who should have been in the Dragon Country, also appeared here at this time. "Shea, why are you back?" Gu Shi asked with some curiosity. He didn't think Shea could bring back any new news, but he asked casually when he saw Shea appear. Unexpectedly, Shea said seriously, "Sir, I just heard the news that Zulong of Dragon Country seems to have left, and no one knows where he went." "Ah?" Gu Shi blinked. He really didn't expect that Shea would give such news at this time. Zulong left? Where did he go? Could it be that he has already reached the grassland? Gu Shi thought of the situation when he met Zulong before, and such a thought flashed through his mind. After all, Zulong's goal was quite clear: to go to Dragon City for the Heavenly Festival. But Gu Shi didn't expect Zulong to set out so early. Okay, I know about this. Gu Shi nodded to Shaya, and then focused his attention on the newly sent and settled half of the city. Let's go to the new city area first. Luna and Princess Anna had no objections. They quickly followed Gu Shi, starting from the north gate of the hero area and heading out of the city. Shaya hesitated for a moment, and finally followed Gu Shi. On the way to the half city, Shea has been discussing some things with Gu Shi. During the time in Dragon Country, Shea found a weakness of hers. She was trying to gather intelligence by herself. Although she had a fixed intelligence collection point, it was obviously not enough, and the intelligence needed to be analyzed to determine whether it was true and reliable. These things would waste Shea's time. Most importantly, there were many things that Shea was not so professional in. The speed of intelligence collection has slowed down a lot now, and sometimes there are some mistakes. Shea really wants to reorganize the intelligence system of Aridity City. At least the major taverns, the black market, and the thieves in the Maze Magic City need to be sorted out. Some of them are soldiers, and some are not even soldiers, but they are very important. Now Shea has no manpower, so she can only focus on this. Gu Shi agrees with Shea's idea of mobilizing these people. Sure, Shea, you should actually set up an intelligence department. Our current intelligence organization is still a little small. If possible, I think we need at least 3 to 6 cross-intelligence organizations. They will manage the internal affairs of Aridity City, the exploration outside Aridity City, spies and counter-spies, assassinations and counter-assassinations, in-game information search, etc., which all require manpower and division of labor. You did a good job in intelligence before, so I didn't ask much. But now that you have raised this idea, I think it is better to divide it into smaller parts. Besides, Lingxi is also doing well. The street ladies in the real world are all intelligence experts. You can also make use of this point. As for intelligence matters, the book Origin of the Undead does not say much. Gu Shi relied on his own experience and ideas to arrange Shea. Shea nodded while listening, which is in line with the saying, one dares to teach, the other dares to learn. While they were talking about intelligence matters, they just came to the newly built city outside the city of Aridov. This half-mount was just delivered to a nearby city, which is about 50 kilometers away from Aridity City. The roads along the way have been paved. If it is an ordinary carriage from Aridity City to here, it will take about half an hour to an hour. If it is a flying mount, this time will be much shorter. When Gu Shi and his friends came here, in order to feel the road conditions, Gu Shi chose to walk on land, and did not use the flight point. The conditions along the way also made Gu Shi quite satisfied. He could see that the new half-city was very close to Yaladovi. If something happened in Yaladovi, the troops here could arrive in 2 hours at the latest. Although there was some time difference, it was actually fast for Yaladovi. Gu Shi was relieved to station the troops here. After walking for about half an hour, the wall of the new city appeared in front of Gu Shi. In the half-city that was sent over, the city gates, walls and moats all existed. Before approaching Gu Shi, he understood the style of this half of the city in front of him. The towering city walls, the defense towers behind the city walls, and the huge city gates that are 20 meters high, are all made of countless white bones. Looking from afar, there is a white patch over there, a large number of broken bones piercing the city walls, which looks like a mess. In front of the city wall is a 20-meter wide river. The river is full of dark green water, and from time to time, there are some skulls rising and falling in the river. At this time, Gu Shi also noticed a situation. That is, there seemed to be some fish swimming in the river. I don't know if this can be regarded as buying a city and giving away creatures. Gu Shi just stayed in front of the moat for a moment, and the drawbridge on the city gate was lowered. When Gu Shi stepped on the drawbridge, he obviously felt something was wrong. Gu Shi looked down, and Luna said at this time, "Did the adults see it too? I was almost scared when I got this half of the city just now. I didn't expect that there would be such a tree." It turned out that the material used to make the drawbridge was a special tree. Every tree bough on the tree looked like a distorted human face. When Gu Shi stepped on it, his face showed obvious reaction. Living tree? Since the publication of Origin of the Undead, Gushi's understanding of some things has become much deeper. Some materials related to the undead are also recorded in detail in Origin of the Undead. I heard that this is purple quality wood, which is usually used to make tables and chairs. I didn't expect that it is used directly to make suspension bridges and city gates here. Not only that, most of the doors inside are made of this kind of living tree wood. When I came here for the first time, I was also shocked. The wood used for the suspension bridge is so high-end. When Gushi looked at the city wall, his eyes changed. When walking across the suspension bridge, Gushi walked to the edge of the city wall and reached out to touch the sharp bones on the wall. Sure enough. Chapter 1519 Large Settlement in the City. Just as Gushi thought, the wall of this half of the city wall is also built with purple quality stone. And it is stone in the direction of undead and negative energy. It is built with a kind of stone called stone bone. This kind of stone bone is actually touched by the breath of undead, and slowly produces stone mines with various bone effects on the stone. This kind of stone mine is rare in some places, but in some places, it is quite abundant. The city wall built with this kind of stone will bring the effect of undead trap or bone wall. It also has the function of self-repair. It can be said that this is a relatively easy to use city wall building stone. However, Gushi did not expect that half of the city was surrounded by this stone bone. It seems that when this city existed, its development level was not low. Entering the city through the city gate, a huge square is seen as soon as it enters. This design style is not a common city style. After all, in a normal city, the main road and the buildings on both sides of the main road should be seen as soon as you enter the city. Such a large square is obviously wrong. But if you look closely, Gushi will find that the large square in front of him, which can accommodate at least 300,000 people, is full of corpses. These corpses are all human corpses, and it is obvious that these corpses have been processed. All the corpses have been cleaned. These are 2 million human corpses, all processed, and sent here with this half of the city. Seeing Gushi's expression, Luna explained it specially. However, Gushi's attention was not on this. At this time, Gushi's expression bypassed these corpses and looked at the place below the corpses. There used to be a building here, right? Was it demolished? Yes. After the city was sent here, we compared it in detail. This was originally the location of the council hall. Later, because of the tug-of-war here, everything was gone, Princess Anna said at this time. Gushi glanced at Princess Anna, and then asked, how big is it? It can be divided into 4 areas, with a total of 22 large open spaces, 67 medium-sized open spaces, and 103 small open spaces. Most of the open spaces for construction have been built. It is obvious that this half of the city was used as a garrison camp. All large open spaces are garrisons. Medium-sized open spaces are mainly blacksmith shops, warehouses, reinforced buildings and other buildings used to enhance the combat effectiveness of the garrison. Most of the small open spaces are auxiliary buildings, 30% of which we already have, and more than 70% are buildings we don't have. Most importantly, the level and quality of these buildings are quite high. The basic materials used in the construction, such as stone and wood, are of purple quality, although not like the walls and moats, which are all pure undead attributes. They are also based on earth attributes, negative energy, and yin energy. At the same time, most of the buildings are above level 7. If they are arranged, they can increase the garrison troops in the first place. Luna knows this half of the city best. After all, she is the elf of the city of Aridov, and this half of the city is closely related to her. 3 of the garrisons have passed level 15. Princess Anna added at this time. Hearing this, Gushi understood. Level 1 garrisons can be arranged with battalion-level organizations. Garrisons above level 7 can be arranged with regiment-level organizations. Garrisons above level 15 can be arranged with army-level organizations. In other words, with this half-city, plus a leader, Gushi can form an army. Let's take a look. Gushi's heart moved, and he said decisively. At this time, Gushi had already planned to deploy army-level troops. After all, there is still an upper limit on the number of troops at the regiment level. For a battle of 10,000 people, the regiment level can handle it. For a battle of 100,000 people, the regiment level needs to cooperate with other battalion level or regiment level troops. But the number of undead in the city of Aridov has exceeded 1 million. Based on the situation of the recent battles, the battles that Gushi will face in the future may be more than 300,000 to 500,000, or even a battle of 1 million. At this time, the regiment-level organization cannot be fully commanded, so the army-level organization becomes a necessity. At least one army can command about 200,000 troops at the same time. In a battle of 1 million people, the army-level organization can also be regarded as a large organization. Under the leadership of Luna, Gu Shi and his team came to a level 12 station closest to the square. When approaching the station, Gu Shi noticed that there were two small buildings near the station. One was something like a windmill, and the other was a row of huge sarcophagi. Elf windmill, small, level 7 can provide 300 food items, green, 3 units of gems, blue, 1 unit of wind essence, blue, for nearby buildings every day. Warrior's tomb, small, level 8 can transform 25 ordinary soldiers into warrior level soldiers every day. Soldier level, experience, equipment remain unchanged. Just by glancing at these two small buildings, Gu Shi knew that half of the city had gotten a bargain this time. There really is a treasure hidden in this half of the city. The existence of this small building alone can provide Gu Shi with a lot of resources and convenience. Not to mention the large building in front of him that occupies a huge area. At the junction of the elf windmill and the warrior's tomb, the station in front of him that looks like a manor covered by black fog is quite conspicuous. Gu Shi can feel the pressure coming from inside just by standing outside the station. Although it only occupies a large area of land, Gu Shi can feel that at least 300,000 soldiers can live here. There are 12 empty flagpoles of different heights in front of the garrison, which means that no troops have been stationed in the garrison yet. Building name, Dark Farm. Level 15. Garrison troops, 0/12, can station 1 army level troop, 3 regiment level troops, 8 battalion level troops. Garrison leaders, 0/4, can station 4 leaders. Garrisoned heroes, 0/8, can station 8 heroes. Garrison leaders, 0/72, can station 72 leaders. Garrison soldiers, 0/300000, can station 300,000 soldiers. Garrison troops, unlimited. Attached buildings, armory, garrison soldiers attack +7, ammunition depot, garrison range troops range +300, garrison warehouse, garrison troops refit level +1, garrison training ground, garrison troops life +20, garrison canteen, garrison troops endurance +3, medical center, garrison troops life recovery speed +20%. Special buildings, wind platform, movement speed increased by 75%, gem house, weapons and equipment inlaid with gems, warrior tavern. Chapter 1520 Army level troops. We are short of people. After reading the properties of the garrison, Gu Shi sighed for the first time. A garrison of level 15, there are obviously 4 leaders who can be stationed there, 1 at the army level, 3 at the regiment level, plus the battalion level commanded by 8 heroes. This adds up to 300,000 troops. Gu Shi doesn't have to worry about the soldiers, whether they are miscellaneous soldiers, cannon fodder, or regular troops, or even powerful elite troops. Gu Shi can gather enough troops. But Gu Shi couldn't gather so many leader level ones. In fact, let alone leader level ones, Gu Shi didn't have many even at the hero level. If we count carefully, Gu Shi only had Demi, Amilcar, Dietrich, Dominic, Jamie, and Dugu. Even if we add the epic level 1 Ingui, there were only 7 people in total. Among them, Amilcar only led the cavalry, Dietrich was stationed at Jialong Blood Castle, Dugu was stationed at Dutao Mountain, and Dominic was stationed at the Labyrinth Magic City. The only 3 people who can be used properly are Demi, Jamie and Shadow Gui. Shadow Gui is obviously used by Gu Shi to manage the flying troops, and is not suitable to be placed in this half of the city. In this way, there are even fewer available people. It can be said that with this number of leaders, even a level 15 garrison cannot be filled. Not to mention that there are 3 such level 15 garrisons, and the remaining garrisons above level 7 can also be assigned a leader each. For this reason, Gu Shi said that he is short of people now. But for Gu Shi, this leader level situation is something that can only be encountered by chance. The Dragon Kingdom does have enough leaders, but as long as one is killed, the entire Dragon Kingdom will be challenged. Gu Shi has not yet taken Dragon City, and has no time to consider this matter. The matter of fighting the Dragon Kingdom can only be put aside for the time being. Call all the heroes here, and make new arrangements. Do the Bone Cutting Camp and the Black Gun Camp also need to be mobilized? Those with bases do not need to be mobilized, but those with battle flags but no bases need to be notified. In addition, heroes who have not received the battle flag must also come here. We need to rearrange them according to the situation of the heroes. How do you plan to arrange it? Sir? Princess Anna does not need to notify the heroes to take their positions herself. She can just let the lords of the Princess Council handle it. Now Princess Anna is more concerned about how she arranges the heroes. After all, there are too many garrisons in the city, and the heroes under she simply cannot fill these garrisons. After hearing Princess Anna's question, she thought for a while. Let's take a look at the blessing attributes of the garrisons, and then divide them according to attributes and growth paths. It's a good opportunity to sort out the heroes we have. In addition, let's see if there are any potential ones who can be promoted first. After hearing what she said, Princess Anna nodded in agreement. At the same time, Princess Anna also talked about her ideas about heroes and troops. In Princess Anna's opinion, she can choose to advance in multiple routes. Pure military units, comprehensive military units, she can try them all. At the same time, Princess Anna also has a deep understanding of the various military units in the city of Aridov. As long as she asked, Princess Anna could give the corresponding response immediately. This also allowed she to have a more accurate judgment of the troops in his hands. With the help of Princess Anna, she finally made arrangements for the leaders and heroes who came over quickly. The most important thing here is naturally the heroes. You should know that many heroes under do not have their own organization. This time she directly made a large-scale organization. As long as they are heroes, she will make arrangements for them according to their situation. This includes not only organization and stationing, but also the arrangement of their direction of advance and combat position. Among them, Dini and Jamie were assigned to the 15th level garrison by and their organization was upgraded to the military level. Jamie was arranged in the dark farm that had just seen, responsible for forming the dark wind, mainly responsible for rapid response and legion expeditions. Everything in the dark farm can provide Jamie with more attribute enhancements, thereby improving the movement speed and movement distance of the entire dark wind. Dini was arranged in another 15th level garrison. This station is not in line with Dini's style. This is an alchemical laboratory full of steel style. But this station, called Steel Laboratory, has many enhancements and blessings for Dini. Dini only has 3 types of soldiers: zombies, ghosts and vampires. In addition to the influence of the giant cemetery before, and Dini's own influence, the 3 types of troops under her have undergone huge changes. It is precisely for this reason that the number of Dini's troops will be relatively small. After all, the soldiers selected must undergo some strengthening and adjustments before they can be used, which will make them one step slower than others. However, it is different with the base. The iron laboratory can be used to make the undead giant. This is a must for Dini. Not to mention that Dini likes to conduct experiments, and there are many experimental ideas for strengthening the undead in the iron laboratory. It can be said that the iron laboratory is a good choice for Dini. In the next period of time, Dini will replenish his troops to full strength in the iron lab. Dini's new army is called Iron Undead, and her Red Blood Camp, Blue Zombie Camp, and Grey Soul Camp stationed in the Giant Garden are also renamed Iron Roses and used as Dini's personal guards. As for Amilcar, he also wants to occupy a level 15 garrison. But the last garrison is not suitable for the night style. It is a wilderness ruin style, named Sunset Wild Castle. The main focus is on regular military training and a fighting style of fighting to the death. She does not have such a leader under his command, so this wilderness ruin was put aside. On the contrary, the garrison occupied by Amilcar is more suitable for Amilcar's style. The Bloody Arena, garrisons above level 7, can station 1 leader and 3 heroes. Here you can improve the movement speed of the cavalry, the charge attack power, and most importantly, the momentum needed by the cavalry can be improved more in this Bloody Arena. It can be said that placing Amilcar in this Bloody Arena is a correct choice. At the same time, also made it clear to Amilcar that if he could play in his own style, when the Bloody Arena was upgraded to level 15, he could expand Amilcar's Aurora Knights into an army. At that time, the Aurora Knights would be renamed Bloody Aurora. Chapter 1521. The Undead Army is fully organized. In addition to these 3 leaders, also thought about calling Dietrich and the other 4 over. But under the persuasion of Princess Anna, finally gave up the idea. After all, the 4 leaders in front of him all had their own arrangements, and transferring them here is not as good as letting them develop in the original place. As for the heroes, Gushi requires that as long as there is no station, all the heroes who can come must come. Some of these heroes were arranged to be under the leaders, such as Feiwei Mito, who has the talent that can increase the movement speed, and the skills of pathfinding and logistics. He will naturally be assigned to Jamie, and become a hero under Jamie. Another part, because of their outstanding characteristics, was organized into a single undead army. For example, Iron Guard Dolly. He was suitable for strengthening skeleton soldiers. And he was a heavy armored defensive skeleton soldier. He led the skeleton shield guard troops alone. Gushi gave him a group named Bone Shield Battalion. There are also the evil Change Sun. The evil zombies he led are particularly famous. Lloyd. He can lead the Ancient Tree of Death and the Undead Tree Pit troops. Ghost Ethan mainly led siege weapons. Ghost Carter led special undead warlock troops, etc. These heroes, like Dudley's Bone Shield Battalion, also have special organizations. For example, the main zombies are the Evil Zombie Battalion, the Crazy Zombie Battalion, the Black Wind Battalion, the Stone Skin Battalion, the Crazy Bone Battalion, the Iron Bone Battalion, the Broken Bone Battalion, etc., which are mainly skeleton soldiers, and the Ghostly Chi Battalion, the Death Mist Battalion, the Ephone Battalion, etc., which are mainly ghosts. There are also the White Dragon Battalion and the Arrow Rain Battalion, the Blood Curse Battalion composed of Blood Curse Corpse Witches, the Poison Mist Battalion composed of Mist Corpse Witches, and the Soul Control Battalion composed of Soul Control Corpse Witches. Even the non-orthodox undead troops that exceed a certain level and can find heroes to command have corresponding organizations. For example, the Undead Poet Unit, Battalion Level, Auxiliary Unit, composed of the Dead-Eye Musicians, the Spiderweb Unit, Regiment Level, Forest Combat Unit, composed of the Ebon Spiders, the Sewer Unit, Regiment Level, Assassin, composed of the Blind Swordsman, and so on. It can be said that now the undead in Gushi's Aladovi City, except for the Flying Unit, the Undead Dragon Unit, and the Undead Titan Unit, all other undead have corresponding organizations as long as they meet the formal standards, especially for several types of knights, converted undead and champion units. Even if there are not enough people, or there is no hero, the leader will directly arrange a regiment-level organization. For example, the Blood Knights formed by the Crimson Knights, the Avalanche Knights formed by the Pale Knights, the Ghostface Knights formed by the Blue Knights, etc., are all special favors given by Gushi. For example, in the transformation of the undead, there are 4 teams, namely the Corpse King Mercenary Group, the Blood Sea Combat Group, the Ghost King Curse Group, and the Ghost Beast Group, and they directly occupy a good station. What needs to be done in the future is to directly add the transformation of the undead and heroes in the story, and the leaders will be fine. Finally, there are some relatively special heroes who are not suitable to be taken out alone, and are not suitable to be placed under other leaders. So they form a comprehensive force by themselves. There are 2 Daegu among them. They cooperate with each other in the battle. And the types of soldiers they need are not just one type. Gushi finally gave them a separate base, and named their troops the Twin Battalion. There is also Ozer, who is a pure auxiliary route, Commander Lin, who has a tactical talent and can command any type of soldiers, and Nidinika's group of heroes, who are specially used as bait. These can form a mixed force. Gushi also made arrangements for them. Compared with the transformation of the undead, the Crimson Knights are much better, because they all follow the hero. And with the hero, it is relatively easy to form a base. It is not like the Blood Knights or the Corpse King Mercenary Group, where there are soldiers but no hero to command. As for the soldiers, there is no need to worry. The least Gushi has now is various undead soldiers. After going around in this half of the city and arranging the various army, regiment, and battalion level organizations, more than 30% of the base in this half of the city has been utilized. Back to the main square where the corpses were piled, Gushi spoke. Don't worry about the flying troops and the undead dragon troops. After the aerial city is built, the flying troops will be moved to the aerial city for garrison. Their organization and garrison will be from the aerial city. After we take over the dragon city, the undead dragon troops will be arranged to be stationed in the dragon city. There is no problem with this part. The most important thing in our hands now is actually the Death Titan troops. This time I saw a method of making earthenware figurines in the Kingdom of Dragon. This kind of earthenware figurines are like the Death Titans we use. I have an idea about this matter. After conquering Dragon City this time, we can see how Zulong performs. When Gushi saw Zulong, he actually had an idea in his mind. The 9 tripods in Zulong's hand should be 8 orange equipment. If Gushi hadn't mentioned that, Zulong would at most use Dragon City for a grand sacrifice to make up for the missing orange tripod. But Gushi said that. Zulong's goal became to use the 8 tripods plus the luck of Dragon City to have a chance to get a red suit. As long as he succeeded, Zulong would no longer use the 9 tripods to suppress the Dragon Kingdom. But a red suit. Facing such a thing, I believe everyone can understand Zulong's choice. And Gushi is also waiting for this red suit to come out. If there is a chance, Gushi even wants to grab the red suit. After all, the level of this game world is not too high. Zulong is at most in his early 20s. And Gushi has several undead dragons above level 40. In addition to Gushi's double death ability, if a fight really breaks out, Gushi still has a great chance of winning. However, Gushi doesn't need to tell anyone about this matter. The most important thing now is naturally the arrangement of this half of the city and the troops in front of him. Princess Anna, you stay here for the time being and watch those heroes reorganize the troops. Now we have only made preliminary arrangements. Only the hero level and leader level have been arranged. And the leader level has not been arranged yet. You have to take this matter seriously. The matter of the 1,000-man leader team cannot be abandoned. You must continue to make arrangements. In addition, each hero can bring several leaders. You must also make clear arrangements for the leaders. The most important thing is the comprehensive forces. Their leaders must be carefully selected. Gushi was talking about the matter. Princess Anna nodded on the side. Luna had already begun to carry away the bodies in the square without making a sound. At this moment, an owl flew to Gushi. Chapter 1542. The orcs attacked the city. When it fell into Gushi's hands, the owl spat out a piece of scale. Gushi took it, and saw that it was a dragon scale. At the same time, the dragon scale was emitting a signal. IKA. As soon as Gushi finished speaking, the floating spirit IKA appeared beside Gushi. As soon as he touched the dragon scale, he transformed the information from the dragon scale. This dragon scale came from Wei Hu's scale. At this time, Wei Hu was speaking anxiously. Captain, our camp was attacked. Attacked? Such a good thing? Gushi turned around and said to Princess Anna, the next thing is up to you. I'll go out and take a look. I'm so happy that someone came to my door. Gushi didn't say much, and went directly to the flight point on the city wall, preparing to fly to the hero area first, and then go back through the city gate. Luna and the others quickly followed, and only Princess Anna stayed where she was. When he arrived at the flight point, Gushi suddenly thought of something. Luna, from now on, this city will be called the Ghost Domain of 10,000 Flags. Luna understood Gushi's idea as soon as she heard it. This half of the city is where Gushi stationed his soldiers and organized heroes. Every leader, hero and chief who enters here will bring his own battle flag. There are not many leaders, heroes and chiefs who enter here now, but as Gushi's strength increases, especially with the start of wars again and again, there will be more and more troops stationed here. The title of Wanchi will be realized one day. Okay, I'll go first. There's still fighting outside, Gushi said and jumped on the wyvern. This time, because he didn't need to check the route on the road, Gushi directly increased the speed of the wyvern to the fastest. In just a blink of an eye, Gushi returned to the garrison gate. Looking out through the garrison gate, Gushi could see the chaotic scene outside at a glance. In the enclosed city wall, the 100,000 undead troops, following Gushi, were calmly climbing up the wall to fight. And the 800 dragons had disappeared. After walking out of the garrison gate, Gushi flew up immediately and landed on the top of the summoning tower. He took a look at the surroundings. He found that this temporary camp was being besieged by a group of orcs. These orcs came from the direction of Dragon City. Unlike the sheep-headed orcs of the Ares tribe before, the number of orcs in front of them was only about 150,000. But they were all elite troops. At this time, they were divided into 15 square formations, and they were surrounding Gushi's temporary camp from the front. In front of each square formation was a huge battle flag, and it was obvious that under this battle flag, there were heroes of the orcs. If you look closely, you can also find that there is a larger battle flag in the middle of the battle formation. It can be seen that these 150,000 orcs are commanded by a leader or someone else. This is also different from the troops in the Newfound grassland and the Omaticea rainforest. The heroes in the Omaticea rainforest use their spiritual abilities, and one hero can control tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of troops. The Newfound grassland is different. Their combat mode is more advanced, and one hero only manages 10,000 troops. In this case, the troops under this hero can exert a stronger combat power. Of course, it can also be said that there are more talents in the Newfound, and the troops are more competitive. The 150,000 troops in front of them are the subordinates of the next regional Chanyu. They have noticed Gushi's troops early. It's just that they have been waiting for Gushi in their own territory. If Gushi's original speed of advancement was followed, they should have plunged into the encirclement set up by the Chanyu. And because Gushi had not encountered the enemy for several days before, the ambushed Gushi would definitely suffer serious losses at the first time. Their Chanyu had thought it through. After defeating Gushi in this battle, he would go to Longcheng to mock the Chanyu of the Aries tribe and mock his ability. He might even be able to take advantage of the situation at the Longcheng conference. However, the Chanyu never expected that Gushi would suddenly stop on the road, build a camp, and erect a wall. This really confused the Chanyu. He had clearly arranged everything very well, and there were no problems along the way. How could he get stuck here at the last moment? So the Chanyu had to release the ambushed troops, turning the original sneak attack into a siege. This was enough to make the Chanyu speechless. What was even more speechless now was that even if he sent out the troops, he would not be able to capture Gushi's temporary camp, because there were no cities on the Newfound grassland. The orcs did not have any siege weapons, and normally, the attackers had to have 3 to 10 times the number of troops as the defenders to capture the city. With the Newfound's troops, it was really not enough. However, in this game world, there are some differences. That is, the slave side is flying troops. Among the 150,000 troops sent, there are 30,000 flying troops. They actually came to target the gargoyles and fear bats under Gushi at the beginning. Now, these flying troops have to become siege troops, ready to be dropped from the sky into the temporary camp. When Gushi came out, he happened to see Wei Hu standing on the city gate tower, pointing at the flying troops in the sky and giving orders loudly. "Everyone follow me and shoot. We can't let them fall." The flying troops on the orc side are different from those in the Omaticea rainforest. The Omaticea rainforest focuses on speed, and the wyverns are extremely fast. But the flying troops of the orcs in front of us focus on strength. Without a little strength, it is impossible to lift a big guy like the orcs into the sky. Among the 30,000 flying troops, they are mainly Pegasus, griffins, and a kind of flying beast that appeared when blocking Gushi before. On the backs of the 3 flying troops, all the riders are extremely strong orcs. The Pegasus orcs are better. They are an orc unit that uses both control and long-range attack methods. They move very fast, and may rush down from the sky to attack the undead on the city wall. The remaining 2 types of orcs are directly heavy-armored orcs, especially the orcs on the backs of griffins. They can actually jump off the backs of griffins and attack on the city walls. I don't know how griffins can be mixed with orcs. Now these 30,000 flying troops have directly occupied the air advantage, and they keep dropping orcs on the city walls. They want to expand their combat advantage on the city walls. Chapter 1523. What kind of city defense war is this? Go out of the city to attack. When he saw the situation in front of him, Gushi laughed instead. Is this bullying Gushi for not having a flying unit? You think too much. Do you really think you can take down Gushi's camp like this? After shaking his head, Gushi directly ordered, "Wei Hu, you take command." Hearing Gushi's voice, Wei Hu turned his head and saw that Gushi was standing on the soul summoning tower and nodded to him. "Captain, are you back?" "I've always been here, you take command. I want to see your command ability," Gushi said calmly. After returning from the Wanchi Ghost domain, Gushi had a different plan in mind. He was now short of people, mainly heroes and leaders. Although he kept fighting, Gushi could replenish some through double death, but it was obviously not enough. Gushi needed to train some talented heroes and leaders. Wei Hu in front of him was Gushi's first choice. Regardless of Wei Hu's talent, it was hard for people not to like him just because of his cleverness. Moreover, he himself has ambitions, and he has his own way of commanding troops. Most importantly, Wei Hu seems to have activated his talent as a hero. Although he has not shown it yet, Gushi can already see some clues from his actions. Most importantly, Gushi knows Wei Hu's previous situation. He is a warrior. The experience in the Omaticea rainforest made Gushi understand that Wei Hu may have the potential to become an epic In this case, Gushi will naturally give Wei-Hu more opportunities. But Wei-Hu didn't know what Gushi was thinking. He pointed at himself. Me? Why? You don't want to command the undead? Gushi glanced at Wei-Hu. How can that be possible? Just watch. When Wei-Hu heard this, he immediately became excited. He took over the command decisively and commanded the undead under Gushi. Because Gushi had called back all the heroes to arrange the garrisons. Although there were more than 100,000 undead outside, there was only one Shirley who could be considered a hero. While Wei-Hu was giving orders, Shirley glanced at Wei-Hu, thrust the long sword in his hand into the ground, and stood up. Wei-Hu saw this and thought, "Is there a troublemaker?" He immediately pointed at Shirley and said, "You?" Shirley looked up at Wei-Hu and opened his mouth. "What's the matter? Did you see those orcs? Kill them," Wei-Hu said in a tone that sounded like you were going to kill Sun Wukong. Shirley looked up and saw that the orc troops Wei-Hu pointed to were obviously the strongest among the enemies. Seeing this, Shirley laughed instead. "Okay." After saying that, Shirley waved his hand. "Brothers, follow me." All the evil demon skeleton soldiers raised their long swords at the same time and rushed out. Seeing the situation when the evil demon skeleton soldiers set out, Wei-Hu was shocked. What a strong momentum! Then he realized that he was suppressed. Wei-Hu was about to say something, but he found that the more than 2,000 evil demon skeleton soldiers did not open the door at all. They jumped off the city wall and rushed towards the orc troops in front with long swords. At this time, the orc troops did not know that Gushi had returned. All their attention was on the air. Through their airdrop orcs, they had clearly suppressed the city walls near the camp. As long as the number of orcs dropped into the camp was large enough to kill the undead troops on the city walls, they could enter the city through other means and win the battle. At this time, more than 2,000 skeleton soldiers suddenly rushed out of the camp. This made the orc heroes laugh. In this battle, they have seen that the skeleton soldiers are the weakest among the undead. They are usually placed on the city walls, acting as shooters or laborers. The skeleton soldiers suddenly jumped out, probably acting as bait. And there are not many of them. It is unknown which commander with a brain would do such a thing. Oh, maybe these commanders are not stupid, but have no brains. The orc hero, who was blocking the front of the evil skeleton soldiers, was still thinking proudly. In his heart, his jokes were definitely the best. At this time, he should laugh at the enemy commander, and perhaps he could use this ridicule to lure him out. After all, the enemy commander had no brains, and it shouldn't be too difficult to trick him out. As long as the undead commanders were lured out, this camp would be easily taken, and he would have made the first contribution. Thinking of this, the orc hero's eyes lit up. He raised his head and cleared his throat at the evil demon skeleton soldiers who were rushing over. Just as he was about to say something, he found that the evil demon skeleton soldiers, who were originally some distance away from them, had actually rushed in front of him. When these evil skeleton soldiers rushed forward, there was no expression on their faces. When they rushed past the hero, Shirley, the leader, raised his sword and chopped off the hero's head with one sword. At the same time, the decapitation sword was launched, and the attack also fell on the nearby orcs. When the orcs saw this, they also raised their weapons and fought with the evil skeleton soldiers. But what level are these orcs? And what weapons do they use? Their levels are about 7 to 8, and the weapons they use are all green quality maces or axes. With this kind of fighting power, a dragon man can fight 10 at once, not to mention the evil skeleton soldiers who have reached level 13 or above. The most important thing is that the evil skeleton soldiers have 5 purple equipment and 1 orange equipment. This kind of equipment is the best for soldiers, even for players. Under such circumstances, the orcs still want to fight back. That's a joke. The orc hero was killed on the spot, and when the orc hero's body fell to the ground, the evil skeleton soldiers had already killed the orc troops behind. In other words, in just a few seconds, the 10,000 orcs were killed by the evil skeleton soldiers. Nearly half of the orcs were hacked to death, and the remaining orcs became somewhat at a loss. They had never seen such a situation before. Are these still skeleton soldiers? But at this time, the evil spirits of the evil skeleton soldiers had been aroused. Shirley pulled out an alchemy bottle from his waist and raised it high above his head. There was half a bottle of purple potion inside. Throw it! Under Shirley's order, all the evil skeleton soldiers threw the alchemy bottles in their hands, and smoke of different colors exploded on the ground, covering the remaining thousands of orcs. At this time, Shirley ordered decisively. Raise the sword. And push horizontally to the left and right. Chapter 1524 Wei Hu's Methods. So strong? Standing on the city gate tower, Wei Hu saw the fighting style of the evil demon skeleton soldiers, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. The scene before him left a deep impression on Wei Hu's mind. The thoughts that were forming in Wei Hu's mind at this time had been diverted by the evil demon skeleton soldiers. In Wei Hu's eyes, the troops he would lead in the future should also be like the evil demon skeleton soldiers when they attacked. It was like thunder passing through the land and directly swept everything. After making up his mind, Wei Hu raised his head and said to the flying orcs in the sky, "The archers stop attacking. Let them down. And the skeletons and dragons prepare to fight." Gu Shi naturally saw Wei Hu's change. Gu Shi was a little confused at this time. Why did his fighting style change? And the change was quite obvious and sudden, giving people the feeling that a stone with strong defensive power suddenly turned into a sharp knife. Gu Shi was about to ask a question, but found that when Wei Hu was commanding, he used the power of the mind. Under his command, the undead army seemed to have their own emotions. Yes, Gu Shi felt right. The undead had their own emotions. When they were defending, they had a tough and fearless emotion. Now when they turned into an attacking state, the undead's emotion was a rising anger. What kind of gameplay is this? This discovery made Gu Shi, who was about to speak, shut up. He carefully checked the situation of the undead. Gu Shi discovered at this time that Wei Hu had a very accurate grasp of emotions. He noticed that the archers under Gu Shi needed to keep their minds calm, so that the arrows they shot would be accurate, so they simply emptied everything except the target. He found that the melee troops needed more power, so he added some angry aura to the melee troops, and the effect was a bit like a weakened version of the insane, but a specialized version. This effect allows the undead to stare at the enemy in front of him constantly attacking. When the enemy is not dead, he will not consider other goals around him at all. There are many kinds of emotions. I don't know how Wei Hu hit these emotions on the undead. Anyway, Gu Sun looked at it. I felt full of vitality in these undead people. Can be seen, after having emotions, the combat effectiveness is improved. This discovery made Gu Shi a bit surprised. He did not expect that there would be such a gain. So Gu Shi stood at a higher position and observed carefully. After Wei Hu exerted all his strength, the battle became much smoother. All the flying orc troops in the sky were led to the city wall. Then the undead were like crazy, jumping up non-stop, dragging the orcs down to fight. This fighting style is no different from that of the crazy beast skeleton soldiers. Seeing Wei Hu's ability, Gu Shi's eyes lit up. Maybe Wei Hu can control those wild beast skeleton soldiers. While Gu Shi was still thinking about this, Wei Hu had already opened the city gate and commanded the undead troops to rush out. And the 800 dragon troops were the ones rushing in the front. Wei Hu's radical behavior also scared Gu Shi, but he immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that the evil demon skeleton soldiers who killed 10,000 orcs did not stop their attack, and they killed other orcs again. The attacking method of the evil demon skeleton soldiers is still the kind of fighting method of charging forward directly, cutting the orc troops into two pieces, and then turning back to fight randomly. Whether it is a direct charge gathered together, or a scattered melee, the evil demon skeleton soldiers can always deal with it easily. Soon the battle was affected by the 30,000 orcs nearby. The evil demon skeleton soldiers in front of them still have a fighting style that is at ease. It is obvious that the evil demon skeleton soldiers have not reached their limit yet. Wei Hu didn't want the evil demon skeleton soldiers to continue killing. If they continued like this, the evil demon skeleton soldiers would attract all of Gu Shi's attention. That was not what Wei Hu wanted. What Wei Hu wanted was to control the current battle situation. So when he saw that the evil demon skeleton soldiers were fighting 10 people at once, and the other side had no power to fight back, Wei Hu immediately sent all the skeleton soldiers in the camp out. These skeleton soldiers had been suppressed in the temporary camp for a long time, and they were not satisfied with the situation outside. Now that Wei Hu had released them, these undeads attacked each other, and rushed towards the target that had been locked at the beginning. Seeing this, the orc leader behind the orc army was also stunned. He didn't expect that he hadn't taken the city yet. How could the undead inside rush out? This situation made the orc leader make a decision immediately. All troops press forward, send a signal. Under the command of the orc leader, the orcs, who had not yet participated in the battle, quickly pressed towards the camp. However, Gu Shi paid attention to the signal they sent out. It was not a signal like a rocket or a firework, but a kind of arrow that could make a sharp sound. When these orcs fired the arrows into the air, Gushi heard a sound similar to the whistling of the wind and the howling of wolves. Then Gushi clearly felt that the ground was shaking, as if something was rushing towards this side. Seeing this situation, Gushi, Weihu and Shirley, who had been fighting at the forefront, all raised their heads, facing the situation in front of them. They all had their own judgments. Gushi switched to the state of Huangquan Dragon Robe at this time. He saw that a layer of disaster energy had gathered in the sky in the direction where the sound came from. This disaster energy was scattered but not condensed. Its color was bloody red. Sometimes it condensed into a big knife, and sometimes it condensed into a gray wolf. It was obvious that this was the wolf pack of the 3 natural disaster beasts mentioned by the Hard Nightmare Ghost Dragon. Gushi smiled when he thought of this. In addition to the information about the 3 disasters, Gushi also obtained the training methods of the 3 natural disaster beasts. But Gushi never conducted the experiment. Now that the Bingzai wolf pack rushed out, it was a good thing for Gushi. He raised his head, looked in the direction of Weihu, and said something to that side. Bingzai? Gushi's voice was not loud, but it was just enough for Weihu to hear. Weihu looked back and found that Gushi was staring at him. So Weihu immediately said, Captain, please rest assured, no matter what Bingzai or shield disaster he is, I will definitely be able to eliminate them all. You should first clean up these orcs in front of you. As for the Bingzai wolf pack? At this point, Gushi smiled. I'll do it. Chapter 1525 Air Combat. Hearing Gushi's words, Weihu turned his head and looked at Gushi. Go, if you don't take action, those orcs outside will be killed by Shirley. At this time, Gushi smiled. Weihu finally reacted. He hurriedly picked up his spear and jumped down from the city wall. When he rushed forward with his spear, Gushi noticed that an orange light flashed on Weihu's spear. Sure enough, this spear was affected by the overflowing power and had turned orange quality, and was already bound in Weihu's hand. Weihu couldn't care about anything else now. After jumping down from the city wall, he raised his spear and shouted, Follow me. Under Weihu's leadership, all the undead under Gushi showed a high morale and rushed towards the orcs. This situation was something Gushi had never thought of before. Although there were skills targeting morale before, they were not a means for the undead to master morale. For the undead, morale fern is not important. But when Weihu joined, the undead seemed to be full of morale. Something was not right about this situation. Gushi's eyes immediately fell on the spear. At this moment, Weihu, holding the spear, rushed into the orc team. Follow me and kill. The undead following Weihu rushed towards the orc army as soon as they heard it. They directly threw the ranged and magic undead into the temporary camp. At this moment, the orc flying troops in the sky seemed to see an opportunity, and they all rushed towards the temporary camp. In their opinion, as long as they can kill the ranged troops and magic troops in front of them, the orcs still have a chance. But they did not notice that Gushi was still in the temporary camp. Although he sent tens of thousands of ordinary undeads out, there were still people in the temporary camp. The most important thing is that with Gushi here, he does not need to worry about the problem of insufficient troops. In the city of Aryov, there are all kinds of troops. When the orc flying troops rushed down in the sky, Gushi just raised his hand, and a huge city gate appeared above the orc troops. This city gate is slightly different from the city gates that Gushi usually uses. All his previous city gates fell to the ground. Even when the steel city gate crushed Xianjing Dragon King, it was lifted up and fell to the ground immediately. It is really rare to see a city gate that appears directly in the sky like this one. In fact, this is not what Gushi did on purpose, but Gushi really has a city gate that can fly in the air. When he went to Yaladovi City this time, didn't Gushi see the foundation of the Sky City appearing above Yaladovi Tower? Although the foundation has not been completely laid, some basic things have begun to be placed in the Sky City. As an aerial city, it is natural to have walls. After all kinds of defense systems must be installed on the walls. At the same time, the aerial city will have a sense of boundaries. With walls, there must be gates for flying troops to enter and exit. The gate that Gushi released in front of him is the gate of the aerial city. This gate is the same as the waterway fence that Gushi released before, both of which are special gates. The gate is opened in the sky. As soon as the gate is opened, a large number of flying troops will swoop down from the sky. In the city of Aryov, the largest number of flying troops are naturally the dread bats. They were collected a lot when they fought the wyverns in the rainforest last time. After all, they were given to us for free, so we had to take them. Therefore, Gushi had always used the dread bats as flying cannon fodder and laborers. Now these dread bats swooped down from the sky. Regardless of their combat effectiveness, their number was beyond the imagination of the orc flying troops in the sky. When the dread bats rushed down, they launched a fierce scream on the spot. Although the orcs and their mounts were relatively strong, they still ran around in panic amidst the screams of fear. The undead archers and magic troops who stayed in the city took this opportunity to intercept the terrified orcs. Although ground-to-air attacks were not that easy, it was enough to shoot the enemy until they laid down. The reason why the orcs had flying troops was because they had flying mounts. As long as the flying mounts could not fly, the orcs would fall to their death. Now was the best time to deal with these flying mounts, especially creatures like Pegasus. They fly high and fast, but they have no fighting power, unlike griffins and orcs. Another creature similar to a wyvern, which have some air combat capabilities. Under the attack from both sides, Pegasus was cleared out first. The orcs who fell from the sky fell to the ground and were half dead. And then, they were immediately killed by the newly rushed undead. Next, the fear bats fought with the griffins and another flying creature in the sky. At this time, the orcs still riding on flying mounts finally showed their ability in air combat. They actually learned how to jump from the back of a flying creature to the back of another flying creature. Just like Ilu's men, the chaotic battlefield in the sky was their runway. As long as they jumped onto the back of the fear bat, they would chop it down with a knife, killing it on the spot. When the fear bat fell, they could take the opportunity to jump onto the back of another flying creature to ensure that they would not fall and die. Focus on those orcs. Gushi immediately determined where the problem was. He decisively issued a new order to the archer unit. Under Gushi's order, the archer unit quickly focused on the orcs still running in the sky. As for the battle between the flying creatures in the sky, they did not care, being focused on by the undead archers below. The orcs immediately fell behind. Even though these orcs were heavily armed, they were flying in the sky, and their armor was very thin. Moreover, the undead archers below did not intend to let the orcs die, as long as they were injured and it was inconvenient for them to jump on the backs of flying creatures. That was enough. As long as they lost their abilities, the orcs would fall from the sky and would definitely die in the end. At this time, another group of flying creatures rushed out from the garrison gate. This new group of flying creatures was not fear bats. There were some white-boned griffins and ghost Pegasus, and some were larger blood-colored two-legged dragons. On the backs of these blood-colored flying dragons, there were some dark red hard shells. If it was just that, it would be fine. Gushi noticed that on the backs of these flying creatures, there were actually some skeleton soldiers, ghosts and vampires. This made Gushi's eyes light up. He knew that this was the feedback from the double death after killing the enemy's flying troops. Chapter 1526 Flying Troops and Flying Heroes. Gushi recognized the origins of these three types of troops at a glance. At the same time, Gushi's eyes lit up. Sure enough, only when the war starts will there be benefits. The flying troops that he has been thinking about, are they here now? Gushi glanced at the situation of these three flying troops, and understood their attributes in his heart. Shadow Pegasus Cavalry, Level 7, Summon Creature Experience, 0 out of 1500, Attack 13, Defense 10, Life 75, Skills, Undead Creature, Flying Troops, High Speed Movement, Ghost Physique, Shadow Attack. Bone Griffin Cavalry, Level 7, Summon Creature Experience, 0 out of 1500, Attack 15, Defense 8, Life 85, Skills, Undead Creature, Flying Troops, Unlimited Counterattack, High Altitude Charge, Tear. Heavy Blood Dragon Cavalry, Level 8, Summon Creature Experience, 0/2500, Attack 17, Defense 10, Life 105, Skills, Undead Creature, Flash, Bloodsucking Attack, Bite Charge. As soon as he saw the attributes of these three types of flying cavalry, Gushi understood where these three types of flying cavalry were used. These are high-speed light cavalry, medium cavalry for air combat, and heavy cavalry for charging. No matter which type of cavalry, they are all suitable for air combat. These are exactly what Gushi needs now. Their appearance directly gives Gushi a new option. Gushi also has a flying unit, even if there is no hero commanding him. Gushi immediately put these three flying units into the air combat. At this time, the flying units of the orcs in the sky were still in chaos because of the fear bats. These flying units that suddenly appeared suppressed the remaining flying units of the orcs in an instant. And the people in Aridov City also knew what Gushi needed now. As long as someone in the orc flying unit died in battle, a new undead flying unit would rush out immediately. As a result, when all the orc flying units were killed in battle, there were already more than 20,000 flying units in the sky, approaching 30,000. The most important thing is that the orcs gave a lot of benefits this time. The 3 flying units all have corresponding heroes. Unlike the unlucky hero like Shirley, who was stuck halfway, these 3 heroes are standard heroes. Adina, level 9, summon, undead hero experience, 0/7500, attack 11, defense 5, life 110, mana 60, talent, Ghost Pegasus, every level up, Pegasus type troops attack and defense +1, skills, wind magic level 5, flying level 4, archery level 2, leader, can command 4,200 soldiers plus 7 leaders at the same time. Zilido, level 8, summon, undead hero. Dodasi, level 9, summon, undead hero. The talents of these 3 heroes are quite direct, improving the attack and defense of the troops they lead. This talent is not the most special, but it is the most suitable at the moment. In addition, as soon as these 3 appeared, they immediately gathered the troops and controlled the sky, which made Gushi quite satisfied. If Gushi's aerial city had not been built yet, Gushi would have wanted to give these 3 heroes a structure and a base. However, now, Gushi still sent them out and let them fly to the location where the Bingzai wolf pack appeared. At this time, Wei Hu and Shirley were already surrounding the orc troops and fighting. Unlike the situation on Shirley's side, Wei Hu is getting better and better at fighting. He had this battle idea before. Now he is getting better and better at fighting. In Wei Hu's eyes, no matter if they are dragon people or undead, as long as they are willing to follow him, they are all his soldiers. He can command them easily. And what he needs is the soldiers to fight bravely, and the courage to fight against the enemy. In Wei Hu's eyes, as long as his soldiers are willing to fight, he can mobilize the soldiers' emotions, make them fight harder and harder, and kill the enemy faster and faster. In Wei Hu's eyes, the orcs were nothing at all. Kill them! Don't let any enemy escape. Wei Hu ordered again and again. Under his influence, the dragons and the undead mixed together, like bulldozers, chasing the chaotic orcs back and forth. Wei Hu didn't realize that when he rushed forward, a lot of blood and energy surged in his body, which slowly spread to the dragons and undead around him, making their attack power stronger. The most important thing is that these dragons and undead with blood and energy can sometimes even kill instantly. Wei Hu is now in a completely killing mad state. He and Shirley's troops were now attacking in a point-by-point and line-by-line manner, killing the orcs here. Facing the pressure brought by these 2, the orc leader's face was also quite ugly. Before Gushi came out, he was suppressing Gushi's temporary camp. He never expected that. As soon as Gushi came out, the battle situation changed in a different direction. The flying troops that were suppressing the temporary camp were destroyed, and now all the flying troops flying in the sky were Gushi's flying troops. The hundreds of thousands of orcs he brought were chased and hacked by skeleton soldiers, who numbered only a few thousand. Are they still orcs? Are they still the orcs who ignore everything and have the strongest ground combat power? Not to mention the undeads rushing out from behind. The nearly 100,000 undeads, each of which is stronger than the orcs separately, are now fighting together. Often, dozens or even hundreds of people attack together. Even if the orcs use all their strength, they can only hack a few times. And then, they will be held down and beaten to death. Just like that. Of the 150,000 orcs he brought, only 10,000 orcs were left. Of these 10,000 orcs, most were wounded. Given their current situation, let alone a counterattack, they probably didn't even have a chance to survive. If the evil skeleton soldiers attacked these 10,000 orcs, they would only face off against each other. Even he himself might be killed instantly. At this time, the orc leader couldn't help but look back, wanting to see why the wolf pack hadn't arrived yet. If they don't come, he will die. At this moment, a layer of smoke and dust rose from the grassland in the distance. The earth kept shaking, and from time to time, there were waves of wolf howls in the smoke and dust. Finally, they came. The orc leader was delighted. The wolf pack came, they were saved. But the orc leader never expected that. While he was in a daze, Shirley had already rushed to the orc leader, and with a sweep of the beheading sword in his hand, he cut off the orc leader's head. The orc leader waited for the reinforcements to finally arrive, but he did not get the ending he wanted. Instead, when he was happiest, he stepped into death. Chapter 1527, War in Wolf Pack. Hero? No, it's a leader, it's an epic. Shirley held the head of the orc leader, and suddenly had a feeling in his heart. He seemed to understand what a hero should do, and even how to become a leader. Shirley raised the head of the orc leader high, and stuck it into the horns of the goat on his helmet. The leader's head was stuck on the horns, making Shirley look like he had another head on his head. This looked quite strange. But just like that, Shirley was distinguished from the other evil skeleton soldiers. At the same time, Gu Shi, who had been standing in the back watching the battle, also felt that Shirley had made a big wish for himself. Just now, if Shirley chose to become a hero, he would have succeeded now. But he cut off the head of a leader, so Shirley would have the opportunity to step into the leader level. If it was just like that, it would be fine. In Shirley's case, it would not be a big deal to impact the leader level. After all, he was wearing an orange piece of equipment, which was his chance. But Shirley shouted epic. Shirley set his goal at the epic level. If Shirley did not reach the epic level, he would not be a formal hero, but only a half soldier and half hero. If he wanted to take that step, he would have to go a long way. Gu Shi shook his head at Shirley's path to peace. This guy really didn't know what he was thinking. He just wanted to be a hero. But he turned around and wanted to hit the epic level. Now it seems that he will have to drag on for a long time in this state. At this moment, the Bingzai wolf pack has also appeared on the horizon. Gu Shi was standing at a higher position at this time, and he could see farther. He noticed that although it was still nearly 30 kilometers away from him, the wolf pack had already started charging. There were quite a lot of wolves rushing towards Gu Shi, with a total of about 3 million. Most of the wolves had blue-gray skin and were about the size of a calf. A small number of wolves were white or black, and their bodies were the size of bulls. There were also some wolf kings with silver or green skin, and their bodies were about the size of cars. When these wolves charged, their blood was obviously connected. In other words, their charge this time could be considered as one. With such a large number and such a charging speed, under this wave of charging, I am afraid that the wall in front of Gu Shi could not stop the enemy's attack. But Gu Shi is not the kind of person who has no means. Steel gate, move the garrison gate forward, open the main gate. As Gu Shi gave orders one after another, the gates of the city of Aridov quickly appeared on the battlefield. One gate after another, plus layer after layer of walls, directly cut the battlefield that had not been cleared into 70 or 80 pieces. The most important thing is that all the gates of Gu Shi were opened, and the walls in the front were lowered a little. As long as the wolves are not blind, they will not choose to hit the stone with their heads. They would only rush into the battlefield through the city gate. And then, the charging wolf pack would be cut into pieces by the city wall, and finally become a group of 10,000 or 20,000 wild wolves. As long as the wolf pack does not gather together, with the troops in Gu Shi's hands, it is only a matter of time to kill all these wild wolves. As for whether the wolf pack will be cut apart, Gu Shi never considered such a problem. With so many city walls, using various arrangements, Gu Shi just needed to transport the maze from the maze magic city. How could they not be separated? Gu Shi was afraid that Wei Hu and his men would get lost and fail to kill accurately. Fortunately, Wei Hu was also a smart dragon man. When he saw this situation, he immediately led his men to run up to a city gate. After taking a look at the randomly distributed city walls, like a maze, and then at the wolf pack rushing towards this side, Wei Hu immediately understood Gu Shi's plan. At this time, Wei Hu quickly gave orders. Quick, occupy the position above the city gate, and block the stairs behind the city wall. Skeleton archers, you all go to the arrow tower, and get ready to shoot. Hurry up, run. Run. You. Forget it, you can do whatever you want. When Wei Hu was about to give orders, he found that Shirley and the evil skeleton soldier sat down directly in the middle of the battlefield. In the battle just now, more than 2,000 of them did not die, but killed more than 40,000 orcs. Now these evil skeleton soldiers are all covered in blood. But they don't care about it. They sit on the bodies of the orcs, wiping the beheading swords in their hands, with the cloaks behind them. That movement was nothing like the undead, who had just killed so many orcs. Even Wei Hu was impressed by the record of these evil skeleton soldiers. After all, Wei Hu led nearly 100,000 undead to achieve the record of the evil skeleton soldiers. Now these evil skeleton soldiers, let alone sitting in the middle of the battlefield, even if they were sitting in front of Wei Hu would be polite, because their record was earned by killing. Before there was a stronger record, Wei Hu would choose to bow his head until his record exceeded Shirley and others. Don't get too close to the flying troops. Protect the magic troops from behind. The magic troops should retreat a little, and don't get too close. Hey, what kind of troops are those? When Wei Hu was arranging the undead troops, he suddenly found that many undead rushed out of the city gate. Using a very fast method, all the orc corpses on the ground were transported back to the city gate. It can be said that just by turning around, the ground almost sank. When these undead left, they did not forget to bury some spikes or spikes in the loosened ground. But Wei Hu always felt that they didn't dig to set traps, but seemed to be collecting something. Just when Wei Hu wanted to watch further, the Bingzai wolf pack had already rushed to the edge of the city wall. The wolf king who was leading the pack was completely confused when he saw this situation. They have been rampant in the grassland for so many years, and have never encountered such a thing. What's the situation with this sudden appearance of the city wall? You said you want to build a city wall. So build it. Why is the city gate still open? Those wolf kings were all leaders, and they felt something was wrong at the first moment. But the wolves that had already rushed up couldn't stop at all. Even if they wanted to stop, the ordinary wild wolves behind them wouldn't let them stop. At this time, all the wolf kings had their own ideas. Some led their men to jump onto the city wall in a few steps. Some led their men to rush into the city gate. And some did something stupid. They chose to crash directly into the city wall. But no matter what, these more than 3 million wild wolves had already rushed into the maze of the city wall at this time, and fought with Gu Shi's undead. Chapter 1528 The reason why war is called war. Looking at the wild wolves in the maze of the city wall in front of him, Gu Shi's face gradually became solemn. The maze of the city wall has some effect on the division of the wild wolves, but it is not as perfect as Gu Shi imagined. Although the maze of the city wall separated the wolf pack, the connection between the wolf packs has not been broken. On the one hand, the wolf packs are connected through the mind. Gu Shi did not directly block the mental connection. Although the wolf packs were divided by the city wall, they could clearly know where their companions were. On the other hand, the blood and chi of these wild wolves are actually connected. Speaking of so many wolves on the grassland, these 3 million wild wolves will cause a disaster. Unlike other wolf packs that can only act as watchdogs or mounts, it is not without reason. Not to mention that the teeth and claws of these wild wolves have begun to metallize. Not to mention that their skin has been hardened several times. Just the blood and chi are connected together. The means of treating the wolf pack as a whole is enough to surpass other existences. The blood and chi of these wolves are all mixed together. So no matter how they are cut, their lives are one. Either they all die together, or they all live together, before all the blood and chi are consumed. No wolf here will die. In this way, the wolves with strengthened bodies and indestructible bodies naturally become the most untouchable existence on the grassland. They roam back and forth on the grassland. And except for a few Chanyu, there is no one who can make them submit. And except for Longcheng, there is no place they dare not go. This time, they were separated by the city wall by Gu Shi, and they were just surprised, and did not take it seriously. In the eyes of the wolf pack, they had so much blood and energy that they could not die. At this time, Wei Hu and Shirley had already discovered that something was wrong with the wolf pack. They all noticed that their soldiers had clearly gutted some wild wolves and chopped off their heads. But these wild wolves would not die, and could still bite the undead that attacked them. Some undead were not careful for a while, and were even bitten to death on the spot. Seeing this situation, Wei Hu immediately discovered the problem. Don't be afraid. If you can't kill them with one strike, just strike them a few more times to chop off their heads, pull out their claws, tear their bones, and chop their flesh into meat. I don't believe they can still get up like this. Wei Hu roared while attacking the nearest wild wolf. Fight! Are you the undead? Or are these wild wolves the undead? Hearing Wei Hu's words from afar, Gu Shi couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect Wei Hu to be so unique in his actions. However, after being reminded by Wei Hu, Gu Shi also saw the situation of the Bingzai wolf pack. He understood why they were afflicted by the Bingzai. Chi and blood. Right? Then you will have no chi and blood to recover. So for the blood-sucking mosquitoes, some vampires, and most importantly, the poisoned undead, they poured out from various city gates. As soon as they came out, they started their own actions. The blood-sucking mosquitoes were the main force this time. As insect-type undead, the number of blood-sucking mosquitoes is calculated by group, and there are 300 to 500 blood-sucking mosquitoes in each group. As long as they are not all killed, these things will continue to grow by sucking blood. The most important thing is that these blood-sucking mosquitoes, like vampires, rely on sucking blood to revive and strengthen. Now the situation of the Bingzai wolf pack is clear at a glance. Their chi and blood are connected together. In this case, drawing their blood becomes the most appropriate way to deal with them. Blood-sucking mosquitoes are difficult to hit, and they can suck blood, so they naturally become the most suitable route. When the blood-sucking mosquitoes pounced out, they flew to the ordinary wild wolf on the spot. The skin of these wild wolves is strengthened, but no matter how thick the fur of ordinary wild wolves is, it is not as hard as the Wolf King. After the blood-sucking mosquitoes landed on ordinary wild wolves, they immediately attached themselves to the fur of the wild wolves, first fixed themselves down, and then began to suck blood. Some wild wolves had just been beheaded by the undead underway who, or their stomachs had been cut open, which made them even more attractive targets for the blood-sucking mosquitoes. These blood-sucking mosquitoes flew into the stomachs of wild wolves quite straightforwardly, and sucked blood in the stomachs of wild wolves. Now it was even more impossible for the wolf to get rid of the blood-sucking mosquito. After the blood-sucking mosquito launched the attack, the vampires under Gushi also quickly attacked. Logically speaking, Gushi didn't have many vampire troops. After all, Demi's iron undead troops were in need of a large number of vampires, and the Dragon Blood Castle also needed vampires to replenish its troops. Finally, there were the heavy blood-flying dragon cavalry that had just appeared, and the vampires were also riding on the back of the blood-colored two-legged flying dragon. It can be said that after Gushi trained a batch of vampires, a batch would be taken away immediately. Not many could stay. If Gushi did not have a vampire subordinate named Isabella who needed a vampire, he might not be able to keep the vampires now. As soon as these vampires were released, Gushi called these dozens of vampires and Isabella to the medical tent. "Can you absorb those chi and blood?" In response to Gushi's question, Isabella glanced at the chi and blood shrouded in the sky, and finally said one sentence. "Okay. I need someone to help me. Then I'll leave it to you. Take as much as you can. Those wild wolves rely on this blood and chi to revive. As long as you take away this blood and chi, they won't be able to revive." Although it was only a few minutes, Gushi had actually seen the situation of the Bingzai wolf pack. After all, as a necromancer, he was more familiar with the negative side of this strange situation. Now Gushi just wanted to drain the blood and chi of the Bingzai wolf pack. At this time, Isabella said another sentence. "Sir, the blood here is too thick. We don't have enough vampires here. Can we borrow the vampires in the sky?" Gushi knew what Isabella was referring to. The vampires in the sky, aren't they the heavy blood-flying dragon knights? Although they are still vampires, they are now in the order of knights. How much blood-sucking ability they have, no one knows. But Isabella made this request, Gushi would naturally agree. "Okay. I'll arrange for them to come down now. By the way, if I poison the enemy's blood and chi, it shouldn't affect your absorption, right?" Gushi looked back. Among the undead that just came out, in addition to the dozens of vampires, there are also hundreds of magic undead. Some of them mastered poison gas bombs, and some mastered alchemy. Anyway, they all have a good skill in poisoning. They are Gushi's third-level guarantee. Poisoning the blood and chi of the Bingzai wolf pack. Chapter 1529. Remove the firewood from under the cauldron. Isabella thought about Gushi's question very seriously, and finally said, "No problem. Poisonous blood has its uses." Just when Gushi was about to order the magic undead around him to attack, in the center of the battlefield, Shirley led the evil skeleton soldiers to fight the wolf pack head-on. Unlike Wei Hu, Shirley didn't care whether the wolf pack was invincible or not, they just kept killing them all the way back and forth. After killing them, they would kill back. The various equipments on the evil demon skeleton soldiers finally played a big role at this time. All their beheading swords were poisoned. At the same time, every time they fought a certain distance, they would throw alchemical potions, and they could also use shields to fight back against the wolves. Every time these wild wolves wanted to bite the evil demon skeleton soldiers, they would always be knocked down by the evil demon skeleton soldiers with a shield, and then nailed to the ground with a sword. The wild wolves nailed to the ground were still struggling there. It was obvious that with the replenishment of chi and blood, they would not die immediately. But they couldn't get up again. The evil skeleton soldiers would crush their heads with a heavy kick, and then use some bones to nail the wolves to the ground nearby, with their bodies and skins. After killing for a distance, the evil skeleton soldiers killed back. The number of wolves sucked in by the evil skeleton soldiers increased, and finally about 100,000 wolves were suppressed in place, and couldn't move at all. However, no matter how many wolves were suppressed by the evil skeleton soldiers, they were still far behind the number of 3 million wolves. The evil demon skeleton soldiers could only trap the wild wolves, making them unable to fight again, but they couldn't kill them now. The evil demon skeleton soldiers were speechless about this. At this time, Shirley was considering whether to skin these 100,000 wild wolves and chop their meat. Fortunately, at this time, with the help of many heavy-blooded flying dragon cavalry, Isabella raised the golden cup in her hand and began to forcibly extract the blood of the wolf pack. Isabella's golden cup was actually of average quality, but it was still effective. In addition, Isabella had been using the golden cup to replenish the blood of Gushi's troops over the years, and her operation of the golden cup had reached a very high level. Now it was just forcibly absorbing the nearby chi and blood. For Isabella, it was not a difficult task. When Isabella raised the golden cup, the chi and blood in the sky were obviously much thinner. Then the magicians brought by Gushi also began to use their own methods. The skeleton wizard who could use poison gas bombs, the corpse wizard who mastered the poison cloud or poison fog technique, and the alchemist who directly held the crucible and boiled the poison. Although they were relatively small in number, they played a very important role. Various poisonous gases and toxins were injected into the blood and chi in the sky. Gushi also helped them at this time, using the quick wind technique directly to inject the poison into the blood and chi. Gushi's actions turned the blood and chi above the wolf pack's heads green on the spot. Although it was only a light green, it already meant that the blood and chi of the Bingzai wolf pack had been poisoned. Even if they could be resurrected with the blood and chi now, they could not bite everything around them without caring about anything like before. The situation was slowly getting better in Gushi's direction. At this time, the wolf kings of the Bingzai wolf pack also noticed that something was wrong. They were able to run rampant on the grassland for so many years, and the wolf pack only expanded and was not dispersed, because these wolf kings were more cunning than each other. As soon as they found that the blood and chi were not right, the wolf kings contacted each other. At the same time, they made a quick decision. Then in Gushi's maze of walls, all the wolf kings howled. As the wolf king howled, Gushi noticed something. The blood and chi that had originally enveloped the wolves actually gathered together, and turned into countless swords, maces, and other weapons, which fell from the sky onto each wolf. Did he know that there was something wrong with the blood and chi? Now he simply distributed the blood and chi? An idea flashed through Gushi's mind. But he soon found that it was wrong. Gushi quickly switched his sight to the Huangquan dragon robe. Gushi noticed that the blood and chi that had originally enveloped the sky actually fell to the ground like snowflakes and merged into the ground. There is such a method? Gushi muttered in his heart. And then he understood the Wolf King's ideas. If the blood and chi can't be used, then use the power of the earth veins to revive the wolf pack. But he didn't seem to know that Gushi was a necromancer. The ghost gate is open. Taosan suppresses the ghosts. Gushi decisively released two skills, and opened the ghost gate on the battlefield, releasing the ordinary undead inside. Then Taosan suppressed the ghosts, and all the undead belonged to Gushi. Now these cannon fodder and miscellaneous undead became Gushi's subordinates on the spot. After putting them on the battlefield, Gushi had only one request: to start digging in the ground, to find out the blood and chi that the wolves had sunk into the ground. Wait, who was directing his men to kill the wolves, also noticed Gushi's actions at this time. He was thinking seriously about what Gushi meant by his actions. He could understand releasing new undead to join the battlefield. After all, there were too many wild wolves in front of him, and they had to be killed over and over again. If there were not enough undead, there would be no way to suppress these wild wolves. But what are these newly emerged undead digging pits for? Want to bury the wild wolves? This is obviously inappropriate. Even if the wild wolves are buried now, and some stones are piled on top, they will crawl out again. This is a waste of manpower. It is better to let these undead help chop the wild wolves together. But the next moment, Wei Hu saw something different. Gushi released the Huangquan dragon robe and pointed at the ground dug by the undead. Huangquan edict, landing envoy, turn this place into Huangquan road. Everything is occupied by the undead, and life is transformed into death. The power of the Huangquan edict fell directly on the undead, who had just rushed out of the ghost gate. And where they dug, the soil changed rapidly. The vitality and blood that the wolves had just introduced into the ground now all turned into the breath of death. The wolves did not expect this to happen. They still had more than half of their blood and vitality. But after such an operation, they were gone. Now the blood and vitality that the Bingzai wolves can use are only those that have become various weapons and fallen on the wild wolves. It is impossible for them to draw blood and revive themselves as before. After the ground completely changed color, Gu Shi decisively ordered, "What are you waiting for? Kill!" Chapter 1530 All-Out Attack. Gu Shi used some methods in the Yellow Springs Edict this time. For Gu Shi, the underworld's ghost messengers are not only the black and white impermanents, but also the ghost messengers on the road, and the existence of the land. As long as they can contact the soul, all of them are considered as underworld ghost messengers. Gu Shi's edict this time is for the land. The purpose is to transform the land in front of him into the Yellow Springs underworld. Even if these lands are temporary, this Yellow Springs underworld is also temporary. It doesn't matter who let the wolf kings of the Bingzai wolf pack have problems themselves. They hid their vitality and blood underground. They thought that this would prevent them from being contaminated by poison. As a result, their vitality and blood turned directly into the breath of death. Now everything here is controlled by Gu Shi. The wolf pack that has lost the opportunity to revive infinitely is just an ordinary wolf pack. Even if their combat effectiveness has been greatly improved due to the blessing of blood and chi before, it is useless. The undead under Gu Shi are constantly rushing out from the city gates and ghost gates everywhere. Wei Hu and Shirley also seized the opportunity and led their men to kill the wolves. Wei Hu controlled the overall situation, killing the wild wolves in front of him one area after another, while Shirley led his evil skeleton soldiers to appear randomly in various locations of the city wall maze. When they rushed out, there would always be 10,000 to 20,000 wild wolves killed directly. This time, the wild wolves were really dead. The wolves that were hacked to death fell to the ground and could not get up. The blood in their flesh was quickly drawn out and transferred to the bodies of other living wild wolves. Even among the wolf packs, some strange wild wolves have appeared. Their hair has turned red, and various weapons have appeared on their backs. These weapons were easily swung to chop at the undead around them. With the blessing of these weapons, coupled with the speed of the wild wolves, the new undead under Gu Shi's command quickly fell into a disadvantage. However, all this is not a difficult task for Gu Shi. As more and more troops appeared, the regular troops that had just been organized also began to enter the battlefield. The Black Spear Battalion, the Bone Cutting Battalion, and other veteran troops rushed to the wolf pack at the first opportunity. Before, Robbie and Arroyo had not felt any pressure. But since the establishment of the 10,000 Flags Ghost domain, almost all heroes have been organized. And these two have become nervous. They are very afraid that they will be marginalized by Gu Shi. As long as they encounter an opportunity to attack, they will take action at the first opportunity. The Black Spear Battalion and the Bone Cutting Battalion are also more suitable for the current battle situation. The Black Spear Battalion did not even look at the situation of the wild wolves. They lowered their heads, raised their spears, and stabbed directly. No matter what weapons the wolves have on their backs, no matter how they charge, with more than 10 long spears stabbing out, these wild wolves will have no choice but to die. But the Bone Cutting camp is not like this. They have different methods in this kind of street fighting. When facing wild wolves, their fighting style is quite direct. No matter what kind of wild wolf they face, they will just go forward and cut it in the face. These wild wolves have been attacked before. Although they look strong now, they are actually injured. The Bone Cutting Battalion jumped up, rushed to the front of the wild wolf, and with one strike of the sword, they could cut the beast into 2 pieces on the spot. As the Black Spear Battalion and the Bone Cutting Battalion took action, the newly formed units also became anxious. Among the newly formed troops, there are some heroes who are heroes of the same period as the Black Spear Battalion and the Bone Cutting Battalion. However, Gu Shi has never had a suitable station. Even if they have battle flags, they have no way to arrange their troops clearly. In their eyes, they are already several steps behind Robbie, Arroyo and others. Now the Black Gun Battalion and the Bone Cutting Battalion still want to steal their achievements. Don't even think about it. So the other troops quickly join the battle, using their own methods, killing the wild wolves in front of them. These troops are all regular troops in Gu Shi's hands, and now they have been organized. Their combat power is directly above level 8, and all kinds of equipment are guaranteed. The most important thing is, after having a base in the Wanchi Ghost domain, the small and medium-sized buildings near the base will provide them with corresponding blessings. Now they were all full of energy, wanting to show off their talents in the battle. These wild wolves caught their eyes. Several heroes who had just rushed out of the city gate led their troops to charge forward, without considering whether the undead troops behind them would catch up. As the battle flags were raised one after another, Wei Hu's eyes widened. At this time, Wei Hu realized that hundreds of thousands were not Gu Shi's limit. And Gushi still had so many troops. This also aroused Wei Hu's ambition. Dragon men. Undead. Look at me when you hear my order. And follow me to kill. That's right. At this time Wei Hu led the dragon men and undead troops guarding the city wall to kill downwards. Wei Hu also saw that the heroes who came out of the city gate were showing off. He, Wei Hu, naturally couldn't fall behind. Now he had the command over nearly 100,000 undead. And at the same time, he knew the layout of the maze in the city wall in front of him. And knew where the wild wolves were easiest to fight. And where there were the most wild wolves. This is Wei Hu's advantage. He must kill as many wild wolves as possible, so that he can show off in front of Gushi. Unlike Wei Hu, after discovering that wild wolves can be killed, Shirley immediately killed a wild wolf next to him. Then Shirley looked back at the bloody path he had taken. The wild wolf on the bloody path was still nailed to the ground, struggling there. A hint of smile flashed in Shirley's eyes, and he raised his beheading sword, and struck the wild wolf on the ground. When the evil demon skeleton soldiers saw this, they didn't think much, and went back along the way they came. The wild wolves nailed to the ground at this time didn't expect the evil demon skeleton soldiers to come back again. They were struggling and didn't even have the chance to react. They were chopped to the ground on the spot. The evil demon skeleton soldiers killed them on this bloody road in a few moves. Because they had killed these wild wolves once before. The evil demon skeleton soldiers went back again, and killed them quite smoothly. With just a chance to turn around. All the wild wolves were killed on the spot. Then Shirley raised the beheading sword in his hand, jumped onto the wall, and with a flip, rushed to the other side of the wall. There were still many wild wolves there that had not been dealt with. As expected, when Shirley jumped down with the evil demon skeleton soldiers, they were immediately discovered by nearly 10,000 wild wolves. These wild wolves also knew how powerful the evil demon skeleton soldiers were. But they had no other choice at this time. They howled and pounced directly. Chapter 1531 Invisible Brain Supplement is the most deadly. As soon as Gushi exerted his strength, the soldier disaster wolf pack suffered a devastating blow. It's not that they didn't think about turning the tables, but Gushi's current troops are crushing them in all directions. If they still have enough blood and energy now, they can replenish their lives at any time. If they still have vitality now, they can be fearless of death, then they still have a chance to turn the tables. But now everything they have, all has been destroyed by Gushi. These soldier disaster wolf packs wanted to resist, but they became the experience points of Gushi's undead troops. Looking at the overflow that keeps popping up in front of him, the word overflow, Gushi felt a little speechless. This battle alone will give him at least 3 million experience points. He is now wondering if he really needs to upgrade those passive skills first before upgrading. If Gushi is at level 15 or above, with just this battle, he might be able to reach level 19 in one go. Forget it, reading is important. Experience points are just overflowing now, not gone directly. If not, ask Princess Anna if there is any other way to burn experience points to study. See if you can find a way to raise the level of the passive skill, Gushi muttered, and then set his sights on the battlefield. After about 4 hours, the battle here was finally over. Gushi did not close the city gate immediately, but released more undead, letting them clean up the battlefield. At the same time, Gushi also contacted Luna, asking her to send out the wolves that were transformed by double death this time. The city of Aridov received 3 million undead wolves at once. And Gushi guessed that there were leaders and heroes among the undead wolves. Gushi immediately had an idea in his mind. This time, Gushi didn't want to do the same thing as last time, where 300,000 people turned into less than 3,000 evil demon skeleton soldiers. These undead wolves must be released intact, and let them wander on the grassland, just like what the war wolf pack did before. Open the way, and clear the field. Upon hearing Gushi's order, Luna immediately began to mobilize the undead in the city of Aridov. The new undead wolves were sent out of the city gate immediately. When the first batch of undead wolves were sent out, the battlefield had not been cleaned up yet. Wei Hu, who was resting nearby, was also shocked when he saw the undead wolf coming out of the city gate. Wei Hu immediately looked at Gushi. He suddenly understood something. The captain in front of him might not be an ordinary person. He was definitely the transformation of the Lord of Mount Tai. The people and animals who died at his hands would be transformed into undead immediately, and appear in his city. When he fought the sheep-headed orcs of the Ares tribe before, only the evil skeleton soldiers appeared. Wei Hu didn't have such a feeling. Later, when they fought against the hundreds of thousands of orc troops, because the orcs were wiped out, Then the Scourge Wolf pack appeared immediately, so Wei Hu didn't notice such a situation. Now it's different. As soon as the Scourge Wolf pack was wiped out, Gu Shi immediately released a large number of undead wolves. Isn't this directly telling Wei Hu that he has such a skill? If Wei Hu was a dragon man who didn't pay much attention to the surrounding situation, he might not think much about it. But Wei Hu could guess from the movement of the flying birds that the northern army was going to recruit soldiers, and he could see the number of undead wolves in front of him. He immediately guessed Gu Shi's method, although he didn't know whether this method was Gu Shi's own ability, or the ability of the orange equipment in Gu Shi's hand. Wei Hu believed that Gu Shi's set was quite useful on the grassland. If Gu Shi really got angry, he could stay alone on the grassland, change direction at any time, and constantly attack the scattered soldiers and herdsmen on the grassland, kill the cattle and sheep herded by the herdsmen, and use these civilians and livestock to transform into new undead. When the number of undead souls exceeds 10 million, or even 100 million, it will not be Gu Shi hiding from the Newfang people, but the Newfang people hiding from Gu Shi. After the Newfang people are completely wiped out, Gu Shi will have at least 100 million soldiers. If Gu Shi is more ruthless, he will dig out all the rats in the ground, and the number may exceed 10 billion. Thinking of this, Wei Hu finally understood why the Lord of Mount Tai was the first god to be destroyed by Zulong. This ability is really terrifying. But this is definitely a golden thigh. As long as you hold it well, you will ascend to heaven. Gu Shi didn't know that Wei Hu was thinking about something. He was looking at the newly appeared undead wolves at this moment. It's not that undead wolves haven't appeared in the city of Aridov before, but they were all zombie wolves or skeleton wolves. Undead wolves like this are rare after all. The undead wolves that came out of the city gate this time looked like skeletons with some flesh and blood, but if you look closely, you will find that part of their bones have turned black, and part of them are the color of metal. The size of these undead wolves is similar to that of the previous war wolf pack. They range from the smallest calf to the largest elephant. Most importantly, their teeth and claws are shining with metallic light, and they are obviously polished. The appearance of the undead wolves now gives people the feeling that the Terminator has just peeled off their skin, and there is still blood on their bodies. Scrap War Wolf, Level 6. Summon Experience, 0/800. Attack 13. Defense 6. Life 55. Skills, Undead Creature. Iron Body. Multiple Attacks. Tearing Attack. Life Sharing. After taking a look at the attributes of the Scrap War Wolf, Gu Shi was also a little surprised. Something seems to be wrong with the Bingzai Wolf pack. Gu Shi's double death transformation process is mainly based on the original body's condition. Multiple attacks, tearing attacks, and even life sharing, Gu Shi can understand them all. Only the iron body, Gu Shi doesn't quite understand. He had seen the Bingzai Wolf pack fight before. Their teeth and claws are equipped with metal equipment, but the metal is not directly injected into the body, but installed on the teeth and claws. Gu Shi could see this from the corpse of the wild wolf. But why did the transformed scrap wolf look like it had already started to become a mechanized or puppet? This was very unreasonable. When Gu Shi looked at the scrap wolf in deep thought, more and more scrap wolf came out of the city gate. The leaders of the scrap wolf came out together. Compared to the stingy Omaticea rainforest, whether it was the Dragon Kingdom or the Newfang grassland, the heroes and leaders here were all very impressive. This time, among the wolf pack, there are 11 leaders and more than 300 heroes. It can be said that one hero manages a team of 10,000 people. One leader leads nearly 300,000 troops. This number is much larger than the number in the Omaticea rainforest. Now that these leaders and heroes have come out, they have shown their ambitions to Gu Shi. Chapter 1532 Wolf Pack Plan. Under Gu Shi's command, the war wolves that came out of the city of Aridov quickly headed outside the maze of the city wall. At this time, Gu Shi also orderly retracted the city walls one by one. Soon there was no room for so many war wolves here, and these war wolves also began to retreat to a farther position under the command of their respective heroes and leaders. Only 11 war wolf leaders stood in front of Gu Shi. These war wolf leaders were no different from ordinary war wolves, except that they were a little bigger. Their colors were not too fancy, but rather the kind of withered bones and broken skin. It was obvious that they were influenced by the style of the city of Aridov, and now they had completely changed their appearance. Among these 11 war wolves, there was one with a mouth full of black tea standing directly in the front. Sir, Gu Shi knew about these 11 leaders. They were all leaders of their own special arms, and could only lead the scrap steel war wolf. But each one had his own characteristics. For example, the leader in front of him, called Dark Fang, can increase the bite force and attack power of the war wolves he leads. There are also those that increase the movement speed, and those that can devour corpses to grow. Anyway, these 11 war wolves have all kinds of abilities. At the same time, it is precisely because of them that these war wolves have obviously begun to develop in different directions. It can be said that after these leaders are in place, it is good for Gu Shi, but the benefits are not obvious. Gu Shi glanced at them and was about to let them take the war wolves back to the city of Aridov. At this moment, Wei Hu hurried over. "Sir, what's the matter?" Gu Shi glanced at Wei Hu. Shouldn't Wei Hu be packing up the troops at this time? In the previous battle, Wei Hu performed well, and Gu Shi wanted to give him more responsibilities. What is he doing now? At this time, Wei Hu talked to Gu Shi about these war wolves. Wei Hu has a certain understanding of the Nufang grassland. This grassland is really too big. It takes nearly a day to fly at supersonic speed. The distance between the two ends is almost the length from the South Pole to the North Pole. This does not even include the width of the grassland. If Gu Shi just wants to find Dragon City, that's fine. Dragon City is right there, and it won't run away. But if Gu Shi wants to have better development, he can't just focus on Dragon City. Wei Hu is now thinking about Gu Shi. On the Nufang grassland, the White Disaster Giant Eagle and the Soldier Disaster Wolf Pack often travel around the Nufang grassland. They are not like the Black Disaster Giant Snake, which usually only lies in a grassland swamp. They walk on the Nufang grassland from time to time, so they are more familiar with the Nufang grassland. It would be a waste to collect such war wolves directly. Wei Hu knew Gu Shi's ability, and he thought that Gu Shi should release all the war wolves and let them sweep across the entire grassland like the previous wolf packs. This would be of many benefits to Gu Shi. For example, the undead that Gu Shi needs can be obtained from the battles of the war wolves. In addition, the appearance of the war wolves can make the orcs of the Nufang nervous, so that they have no way to stop Gu Shi. Wei Hu said all these things directly, and he almost said that he wanted these war wolves to act as vanguards and baits. Gu Shi watched Wei Hu perform there, and understood Wei Hu's idea in his heart. However, such an idea is good for Gu Shi. It can be said that in some aspects, Wei Hu's talent is really better than those leaders under Gu Shi's command. After Wei Hu finished speaking, Gu Shi did not answer directly, but took out the map in his hand and spread it on the ground. "You said I should let these war wolves attack. Then I will give you a task. You go and ask about the situation of these war wolves, and come back to give me a plan. It will take me another hour to clean up the battlefield. And it's getting late now, so, before the sun comes out tomorrow, you give me a plan." "Plan? Sir, with your current strength, can't you just charge forward and kill?" Wei Hu kept nodding at first. He could tell that Gu Shi wanted to test his quality, and was going to use him. But what was the plan? Wei Hu, never made any plans. Or maybe his plan was to set a goal, let the people go, and kill them at the front. So upon hearing Gu Shi's question, Wei Hu said directly, "Sir, there is no need to make any plans. Just look at this map. Our current target is definitely Longcheng. Right here. No matter what, we are definitely heading towards Longcheng. Look at where we are heading. Here. And here. If we follow this line, we will not be able to pass this river and these lakes." Looking at the location Wei Hu pointed to, Gu Shi immediately understood Wei Hu's idea. The locations pointed out by Wei Hu were just on both sides of the road that Gu Shi was going to take. There was plenty of grass and water here, and it was a good place for grazing. There was no need to think about it. There would definitely be an orc tribe at this location. If Gu Shi ignored these orc tribes and went directly along the route set at the beginning, then these orcs would have the opportunity to attack from both sides or the rear of Gu Shi's troops. With Gu Shi's military strength, coupled with the ability of the Death City, no matter how much the enemy attacked, it would not be a problem for Gu Shi. But this would slow down his progress. So the orc tribes on both sides must be cleared out. But there is a problem here. The orc tribes are also connected. The orc tribes near the river bend and the lake were defeated. Will there be other orc tribes? Will the orc tribes in other places be involved? So how to clear them out has become a problem. If there hadn't been this battle before, Gu Shi might not have had too many ideas. Now, Gu Shi looked up at the war wolves outside and understood Wei Hu's thoughts. He wanted to send all the war wolves out to spread out and clear the area. The war wolves under Gu Shi were originally the war wolf packs that roamed the grasslands. They knew the way and knew how to deal with the orcs. At the same time, their number exceeded 3 million. Not because there were only 3 million of them, but because a part of the wolf packs on the newfound grassland had been domesticated. The other part was not selected by the war wolf pack, so they lived on their own. In fact, the number of wolves on the grassland exceeds 10 million. If these wolves can be dealt with, the number of werewolves in Gushi's hands will exceed 10 million. With such a force, except for being unable to deal with those enemies flying in the sky, they can walk sideways everywhere. With such a force escorting the main force, what kind of battle plan is needed? Chapter 1533 The Disaster Troops belonging to Gushi. Gushi could understand Wei Hu's idea, but he did not agree directly, but challenged Wei Hu. As soon as Wei Hu saw the direction of Gushi's sight, he understood Gushi's idea. So Wei Hu immediately went to the leaders of Anya and others, and discussed the next things with them. It has to be admitted that Wei Hu is a person with the top 6 innate qualities. In some aspects, even Gushi can't compare with him. When Wei Hu was communicating with Anya and the others, Gushi could see that Wei Hu's diplomatic skills were somewhat beyond Gushi's level as the Lord of Death. It can be said that if Wei Hu was a necromancer, and he mastered the skill of the Lord of Death, his success rate in winning over the undead would not be 50-50. But he could win over all of them. It seems that Wei Hu could still arrange more tasks. While Gushi was thinking, Wei Hu had already returned. Sir, we have already discussed it, and they have agreed to clear the area nearby. There are just a few points, and they have some ideas. Tell us about it, Gushi said, and Wei to Anya and the others. The 11 werewolf leaders also quickly gathered around. Wei Hu was about to speak at this time, but Gushi stopped him. Let them speak for themselves. If they dare not say anything. What kind of leaders are they? Sir, it's like this. We are quite familiar with the situation of the newfound grassland. After all, we have been everywhere in our lives. But we have some problems among ourselves. Each wolf has a different direction of development and different ideas. Brother Wei Hu just talked to us, and we agree. After all, now is not the time to have conflicts. Only by developing the war wolf pack first will we have the capital to talk about other things. Anya spoke up immediately. So we want to ask the adults for some guarantees. What do you want? Soldiers? Money? Or what? My lord, we came from the city of Aridov. Because we were all scattered at the beginning. We have been to the city of Aridov. Your Excellency doesn't have any buildings to train wolves. That is to say, we only have these few werewolves. At most, you can summon a group of souls. It can be said that the less you use, the less you have. So in order to ensure that our war wolves are not wiped out so quickly, we want you to give us some guarantees. The first is the organization guarantee. In your half of the city, we need a military-level garrison, which belongs only to the wolf pack. Gushi tilted his head and glanced at Anya. He didn't expect that in such a short period of time. These war wolves actually ran to the Wanchigo's domain. Okay, then let's talk about the organization. I've inquired about it. A garrison at level 15 can accommodate 1 army level, 3 regiment level, and 8 battalion level troops. We have discussed this. The army level will be organized as the main force of the battle, and the 3 regiment level will be responsible for scouts, high-speed raids, and field patrols. This is what we can promise you. We also hope that, in the future, all the wolf-like undead will be added to our group of war wolves, and no other wolf packs are allowed to exist. As for whether those undead wolves can be transformed into war wolves, like us, you don't need to worry about that. Hearing this, Gushi laughed instead. What if there is no building for training undead wolves? This is exactly the second point we want to make. We hope that when you go to war, you can allow us to have a regiment level, or 3 battalion level troops leave the team and look for wolves outside. This is treating me as a tool. Gushi was also happy when he heard it. Of course, he understood the ideas of Dark Fang and others. When there is no way to replenish the population of undead wolves through building training, kill wild wolves, and then replenish troops through Gushi's double death transformation. However, he could know Gushi's ability in such a short time, either because of his good eyesight, or because of Wei Hu's idea. That's fine. But when I need you, all the war wolves must return to the team and fight for me. Of course. Anya agreed as soon as he heard it. In his opinion, as long as the number of war wolves and undead wolves reaches a certain level, their war wolf team will become the first main force under Gushi. At that time, even if Gushi is unwilling to call them to fight, they will fight for Gushi. There is a third point. We need to strengthen ourselves. But the equipment in the blacksmith shop is not suitable for us. We need a dedicated blacksmith shop. It would be even better if there is a dedicated blacksmith. As Enya said this, he looked in the direction of Wei Hu. Noticing Enya's gaze, Gu Shi understood that Enya wanted orange equipment. However, orange equipment is not so easy to get. Wei Hu's situation was completely unexpected. I can give you a blacksmith shop. In addition, if you find various metal mines in the wild, I can let you occupy 10% of the output. Thank you, sir. Enya said seriously, these are our opinions. Nothing else. In addition, the 11 of us have formed a team. I, Blood Claw, Steel Soul, and Mozo will be in charge of the main battle. Phantom Spear will be responsible for scouts, Swift Wind will be responsible for high-speed assaults, and Silver Silk will be responsible for field patrols. Midnight and Hal will be responsible for wolf pack training. The remaining 3 will be responsible for battalion-level command. Dark Fawn knows his comrades very well. He made arrangements as soon as he opened his mouth. After listening to the arrangements, Gu Shi also said, you have also been to the 10,000 Flags Ghost Domain, so you should also know that there is only one level 15 base left there. The Ghost Castle was originally used to protect the ghosts. Now I grant it to you. But if you want to station there, you have to wait for me to arrange for someone to go there and take care of it. Sir, you can let Midnight go with you. It has certain abilities and can help with matters related to the station. Okay, then let Midnight go back and station there first. In addition, regarding your organization, I plan to call the Army level unit the Disaster Troops, and the 3 Regiment level units the Shadow Scout Regiment, the Strong Wind Assault Troops, and the Wolf Pack. As for the 8 battalion levels, you can name them yourselves. My current request is very simple, clear the field. After giving out the benefits, Gu Shi immediately put forward his own request. I want to go to Longcheng. This is the goal I set at the beginning. I have never thought of changing my plan. Starting from this road, you can see all the places with lush grass and water, which are the battlefields of your disaster troops. What I want is that no one can affect my pace from the side and rear. If you can't do this, then there is no need for you to stay. Chapter 1534 Gu Shi on the road. After releasing most of the war wolves, Gu Shi himself stayed there for a night, and only on the next morning did he set out again. At this time, the battlefield had been taken care of. Most of the undead retreated back to the city of Aridov, leaving only the initial 100,000 troops. Even if there were losses in the previous battle, they were all replenished, and the troops returned to the original level. As for the 800 dragons on Wei Hu's side, there was no way to replenish them, and now there were a total of 709 dragons here. When Gu Shi stopped, Wei Hu personally collected the bodies of the dragon men and burned them with fire. Gu Shi did not stop Wei Hu's behavior. Most of the dragon men who died in the battle were ordinary dragon men, and their potential was just SOSO. In Moore's words, they couldn't even make a patchwork bone dragon. Taking their bodies back would just be a waste of time. So it would be better to do Wei Hu a favor. Therefore, when Wei Hu was dealing with the bodies of the dragon men, Gu Shi just went over to take a look and didn't do anything extra. At dawn the next day, when Gu Shi and his team were on the road again, Gu Shi found that after a night of recovery, the morale of these dragon people had improved significantly. They walked excitedly at the front of the team, as if they had not suffered any losses in the battle yesterday. The person sitting on the holy silver evil coffin did not quite understand this, but he could see that Wei Hu was like a rough stone, and under the polishing of the battle, he was showing a different brilliance. Maybe one day, Wei Hu will take that epic step. Wei Hu didn't know what Gu Shi was thinking at this time. He was holding a map, recording something as he walked forward. The map in his hand was more detailed than the one in Gu Shi's hand. It contained the latest news brought back by the war wolf who had just been released. It can be said that on Wei Hu's map, he had detailed records of where the war wolves had been and what enemies they had encountered. This was exactly the agreement reached between Wei Hu and Enya. Wei Hu spoke for Enya, and Enya would support Wei Hu in the battle. Judging from the current situation, Enya did a good job. In just one night, Wei Hu's map has been updated several times. Gu Shi has noticed this kind of thing to some extent, but Gu Shi didn't intend to care about it. He really doesn't have many heroes like Wei Hu, who have strong subjective initiative. Most heroes are like the undead. They will only do it if they are assigned a task. They won't fight for many things themselves. They are not like Wei Hu, who has a lively eye and will think of ways to act when he sees something that is beneficial to him. This is the case now. He is slowly influencing this army of 100,000 people through his own abilities. Perhaps it won't be long before Wei Hu will know this army of 100,000 undeads like the back of his hand. During the battle, he can command everything more easily. After Gu Shi set out this time, he did not stop along the way, because the war wolves led the way. Gu Shi did not encounter any enemies on the road, as if all the orcs were eaten by the war wolves. In this way, Gu Shi's speed of travel was much faster. Now Gu Shi walks for 2 days and rests for 1 night. As long as the dragon people can rest and recover their strength, Gu Shi will keep on marching for the rest of the time. Wei Hu and his men are quite tough. Faced with such a marching method, they actually persevered. Although the amount of food they ate increased significantly along the way, none of the more than 700 dragon people who survived fell behind. Even Wei Hu and other stronger dragon people walked directly in front of the undead team. You have to know that the undead never consider morale, physical strength, and can march continuously. Gu Shi was already surprised that the dragon people could do this. As Gu Shi was advancing, the latest batch of battle reports from the rear were also sent over. These battle reports were the agreement reached between Gu Shi and the defenders of Fengxin City. Gu Shi left an owl there, asking the defenders of Fengxin Pass to help send a copy of the military report sent back from the front to Gu Shi. In fact, everyone can read this kind of military report. It mainly talks about the battle that took place after the Dragon Country troops entered the Newfang grassland. At the same time, there are also information about how many troops are sent out from Fengxin Pass or other checkpoints of the Great Wall every day and enter the Newfang grassland. These intelligence information will be relatively simple and are mainly sent in the form of briefings. There is no information sent back by the front troops through mental imprinting. Fortunately, Gu Shi's requirements are not high. He just wants to know what the situation of the Dragon Kingdom troops behind him is. He has no idea of commanding the Dragon Kingdom troops through intelligence. Otherwise, the Fengxin defenders would not be willing to send the battle report. After receiving the new battle report, Gu Shi just glanced at it. He had been out of the Dragon Kingdom for more than a week, and the huge machine of the Dragon Kingdom finally started to run at full capacity. In this week or so, the Dragon Kingdom sent a total of 5 million troops. Now, at various checkpoints of the Great Wall, there are still more than 5 million troops waiting to go out. And this is only part of the Northland Legion. The most core troops of the Dragon Kingdom have not yet appeared. From this point, we can see that Gu Shi's previous battles were not that great. He just took the lead and was on the right path. By the way, in fact, the day after the battle with the Bingzai wolf pack, Gu Shi already knew the reason why he did not encounter orc attacks along the way. Gu Shi can only say that he admires the noble dragon man who led the Dragon Kingdom army off course. He had already reported the map, but he still got lost. And the most important thing was that he could also lead the army behind him up to get lost. This also has to be said that the ability of this dragon man is quite remarkable. In the past few days, the Dragon Nation's troops have finally gotten on the right track. However, judging from their speed of advancement, as well as the time they spend moving forward and resting every day, they are now getting farther and farther away from where Gu Shi is. Without 7 or 8 days, they simply cannot catch up with Gu Shi. This is assuming that Gu Shi stops moving forward and stops right where he is to wait for them. In this situation, the Dragon Nation's troops are afraid that they will have to follow behind Gu Shi and eat dust forever. After putting away the intelligence, Gu Shi's face became much more relaxed. It seemed that he, Gu Shi, was the only one who could conquer the world ahead. In this battle, Gu Shi would have a good time again. At this moment, Gu Shi suddenly felt something. He looked up at the sky. A layer of dark clouds was advancing towards this side from the Dragon Kingdom at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 1535. The one who steals the military merit is here. What is that? Seeing the dark clouds rolling in, Gu Shi immediately felt that something was wrong. Gu Shi had seen a natural disaster-level blizzard on the Newfang grassland before. In Gu Shi's eyes, the dark clouds in front of him are not that simple. Gu Shi quickly switched his sight to the Huangquan dragon robe, staring at the dark clouds in the sky, but he didn't expect that Wei Hu, who was moving forward, heard the sound of wind and thunder in the sky, and turned his head to look at the sky. When he saw the rolling dark clouds, Wei Hu shouted immediately, "Wind and thunder chariot! Do you know that thing?" Gu Shi asked, while staring at the dark clouds in the sky. He could see that there was a mass of dragon energy in the dark clouds, but this dragon energy was different from the ancestral dragon energy that Gu Shi had seen. How to describe the ancestral dragon energy? It was like being suppressed by the 9 cauldrons, and it was a violent energy that was combed in strands. But the dragon energy in front of him was exploding like lightning, as if it wanted to destroy it. I know, it was the wind and thunder chariot of General Xiang's family. Wei Hu said with certainty. General? Gu Shi thought for a moment. And then he remembered the situation of the Dragon Kingdom. In addition to Zulong, there are 6 dragon ancestors in the Dragon Kingdom, which are divided into 3 outer and 3 inner. The inner 3 refer to Zulong's eldest son, the youngest son, and a mysterious dragon ancestor. The 3 of them represent the royal family of the Dragon Kingdom. The outer 3 refer to the Prime Minister, the General and the General. Among them, the Prime Minister Lu family is in charge of the administration of the Dragon Kingdom. The General Xiang family is in charge of combat, and the General Han family is in charge of the troops. All 3 are at the level of dragon ancestors. I heard that the current Prime Minister of the dragon ancestor of the Lu family is also a man of great martial virtues, and has been thinking about external expansion since he was a child. It can be said that the Dragon Kingdom is now in an era of overwhelming military power. However, Gu Shi heard that the General and the 3 outer dragon ancestors were actually at the same level, which made Gu Shi speechless at the time. Wasn't it agreed that there would be a censor? Wasn't it agreed that the General was not one of the 3 officials? What is this situation? It tests Gu Shi's understanding of history? What is the situation of the Xiang family? After figuring out the background of the General, Gu Shi couldn't help but ask. At this time, Wei Hu thought about it seriously, and finally said to Gu Shi, when Zulong unified the world, he fought a battle with the 3 foreign families and competed with them once. After the war, Zulong found that the 3 foreign families were geniuses with the potential to challenge Zulong. But there was only one Zulong in the world, and as long as he was alive, these 3 could not take the throne. In order to suppress and appease the 3 foreign families, Zulong helped them to the position of dragon ancestor. At the same time, Zulong also admitted that he was not as good as Lu in administration. He was not as good as Xiang in personal combat, and he was not as good as Han in commanding the army. So these 3 families have passed it down until today. What about the wind and thunder chariot? How did you recognize the wind and thunder chariot? The wind and thunder chariot is a weather weapon unique to the Xiang family. The Xiang family practices the method of visualizing the purple thunder falling from the sky. Every member of the Xiang family must break up his body in the thunder and lightning and condense the wind and thunder true form. If they fail to condense the wind and thunder true form, they are killed by thunder and lightning and cannot gather their bodies, then they die. After they condense the wind and thunder true form, they will start to make their own chariots. I heard that this chariot is made of the bones of thunder dragons. And then the children of the Xiang family personally go to the sky to collect lightning and dark clouds, and then mix them with the blood of thunderbirds to neutralize them, and finally make this dark cloud-like wind and thunder chariot. With this wind and thunder chariot, the children of the Xiang family can fly and move at an extremely high speed, and appear in all corners of the Dragon Kingdom. The most important thing is that the wind and thunder chariot can not only enhance the fighting power of the children of the Xiang family, but also allow many wind and thunder chariots to be pieced together and move forward together, and even form a battle formation in the sky to fight. But I heard that there is a biggest problem here. That is, a wind and thunder chariot can only carry one member of the Xiang family. Otherwise, their Xiang family would not be the first in combat power, but the first in military strategy. Wei Hu described the situation here in great detail. It was as if he wanted to tell you how to make a wind and thunder chariot. However, Gu Shi understood that the most important thing in this wind and thunder chariot was not the production method, but their purple thunder sky visualization method. This thing is probably an orange quality skill, which is about the same level as the secret records of Taishan Mansion Lord in Gu Shi's hand. The wind and thunder chariot is just a way to make treasures or train mounts. Gu Shi's secret records of Taishan Mansion has a record of this. Gu Shi, who has enough knowledge, will see it more clearly than Wei Hu. What Gu Shi is more concerned about now is what the Xiang family is doing suddenly at this time. They are not here to rob Longcheng. Gu Shi was still thinking about this situation when the dark cloud flew over his head. When the dark cloud flew over, Gu Shi also saw a lot of purple lightning flashing in the dark cloud, as if no matter who entered the dark cloud, they would be smashed into pieces by lightning. This powerful lightning made Gu Shi speechless. When the dark cloud flew over his head just now, he had already seen that there were a total of 3,000 auras of different strengths in the dark cloud. The strongest aura was only slightly different from the feeling Gu Shi had when he saw the ancestral dragon. The weakest aura was about level 8. However, Gu Shi had a feeling that these dragon people in the sky could fight against his Death Titan. At this time, such a thought flashed through Gu Shi's mind. Should we try to add a thunder chariot to the Death Titan? It's all thunder and lightning anyway. There's no reason why the Dragon Man can use thunder and lightning, but the Death Titan can't use the thunder chariot. While Gu Shi was thinking about this, the rolling dark clouds had already floated across the sky. Just like when they appeared just now, they disappeared at the end of the sky as soon as they turned their heads. After the thunder chariot completely floated across, Gu Shi looked at Wei Hu with some uncertainty. The Xiong family said that individual combat power is the first. Right? Yes, their individual combat power is the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom. I heard that every member of the Xiong family is a serious high-level dragon, and they have been trained since childhood, and finally use the thunder to blast their bodies apart. Those who can survive such training are the elite among the elite. The elite among the elite. Especially the dragon ancestor of the Xiong family, who is recognized as the strongest fighter in the Dragon Kingdom. Let's put it this way. If you see someone besieging someone with 100,000 troops or thousands of generals, and others take it for granted, then the person being besieged must be the dragon ancestor of the Xiong family. Hearing this, Gu Shi asked a question at last. I just want to know. Is it possible for them to steal our military merits? That's true. Sir, we won't rest. Let's set off quickly. Chapter 1536 3,000 against 500,000. A complete victory. Rest. If you keep going like this, you will be exhausted before you reach Dragon City. And it's useless for us to catch up with them now. With the speed of the wind and thunder chariot, we can't catch up with them. Follow our plan. Don't let other things disrupt our rhythm. Unlike the anxious Wei Hu, Gu Shi was calmer. He suppressed Wei Hu, who wanted to send troops immediately, and let the whole army rest. It is impossible to hurry. If they continue to hurry, all the dragon people will be exhausted to death. Wei Hu also understood why Gu Shi did not hurry. At this moment, a thought flashed through his mind. It would be better if all of these dragon people were undead. Undead can keep on hurrying, and they don't need to stop to rest until the end of time. And undead don't need to consider life and death, they can keep fighting. Such soldiers are good soldiers. Thinking of this, Wei Hu's eyes turned to the dragon people beside him. Wei Hu's actions did not attract Gu Shi's attention. After all, Wei Hu's performance during this period of time was definitely the kind of commander that Gu Shi could trust. At this moment, Gu Shi was more concerned about the impact of the appearance of the wind and thunder chariot. The deployment of the wind and thunder chariot represented the intervention of the dragon ancestors in the Dragon Kingdom. Combined with the information that Shaya had inquired about in the city of Yaladovi, Gu Shi always felt that there was a certain game behind the Dragon Kingdom this time. The ancestor dragon was not dead yet, and those dragon ancestors had already jumped out. Is this what a real man should do? Or is it to replace him? Anyway, Gu Shi didn't believe that the dragon ancestors had no ideas. Nor did he believe that the ancestral dragon had no means to deal with it. He even suspected that the dragon ancestors' move was pushed by the ancestral dragon behind the scenes. In this situation, is it a way to fish in troubled waters? Or is it a yellow bird that appears after the fact? Several thoughts flashed through Gu Shi's mind. This made him unable to read the book Origin of the Undead in his hand. At this time, a group of gargoyles that were exploring the way ahead also flew back. They brought the latest news to Gu Shi. What did you say, air battle? Gu Shi looked up in the direction where the wind and thunder chariot left. He really didn't expect that, with such a conspicuous effect of the dark clouds, someone would be so stubborn as to rush into it. You have to know that when these gargoyles, and the fear bats that were sent out to protect the gargoyles, saw the dark clouds behind them, they all chose to land on the ground as soon as possible, waiting for the dark clouds to pass. Tell me quickly, what troops did the orcs send out? The gargoyles gestured quickly there. While the gargoyle was describing, Wei Hu also came over. Sir, your communication is too slow. Why don't you use teleportation? With teleportation, you can see more. Yes, you can see more, Gu Shi said without even turning his head. But what you see will be more subjective. After all, the gargoyle's line of sight is there, and sometimes they can only see from one angle. After listening to the gargoyle, I know that the information here is not complete, and I will naturally be cautious about the things I consider. If I see what the gargoyle sees, I will think of it as what I see myself. Sometimes, I will accidentally put myself in the picture, and make wrong judgments. Listening to Gu Shi's words, Wei Hu was also shocked. He didn't expect Gu Shi to think this way. At the same time, he also understood that what Gu Shi said made sense. There are people in the Dragon Kingdom who deliberately change their sight when transmitting their minds, and transmit some wrong information. Wei Hu has encountered this kind of thing before. But he didn't guide this matter towards intelligence. Now it seems, he is still far from it. At this time, Gu Shi communicated with the gargoyle again. In the communication with the gargoyle, Gu Shi knew how rampant the Xiong family's wind and thunder chariot was. The dark clouds caused by the wind and thunder chariot not only alarmed Gu Shi, but also alarmed the orc troops rushing here. Facing the assault of the wind and thunder chariot, the orcs actually wanted to stop the wind and thunder chariot like they intercepted the flying mounts at the flight point. In order to avoid failure like the one they had when they tried to stop Gu Shi, the orcs sent out a considerable number of flying troops this time. There were 150,000 Pegasus cavalry and Griffin cavalry each, and 100,000 Black Wyvern cavalry. Add to that 100,000 White Disaster Giant Eagles, and a total of 500,000 air troops. In the eyes of the orcs, they could stop everything. But the orcs never thought that 500,000 cavalrymen were not 500,000 pigs. They just rushed into the dark cloud, trying to stop it. They even prepared for the White Disaster blizzard in advance. However, the dark clouds did not even look at them, and directly put them all into the dark clouds, followed by a burst of lightning and thunder. The flying troops in the sky fell from the sky to the ground like hail. 15 minutes, 3,000 people against 500,000 people. The 500,000 flying troops were completely wiped out. The gargoyles following behind felt like they had seen a ghost. How could there be such combat power? Even if Gu Shi wanted to fight the 500,000 flying troops, he would have to release all the undead dragons in his hands to kill them. As a result, this is it. 3,000 against 500,000. And it was over in 15 minutes. Hearing this news, Gu Shi felt a little bit unbelievable. Wei Hu, on the side, looked calm, as if this matter was normal. After the gargoyle finished speaking, Gu Shi turned to look at Wei Hu. Why? Is there no problem with this record? This is 3,000 against 500,000. Sir, this record is really nothing. The dragon ancestor of the Xiong family was the first and only person in history to defeat 10,000 enemies on the battlefield. There is also a record of one person killing 10,000 people on the battlefield. In order to deal with him, the dragon ancestor of the Han family mobilized 3 million troops, mentally influenced him, and ambushed and cut off his subordinates from all sides. Finally, with the help of Zulong, he defeated the dragon ancestor of the Xiong family. Now the dragon ancestor of the Xiong family is still with 3,000 soldiers. And 500,000 flying troops are really nothing. Gu Shi didn't expect that the dragon ancestor of the Xiong family had such a record. At this time, he hurriedly asked, "What about the others? What kind of records do the other dragon ancestors and Zulong and others have?" This is a long story. I heard that when Zulong was not Zulong, there were a total of 7 people sharing 9 tripods. And Zulong himself had only 1 tripod in his hand. In the end, Zulong fought against 6 people alone and took back 7 tripods. Do you know why we have clay figurines, golden men and the like? That's because when Zulong was fighting 1 against 6, he was seriously short of troops, so he had no choice but to use clay figurines as troops. Chapter 1537 The Power Stolen. The attack of the dragon ancestor, the flash of the wind and thunder chariot, and the subsequent results also affected the mood of Gu Shi and his men to some extent. After resting for 8 hours, Gu Shi hurriedly filled the stomach of the dragon people, and then set out again. This time, Gu Shi didn't care about anything else, only let Wei Hu keep an eye on the physical strength of some dragon people, and then ran all the way. Fortunately, Gu Shi's disaster troops had already opened the way, and the wind and thunder chariot attracted the attention of the orcs. Gu Shi didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. This allowed Gu Shi to concentrate on his journey, without having to spend time and energy on fighting. Of course, along the way, Gu Shi also noticed that the grassland had become a mess. There were corpses of orcs and animals everywhere that had not been dealt with in time. These corpses had been thrown in the grass for several days, and had been exposed to the wind and sun. Sometimes wild beasts would steal them, or wolves would trample them, and they were already rotten beyond recognition. Gu Shi and his undead were fine. They didn't care about the quality of the corpses at all. When Gu Shi passed by, he would release the 3-life stone mirror to look at these corpses, to see where the corpses had been, and to see if there were any omissions. But for the dragon people who followed all the way, the scene before them was beyond their limits. Some dragon people even pulled Wei Hu. "Brother Wei, If you really think it over, we can definitely be granted a title of nobility when we conquer Dragon City this time. You are already a high-level dragon person now. If you are granted another title of nobility, you will have no regrets in this life. There is no need to pursue the footsteps of death and enter the underworld. Yes, you can't stand this kind of environment. Right? Wei Hu glanced at the corpses here. How can that be? How can a man go back on his word? I've said before that if the captain takes me to Dragon City, I'll sell my life to the captain. Now we're on the road to Dragon City. How can I go back on my word? Wei Hu said seriously. Wei Hu didn't care about what these dragon people said. In his eyes, they were dragon people, and these orcs in front of him were just food in their eyes. How could they be afraid of spoiled food? Normal people passing by the swill bucket, seeing the situation inside, would at most feel disgusted, but not scared. These dragon people are not like that. Wei Hu shook his head, thinking, I have brought you to the car. If you can't keep up with the car, you will be left further and further behind. Gu Shi noticed the situation of the corpses here. He glanced at the corpses on the ground, and finally said, what a waste. Let's go. This sentence of waste contained a lot of reluctance in Gu Shi's heart. Gu Shi knew very well that the most important thing for him now was to hurry on his way, not to dig the ground along the way. For the good things in Dragon City, Gu Shi couldn't stop for a moment. Gu Shi could lower the city gate at any time and let the undead in Arida's city come out to clean up the battlefield. But this was only what Gu Shi could see. What about the places he couldn't see? Should Gu Shi be tempted to collect some along the way? Gu Shi knew that as long as he had an idea in his mind, the next idea would be like a wildfire burning on the grassland, and it would be impossible to extinguish it. Rather than being unable to suppress his thoughts later, it is better not to think about this matter at the beginning and focus all his attention on the journey. Seeing that Gu Shi had no reaction to these corpses, Wei Hu suddenly had an idea in his mind. He quickly came to the vicinity of the holy silver evil coffin, and said to Gu Shi very seriously, Sir, we have not encountered any enemies along the way. I am afraid that the orc tribe has been cleared by the war wolf of the disaster force. We don't need to attract the enemy's troops now, and kill them outside Dragon City. Why don't you send us to your secret realm? As long as you act alone, with the flying speed of the flying dragon, it will only take about half a day for us to reach Dragon City. Listening to Wei Hu's words, Gu Shi wanted to shake his head and said, the reason why he took the troops on the road, instead of sending them directly to Dragon City, was not because Gu Shi wanted to lure the orc troops out of Dragon City to fight. He didn't think of using himself as bait. Gu Shi did this, completely because he was wasting time, waiting for Zulong to make a move. He could travel at supersonic speed, and fly from Yongdu City to Fengxin Pass on the first day, and fly from Fengxin Pass to Longcheng on the second day. But what's the use of that? He conquered Longcheng, but only got an empty and abandoned Dragon Kingdom. And the Zulong heavenly sacrifice was not even prepared, and Zulong might not even go out. Where would he go to see Zulong's condition? Where would he go to find an opportunity to take advantage of the possibility of the appearance of the red suit? Besides, why did Gu Shi come to this world this time? To unify this world? Don't be ridiculous. Gu Shi wanted to kill time here, so as not to be captured by those people in Yin City. Only when teacher Gongling Yu completed the binding of the red demon sword, Gu Shi would have a chance to go back. It has only been more than a month, and it is still a long time before he can go back. How can Gu Shi not find something to do, and kill more time? It is impossible for Gu Shi to destroy Dragon City on the first day of coming to Dragon Country, and then kill his way back and destroy Dragon Country on the second day, and then sit on the ruins, and wait for time to pass on the third day. Right? Wei Hu didn't know these 2 points. So in his opinion, Gu Shi's behavior was somewhat strange. But in Gu Shi's eyes, everything he did was quite reasonable. As for explaining the problem to his subordinates, Gu Shi really never thought about it. Because all his subordinates before were undead. They would do whatever they were told to do. And they would not have their own ideas at all. Now that Wei Hu raised this question, Gu Shi could only say, we are not bait. Although we are included in the organization of the Northern Army. In fact, these undead I brought, plus the hundreds of dragons of you, have already escaped the control of the Northern Army. Actually, the current battles are all carried out according to my ideas. Our goal is Dragon City, which has never changed. But how to fight, and when to fight are actually not under our control. When Wei Hu heard this, an idea flashed through his mind. Gu Shi's words were full of meaning. Then Wei Hu thought of Gu Shi's identity. In order to allow the dragon people to easily control the earthen figurines, The original Zulong robbed the power of the Lord of Mount Tai. Gushi would not come this time to target the power that was robbed. Seeing Wei Hu's crazy imagination, Gushi laughed and picked up the origin of the undead and the secret records of the Lord of Mount Tai to study again. Chapter 1538 A Huge Net. Gushi sighed, because Gushi slowed down the pace. Although the undead troops under Gushi were always on the road, there was no rapid progress. Although the dragons had a hard time following, they did not fall behind. Wei Hu was a little dissatisfied with the speed of advancement. Only corpses were seen along the way, and there was no chance to attack. How can this be called an expedition? It might as well be called a spring outing. However, during this period of time, Gushi had no time to care about these things. At this time, in addition to studying, he spent most of his time analyzing the battle briefs sent every day. Every time an owl sent the latest brief, Gushi would always make new marks on the map. After many times, Gushi also saw something. It turned out that it was not only the Xiang family's dragon ancestor who took action, but also the Han family's dragon ancestor. At the beginning, the number of troops sent by the Northern Army was relatively small, and Gushi could not see anything. But as the various troops were in place, and as the information became clear, Gushi felt like he saw a net, which was wrapping up the Newfang grassland layer by layer. No matter how hard the Newfang grassland struggled, they could not get out of this net. Such means, such control, let alone Gushi and the heroes and leaders under Gushi. Gushi believed that even if teacher Gongling Yu came, he might not be able to achieve such a level. However, in this game world where the level cap does not exceed 20, Gushi actually saw it. Moreover, Gushi felt that the other party was in a state of calmness and ease. He did not exert his full strength at all. Through some comparisons, Gushi directly released all the troops of Arida's city to fight against the 6 million troops. What would be the final result? But Gushi had a doubt. Unless he used the troops above level 40, he would not be able to defeat the dragon ancestor Han. Even if he used the troops above level 40, the final battle would most likely be a miserable victory. Even if the opponent discovered the key to Gushi's undead-born undead, soldier-to-soldier, snowball-like fighting method, they could solve all problems by just killing Gushi. Gushi didn't believe that. Even Wei Hu could find something, these dragon ancestors couldn't see Gushi's characteristics with their abilities. He knew very well that he was the biggest weakness of his troops. If he died, everything would be gone. And now, because of his passive skills, his level was stuck at level 12. With a low level, incomplete skills, and insufficient combat experience, Gushi would be stubborn to fight such an enemy. At this time, Gushi's thoughts were always following behind to take advantage. Use the power of others to strengthen yourself. Take away things that are beneficial to you. Finally, just kill some time. Fighting such a big guy with insufficient strength, insufficient troops, and insufficient combat command experience. Gushi's brain is not bad. Even when Gushi discovered this situation, he specially adjusted his speed of advance. At least, he couldn't let the Dragon Country troops behind him feel that he was slacking off, nor let them feel that he would destroy their layout. Gushi is slowly learning to master this speed. Anyway, these few days, according to the briefings sent to him, Gushi feels as if he has grown a brain again and has become much smarter. But no matter how slow he is, Gushi can't go to other roads. On the way ahead, Gushi will encounter some orc enemies. It's just that these orcs seem to have been hit, and the whole is no longer organized. Sometimes, the total number of orcs who appear near Gushi's team is less than 7,000 or 8,000. When they see Gushi's team, they rush out with a completely suicidal attitude. As a result, these orcs soon died at the hands of Gushi's undead. After killing them, Gushi's troops did not even take a break, and immediately headed to the next direction. Orcs would rush out like this 2 or 3 times a day. As the number of orcs sent to die increased, Wei Hu obviously found that something was wrong. After completing this killing, Wei Hu ran to the side of the holy silver evil coffin. "My lord, do you feel that something is wrong?" Gushi tilted his head and thought about it. Apart from the fact that these orcs were sent to die, he did not feel that there was anything wrong. "Sir, didn't you notice? These orcs are here to die, but do they look like they are here to die?" Gushi thought about it seriously. He really didn't pay attention to this question. "Is there anything wrong with this?" "The orcs are here to die," Wei Hu said seriously. "I know, with such a small force, they are so stubborn and rush out, if not here to die." "Then what is it?" Gushi said calmly. "No, sir, you didn't notice their eyes. The eyes of those orcs are a kind of fiery eyes. It's as if they are doing something sacred." After being told this by Wei Hu, Gu Shi couldn't help but frown. When fighting the orcs before, he didn't pay attention to the orcs' eyes. Most of the orcs couldn't rush to Gu Shi. Sometimes he didn't even see what abilities these orcs had, and they were hacked to death on the spot. At this time, asking Gu Shi to look at their eyes, isn't this a joke? According to what you said, they seem to know that they will die, but their sacrifice is very important, so they are willing to die in battle. Although he couldn't see the orc's eyes, Gu Shi still made some guesses. At the same time, he released the 3-life stone mirror and took a picture of the orc's body. In the picture transmitted by the stone mirror, Gu Shi saw the orc superior commander giving the final order to the orcs. Go. After you die in battle, you will return to Dragon City, grow up again on the grassland, and become the most powerful warriors on the grassland. After receiving this order, the orcs raised their weapons and turned to rush in the direction of Gu Shi's troops. At this time, Gu Shi saw their eyes, just as Wei Hu said. It was full of sacred feeling. But Gu Shi always felt something strange. If it was just returning to Dragon City after death, it would not cause such a reaction, because all orcs knew where their souls would go after they died in battle. If it was just to arrange the direction of the next life, it would be the same reason, because the orcs died for the Chanyu. If the Chanyu didn't give a better arrangement, there would be no orcs fighting for the Chanyu in the future. So these two situations are unreasonable. If it was for these two reasons, they should be ready to die. Not so sacred. So he couldn't help but look at Wei Hu, hoping that Wei Hu could give him an explanation. Chapter 1539, the chess piece that wants to jump out of the chessboard. Seeing that Gu Shi still didn't understand what he meant, Wei Hu was a little anxious. Sir, this is a variant of the 10-sided ambush. The orcs are dividing their forces to prevent us from approaching Dragon City. Gu Shi was about to say, isn't the 10-sided ambush an ambush? But before he opened his mouth, cold sweat broke out on his head. Gu Shi quickly produced a map in his mind. On the map, the northern army of the Dragon Country was spreading out, and surrounding Dragon City from all directions. Some arrangements that Gu Shi couldn't understand before, now became clear as if the fog had been cleared. Gu Shi didn't expect that, after all his efforts to defend himself, he would eventually become part of the ambush. Great. Gu Shi reacted for a long time, and finally muttered. What? Wei Hu looked at Gu Shi in confusion. At this time, Gu Shi didn't want to say anything, but after hesitating for a while, Gu Shi still told his judgment of the map and his own response methods. When Wei Hu heard that Gu Shi noticed Long Zu's arrangement, but wanted to be less conspicuous, he forced himself to slow down his pace. He was speechless. Sir, you don't know that Han family. He really uses the whole world as his chess piece. Maybe your intention to slow down your pace is also in his plan. Gu Shi heard it, and felt that he seemed to fall into the logic of the influence of spiritual power again. He became less confident. The last time Gu Shi felt this way was when he was targeted by the white-robed Great Guanyin of the Heavenly Tao. Ever since Gu Shi got the flame six-path lamp, he had not had such anxiety. He did not expect that such a situation would occur again. Gu Shi realized at this moment that some people's IQs, even without using mind-based spells, can control the world and treat everything in the world as chess pieces. He glanced at Wei Hu. What would you do if you encounter such a problem? Wei Hu thought about it, and finally shook his head. I am the kind of person without a brain. I can't do anything about this kind of layout. Really? Brother? There is really no way. At that time, the man from the Xiong family tried many methods, such as using force to break the law, fighting 1 against 10,000, being indestructible, and being fast. But he failed to escape in the end. I really can't think of any way we can break this situation. Hearing Wei Hu's words, Gu Shi sighed. It's not that we can't break the situation, but we are reluctant to do so. If I say I want to return to my secret realm and hide for a year, no matter how they calculate, I won't come out. Do you think he can calculate me? Listening to Gu Shi's words, Wei Hu was also a little hesitant. Brother, if that's the case, you won't get anything. Yes, I can't bear to do that. And there's no way to crack it. So we can only jump around on this chessboard. And we can't leave it. Right? Gu Shi seemed to understand everything at this moment. He ordered decisively, anyway, it's all planned from the beginning. Let's show that Han how much he underestimated me. Attack with all the troops. And hurry up. Wei Hu, tell your brothers, if they are too tired to bear it, you can apply to me, and I will arrange for them to rest in my secret realm. From now on, unless we encounter a battle, My troops will not stop. No. They can keep up. And they will also participate in the battle. Wei Hu refused immediately. Wei Hu understood that it was easy to enter the city, but it would be difficult to get out later if he did not have the help of his dragon companions. Even if Gu Shi recognized his strength, it would be useless. He had to show his ability outside. Okay. Then you pay attention. I will not stop on the way forward. Seeing Wei Hu's insistence, Gu Shi did not say anything. Anyway, the request had been made, and Gu Shi would not change anything for Wei Hu alone. At the same time, Gu Shi's undead troops began to change their formation quickly. The slow-moving zombies quickly retreated into the city gate that appeared nearby. At the same time, a large number of skeleton soldiers and ghost troops walked out of the city gate. There were also some undead troops that were suitable for fighting on the grassland and move faster. Troops like the dead-eye musicians also quickly appeared in Gu Shi's battle formation. As soon as they appeared, they played a new wedding song. Because during this period, the dead-eye musicians have been participating in the battle. Although they are auxiliary troops, their level has been improved. Now they have mastered many more music. Just like this one, it is called Force March. It is to allow the undead troops to keep moving without worrying about physical strength and speed. So many dead-eyed musicians played music together, the scope of influence was directly expanded to the 100,000 undead troops. As the undead troops moved forward, they adjusted their troops, their movement speed began to increase. They began to ignore the roads and signs on the grassland, and moved directly towards the direction of Dragon City. Gu Shi now chose to go to Dragon City at the fastest speed and the shortest route. Gu Shi believed that his actions must be under the surveillance of the Dragon Country. Just like Gu Shi could get the battle briefing from Fengxian City. As the Taiwei of the Dragon Country, Han Longzhu could naturally get the battle report of the entire Newfound grassland. As soon as there was any unusual movement on Gu Shi's side, he could see it immediately. With the intelligence of the Taiwei, he would understand what Gu Shi wanted to do at the first time. Gu Shi was quite curious at this time. What would he choose? Would he ignore everything and arrange everything at his own pace? Or would he change everything for Gu Shi's actions? In fact, Gu Shi's idea was not too far-fetched. As soon as he launched the attack, Fengxian City immediately received the news. After all, the ability of mind transmission was most useful at this time. Even lightning and light were not faster than the mind. On the wall of Fengxian City, a dragon man dressed as a general was looking at the newfound grassland outside the city with a calm face. At this time, the grassland had been trampled by waves of dragon soldiers. When a new batch of 10,000 troops came out of the gate of Fengxian Pass, the dragon man dressed as a general raised his head. If you pay attention to his eyes at this time, you will find that his eyes seem a little dull. As if he was possessed by something, even his body moved slightly. Dragon Ancestor. The general guarding Fengxian Pass saw it, and hurried forward to ask. It's okay, there is just a small chess piece that is out of control, and wants to jump out of the chessboard to be a chess player. He is there to test my reaction. Help me pass the order, move the Flying Dragon Knight troops to attack Dragon City directly. The Jiaolong troops can go into the water, and the Earth Dragon troops start to move forward. Chapter 1540 The Dragon Nation's Big Boss enters the scene. In the next few days, Gu Shi, who had been on the road, found that his progress was still affected intentionally or unintentionally. When he found that he could not influence Gu Shi, Longzhu used the battle formation to influence the orcs' troops, hoping to control Gu Shi's speed of advance through the orcs' attack on Gu Shi. And Longzhu's intentions were all hidden in the control of the battle formation. It was obvious to tell Gu Shi that he wanted to control Gu Shi's speed of advance. Let Gu Shi arrive at Longcheng at the designated time. And Longzhu also used a very direct, almost overt way to tell Gu Shi his way of dealing with it. That is, he asked Feng Xinqing to increase the intelligence provided to Gu Shi. Most of the intelligence Gu Shi received before was briefings. The intelligence given now is obviously much more detailed. Even the locations that Gu Shi's map did not cover have detailed layout instructions. He was obviously telling Gu Shi, my game is here, if you have the ability, you can jump out. Can Gu Shi jump out? Of course he can. Because as long as Gu Shi rushes to Dragon City regardless of anything, any situation will be broken. But the map sent by Dragon Ancestor tells Gu Shi very directly. If you follow my moves, you will get the first credit for conquering Dragon City. The benefits will also be yours. And the pressure will be less. The benefits you get in the end will not be less. It's just that the time must be under the control of Dragon Ancestor. Normally, as long as someone understands the requirements here, they will make the right choice. Of course, there are also some wrong people with brains. But in the eyes of Dragon Ancestor, these wrong people are the easiest to control. Just find their weaknesses and stimulate them. On the contrary, people like Gu Shi who have their own ideas need to consider their goals. Faced with such an open conspiracy, Gu Shi hesitated again and was finally forced to eat the pie drawn by Dragon Ancestor. It's not that the pie drawn by Dragon Ancestor is so delicious, but Gu Shi can really borrow strength in this regard. When Gu Shi decided to be a chess piece, he noticed that 3 to 4 waves of orcs would rush to his troops every day. There were not many orcs, and each time there were about 20,000 to 50,000 people. This was just right for Gu Shi's undead troops to deal with easily. And they had good things in their hands. Their appearance not only slowed down their pace, but also did not bring much trouble to Gu Shi. Instead, it brought many benefits to Gu Shi. Sometimes, even if Gu Shi knew that this was led by others, even if he knew that taking action would slow down his pace, he still had to participate in the battle. After 1 or 2 times, Gu Shi also slowly mastered the rhythm here. Unconsciously, he became part of the chess piece on the chessboard. Even if Gu Shi reacted and wanted to jump out, he would feel that he was being dragged down and couldn't master his own rhythm. Whenever this happened, Gu Shi always felt a sense of relief. At least, he was not an enemy of the dragon country. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape. During the time when Gu Shi slowly became a chess piece, he also noticed a situation. In addition to the Xiong family members driving the wind and thunder chariot, the other dragon ancestors also had traces of fighting. The eldest and youngest sons of Zulong were very obvious, and had very different styles. The eldest son of Zulong obviously had the support of the military, and his fighting style was full of the feeling of the military or even private army. The youngest son of Zulong obviously had the support of the legalists, and his fighting style was full of rules. The most important thing was that these two were like fighting cocks, with water and fire on both sides. But they would appear at the same time from time to time. It is impossible not to notice him. And the Prime Minister of Dragon Country, just as Wei Qin said, this person is full of martial virtue. At the same time, because he has been handling the position of Prime Minister, he can mobilize more resources. His attack method is to hurt others with his own energy. Anyway, he doesn't care how much he consumes, as long as he can defeat the enemy, it is a good method. For this reason, when this person takes action, it is also quite conspicuous. Although Gu Shi has no contact with him, but Gu Shi, who receives various briefings every day, can see at a glance which battle this Prime Minister fought, and which battle was fought by whom. It can be said that 5 of the 6 dragon ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom have already left. The Dragon Ancestor has not moved yet, and there is still a mysterious person who has not made a move. After taking another look at his position, Gu Shi knew that the encirclement and suppression of the Dragon Ancestors had been arranged almost. Now they just had to wait for the Dragon Ancestor to appear. This time, Gu Shi became excited. He had dragged himself here for so long, and now he could finally let go of the speed and let him run by himself. Wei Hu, the time has come. How are your brothers recovering? They are all energetic. Shall we set off now? In the past few days, Wei Hu was also annoyed by Gu Shi's sometimes fast, sometimes slow speed. However, after looking at the map and the briefing, Wei Hu also understood that Gu Shi was being held back by Boss Han. If it was any other dragon ancestor, Wei Hu might be able to work with Gu Shi to find a solution. With only Boss Xiong and Boss Han, Wei Hu had no way to deal with him. Boss Xiong simply couldn't beat him, and Boss Han was too smart and would be led by the nose. This situation arranged by Boss Han was the same as being blocked by Boss Xiong. In Wei Hu's opinion, and there was no solution. Gu Shi could only endure it. Wei Hu also felt uncomfortable day by day. Either he followed Gu Shi's troops to travel quickly, or he fought with the orcs. In the past few days, Gu Shi had seen the types of orcs. Gu Shi had seen all the types of orcs in the Newfound grassland in the past few days. At the same time, Gu Shi also knew where the weaknesses of these orcs were, and what kind of undead they could be transformed into. Now that Wei Hu was in high spirits, Gu Shi also took it seriously. Let's go. Wei Hu, you will be in charge of the vanguard. You have all the information about the enemies, right? You should know what kind of enemies you will encounter, and what troops to use to deal with them. Don't worry, sir. I have memorized everything, Wei Hu said affirmatively. In the past few days, when he was free, Gu Shi had been scanning the bodies of the orcs with the Sansheng stone mirror. checking the conditions and weaknesses of the orcs who died in battle. As long as he found the weaknesses of the orcs, Gushi would record the information and distribute it to his heroes. Although Wei Hu was not a formal hero in Gushi's hands, he also got such a share. And Wei Hu was smarter than the heroes under Gushi. And the situation gradually became what it is now. Wei Hu wrote down the weaknesses of all the orcs and adjusted and controlled the undead in the battle command. Chapter 1541 Secret Arrangement. After issuing the order to attack, Gushi returned to the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. At this time, in addition to the 2 books Origin of the Undead and Secret Records of Taishan Mansion Lord, Gushi also had a notebook that he had not yet sorted out. It was clear that he was studying hard and strengthening himself. But no one noticed that. There were 2 shadows lurking behind Gushi. One of them was rising and falling like a jellyfish. The other one looks like a ghost dragon. But it is constantly twisting. The jellyfish-like thing is Gushi's floating spirit aka. His existence can help Gushi to communicate with his mind. It can be said that after leaving Fengxin Pass, he has been following Gushi. The dragon ancestors are no longer surprised by the existence of the floating spirit aka. Although the floating spirit aka may be at the same level as the dragon ancestors when he was alive. But who made him dead? And only a part of him escaped after his death, and wanted to mix in the body of the zombie, but was killed again. After being weakened twice in a row, IKA no longer had the strength of the dragon ancestor. In addition, the current location was not the Dragon Kingdom. So the dragon ancestors did not notice the existence of the floating spirit IKA. Under the protection of the floating spirit IKA, the hard nightmare ghost dragon that was transformed by the buried dragon vein on the way when Gushi Kane was hiding behind Gushi. This hard nightmare ghost dragon gave Gushi a lot of help when he went to the Dragon Kingdom. But at that time, Gushi could not stop and take him with him. He could only be left there. When Gushi came out of retreat, he thought he would be discovered and killed by the Chanyu of Newfang Grassland. Unexpectedly, the hard nightmare ghost dragon could survive under such circumstances and secretly find Gushi. At that time, Gushi was being suppressed by Hanlongzu. No matter where he went, it was not going well. He was thinking about how to deal with this matter. The hard nightmare ghost dragon secretly appeared, allowing Gushi to see another way. So he asked the floating spirit IKA to save the hard nightmare ghost dragon, and release the person wearing the Huangquan dragon robe, and secretly followed the hard nightmare ghost dragon to some locations in Newfang Grassland to bury the dragon vein. The situation of the dragon vein burial this time is somewhat different from the previous dragon vein burial. The dragon vein and ground vein locations selected by the hard nightmare ghost dragon this time are all relatively characteristic locations. The most important thing is that the new ghost dragon transformed by the dragon vein burial this time has merged with the hard nightmare ghost dragon. And everything has been used to strengthen the hard nightmare ghost dragon's strength. Every time a ghost dragon is devoured, the hard nightmare ghost dragon will have an extra skill. Some skills are not easy to use, but some skills are necessary for the hard nightmare ghost dragon. Just like the twisted ghost dragon shadow following Gushi now. It is the new ability of the hard nightmare ghost dragon, the mind dragon shadow. As long as someone believes that there is a hard nightmare ghost dragon by his side, then a hard nightmare ghost dragon shadow will really appear next to him. And it can be connected with the hard nightmare ghost dragon's body. This method is too idealistic. Gushi himself does not believe it very much. And the Flame Light 6 Paths lamp is immune to all mind-related spells. So the mind dragon shadow in front of him is not very complete. Of course, this also brought certain benefits to Gushi. After all, as the hard nightmare ghost dragon improved again and again, the strength of the hard nightmare ghost dragon has exceeded that of the floating spirit IKA. It became unrealistic for the floating spirit IKA to hide him. This incomplete soul dragon shadow is easier to hide. Even if the dragon ancestors felt something was wrong, they didn't know that it was Gushi, who was used as a chess piece by them, who attacked from behind. This can be said to be the only place where Gushi can resist and not be a chess piece. Of course, the strengthening of the hard nightmare ghost dragon is still good for Gushi. After all, the characteristic of the burial dragon vein is that part of the dragon vein power will be transferred to Gushi. Whenever the hard nightmare ghost dragon is improved, Gushi's ability to crush the will of the creature will be improved. This makes Gushi, who usually doesn't use mind spells, feel that he has gone in the wrong direction. Now he feels that he can erase all the wills of dragon ancestor level life. Now Gushi really wants to see if there are any Chanyu from the Newfang Grasslands, and let him try this trick. After these two appeared, Gushi immediately made it clear. They are about to start. I estimate that in 3 days at most, Zulong and his men will arrive in Dragon City. Your presence will be discovered by then. So I will only give you 2 days. Get everything done with the earth veins near Dragon City within 2 days. After 2 days, you will retreat directly to Arida City. That's right. Gushi and these two, or the appearance of the Hard Nightmare Ghost Dragon. Gushi was heading for Dragon City. Now Gushi let the Hard Nightmare Ghost Dragon use some means to slowly control the earth veins leading to Dragon City, injecting some things that are not good for Dragon City, or the earth into the dragon veins leading to Dragon City. The things injected by the Hard Nightmare Ghost Dragon are the skills that the Hard Nightmare Ghost Dragon has just learned. It is a kind of spiritual power with strong pollution. If it is touched by this spiritual power, the earth veins will be polluted, although it is impossible to control it 100%. At some point, it is still possible to temporarily control the situation. Gushi's request was not high. Just temporarily cut off the energy transmission of the earth veins at some key locations. It was just such a simple thing. If Sinian Ghost Dragon couldn't do it, then Gushi wouldn't need this kind of waste that wasted so many days of his time. What Gushi was most worried about now was that this kind of spiritual power would be discovered in advance. So until he found out that Zulong and his men were about to attack Longcheng, he let Sinian Ghost Dragon take action. If he didn't arrange it too early, Longcheng might react. Hearing Gushi's order, the Hard Nightmare Ghost Dragon responded quickly. Then the shadow of the Soul Dragon disappeared in front of Gushi, which said Gushi's order to the main body. After that, the floating spirit IKA acted quickly, erasing the information about the Hard Nightmare Ghost Dragon's existence, so that no one would notice the existence of the Hard Nightmare Ghost Dragon. After doing all this, Gushi focused his attention on the 2 books in his hands. After a period of reading and studying, Gushi found that the origin of the undead was really an all-encompassing textbook. When studying with secret records of Lord Taishan, many things that were not clear in secret records of Lord Taishan were explained, especially some contents about secret methods or secret rituals. All of these were things that Gushi had not mastered before, especially the secret rituals. Gushi did not know what the use of learning them was. Under the guidance of origin of the undead, Gushi also slowly learned some things, especially in the secret rituals. There is a secret ritual similar to the undead disaster, which Gushi has been studying these days. After arranging things, Gushi's attention was focused on this.